The protagonist, Jink, looks back on his unremarkable 30 years of life in modern Japan, a time defined by struggle and a lack of purpose. He recalls the sudden jarring end to his existence when he was struck by a truck. Just as he processes his death, the confusion of his new reality sets in, interrupted by the voice of a maid calling out to him as Lord Jink, a name that feels unfamiliar to his past self. Jink finds himself in a state of bewilderment as Neri, a maid, rushes to his side. She explains that he had collapsed before the crown prince and delivers the devastating news that he has been dismissed his duties and sentenced to exile. While Neri is overcome with grief, Jink is left reeling, trying to make sense of his surroundings and his new identity amidst the chaos. Jink pieces together his new identity as the 14-year-old heir of Duke Nonland. He remembers his role as a follower of the Crown Prince of Rosalta and the humiliating moment he was banished from the prince's presence. Reflecting on his past behavior, Jink realizes that his lack of talent in the family's signature skills spearmanship led him down a path of delinquency and poor conduct. Jink sits on the edge of his bed, coming to terms with the reality of his reincarnation. He reflects on how his memories from his previous life as Jinkaro are returning, causing his current personality to shift. As he contemplates this strange phenomenon, Neri watches him closely, noting that the young lord seems much calmer and gentler than he used to be. Jink is visibly shaken as he processes the devastating news, questioning Neri, whom he addresses as Els, about his exile. Neri confirms the grim reality. Following his dismissal from the Crown Prince's guard, his father has officially disowned him and replaced him with Lord Esther as the heir. As Neri weeps over the cruelty of his fate, Jink stands in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the sudden collapse of his life. Facing the harsh reality of his exile, Jink visualizes the terrifying monsters that await him outside the safety of the capital, acknowledging that his banishment is effectively a death sentence. He reflects on his ironic fate as a reincarnated outcast, but quickly shifts his focus to the immediate task at hand, asking Neri to help him get dressed. As Neri continues to weep, Jink suddenly notices a glowing, game-like status window hovering above her, displaying her level and occupation. Stunned, he wonders if he is the only one capable of seeing this interface. He tries to brush it off as a mere hallucination, but the sight leaves him deeply unsettled as he questions his reality. Jink focuses his gaze and confirms that the status screen floating above Neri is indeed visible to him, displaying her name as Elsa, along with her level, job, and aptitudes. Stunned by this discovery, he recalls legends of individuals in this world who possess magic eyes and begins to wonder if he has awakened the same rare power. Jink shifts his focus to himself, wondering if he can view his own status screen. He waves his hand, attempting to trigger the display but finds it difficult to see clearly. Determined to master this power, he concentrates intensely, believing that repeated use will help him improve his ability, mirroring the mechanics he remembers from games. After persistent focus, Jink finally manages to activate his magic eyes, causing his personal status screen to appear before him. He carefully examines the data, noting his level and the specific letter grades assigned to his various aptitudes. He quickly deduces that his spearmanship will not improve regardless of his training, leaving him to contemplate his stats while Neri looks on. Concerned and confused by his sudden, intense focus on thin air, Jink carefully examines the results of his status screen, surprised to find that his aptitude for enchantment is shrank. He contrasts this with his frank aptitude for spear and polearm combat, while also noting his high potential in various magic disciplines. As he processes this information, he realizes that his inherent appraisal skill is the key to viewing these hidden details about himself. Jink is visibly shocked and excited, shouting in disbelief as he realizes the rarity of his enchantment skill. Neri watches him with concern, confused by his sudden outburst. Jink quickly brushes it off, telling her to forget what happened. Internally, he is electrified by the prospect that he might be the fourth enchanter in the world, realizing that this unique power is the key to his survival in this harsh new Jink is surprised when his younger brother, Esther, enters the room to visit him. Esther apologizes for being powerless during the events that led to Jink's situation, explaining that everything was beyond his control. As one of the few people who still supports him within the household, Esther presents Jink with money and a spear, hoping to provide some form of assistance. Jink expresses his gratitude to Esther for the spear, though he humbly notes that it would be wasted on him given his lack of talent. He then pivots to a practical request, asking if Esther could help him sell his personal belongings, since merchants are now unwilling to deal with an exiled noble. The scene shifts to the next day, where Jink asks Esther to use the money to procure necessary travel supplies, promising to provide a list before he leaves. Esther confirms that all the items on Jink's list have been gathered and delivered to the room, where servants are busy organizing the crates and gear. Seeing the massive amount of supplies, Esther expresses concern about how Jink will manage to transport everything by himself. Jink, maintaining a mysterious and confident demeanor, tells Esther that he will only share his secret with him. He then asks Esther to clear the room of all servants, so he can handle the luggage in private. Jink looks at Esther with a serious expression, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. He makes it clear that his secret must remain hidden from everyone, including their father, until he has departed from the country. As Jink reaches out toward the pile of supplies to demonstrate his ability, Esther looks on, bewildered and questioning what his elder brother is about to do. Jink manifests a glowing portal, revealing his item box skill to a shocked Esther. As Esther marvels at the rarity of the ability and asks to see inside, Jink admits he only discovered the power the day before. He grants Esther permission to look into the storage space, warning him to be careful as he explains that he can use it to carry almost anything. As Esther marvels at the sheer size of Jink's item box, Jink takes the opportunity to quietly appraise his younger brother. To his surprise, Jink's appraisal reveals that Esther also has an item box skill of his own. Jink realizes that Esther is oblivious to this hidden talent, leaving him conflicted about whether to reveal this information, while he simultaneously tries to keep his own appraisal ability a secret. Jink approaches Esther with a delicate request, asking if he could obtain a small bottle of his blood for a contract. Though Esther is curious about the purpose, he immediately accepts, eager to assist his elder brother in any way he can. Jink, touched by Esther's unwavering loyalty, then asks him to accompany him to the Adventurers Guild to help with his registration, as his status as an outcast makes it difficult to deal with others on his own. Jink and Esther make their way through the busy streets, but the atmosphere is heavy with the murmurs of onlookers who recognize Jink and mock his recent exile from the Duke's family. While Esther is visibly bothered by the cruel gossip and urges his brother to ignore the slander, Jink maintains a calm demeanor, acknowledging that being hated is simply a consequence he must accept for now. As Jink walks toward the Adventurers Guild, he contemplates his past reputation as a spoiled and violent noble. He recalls the harsh labels people used against him, such as being a talentless heir. While he understands why his former wet nurse, Elsa, might care for him, he finds himself genuinely puzzled by Esther's unwavering admiration and loyalty, struggling to find a reason for it as they reach their destination. Inside the Adventurers Guild, the female receptionist confirms Jink's registration. She instructs him to provide a drop of blood on the guild card to finalize his status as a Grank adventurer. While Jink observes her monotone delivery and jokes that she seems eager to get him out of the building, she continues to explain the guild's ranking system and commission rules in detail. With his adventurer registration complete, Jink heads to an open area to begin sword training. As he swings his blade, he contemplates his status and the realization that his talent is better suited for the sword than the spear. He can't help but feel a sense of regret, musing that if he had discovered his true aptitudes earlier, his life would have taken a completely different path. Jink focuses on his training, swinging his sword with precision to cut through the straw targets. He is impressed by how light and capable his current 14-year-old body feels compared to his past. After finishing his practice, he shifts his focus, remembering that he still has a present prepared for Esther. Jink looks over his status screen, noting his proficiency in enchantment and alchemy. He contemplates using Esther's blood to transmute a special item for his younger brother, deciding to focus on his magic studies after the meal. As he sits in the dining room of the Nonland estate, Gordon Nonland prepares to speak to him. The atmosphere at the dinner table is heavy with finality. Duke Nonland tells Jink that this is their last meal together, and that he is to be exiled the following day. Jink calmly accepts the news. When the Duke questions him about his recent sword training, Jink confirms it without hesitation. After a brief exchange, Jink excuses himself from the table, intent on finishing his preparations for the journey ahead. Back in his room, Jink examines his adventurer equipment laid out on the bed. Realizing his enchantment skill is currently at level 3, he decides to apply it to his gear. He carefully calculates the potential stat increase, noting that adding the enchantment to his base value will bring his total to 27, effectively reinforcing his equipment for his upcoming journey. Jink focuses on his enchantment, realizing that his body reinforcement level will reach 52 with his gear equipped. He eagerly anticipates testing his new strength tomorrow. Turning his attention to Esther's gift, he ponders which alchemy materials to use, noting that he has already sold most of his personal belongings. Feeling the exhaustion from his efforts, he drinks a mana potion to replenish his energy. Standing before the west gate of the royal capital, Luda, Jink prepares to leave his old life behind. Esther and the maid Elsa see him off, offering their final goodbyes and well wishes for his safety. Jink acknowledges their concern with a calm resolve. Meanwhile, he examines his grandfather's mithril spear, calculating that he can melt down the head into an ingot to secure some much-needed travel funds, effectively finalizing his preparations for the journey ahead. Jink hands Esther their card in a small box as a token of gratitude for his help. He instructs Esther to wait until he has officially left the country before dropping a bit of blood onto the card and opening the box, assuring his younger brother that these items will prove useful in the future. Jink turns back to wave a final farewell to his younger brother, Esther, and the maid, Elsa, as he begins his journey into exile. Esther, clutching the mysterious card Jink gave him, is overcome with emotion and tears, calling out a heartfelt prayer for his brother's safety as he watches him depart. With the city gates now behind him, Jink walks forward into the expansive, mountainous wilderness. He looks ahead with a determined expression, fully aware that his life as an exile is now the true starting point of his own path. Jink carefully studies the map, tracing his path from the royal capital of Luda through post-town Rio and Belche County, aiming to reach the border. He calculates that the journey will take several days on foot and acknowledges that camping alone is currently too risky. Determined to make progress, Jink prepares to test the limits of his enchanted body reinforcement, crouching down and setting off with newfound speed. Jink pushes his enchanted body reinforcement to the limit, launching himself forward with explosive speed. As he dashes across the landscape, he is stunned by his own velocity, realizing that his enchantment is far more effective than he had anticipated. The sudden boost in speed leaves him optimistic that he might be able to reach his destination within a single day. 1 hour into his journey, Jink is amazed to find that he has not lost his breath at all despite his incredible speed. However, his amazement is cut short as he stumbles upon a tragic scene in the forest. A wagon surrounded by the bodies of travelers who were clearly ambushed and killed by bandits. Looking at the carnage, Jink realizes that his enchantment skill is truly broken, providing him with power that far exceeds his expectations. The gruesome reality of the bandit attack hits Jink hard, leaving him visibly shaken and nauseated. As he stands in the forest, he forces himself to breathe and repeat words of calm, struggling to process the horrific sight before him. He laments that while he can enchant his body for physical prowess, he has no such skill to protect his own mental stability from the trauma of what he has just witnessed. Jink is caught off guard as several goblins leap at him from the shadows. Reacting with agility, he whirls around to face the threat, his sword drawn. Recognizing the attackers, Jink realizes that these goblins are the culprits behind the gruesome slaughter he found moments ago. Jink leaps into action, his movements empowered by his enchantment as he slashes through the attacking goblins. As the creatures fall to the ground, he quickly assesses their strength, noting that they possess level 8 body reinforcement. Despite the intensity of the fight, Jink remains focused, determined not to let his guard down against these dangerous foes. In the heat of the forest skirmish, Jink executes a swift flip to dodge an incoming attack from a goblin. He is momentarily stunned by his own speed and reflexes, realizing that his body is reacting faster than his conscious mind. As he lands and prepares for the next strike, he remains focused on the threat posed by the relentless goblins. Breathing heavily from the intensity of the fight, Jink moves with lethal precision. He swings his blade in a flurry of strikes, cutting down the surrounding goblins one by one. As he witnesses the effectiveness of his enhanced abilities in real time, he exclaims that this is the true power of his enchantment. Breathing heavily after the skirmish, Jink sits by a tree and examines his status window, surprised to see his levels and skills increasing. The reality of his growth sinks in, and he finds a renewed sense of resolve. Recalling his past as a discarded noble, he steels his heart, ready to embrace his new life and reach the absolute limit of his potential. Standing amidst the fallen goblins, Jink confronts the grim reality of his situation, noting that the scent of blood is simply a part of this world. He takes a moment to center himself, pushing away the shock of his first combat experience. Having survived the encounter, Jink finds his resolve, signaling the start of his true path as an adventurer. Jink surveys the aftermath of the battle, justifying his decision to loot the fallen adventurer's belongings as a necessary survival tactic in this harsh world. He contemplates the potential rewards of returning remains to the guild, but ultimately decides he wants to leave the country as soon as possible. Steeling his resolve, Jink begins the gruesome process of dissecting the goblin, acknowledging that he must grow accustomed to such tasks if he is to succeed as an adventurer. Jink manages to extract the magic stone from the goblin, reminding himself that these stones and ears are valuable proof for guild rewards. He pushes through his initial hesitation, determined not to be an incompetent adventurer. As time passes, the constant cycle of fighting goblins and kobolds on the road to the post-town of Rio turns his initial shock into cold familiarity. By the time he reaches the town the next morning, Jink has fully adapted to the life of a battle-hardened adventurer. Jink observes his status window, pleased to see his level has reached 20. He reminds himself that since each piece of equipment can only be enchanted once, he has brought plenty of spare swords. Focusing his energy, he casts his enchantment magic, causing a flash of light as he successfully upgrades his enchantment skill to level 8. Jink focuses his enchantment ability on his weapon, successfully imbuing it with power and seeing his swordsmanship skill increase by 8. Satisfied with the result, he decides to keep his previous sword as a backup. The scene then shifts to the following day, showing Jink arriving at the Morbit's March, located in the Eastern Forest region, where other adventurers are gathered. Jink settles down at an adventurer rest spot, realizing he won't reach the city of Morberberg before nightfall. As he prepares to camp, his quiet evening is interrupted by a frantic group of adventurers rushing into the area. They are carrying a severely wounded comrade and desperately cry out for an X potion, fearing their friend is on the verge of death. Jink observes the frantic group of adventurers as they beg for help. Initially hesitant due to the high value of an X potion, however, after checking their statuses and confirming they aren't malicious, he steps forward and calmly offers his assistance, asking how many potions they require. The group is stunned and relieved by his unexpected generosity. Jink steps forward to assist the desperate group, pouring the X potion into the mouth of the critically injured adventurer. As the magical liquid begins to work, Jink watches closely, noting that he has never personally suffered such a severe injury and is eager to witness the potion's restorative capabilities firsthand. The other adventurers look on with relief as their companion begins to stabilize. The X potion proves its immense power, as the Kian makes a miraculous recovery, leaving his companions stunned and relieved. As the group celebrates, Jink watches from a distance, slightly repulsed by the blood still staining the man's clothes. The party leader, a muscular man named Alec Thunder, approaches Jink to introduce himself and his crank party, Dragon's Tears, thanking him for his timely intervention before they depart. Alec Thunder hands a bag of coins to Jink, apologetically explaining that it is all the money they currently have to compensate him for the life-saving X potion. As Jink accepts the payment, he asks about the circumstances of their injuries. Alec reveals that they had the misfortune of encountering a red ogre, a revelation that leaves Jink stunned, as he recognizes it as a formidable rank of monster. Alec Thunder, overwhelmed with gratitude for saving his companion's life, impulsively offers to serve Jink as a slave to settle the debt. Jink is visibly stunned by the offer, internally noting the high monetary value of the X potion while feeling awkward about the prospect of owning a slave, especially someone like Alec Thunder. He tries to politely decline the extreme offer, feeling that such a sacrifice is unnecessary. Just as Jink is processing the situation, the peaceful moment is shattered by the arrival of a massive horde of orcs. Alec Thunder immediately recognizes the danger, realizing the monsters were lured by the smell of blood from the previous encounter. Jink remains calm, his eyes glowing as he activates his unique ability to inspect the status of the incoming enemies. Jink stands his ground against the approaching orcs, his analytical ability revealing their stats as he prepares for combat. Confident that he can handle the threat, he decides to stop holding back his true strength. Beside him, Alec Thunder curses their luck, frustrated that their equipment was left in poor condition after their encounter with the Red Ogre. Seeing that Alec Thunder and his party are struggling with broken equipment, Jink decides to stop holding back. He activates his item box, causing a flurry of enchanted swords to materialize in a brilliant flash of light. As the weapons clatter to the ground for the party to take, Alec Thunder is left in complete shock, realizing that Jink possesses the rare and powerful ability to use an item box. Jink moves with incredible speed and precision, slicing through the orcs with ease. As he dominates the battlefield, Alec Thunder and his party look on in shock, realizing that despite the orcs being rank threats, Jink is handling them as if they were nothing. Encouraged by his display, the party prepares to join the fray. Jink remains calm and focused amidst the chaos of the orc horde. With a confident smirk, he remarks that he is not outnumbered, viewing the swarm of enemies as a valuable source of experience points. He continues his swift assault, sending orcs flying with every strike as the sounds of combat echo through the battlefield. As Jink continues to cut through the horde, the atmosphere shifts abruptly. A massive orc general emerges, radiating an intimidating presence that looms over the battlefield. Jink stops to assess the newcomer, his analytical gaze revealing the orc general's dangerous rank B status and impressive combat skills. Jink readies his weapon, calculating that he might be able to handle the rank B orc general despite the danger. He steps forward to engage the massive creature. Alec Thunder and his companions watch in disbelief, shocked that Jink is choosing to fight the formidable enemy entirely on his own. The battle intensifies as Jink trades heavy blows with the orc general. A powerful strike from the orc general is blocked by Jink's enchanted gear, but the sheer force of the impact leaves Jink reeling. As he skids across the ground to regain his footing, Jink realizes the danger of his decision, acknowledging that without his enchantments, he would have already been defeated. The battle intensifies as the Orc General swings its massive weapon. Jink and Alec Thunder work in tandem, with Alec Thunder shouting a taunt to draw the monster's attention while Jink prepares to strike, aiming to exploit the opening created by their combined efforts. With the Orc General distracted, Jink and Alec Thunder launch a synchronized assault. Jink shouts the signal, and they both move in to land a heavy blow on the massive foe, hoping to break through its defenses. Following their coordinated strike, Jink leaps onto the Orc General and drives his blade deep into the creature. As the Orc General bellows in pain, Jink maintains his aggressive momentum, determined to finish the fight. With a powerful, coordinated motion, Jink and Alec Thunder deliver a final, lethal blow to the Orc General. The blade cuts through, severing the monster's head as it collapses to the ground with a heavy thud. Jink watches the scene unfold, letting out a sigh of relief as the intense battle finally comes to an end. As the Orc General lies defeated, the rest of the Orc horde begins to retreat. Alec Thunder, impressed by the battle, asks Jink about his rank, assuming he must be highly skilled. Jink modestly claims to be a mere Grank beginner, insisting that the victory was only possible because Alec created the necessary opening to show his gratitude for the help. Jink offers to let Alec take the credit for the defeated orcs to compensate for the potion he used during the fight. As the battle settles, the surrounding adventurers begin to recognize Jink, whispering in shock about his connection to House Nonland and the rumors of his exile. Jink, hearing their murmurs, decides to address the situation directly. He openly confirms his identity as the outcast of House Nonland, nonchalantly stating that he has already abandoned his noble status. As his candid admission leaves the onlookers stunned, as his capable performance in battle contradicts the negative rumors they had previously heard about him. Jink inquires about Alec Thunder's upcoming plans, to which Alec explains they were heading to the capital after stopping in Morberberg to repair their gear. Suddenly, Alec declares his loyalty to Jink, insisting on following him to repay his debt. Caught off guard by the sudden intensity, just that, since he is also heading to Morberberg, they could form a temporary party, allowing Alec to protect him along the way. Jink calmly outlines his request to Alec Thunder, asking him to visit his younger brother, Esther Nidum. He suggests that by doing this, they can consider their slavery pact settled, while also asking Alec to teach Harnd about being an adventurer during their journey. Alec is completely moved by Jink's generosity and impulsively tackles him in a bear hug, shouting his praises. Jink Hank, however, is less than thrilled, complaining loudly about the strong smell of sweat coming from his new companion. As Jink continues his journey, a group of 3 unknown adventurers stands at a distance, silently observing him. The elf woman among them remarks on how interesting Jink is, leaving their true intentions and identities a mystery. Following the intense battle, Jink and Alec Thunder deliver a final strike to the remaining orcs. With the immediate danger cleared, the 2 adventurers begin trek toward the frontier city of Morberberg as planned. Jink stands at the edge of the dense, mysterious goblin forest, observing his surroundings with a focused expression. Accompanied by Alec Thunder and his fellow adventurers, he prepares to venture into the dangerous territory as their journey continues. Jink observes the surroundings, noting that while individual goblins are weak, the forest is teeming with them. Suddenly, arrows rain down on their position, forcing the party to take defensive stances. Alec Thunder shouts in alarm as a massive horde of goblins emerges from the brush, surrounding them and initiating the battle. Jink draws his sword and boldly declares his intention to break through the goblin ambush. With a swift dash, he lunges toward the incoming creatures, while Alec Thunder calls out to him in alarm, urging him to be careful. Jink charges into the fray, his movements fluid and precise as he strikes down the surrounding goblins. With a series of swift attacks, he cuts and slashes through the horde, proving his combat prowess as he clears a path through the forest. Seeing Jink push forward, Alec Thunder leads his party into the thick of the fight, shouting for the Drank members to cover their backs. Amidst the chaos of clashing steel and falling goblins, Jink observes the sheer volume of the enemy horde, dryly noting that while they are a nuisance, they are at least useful for gaining experience and money. The battle against the goblin horde has finally subsided, leaving the adventurers scattered and gasping for air. While the rest of the party struggles to recover from the intense skirmish, Jink remains remarkably composed. Alec Thunder, visibly winded and sweating, stares at Jink in disbelief, unable to fathom how he fought so relentlessly without tiring. When pressed for an explanation, Jink simply shrugs and dismissively replies that it is just a matter of skill difference. Jink stands confidently, revealing the true source of his prowess, a level 8 enchantment that grants significant stat boosts to every piece down to his boots. While Alec Thunder and his party look on in disbelief, Questioning the value of their own hard-fought experience, Jink clarifies that his magic is indeed a personal skill, making his previous claim to technically true. The party can only stare in awe, realizing that Jink is far more capable than they had initially imagined. After Jink's display of power, a new group of adventurers known as Sacred Flame introduces themselves. Bogard and their leader Karen reveal. They watched Jink's performance the previous day. As they discuss his reliance on equipment, the realization hits them, and they are stunned to ask if Jink is truly an enchanter. Jink formally introduces himself to the members of the Sacred Flame Party, including Will, Karen, and Bogard. While maintaining a calm exterior, Jink secretly activates his ability to inspect their true levels and skills. He is taken aback by the sheer strength of the A-rank party, noting how disgustingly overpowered they are compared to average adventurers. Will analyzes Jink's gear using his equipment appraisal skill, noting that having all equipment enchanted at such a high level is nearly impossible for anyone other than an enchanter. He points out that Jink's gear is boosted with body reinforcement 8. Jink, realizing his secret is out, confirms that he is indeed an enchanter and wonders how Will manage to figure it out so quickly. The revelation that Jink is an enchanter sends a wave of shock through the nearby adventurers, who believed such individuals were non-existent on the continent. Undeterred by the commotion, the members of Sacred Flame ask Jink if he would be willing to take on enchantment commissions, promising fair compensation. Jink calmly acknowledges their request, stating that he is open to the idea, provided they meet his specific conditions. Jink explains his first condition for enchantment. The owner must provide a drop of blood to ensure the enchantment only benefits them and prevents the items from falling into the wrong hands. He then moves on to his second condition, informing the group that he intends to cross the border into the Kingdom of Qual once they arrive at Morbaberg. Jink sternly warns the members of the Sacred Flame Party that they must not disclose his ability to anyone until he arrives in the Kingdom of Qual, making it clear that this is a non-negotiable condition. Will and his companions from Qual readily accept his terms, noting that an enchanter visiting their country would be a major event. Jink remains humble regarding the payment, stating he is unfamiliar, whatever with market rates for his rare services, and will accept what they consider fair. Jink reveals a set of enchantment cards to the members of the Sacred Flame Party, detailing the powerful effects he can provide, including rare skills like alchemy and appraisal. The revelation leaves the party members, especially Will, in a state of complete shock as they struggle to comprehend the rarity of what Jink is offering. While Will excitedly grabs Jink's hands in disbelief, Jink maintains his composure, simply asking them for their final decision regarding his services. Jink presents the final results of his work to the Sacred Flame Party. He points out the various enhancements he has successfully applied, including increased swordsmanship for Bogard, etiquette and alchemy bonuses for Rin, and a magic bag for Dane, along with overall body reinforcement for their gear. The party members look on, clearly satisfied with the powerful upgrades Jink has provided. Jink finishes creating the final appraisal 3 cards but is clearly exhausted from the effort. As he gulps down several mana potions to replenish his reserves, the members of the Sacred Flame Party Rin, Bogard and Dane look on in concern, noting that he has already consumed quite a few. Jink assures them that he is fine, explaining that the process of enchanting is simply very demanding on his mana. Jink hands over the enchantment cards to the members of the Sacred Flame Party, instructing them to place a drop of their blood on the cards to finalize the process. Rine carefully pricks her finger and lets a drop fall onto the card, triggering a brilliant magical reaction. As the cards glow with power, Bogard and Rin express their awe at the impressive display of Jink's unique enchantment skill. Dane examines the enchanted card with amazement, noting its incredible utility. He asks Jink if it is possible to include information about aptitudes as well, offering to pay extra for the service. Jink explains that he omits aptitudes because they are too vague compared to skills, and mentions that some people lack them entirely. Jink then playfully adds that he would be happy to provide that information for a fee, though he admits he prefers not to help people he dislikes. After successfully enchanting their gear, Jink receives a generous payment from the Sacred Flame Party, noting that an A-rank party is indeed well off. As the group celebrates, Dane watches Jink closely, feeling that something is off. He voices his curiosity, questioning why someone as important as an enchanter would be traveling through the world without any guards to protect him. Jink pauses, preparing to address the inquiry. The members of the Sacred Flame Party are stunned when Jink reveals he was exiled. Rin and Dane react with shock, questioning if he is a villain, but Jink quickly denies it. He explains that he was alienated for not meeting the high expectations placed upon him, which fueled malicious rumors. Alec Thunder steps in to defend Jink, assuring the others that he is not a bad person and reminding them that he saved one of his men. Jink explains to the party that he keeps his rare enchantment ability hidden, even from his own family, fearing that revealing it would only make him a target for those with malicious intent. He admits that he struggles to trust others given his past. Understanding his position, the members of the Sacred Flame Party offer him a safe haven, inviting him to come to Qual where he would be protected. The members of the Sacred Flame Party decide to support Jink by helping him cross the border safely. Rin confirms with Karen that it is the right choice, noting that the border area is infested with monsters and Jink's presence would be a great help. Jink, feeling a sense of relief and gratitude, agrees to join them, looking forward to the trip. As they prepare to continue their journey, they note that their destination, Morbiberg, is only a short distance away. Jink arrives at the border city of Morbiberg, feeling a sense of security in his new surroundings. With the money he earned from his enchantment services safely in hand, he realizes that he has traveled far enough that his identity as an exiled noble is no longer a concern, allowing him to move forward with his journey in peace. Jink excitedly declares that it is shopping time, immediately gathering a large collection of practice materials and potions. He further requests the best weapons and equipment available in the shop. The shopkeeper watches in amazement at Jink's extravagant shopping style. Though he admits he cannot complain about the significant profit, Jink remains cheerful as he confirms he can afford the expensive gear he has selected. He explains to Milo that the equipment is intended as a gift for someone slightly smaller than him who specializes in using a spear. Understanding the request, Milo agrees to help him find the right items. Milo shows Jink the premium armor, crafted from red dragon leather and a sturdy sharp spear, boasting that his shop is the only one in town capable of sourcing such high-quality items. Seeing the large amount of gear, Milo asks if Jink needs help with delivery, but Jink gives a confident thumbs up that he has his own methods, explaining that he can simply use an item box enchantment to store all the supplies, no matter how small the container. Jink focuses his energy on the equipment laid out before him. Determined to ensure his younger brother Esther is well protected, he decides to apply the strongest enchantments he can muster, knowing he may not have another chance to send supplies soon. The next morning, on the outskirts of Morbiberg, Jink meets up with the Sacred Flame Party. Despite looking exhausted, Jink hands over the gift intended for his brother, Esther, to the group, trusting them to deliver it. He also presents them with appraisal cards and notes detailing their personal aptitudes. While the party is grateful, help, Jink modestly notes that he primarily created these items to gain experience for his enchantment skill, which has now reached level 12. With their business with Jink concluded, Alec Thunder and his party enthusiastically prepare to cross the border. The scene then transitions to the Nonland estate, where Neri is seen, questioning her master about the severity of a 50-day confinement sentence. Inside the Nonland estate, Duke Nonland stands over Esther, asserting that as the new heir, Esther must accept his position and put his past behind him, specifically by forgetting about Jink. Esther, looking lonely and dejected in his room, can only whisper his elder brother's name, highlighting the emotional toll of his new responsibilities. The scene shifts to a new chapter, as a man in a military uniform stands before Esther, who is perched in a high position. The man coldly addresses Esther, implying that he has been keeping track of his behavior while he was away, setting a tense tone for the start of the new chapter. Zane looms over Esther, coldly remarking that the boy has no intention of reflecting on his recent actions. Without warning, Zane delivers a brutal blow to Esther, sending him crashing into the furniture with a loud impact. Esther is left coughing and reeling from the sudden, aggressive assault. After striking Esther, Duke Nonland looms over him, forcing him to drink a potion. He coldly dictates the terms of Esther's punishment, sentencing him to 50 days of confinement in the annex beginning the day Jink leaves. Though he grants Esther permission to see his brother one final time, he issues a heartless ultimatum, stating that after that moment, Jink will no longer be his brother. Confined within the annex, Esther gazes out the window, his thoughts consumed by concern for his older brother. He imagines Jink wandering alone in the wilderness, yet his expression remains resolute. The scene shifts to the woods, where Jink is busy with his party, and back to Esther, who declares his unwavering faith that Jink will survive and successfully flee the country. The battlefield is chaotic as Jink and his companions, including Alec Thunder, Rin, and Bogard, clash with the orcs. With a powerful slash, Jink takes down an enemy, his focus unwavering. In the heat of the fight, he calls out to Esther, declaring that he is working hard to secure his future. In the heat of the forest skirmish, Bogard demonstrates his combat prowess. With a swift and precise motion, he slices through the orc general, effectively severing its head and bringing the creature down to the ground. The forest clearing is filled with the sounds of combat as Rin draws her bow, confidently remarking that the fight is too easy. Nearby, Bogard and the other adventurers continue to press their advantage, swiftly cutting down the goblins that swarm them. Jink stands his ground against the charging orc, calmly chanting his spell. With a swift motion, he casts Wind Cutter, sending a sharp gust of magical energy that slices through the enemy, forcing the orc back as the battle intensifies. After the battle, Jink reflects on his magical abilities, while Will reassures him about his potential to rank up through his enchanting skills. Meanwhile, Rin and Bogard join them, confirming that the remaining monsters have fled. The group observes that the area near the border is heavily infested with monsters, leading Jink to question how merchants or lower-ranked adventurers could possibly navigate such a treacherous path. As the party nears the border, Jink and Rin discuss the extreme dangers of the forest. Rin points out that the presence of powerful monsters like wyverns necessitates that only high-ranking adventurers or well-guarded merchant caravans travel through this region. Jink admits that encountering a wyvern would be terrifying, but Rin reassures him as they approach the border. The party finally arrives at the gates of Qualta, the border city. As they stand before the busy immigration checkpoint, Jink voices his anxiety about the rumors he has heard regarding the city's stance on expats, hoping that their entry will proceed without any complications. Bogard and Rin attempt to ease Jink's anxiety about the border crossing, explaining that their high ranks as adventurers carry significant social weight comparable to nobility. Despite their confidence, Jink expresses his desire to pass through the checkpoint without drawing any attention. As they reach the gate, a border guard directs them toward the commoner inspection line and demands to see their identification. Jink's attempt to pass through the checkpoint takes a turn for the worse when the guards recognize his name. As he calmly confirms his identity and his status as a commoner, the guards react with alarm. They immediately order him to follow them to the guardroom. Baffled by the impossible speed at which he reached the border from the capital, the border guards remain suspicious of Jink's arrival, questioning how he could have traveled from the capital so quickly. Rin and Bogard intervene, pointing out that Jink is simply following his orders to leave the country and suggesting he could have used a carriage. The guards are initially aggressive, but their attitude shifts to shock and indignation when they realize they are facing an srank adventurer, leading to a tense standoff between the party and the authorities. The tension at the border checkpoint reaches a breaking point as Karen unleashes her intimidating presence, threatening the guards and forcing them to scramble for their superior. Jink and Bogard try to calm her down, worried that the situation is spiraling out of control. Just as they attempt to regain composure, a man named Dane arrives, immediately identifying them as the renowned adventurer party, Sacred Flame. Dane calmly challenges the border guards, asserting that Jink has already been exiled and there is no legal reason to hold him. As Jink reflects on how much of a nuisance he has become, the guards persist in their hostility, slandering him with fabricated stories about his past, including a shocking accusation that he tried to poison his own father, Duke Nonland. Dane firmly defends Jink, explaining that he has traveled with him for days, without observing any suspicious behavior or temperament issues. He further clarifies that Jink's rapid arrival from the capital is entirely plausible given his unique abilities. Faced with Dane's authoritative stances, the border guards are forced to back down, though they remain visibly annoyed. They begrudgingly apologize for the delay and suggest that the group has used the confrontations to prevent similar confrontations, to which the party agrees. With the tense situation at the border checkpoint behind them, Jink and his party walk into the city of Quall. Relieved to have finally left his home country, Jink turns to thank Will and Karen for their crucial support during the inspection. Dane, walking alongside him, modestly dismisses the gratitude, claiming they were only reciprocating the help Jink had provided them. As they continue their conversation, Dane poses a serious question to Jink about how Rosalta would react if his rare ability as an enchanter were discovered. Jink acknowledges the danger, noting that they would likely try to capture him or even end his life. Seeing the dilemma, Dane offers a bold strategy. Jink should focus on ranking up in the local adventurer guild, and then publicly register his job as an enchanter to establish his own protection. Dane explains to Jink that by publicly registering his rare enchanter skill in Quall, he will gain the guild's protection and special treatment, effectively neutralizing any threats from Rosalta. Jink acknowledges that this is a sound strategy for his safety. With the plan set, the group, including Bogard and Rin, decides to head straight to the Adventurers Guild. Jink, Dane, Bogard, and Karen reach the bustling Adventurers Guild in the Quall branch. Before they head inside to begin the registration process, Jink hands Karen a bracelet he enchanted to enhance recovery magic, which she happily accepts. With the preparations settled, the group steps into the guild to secure Jink's future. The arrival of the party at the Adventurers Guild causes an immediate stir among the patrons, who are starstruck by the presence of Karen, The crowd whispers in awe of her beauty, but their admiration quickly turns to envy and confusion as they notice Jink walking alongside her. Ignoring the commotion, Dane steps forward to the reception desk, introducing their group as members of Sacred Flame and requesting that Jink be officially ranked up and have his Enchanter profession certified. Jink asks his companions for a more spacious area to unload his hunted goods. They move to the guild's inner courtyard, where Jink prepares to reveal the results of his recent battles. As he prepares to open a body bag, the guild staff members watch with skepticism, remarking on how typical it is for beginners to bring such items. Unaware of the scale of Jink's achievement, Jink casually empties his bag, spilling a mountain of monster parts onto the floor of the guild's inner courtyard. The guild staff members watch in absolute disbelief, struggling to comprehend that a single adventurer could have hunted so many monsters alone. Unfazed by their shock, Jink apologizes for the extra work, calmly mentioning that he still has 10 more bags of kobolds and slimes, plus the orcs that are still waiting to be dismantled. Jink nonchalantly empties his storage, dropping a mountain of orc corpses onto the ground with a series of loud thuds. The Sora stand frozen in complete shock, staring at the massive pile of monsters that Jink has brought in, while Jink smiles and asks them to take care of the appraisal. The Sora stare in disbelief, trembling at the sight of Jink's immense storage capacity. Rin and Dane look on, as Sora tallies up the staggering number of monsters Jink has subjugated, eventually announcing a total payout of 24 gold coins and 3 silver plates after deducting the dismantling fees. Jink is visibly ecstatic as he calculates his massive earnings, reminiscing about his past life as Jinkaro, where his savings were far more modest. Dane brings the focus back to business, noting it is time to discuss his advancement. Meanwhile, other adventurers like Bogard and will watch on, stunned by the sheer volume of monsters Jink managed to hunt. A guild representative informs Jink that he has earned enough points to reach Crank, but explains that he must first pass a formal rank-up test to proceed beyond Drank. Jink calmly asks for the details of the upcoming examination. Sora explains to Jink that as a swordsman, his rank-up test will involve a mock battle against an examiner and offers him the chance to take it immediately. Jink confidently agrees to the test. Sora then leads Jink toward the testing area while Dane and Rin follow behind, intending to watch his performance. Jink enters the guild's private arena, his arrival marked by a heavy echoing thud. As he stands in the center of the training ground, he is immediately spotted by Bogard and Will, who are watching from the stands. The two adventurers recognize him as the notorious outcast from Rosalta and express their skepticism, openly doubting that such a young, inexperienced-looking boy is a suitable opponent for the high-ranking Karen. Inside the private arena, Snow introduces himself as Snow, the branch manager. He draws his sword, signaling that he will be the one to test Jink's skills in the upcoming mock battle. Word of the unusual rank-up test has reached the other adventurers. Bogard and will discuss the rumors surrounding Jink, struggling to believe the claims that he single-handedly defeated hundreds of orcs. Intrigued by the fact that the branch manager, Snow, is personally acting as the examiner, they decide to head toward the arena to witness the spectacle for themselves. Inside the arena, Snow smiles confidently at Jink, expressing his excitement to test the young adventurer personally. He announces that to save time, the D&C rank examinations will be combined into a single match. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd murmurs in disbelief, convinced that Jink is outmatched by the powerful guild branch manager. Snow maintains a serious demeanor, cautioning Jink that he is taking the exam at his own risk should he sustain serious injuries. Suddenly, Karen calls out to Jink, enthusiastically promising to heal him if he gets hurt. Her supportive gesture immediately triggers a wave of envy among the other adventurers in the arena, with Bogard and Will expressing their intense jealousy and shouting for the guildmaster to defeat Jink. The tension in the arena reaches its peak as Esther signals the start of the match, shouting for the combatants to begin. Jink stands ready with his sword, waiting for an opening, but Snow remains composed, observing that Jink is holding back and not attacking first. Snow decides to take the initiative and prepares to strike, signaling the start of their intense exchange. Snow immediately takes the initiative, lunging at Jink with incredible speed. The suddenness of the attack catches Jink off guard, forcing him to scramble as Snow delivers a series of rapid strikes. Jink realizes in the heat of the moment that his opponent is far faster than he anticipated. The arena echoes with the sound of steel clashing against steel. Jink is forced into a defensive position, parrying Snow's swift and powerful strikes. Despite the pressure, Jink remains focused, attempting to counter the branch manager's aggressive assault as they continue their high-speed duel. The mock battle reaches a fever pitch as Snow unleashes a lightning-fast strike that forces Jink to react instantly. Jink narrowly avoids the blow, his expression showing the intensity of the moment. Meanwhile, the surrounding adventurers, including Bogard and Will, are invigorated by the display of power, cheering for the guildmaster nearby. Rin and Dane observe the fight with rapt attention, witnessing the sheer speed of the clash. The intensity of the duel remains high as Jink catches his breath, realizing that fighting a person is a vastly different experience than battling monsters. Snow, clearly impressed by the young adventurer's tenacity, remarks that most of his opponents usually give up within 3 minutes. He admits that it has been quite a while since he last encountered such spirited resistance, signaling that the guildmaster is beginning to take the match seriously. Deciding that he can no longer remain on the defensive, Jink lunges forward with a sudden dash, declaring his intent to take the initiative. He closes the distance rapidly, his sword swinging towards Snow, who remains composed and observant as the battle heats up. Jink lunges forward to take the initiative, but Snow remains composed, easily blocking the strike with a resounding clang. As they trade blows, Snow's status window appears, showcasing his formidable stats as the Qualta branch manager, including his level 160 and master-level swordsmanship. Jink struggles to find an opening, noting how Snow effortlessly controls the distance and counters his every move. Watching the exchange, Rin and Dane are amazed that Jink has managed to hold his own without taking a single hit, noting that he still shows no signs of exhaustion. From the stands, Rin expresses concern about Jink's endurance in such a high-level match, but Dane points out that Snow is human and also subject to fatigue. Meanwhile, Jink focuses intently on the arena floor. He realizes that despite Snow's skill and feints, the branch manager relies on orthodox swordsmanship patterns. Sensing that Snow's pride as a veteran is beginning to manifest in his movements, Jink identifies a critical opening and prepares to strike. Jink stands his ground against Snow, openly admitting that his base swordsmanship level is only 27, and that such a fight would normally be impossible. Snow, impressed by Jink's resilience, decides it is time to bring the match to an end. Undeterred, Jink readies himself, determined to prove that his enchanting skills can overcome the overwhelming difference in their combat stats. Ignoring the massive difference in their swordsmanship levels, Jink lunges forward without hesitation. He closes the distance between himself and Snow, determined to land a hit and turn the tide of the mock battle with his unique approach. Capitalizing on the opening he identified, Jink lunges forward with a decisive strike. His blade connects with Snow, catching the veteran examiner off guard and drawing blood. The sudden impact leaves Snow stunned, marking a pivotal moment in their sparring match. The arena falls into a tense silence as Snow, clutching his side where Jink's blade struck, stumbles and wobbles from the impact. Realizing he has been outplayed, Snow admits his defeat and formally announces that Jink Nonland has passed the test. Jink stands his ground, having successfully proven his worth against the veteran examiner. The arena is filled with murmurs of shock as the onlookers struggle to process that Jink has actually defeated the guildmaster. While Jink stands in the arena, the crowd questions how someone labeled a failure could achieve such a feat. Nearby, Karen rushes to assist the injured Snow, but he calmly declines her healing magic, insisting that a simple potion will suffice for his wound. The observers note that Snow is clearly shaken by his defeat to a lower-ranked opponent. Karen playfully grabs Jink to heal him in celebration of his victory, brushing off his confusion about his lack of major injuries. Nearby, the other adventurers, including Will and Rin, watch the scene unfold, with some onlookers expressing their amazement at Jink defeating the branch manager, while others like Bogard react with visible irritation. The arena is filled with noise, as the onlookers try to make sense of Jink's unexpected win. Will and his companions lean in, suspecting that Jink used a trick to overcome the branch manager. Jink explains that he simply reapplied enchantments to his equipment, leading the others to finally recall that he is an enchanter. They continue to press him for details about his actual swordsmanship level, debating whether his use of personal abilities in the match was fair. The atmosphere in the arena shifts from curiosity to pure shock as Dane steps forward to vouch for Jink. He reveals that Jink not only possesses the rare appraisal skill but is also a recognized member of Sacred Flame. As Jink displays his status card, the crowd is overwhelmed by the numbers. Realizing that Jink is the 4th person in the world to possess such an extraordinary ability, the onlookers can hardly believe their eyes, labeling Jink a monster for his hidden potential. Following the revelation of his rare abilities, Jink humbly credits his victory to his enchantments rather than raw strength. Snow, impressed and humbled by the match, officially recognizes Jink's status as both an enchanter and an appraiser. As the tension fades, Snow acknowledges that he needs to work harder, while Jink returns to his relaxed demeanor. Jink cheers in excitement as he is told he has been promoted to Crank. However, his celebration is interrupted when Dane steps in to clarify the situation. Dane explains that the promotion is only temporary because according to guild regulations, enchanters are automatically granted Rank status. Dane continues to clarify the situation to a bewildered Jink, explaining that the temporary rank is a necessary safeguard. He points out that because rare job holders are considered irreplaceable national resources, the government would otherwise force an excessive number of bodyguards upon them for protection. Jink, imagining the suffocating aspect of being constantly surrounded by guards, can only mutter that such a situation would be terrible. Will explains to Jink that the combat rating was a necessary step to ensure his rare abilities are properly acknowledged by the guild. Jink, feeling the weight of the situation, looks at Will and asks why he is putting so much effort into helping him. Will looks at Jink with genuine interest and anticipation, telling him that he wants to witness the comeback act story Jink is destined to write. He acknowledges the incredible potential of Jink's dual skills in enchanting and appraisal, confidently stating that with such power, Jink could even reach the legendarious rank. Will continues to encourage Jink, explaining that reaching the prestigious rank would make him an independent power free from the control of any authority. As Jink looks toward the horizon, he contemplates his difficult past, the slander, false charges, and his exile from Rosalta. Clenching his fist, Jink finds the resolve to move forward, determined to change his fate and embrace this new path. Jink stands tall, his eyes burning with newfound resolve. Rejecting the shadows of his past in Rosalta, he embraces the challenge of climbing to the prestigious rank. With his fist clenched and his spirit ignited, Jink vows to blow away all obstacles using the power of his enchantments. As the carriage and its escort continue their journey through the forest, Jink is completely absorbed in his work. He sits quietly, pen in hand, carefully writing in his notebook, as he contemplates the correct formula to solve a difficult problem. The peaceful travel is shattered as a pack of kobolds launches a surprise attack on the carriage. Alec Thunder quickly rallies the party, shouting orders to protect the vehicle and ensure Jink's safety. Amidst the chaos of the skirmish, Jink keeps his composure, mentally preparing for the entrance exam that is only half a month away. The battle against the kobolds intensifies as Alec Thunder and his companions fight to protect the carriage. Seeing the chaos, Jink decides to intervene, declaring his intention to use the situation to test his strength water magic aptitude. He steps forward, ready to unleash his power against the encroaching enemies. Jink steps into the fray and unleashes his strength water magic, conjuring a large sphere of water. He shouts, "Eat this, water ball!" and launches the projectile at the kobolds. The attack hits its mark with a loud splash, leaving the enemies completely soaked and caught off guard by the sudden magical assault. Jink finds himself in a tight spot as the kobolds close in. Realizing his initial attempt at magic was flawed, he quickly regains his composure, reminding himself to concentrate on his training. Determined to improve his offensive capabilities, he focuses on manipulating his water magic, aiming to increase its density and speed to strike with the force of a lead ball rather than just simple water. Jink concentrates his intent, channeling his magic into a dense, fast-moving projectile. With a shout, he launches the water ball, which slams into the kobolds with a resounding force, proving the effectiveness of his refined technique. The battlefield erupts as Jink's high-velocity water ball strikes, leaving the kobolds reeling. Seeing their chance, Alec Thunder and the rest of the party charge forward, shouting to push through the enemy lines. The kobolds, clearly shaken by the sudden assault, begin to flinch and lose their formation, allowing the adventurers to take control of the skirmish. After the encounter with the kobolds, Jink clarifies that his water magic is a natural aptitude, though Alec Thunder remains curious if he incorporated any enchantment techniques. Alec apologizes for the interruption to Jink's travel plans, noting that they are supposed to be protecting him. Jink dismisses the concern with the journey, explaining for his actively using the journey to study and train for his upcoming entrance exam in the capital, while acknowledging the need to be careful with his aim to avoid friendly fire. The scene shifts to a flashback occurring 2 weeks earlier, shortly after the rank-up test. Jink and his party arrive in front of a grand estate, identified as Count Brand's mansion, where they plan to stay for the night. Bogard meets them there, confirming to Jink that he has successfully taken care of the matters they had previously discussed. While walking through the mansion, Jink expresses slight hesitation about meeting a noble, but Bogard puts his mind at ease, explaining that Count Brand is a member of the populist faction who distances himself from snobbish aristocrats and has been a helpful mentor to Bogard in the past. Meanwhile, a maid guides Jink and his companions through the corridor, announcing their arrival to the Count. Jink is formally introduced to Count Nicholas Brand, who greets him with a welcoming gesture. The Count introduces himself as the noble of the Kingdom of Qual and expresses his pleasure at meeting Jink. Jink responds with humility, noting that despite his rank status, he remains inexperienced, and he asks the Count to simply address him by his name. After the formal introductions, Count Nicholas Brand gestures toward the spread of food, warmly inviting Jink and his companions to eat. Jink and his party members, including Rin and Dane, respond with appreciation as they settle in for the meal at the Count's table. As Jink enjoys the lavish dinner at the mansion, he notes his excitement for the fresh food after a long time of eating preserved rations. Count Nicholas Brand takes the opportunity to ask Jink about his future plans, now that he has safely escaped Rosalta. Jink candidly explains that he had initially intended to travel through the kingdom of Qual to rank up as an adventurer, before eventually moving on to settle in the kingdom of Yamato. As the dinner continues, Jink reflects on his unexpectedly fast promotion to Srank, noting that he is only 14 and still plans to enroll in the Yamato Royal Account. Nicholas Brand listens intently, suggesting that Jink's new status is sufficient protection against any interference from Rosalta. However, Jink remains firm in his decision, expressing that he does not want to be confined to one location and wishes to see more of the world. Count Nicholas Brand listens to Jink's desire to experience more of the world and suggests an alternative: the capital city of Qualarut. He points out that the highly prestigious Qual Royal Academy is located there. While acknowledging that the academy is notoriously difficult to enter, the Count encourages Jink, believing that his wit and talent make him more than capable of succeeding. Continuing their discussion, Count Nicholas Brand brings up the dungeon city of Gamel as a prime location for Jink to further his adventuring career. He explains that the city is uniquely constructed directly atop Qual's largest dungeon, a formidable structure spanning over 80 floors. Jink listens intently, recognizing the name of the famous city. Rhine describes the perilous nature of the Gamel dungeon, noting that its depths are unexplored and filled with endless waves of monsters. Her words ignite Jink's adventurous spirit, though she reminds him that gaining entry to the Royal Academy requires rigorous study. Jink remains unfazed, suggesting he can balance his academic preparation with his travels, prompting a playful remark from Rin about his dedication. Count Nicholas Brand continues to show his support for Jink, promising to arrange an escort party and offering his main estate in the capital as a place for Jink to stay, and study assures Jink that he can use his name to resolve any potential issues. When Jink expresses hesitation at receiving such significant help, the Count warmly explains that he hopes this opportunity will allow Jink to befriend his own son, who is currently studying for the same entrance exam. Overwhelmed by the Count's kindness, Jink finds himself reflecting on his past life as Jinkaro, a time when he felt numb and accustomed to a monotonous existence. He realizes that his new life has reawakened his passions and curiosity. With a newfound sense of purpose, Jink thanks the Count and firmly declares that he is finished with wasting his time, ready to embrace the path ahead. The atmosphere is warm as the group prepares to go their separate ways. Will, Bogard, Rin, and Karen share a final moment of camaraderie with Jink, expressing their gratitude for the time spent together. They discuss their upcoming plans, with Will mentioning their return to Rosalta and their eventual journey to Qualarut, while Bogard and Karen offer hopeful words about meeting again in the future, wishing everyone safe travels. The journey continues as Jink travels by carriage. Reflecting on the ease of their trip, Jink realizes that his old habits from his previous life as a corporate worker are the true reason for their smooth progress. His deeply ingrained work ethic keeps him focused and prepared even in this new world. Jink's dedication to his studies remains unwavering. Even while staying at the estate of nobles from the populist faction, he keeps his nose in his books. His commitment persists during the journey as well. Even after intense monster hunting sessions on the road, Jink spends his time by the campfire focused on his studies, muttering to himself as he reads. Jink's journey reaches a milestone as he arrives at the gates of Qualarut. Throughout the trip, he has been busy crafting enchanted items and status cards as tokens of appreciation for his escort party, the Golden Spear. As the carriage approaches the city entrance, a guard calls out to Jink, requesting him to step down for the mandatory inspection. Despite the transition and the arrival, Jink remains completely absorbed in his books, continuing to study with unwavering dedication. Upon arriving at the gates of Qualarut, Jink is immediately overwhelmed by the massive scale of the city walls, which dwarf those of Rosalta. His excitement is palpable as he expresses a strong desire to explore. But Alec Thunder quickly intervenes, reminding him of the importance of discretion. Alec insists that they head straight to Count Brand's estate to avoid any trouble, as the safety of their charge is paramount. Jink reluctantly agrees, settling into the carriage. As they continue their journey into the city, upon reaching the grand main residence of Count Brand's estate, Jink is greeted by Maria, the Count's wife, and their son, Chris. As they formally welcome him, Jink expresses his gratitude for their hospitality, while preparing to stay there until his academy entrance exam. He humbly insists that they refer to him simply as Jink, finding the title of Lord to be unnecessarily formal and stuffy. Chris is eager to give Jink a tour of the estate, but Jink's body finally gives out. Reflecting on his past life as Jinkaro, Jink realizes that his corporate drone mindset has left him with a dangerous blind spot. He never notices when he has completely run out of stamina. As he collapses to the floor, Chris and Maria look on in alarm, completely caught off guard by his sudden loss of consciousness. Inside the Qual royal palace, the king is informed by an official that an enchanter has arrived in the country. The official confirms that, according to the populist faction, this individual plans to enroll in the Royal Academy. Hearing this, the king ponders Jink's potential and caliber as a person, clearly intrigued by the arrival of such a rare talent. Jink lies on the floor, completely drained of energy. As he drifts in and out of consciousness, his status window manifests, revealing his impressive stats and the fact that he has reached the maximum level in appraisal. Meanwhile, Chris and the panicked maid scramble to get help, calling for a doctor to attend to the unconscious Jink. The scene shifts to the Grand Hall of the Qual Royal Academy, where numerous students are gathered for the Magic Department entrance exam. Jink sits among the examinees, holding his test paper with a composed expression as the proctor announces the start of the test. This marks the beginning of Cha 7, focusing on Jink's efforts to secure his place at the academy. Jink sits at his desk, calmly working through the writ exam. He reflects on how the difficulty level of this world's academy entrance test pales in comparison to the high school entrance exams he faced in Japan, having studied until he collapsed, noting that they resemble the practicums he had previously worked on. Confident in his preparation, Jink shifts his focus to the practical exam, which he identifies as the true deciding factor for his admission. The written exam is officially over, and the atmosphere shifts as the practical exam begins. The examiners instruct the students to showcase their most confident magic, noting that they will be evaluated on type, rarity, and power. Suddenly, Jink is called by his number and title, Rank Adventurer, Lord Jink, causing him and the other examinees to react with surprise at the formal address. Jink walks confidently toward the center of the exam hall, ignoring the murmurs of the other students who are shocked by his Rank Adventurer status. He wonders how the examiners will judge his unique skills as an enchanter. Meanwhile, he focuses his appraisal ability on an elderly man named Dusty Penums, who is. As the status window reveals the examiner's details, Jink silently observes the process, curious about the Academy's evaluation methods. Dusty Penum reviews the appraisal results, identifying Jink's specialization in water and recovery magic, both of which are enhanced by his unique enchantment abilities. Jink, feeling slightly uneasy about being the subject of such scrutiny, admits it is an odd feeling to be on the receiving end of an appraisal. Dusty Penum remains professional and directs Jink to proceed with the practical demonstration of his skills. Jink initiates the practical portion of the exam with confidence. He focuses his energy and conjures a water ball, demonstrating his control over water magic, as the surrounding students look on in anticipation. The practical exam concludes with the testing ground, left completely flooded by Jink's powerful water magic. While other students approach him with admiration for his impressive display, Jink remains focused on the consequences of his actions. He worries about potential point deductions for the mess he made. But more importantly, he recognizes that Marquis Dusty Penum's high status means his secret abilities will soon reach the ears of the king. Inside the royal palace, Dusty Penum stands before King Normal Qual to deliver his report on the recent entrance exam. He confirms that Jink is not only a skilled enchanter but also highly proficient in swordsmanship and body reinforcement. Upon hearing that Jink also possesses an extra large item box, King Normal Qual finds the information particularly intriguing. While Jink's internal monologue reveals his concern that news of his abilities might reach Rosalta sooner than he anticipated. Inside the royal palace, King Normal Qual and his council are in an uproar over Jink's performance. The advisors are amazed by his near-perfect written exam score, declaring him a prodigy who is sure to top the Magic Department rankings. Dusty Penum urges the king to recruit Jink at any cost, but the king, while acknowledging Jink's brilliance, pauses to consider what kind of person he truly is. As the king and his advisors express fear that Jink might be a dangerous villain who attempted to poison his own father, Dusty Penum steps in to provide clarity. He reassures them that his appraisal of Jink revealed no criminal titles. Furthermore, Penum points out that Jink's low skill in swordsmanship, combined with his status as an outcast, strongly suggests that he was unjustly exiled by Rosalta based on fabricated accusations. The advisors continue to analyze Jink's background, warning King Normal Qual that Jink might harbor deep resentment toward nobles and authority figures due to his unjust exile from Rosalta, the king. Having processed the information about Jink's rare enchantment abilities and the political oversight of his former country, remains composed. He acknowledges the situation and decisively commands his subordinates to prepare an audience, signaling his intent to personally engage with the talented young man. King Normal Qual stands before his court, firmly declaring that Jink is now under the royal protection of Quall, emphasizing that they will not exploit his talents for personal gain. The scene then shifts to a few days later, where Jink and Chris are happily celebrating their results. Jink secured first place in the entrance exam, while Chris took second, and both are thrilled to have been accepted as first-class students. Chris brings up the news that the king will soon invite Jink for an audience, noting that Jink lacks proper formal attire. Jink explains that he had to sell his fancy clothes after being stripped of his noble status and fleeing his home. However, he reveals that he has earned enough money by creating Overpowered cards that nobles decide to head into the city to go shopping, with Jink also planning to find a new residence, to Seinen, to serve as a base for his future dungeon explorations. Jink arrives at the Quall Slave Trading Company, looking to secure human resources for his upcoming projects. The slave trader gestures toward a group of people standing in the room, informing Jink that these are the last 10 individuals available for purchase. Jink observes the group of slaves, feeling a lingering sense of unease despite the local customs. He expresses his desire to find someone with at least a brank aptitude, initially fearing that no one meets his criteria. However, as he focuses his ability on the last individual, a young girl standing before him, he realizes he has found a true jackpot. Jink finds himself in a state of bewilderment as Neri, a maid, rushes to his side. She explains that he had collapsed before the crown prince and delivers the devastating news that he has been dismissed from his duties and sentenced to exile. While Neri is overcome with grief, Jink is left reeling, trying to make sense of his surroundings and his new identity amidst the chaos. Jink stands before the Lena, initiating his enchantment process. As he touches her, a powerful magical circle glows beneath their feet, and a mysterious crest manifests on the girl's chest. The slave trader looks on, stunned by the sudden display of power. Jink pieces together his new identity as the 14-year-old heir of Duke Nonland. He remembers his role as a follower of the crown Prince of Rosalta and the humiliating moment he was banished from the prince's presence. Reflecting on his past behavior, Jink realizes that his lack of talent in the family's signature skills pyramid him down a path of delinquency and poor conduct. Lena sits before Jink, calmly explaining that her parents were poor farmers who sold her to reduce the number of mouths to feed during a harsh winter. While she notes that such stories are not uncommon, Jink struggles to process the weight of her experience. Lena then reveals the haunting final words her father said to her. Finally, Daddy can relax. Moved by the revelation of Linus' abandonment, Jink decides to put an end to the heavy conversation. He shifts his demeanor, addressing the girl whom he calls Nina with a series of 5 non-negotiable commands. He demands absolute obedience, honesty, and loyalty, ensuring that she will not cause him harm, leak his secrets, or act against his interests. Jink continues to set the tone for their new arrangement, telling Lena that he has no intention of working her to the bone and will grant her a degree of freedom as long as she adheres to his orders. He encourages her to communicate openly and promises not to punish her for minor mistakes. Taking him up on his offer, Lena asks a blunt question about whether he expects her to perform nighttime services, revealing her awareness of the typical expectations for a slave, despite her lack of experience. Jink is caught off guard and flustered by the conversation, quickly trying to dismiss the idea of nighttime service as. However, the tension rises as Lena breaks down, revealing her deep-seated insecurities. She confesses that she cannot perform manual labor, nor can she read or write, recounting the painful memory of her family calling her useless before selling her off. Jink presents an potion to Lena, intending to heal the scars on her face, since standard potions cannot repair such tissue. Lena is overwhelmed and protests, insisting that such a valuable item is far too good for a slave like her. Unmoved by her hesitation, Jink reminds her of his first order, commanding her to use the potion without further argument. Jink explains to Lena that he possesses the unique ability to appraise the talents and skills of others. He points out that she holds great value, specifically highlighting her outstanding talent for cooking. As he displays her status screen, he encourages her by noting that while her current skills may seem modest, she possesses immense potential for growth, effectively challenging her belief that she is useless. Jink gently tells Lena that after she is healed, they will wash her up and get her some new clothes. He explains that he has goals he wants to achieve and that he needs her help to accomplish them. Lena, still struggling with her insecurities, asks if she can truly be helpful, to which Jink responds with unwavering confidence, declaring that his judgment is never wrong. Overwhelmed by Jink's genuine care, Lena tears up and expresses her heartfelt gratitude to her master. In a different location, Jink receives praise for his decision to help the girl, as his companions note how quickly she has mastered cooking. The conversation shifts to a light-hearted moment when Jink is teased about his own appearance, leaving him visibly flustered. Lena beams with pride as she holds out a jar of cookies she baked, eager for Jink to taste them. Jink, currently focused on his financial goals and the need to acquire more slaves, shifts the conversation to ask Chris for advice on finding a slave with combat expertise. While Jink remains preoccupied with his search, he acknowledges Lena's efforts, promising to try her cookies later. The narrative transitions to a grim, stone-walled cell, where a muscular man with light hair sits shackled in chains. The dialogue reveals that this location is the criminal slave sales office, a place known for housing violent individuals, hinting at the source where Jink might acquire the combat-ready slave he is looking for. Standing outside the Qual Royal Academy student dormitories, Jink reflects on the limitations of his current living space, noting that it would be too cramped to accommodate Nina and his other servants. As he prepares for an upcoming audience with the king, he worries about his mounting expenses and reaffirms his urgent need to save money and secure a combat-specialized slave to assist him. Jink arrives at the academy grounds and is immediately greeted by Chris, who asks if he is ready for the first day of classes. Jink explains that while first-class students have more flexibility with their attendance, he feels obligated to show up to maintain his standing as the top of his class. Meanwhile, conversation draws the attention of nearby female students who are buzzing with excitement over the arrival of the new first-class student, gossiping about his rumored srank adventurer status and his looks. Jink and Chris navigate the academy halls, drawing significant attention from the Sira, who openly discuss his appeal and potential as a partner. Chris teases Jink about his newfound popularity, but Jink remains dismissive and slightly annoyed by the attention, noting that the harsh treatment he endured in Rosalta now feels like a distant, surreal memory compared to his current reality. Jink remains unimpressed by the attention from the Sira, telling Chris that they are only interested in his status and would likely drain his finances if given the chance. He identifies them as daughters of low-ranking nobles, speculating that their behavior stems from a desperate need to secure their futures. Unmoved by their advances, Jink asserts that they should focus on hunting monsters or utilizing their magic to earn his success, rather than trying to leech off his success. While Jink is still processing his surroundings, a blonde girl in a school uniform approaches him with a polite greeting. She introduces herself as Najenda Qual, a first-class student from the Statecraft department who placed second in the entrance exam. Jink is stunned to discover that she is none other than the first princess, Najenda Qual, leaving him completely shocked by her royal identity. The atmosphere at the academy is tense as students realize they are in the presence of royalty. Najenda Qual brushes off Jink's formal behavior, expressing a desire for a more casual relationship. Jink explains that his life as an adventurer will keep him busy and away from the academy for long stretches. Najenda remains composed, noting that she must balance her studies with assisting her father in governing. Jink silently admires her work ethic, while elsewhere, a transaction involving Lord Brogy takes place. Lord Brogy corners a younger student, aggressively demanding payment and mocking the insufficient amount provided. As he squeezes the student's shoulder, other students watch from a distance, identifying the bully as the heir to Duke Ranzel, and recalling his history of using his family's influence to dominate others since their time at the junior academy. As students whisper about Lord Brogy's history of using his father's influence to escape consequences for his bullying, the Lord Brogy himself steps forward to interrupt Jink and Princess Najenda Qual with a mocking laugh. Lord Brogy claims he was merely chatting with his friend before turning his arrogant attention toward Jink. He acknowledges the princess's presence with feigned politeness, then demands that she step aside so he can speak with Jink directly. Lord Brogy continues his arrogant display, demanding that Jink enter his family's service to utilize his Srank ability, dismissively calling him a commoner and a chess piece. The sight of Brogy's behavior triggers a dark memory for Jink, who sees the resemblance to the people who mistreated him in the past. As Brogy reaches out, Jink snaps and forcefully slaps his hand away, coldly telling him not to touch him. Refusing to be intimidated by Lord Brogy's demands, Jink delivers a swift, powerful punch to Brogy's face. The sudden retaliation catches the bully off guard, sending him staggering back as Brogy recovers and begins to threaten Jink for his insolence. Jink stands his ground, coolly revealing that he is quite skilled at boxing in his spare time, effectively shutting down Brogy's attempt to dominate the situation. Jink looms over a stunned and bleeding Lord Brogy, who is reeling from the sudden punch, with a calm and authoritative demeanor. Jink reminds the bully that his past tactics from the junior academy will not work here. He explains that in the senior academy, the hierarchy is defined by student class rather than family background, effectively stripping Lord Brogy of his usual leverage. As the surrounding students murmur in shock, Jink turns away, signaling the end of the confrontation. After the tension of the previous encounter, Jink and Princess Najenda Qual walk together, discussing the situation. The princess apologized for the unpleasant scene and pivots to inviting Jink to an audience with her father. Jink expresses hesitation due to his lack of formal clothing, explaining his current frugal lifestyle as an adventurer. However, the princess kindly reassures him that his usual attire is perfectly fine for the occasion, prompting Jink to agree to attend, noting that he will at least update his cloak. A few days after receiving the invitation, Jink arrives at the royal palace to meet with King Normal Qual. Kneeling before the throne, Jink shows his respect, but the king graciously tells him to raise his head. The king expresses his pleasure at meeting Jink, and notes that the kingdom's nobles have been frequently seeking his appraisal services during his travels. Jink remains humble, insisting that such praise is wasted on him, while the king expresses his hope that Jink will continue to assist the kingdom with his unique enchantment and appraisal skills in the future. Jink feels a sense of accomplishment now that his enchanting work has received official recognition from the king. However, the atmosphere shifts when King Normal Qual brings up the recent dispute between Jink and Lord Ranzel. The king gently questions whether Jink acted too impulsively during the confrontation. Jink, reflecting on the situation, admits that his reaction was influenced by his history with individuals who share the same arrogant nature as Brogy. Jink stands firm in his convictions, explaining to King Normal Qual who abuse their authority to satisfy their own selfish desires as they only bring misery to others. While acknowledging that his reaction toward Lord Brogy was rash and stating his willingness to accept any punishment, Jink remains resolute. King Normal Qual then reveals that the confrontation was actually a test, assuring Jink that both he and Princess Najenda had no intention of holding the matter against him. King Normal Qual commends Jink for his honorable use of his enchantment powers and his top-tier performance in the academic exams. As a reward for his contributions, the king offers to grant Jink a wish. Jink takes a moment to consider before boldly requesting official permission to acquire slaves from the criminal slave sales office, leaving the king visibly taken aback by the unexpected request. Jink kneels before King Normal Qual, explaining that his request to purchase slaves is a strategic move to secure resources for exploring Gamel's labyrinth. When the king asks why he prefers slaves over regular servants or adventurers, Jink candidly admits his fear of being assassinated by spies from Rosalta, highlighting his need for absolute security. King Normal Qual commends Jink for his pragmatic approach, noting that the rumors of his wisdom are well-founded and expressing his hope for a long-lasting alliance. Shortly after, Jink arrives at the gates of the criminal slave sales office. Accompanied by a guard, he steps inside with a sense of anticipation, hopeful that he will find a reliable individual to join his party for the dangerous journey into Gamel's labyrinth. As they are led deeper into the facility by the guards, the atmosphere becomes increasingly oppressive. Neri clings to Jink, clearly shaken by the sight and sounds of the prisoners behind the bars. Jink, unfazed, calmly notes that he had warned her about the grim reality of the slave office, maintaining that the experience is necessary. Neri, clearly shaken by the dark atmosphere of the slaves, asks Jink if he is afraid. Jink calmly replies that he is accustomed to such places. As they pass the cages, the slave trader attempts to solicit Jink, offering him a choice of female slaves and making a vulgar comment about his own intentions. Jink, though maintaining his composure, is deeply repulsed by the situation, feeling physically sickened by the cruelty he is witnessing. While surveying the slaves, Jink is struck by the hidden potential of a prisoner named Ian. A status window reveals Ian's high aptitude and skills, leading Jink to express a strong interest in speaking with him. The guard accompanying them immediately complies, ordering the chained man to get up. Jink probes into Ian's background, asking about the murder charge that landed him in the slave facility. Ian explains his tragic history as the eldest son of a wealthy merchant, revealing that he was forced to kill his second wife in self-defense after she plotted. The nature of the act, but the conversation is interrupted by the realization of immense value. Neri is left stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, as she calculates that the asking price of 53 platinum coins is equivalent to 53 million. Jink is deep in thought, calculating the number of appraisal cards he would need to craft to afford Enion without draining his funds for living expenses and equipment. The guard explains that despite Enion's impressive stats, his criminal record as a murderer makes him untouchable to most buyers. Enion adds that his father attempted to buy him back, but the slave facility charges 10 times the price for family members, making it an impossible sum for them to pay. Hyan continues to express his deep sense of shame, stating that he no longer has the face to meet his family. Observing the interaction, Neri turns to Jink and reassures him that she does not find Ian to be a scary person, despite his circumstances. Moved by the situation and seeing the potential in the prisoner, Jink firmly declares to Ian that he will buy him, despite the high cost. The narrative then transitions to an exterior shot of a grand mansion, with Jink reflecting on the unexpected gift he received from the king. Chris shares that he has received more requests for appraisal cards through their network, noting the influence of his mother's connections with the royal family. Meanwhile, Nina is shown diligently working on her skills, balancing her studies with culinary practice as she presents a freshly prepared orc meat dish. In the grounds of his new mansion, Jink watches as Ian demonstrates his combat prowess, skillfully combining wind magic with his swordsmanship. Jink is impressed by how quickly Ian is fulfilling the potential he saw in his stats, though he notices and often appears lost in deep thought. Determined to help his companion, Jink decides to check on him during their planned outing to the market, calling out to Ian to prepare for their departure. Jink and Ian walk together through the bustling town streets, unaware that they are being watched. From the cover of a nearby alleyway, a mysterious hooded figure keeps a close eye on them, their presence hidden in the shadows as the pair continues their journey. Jink and Ian are busy gathering supplies in the town market, with Ian carrying the boxes as instructed. Sensing that Ian is still troubled and distracted, Jink stops to give him a stern lecture on the importance of focus, warning him that carelessness could lead to a party wipeout. Suddenly, Ian snaps and shouts in frustration, leaving Jink momentarily confused by his outburst. The confrontation escalates as a young boy identified as Ash steps forward to challenge Jink wielding a spear. Ash aggressively demands that Jink set him free immediately. Jink, surprised to learn that the boy is Ian's younger brother, quickly appraises him. He finds Ash's stats to be quite poor, even noting the boy's ironic title, Ian's Leftovers. As he prepares to deal with the unexpected interruption, Jink remains composed as he warns Ash that he has foolishly challenged an rank adventurer in public. While the crowd murmurs around them, Jink internally laments the boy's lack of common sense, especially considering the high price he paid for Ian. As the tension escalates, Ian speaks up, addressing Jink directly. The situation escalates as Ian, fearing for his brother's safety, drops to his knees and begs Jink to forgive the rash boy. Ash is shocked and deeply upset, shouting at Ian to stand up and not bow to someone like Jink. As the townspeople gather around, whispering and gossiping about the scene, Jink stands there, feeling increasingly awkward as he realizes he is being cast as the villain in this public confrontation. Ash continues to lash out, declaring that Ian being branded as a slave is completely unforgivable. He confronts Jink with the heavy truth that he killed his own stepmother, who is also Jink's mother, and demands to know why Jink doesn't hate him for it. Ash admits that he deeply misses his brother, whom he always looked up to as smarter and cooler than himself. Even as he expresses his burning desire to strike Jink for his current actions, Ash continues to vent his anger, lamenting that despite his father's efforts to raise the money to free Ian, a stranger like Jink simply stepped in and purchased him instead. Seeing no other way to resolve the boy's irrational demands, Jink decides to accept the challenge. He draws his sword, telling Ian that while his brother's complaints make little sense, he will humor the boy as an opponent to provide him with some peace of mind. Accepting the challenge, Ash lunges forward with his spear, shouting for Jink to bring it on. Jink remains composed as he prepares to counter the boy's impulsive attack, while Ian looks on in distress, calling out to his master. The street becomes a battlefield as Ash aggressively thrusts his spear at Jink's. The sound of clashing weapons fills the air with repeated thwacks. Jink remains composed, effortlessly parrying the boy's frantic strikes. Ash, realizing his attacks are being completely neutralized, is left stunned and cursing in frustration as the momentum of the fight shifts entirely in Jink's favor. The duel continues as Ash lunges forward with his spear, but Jink remains calm and composed. With a swift movement, Jink deflects the strike, rendering Ash's aggressive assault completely ineffective and leaving the boy visibly shocked. After effortlessly parrying the attack and disarming Ash, Jink calmly asks if the young man wants to continue the fight. Before Ash can react, guards in uniform suddenly appear and pin him to the ground. Jink recognizes them as members of the guild, while the guards confirm that they were alerted to the scene by the concerned townspeople. The guild guards formally request that Jink accompany them to the guild for a hearing regarding the recent incident. Jink calmly agrees, noting that he will join them as soon as he finishes putting away his luggage. Meanwhile, at the mansion, Esther suddenly arrives, calling out for his master. Nina is in a state of panic, sobbing uncontrollably as she tries to hold Ian back. She cries out that Ian is going to die if he keeps going, leaving others confused about the situation. Despite her desperate pleas, Ian remains focused on the door, pounding against it with all his might in a frantic attempt to get through. Consumed by despair, tries to end his life with a blade, shouting that his death should serve as payment for his family's dishonor. Esther, panicked by the sudden turn of events, lunges at him and struggles to disarm him, screaming that he cannot allow Ian to die, because it would mean losing his $53 million investment. Esther stands over a defeated and panting Ian, who is still kneeling on the floor after his failed suicide attempt. Dismissing Ian's desperate plea for punishment, Esther declares that they will be heading to the dungeon city of Gamel starting tomorrow. He makes it clear that Ian will be working under him as everything from a guard to an errand boy, promising that the labor will be so intense it would make a sweatshop look like a daycare. Ian, overwhelmed by Esther's intervention, tearfully vows to work himself to the bone to repay his debt. Esther calmly reminds him that his survival is more valuable than his death, as he had purchased him for a reason. Meanwhile, Nina, witnessing the turn of events, cries out in relief. Esther gently reassures her, telling her that Ian is already forgiven. Jink reassures the guild staff that his stepbrother will be fine after serving time in the isolation cell. As they talk, the conversation shifts to family and Jink reflects on his own younger brother Esther, noting that Esther is actually the more capable one of the two. Jink gazes into the distance, his thoughts drifting toward his brother as he expresses a quiet hope for his well-being. Meanwhile, Neri and Dane observe him from another part of the room, with Neri gently suggesting that he should eat something. Esther sits at the bedside of a woman named Elza, holding her hand to offer comfort. Seeing her concern, he offers a gentle smile and reassures her that his elder brother Jink is perfectly fine. Esther attempts to visit Elza, his former wet nurse, but is stopped by a butler who insists he return to the annex. Despite Esther's argument that he is still on the property and his father is away, the butler remains firm, ordering him to stay put and disparagingly referring to Jink as an outcast that Esther continues to worry about. The butler sneers at Esther, insisting that he should simply forget about Jink, whom he dismissively labels a petty criminal. He suggests that Esther must be bored, now that his target for harassment is gone. Esther, walking away, retorts that while the family elders likely ordered the mistreatment, the acts themselves, like hiding Jink's belongings or putting tacks in his shoes, were incredibly petty. The butler simply scoffs in response. As Esther continues to think about his brother, he recalls the past when he would secretly watch a young Jink training diligently with a spear. Inspired by Jink's dedication to living up to the family name, Esther began his own training. He reflects with frustration on how the townspeople unfairly labeled Jink as an outcast, firmly believing that they know nothing of the hard work and talent his brother truly possessed. Esther looks back on his childhood, admitting that he eventually became more skilled with the spear than his brother Jink. He remembers how their early practice sessions, which started as simple play, became a recurring trial forced upon them by their grandfather. Despite the pressure, Jink remained supportive, acknowledging Esther's sharp and decisive fighting style while asking for his brother's honest feedback on his own performance. Esther recalls asking Jink for advice during their training, reflecting on his brother's gentle nature. Even though Jink must have felt humiliated by losing to him, he never showed anger and continued to treat Esther with the same closeness as before. However, Esther realizes that this moment was the start of a downward spiral, as Jink's circumstances within the family changed entirely from that day forward. Esther is consumed by guilt as he realizes that his own rise in status was the catalyst for his brother's downfall. He acknowledges that he was the one who effectively stole Jink's position, as their grandfather began showering him with affection, while simultaneously orchestrating a campaign of rumors to alienate Jink. Watching his brother become an outcast with nowhere to turn, Esther finally understands the weight of his own complicity in Jink's tragic isolation. Lost in thought, Esther walks through the mansion, wondering about the nature of the discussions taking place at the Rosalta Royal Palace. It has been a few days since the summons, and the weight of the situation, specifically the question of who will take responsibility for the unfolding events, lingers heavily on his mind. Inside the Royal Palace, the atmosphere is tense as the consequences of Jink's exile become clear. Noble Nonland, the former head of the Nonland family, slams his fist on the table in a fit of fury, lamenting the strategic blunder of casting out an enchanter. He expresses his deep frustration that Jink has sought refuge in the kingdom of Qual, making it nearly impossible to retrieve him. Inside the Rosalta Royal Palace, Crown Prince Elliot expresses his growing frustration, dismissing the persistent demands for accountability regarding the exile of Jink. As the King of Rosalta observes the proceedings in silence, the tension in the room remains high, with nobles attempting to address the political consequences of their past actions. The tension in the royal court reaches a breaking point as Elliot openly mocks Jink, calling him a cockroach for surviving his exile and finding refuge in the kingdom of Qual. Elliot reveals his true selfish motivation. He believes that because Jink is an enchanter, he and his father must share that same rare aptitude. Horrified by his son's twisted obsession and lack of remorse, the King of Rosalta commands him to cease his speech at once. Elliot stands confidently, gesturing as he explains his distorted theory to Esther and Noah. He asserts that since Jinx shares the same bloodline as himself and the king, it is only logical that they too should be able to awaken the power of enchantment, completely disregarding the reality of Jinx's unique talent. The atmosphere in the royal chamber turns chaotic as Elliot casually drops the explosive revelation that Jinx is the king's illegitimate son. The king is left in a state of shock, struggling to process how his son discovered such a closely guarded secret, while Elliot maintains a mocking, insincere apology. In the wake of his shocking revelation about Jinx's parentage, Elliot remains unbothered by the king's reaction. He boastfully admits to eavesdropping on a private conversation between the king and noble, then declares with manic confidence that he will become the light of salvation for Rosalta. Ignoring the tension in the room, he abruptly turns to a nearby guard, barking orders to summon the kingdom's most skilled sages and magicians to fulfill his grand, misguided ambitions. Elliot throws his arms wide in a manic display of arrogance, laughing uncontrollably as he demands that the kingdom's top mages be gathered to unlock the secret of enchantment for him and his father the king, and noble Nonland watch in absolute shock, unable to comprehend the depth of the crown prince's madness. Chaos consumes the royal court as the truth about its lineage spreads among the nobles. The assembly is in an uproar, with high-ranking officials demanding answers from normal Qual. Meanwhile, Noble and his peers are gripped by panic, realizing that their past decision to exile Jinx has backfired spectacularly. They lament that had they simply granted him a minor title and kept him in isolation, they could have avoided this political catastrophe, which now threatens to expose the king's secret to the public and empower their enemies. Esther is lost in thought, reflecting on the shameful secrets that House Nonland and the royal family have desperately tried to conceal. His contemplation is broken when his butler approaches to inform him that a group of sranked adventurers known as Sacred Flame has arrived at the estate. Surprised that they are not there to see his father or grandfather, Esther instructs the butler to escort them in. Esther is greeted by the members of the sranked party Sacred Flame, including Alec Thunder, who presents him with a gift sent by Jinx. While the group introduces themselves and one member comments on Esther's appearance, Esther is left bewildered by their arrival. When he asks for clarification, the adventurers surprise that he has not yet heard about the major announcement recently made by the guild in Qual. The members of Sacred Flame deliver the long-awaited news to Esther, confirming that his brother Jinx is alive and thriving in Qualarut. The revelation hits Esther hard, causing him to break down in tears of relief. As he struggles to compose himself, sniffing and wiping his eyes, the adventurers look on with sympathetic expressions, witnessing the deep bond between the brothers. Esther is visibly moved, his eyes filled with tears of joy as he processes the confirmation that his brother, Jinx, is alive and doing well. Unable to contain his excitement, he apologizes to the adventurers for the sudden request, but asks them to wait at the estate. He explains that there is someone else who desperately needs to hear the news about Jinx, and Rin, representing the party, cheerfully agrees to wait for him. The room is filled with a sense of relief as Esther and Neri process the news that Jinx is safe. Dane, smiling, encourages them to wait for the full story, promising to reveal all the exciting details. As the conversation continues, the revelation hits Esther with full force. His brother Jinx is not just doing well, but is recognized as the world's fourth enchanter, leaving him completely shocked. As the conversation continues, Esther examines an item, realizing that Jinx's past request for his blood was linked to his secret mastery of appraisal and alchemy magic. Neri expresses deep regret for failing to notice these traits while she was caring for him, a sentiment echoed by the woman identified as Elsa. Dane calmly reassures them, noting that Jinx's decision to conceal his true capabilities was a necessary and correct choice given his circumstances. Elsa expresses her deep concern, noting that if Jinx's true abilities had been revealed, his freedom would have been stripped away by the country's authorities. Dane and Rin agree, adding that they have heard nothing but negative news regarding Rosalta in recent years. As the conversation turns to the Chancellor's poisoning incident, Elsa is visibly shaken, leading Esther to notice her distress and call out her name. As the conversation deepens, the adventurers reveal a shocking secret about Jinx's birth, stating that he is the product of an affair between the king and the Chancellor's daughter. The revelation leaves Esther in a state of absolute shock, his eyes wide as he processes the claim that his brother's existence is tied to such a high-stakes royal scandal. The atmosphere turns chaotic as Rin furiously reprimands Dane for blurting out the sensitive information about Jinx's true parentage. While Dane sheepishly apologizes, the weight of the news hits Esther hard. Stunned and trembling, Esther questions the nature of his relationship with his brother, wondering if they are truly related by blood. Seeing Esther on the verge of a breakdown, Elsa steps in to support him, urging him to stay strong amidst the overwhelming revelation. Struggling to catch his breath, Esther forces himself to remain composed and asks Elsa to continue the story. Elsa takes over the explanation, detailing how the current king of Rosalta secured his throne through the Chancellor's support, a partnership deeply intertwined with the hidden truth surrounding Jink's birth. Elsa continues her grim account, describing how the king, intoxicated by his newfound power, summoned the Chancellor's daughter and violated her. As the scene shifts to the adventurers, they analyze the political consequences of this act. They explain that the king was trapped if his wife, a princess from a neighboring country, discovered the truth. His marriage and his political standing would crumble. Because the victim was the daughter of a powerful chancellor, the king could not simply use force to silence the matter, forcing him into a dangerous game of deception. Elsa continues her account, revealing that the pregnant woman carrying Jink was sent to house Nonland to marry Lord Gordon. Noble Nonland, the former head of the family, was deeply unhappy with the arrangement, as he had no desire to pass his legacy to a child who shared no blood relation with him. Elsa notes that she accompanied the young lady as a servant from the Chancellor's house to look after her, and she begins to describe how Noble Nonland took secret action. Elsa continues her grim recollection, describing how Noble Nonland orchestrated a deadly plot by lacing the food and wine at a Chancellor's family party with slow-acting poison. She explains that Jink would have normally been present at the event, but because he insisted on staying at the mansion to practice his spearmanship, he and his caretakers were fortunate enough to avoid the massacre that took place while Noble and Lord Gordon were away. Elsa recounts the horrific loss of her husband and son during the poisoning incident, her voice trembling with grief. As Alec, Thunder, and Bogard listen in shock and anger, Elsa admits that she allowed Jink to be exiled to protect herself. She explains that she was forced into silence by Noble Nonland and Lord Gordon, who threatened to kill her and the other surviving maids if they ever revealed the truth. Overcome with grief, Elsa continues to sob, but Esther gently reassures her that she is not to blame for the circumstances that forced her silence. As he processes the dark history revealed, Esther realizes the cold truth. Jink's exile had nothing to do with his lack of talent, but was a deliberate scheme to remove him from the family entirely. Dane explains that while Esther and the others have been isolated, the capital is in an uproar over the royal family's treatment of Jink. He reveals that the crown prince recently leaked the truth about Jink's lineage, throwing the palace into disarray. When questioned about how he acquired such classified information, Dane casually admits that he simply bribed minor nobles who frequent the palace. Much to the surprise of his listeners, the atmosphere remains tense as Alec, Thunder, points out the rapid decline of the kingdom, comparing it to a sinking ship. He informs Esther and Rin that his party intends to move to Qual and will be traveling with them on their return trip. Meanwhile, Esther, clearly disgusted by the news regarding his family's downfall, admits that he feels no attachment to his house or the nation, leaving his future path uncertain as Dane and the others look on. Following the discussion about the kingdom's instability, Esther turns his attention to Karen. After confirming her position as the leader of the Sacred Flame, he shocks everyone present by boldly asking her to make him her slave. The sudden request leaves Karen completely flustered and speechless, while Alec Thunder watches on in disbelief. Elsa tearfully insists that she wants to spend her life as a slave to atone for the sins of the Nonland family, explaining that she will likely be sentenced to slavery anyway, once her family is convicted. She begs to be handed over to Jink, declaring that she has nowhere else to go. Esther and Alec Thunder watch her in silence, with Alec finally breaking the tension by asking if they are both truly okay with this arrangement. The butler calmly adjusts his glasses, declaring that the Nonland household is finished and it is time to pack up valuables and flee the country. Meanwhile, Rin leans in close to Esther, grabbing him and reminding him with a mischievous grin that as her slave he must obey her every command. A flustered Esther can only stammer in agreement as the reality of his situation sets in. Caught off guard by the sudden change in his attire, Esther stands in a maid uniform, blushing and flustered as he shouts in confusion. Rin watches the scene with an ecstatic expression, clearly enjoying the sight, while Alec Thunder and the others look on with mixed reactions. Esther is visibly distressed as he is forced into a maid outfit, with his companions explaining that it is the only way to hide his identity as a former noble during the upcoming inspection. While Rin and Karen tease him about his new look, Esther covers his face in embarrassment, deeply concerned about how he will eventually explain this humiliating situation to his elder brother, Jink. The party speeds away in the guild's hippogriff-drawn wagon, moving relentlessly without stopping for rest. As Alec Thunder observes the creature's stamina, it is revealed that Karen is using her magic to heal the hippogriff on the move, prompting a shocked reaction from the others. Meanwhile, Esther, still dressed in his maid outfit, clutches a small box and nervously contemplates his impending meeting with his elder brother Jink. Esther, still wearing his maid disguise, gazes ahead with a melancholic expression. He realizes that the bond between him and Jink has fundamentally changed, forcing him to abandon the title of brother and instead address him as Lord Jink as they travel through the night. The group reaches the vibrant dungeon city of Gamel, a place teeming with activity and adventurers. As they take in the lively surroundings, Rhea excitedly points out the sights to Jink, marveling at the energy of the city. Upon arriving at the dungeon city of Gamel, Jink is struck by the sheer size of the dungeon entrance, which is far larger than he had anticipated. Rhea provides some historical context, explaining that the site was once just a giant hole in the ground before adventurers began gathering there to hunt monsters, eventually leading to the city's development. She also reassures Jink about the city rude individuals. The overall public safety in Gamel is quite good. Public safety in Gamel is quite good. Jink shares that he knows Gamel well because his family operates a branch store there, which he frequently visited to assist his father. When Rhea asks about the nature of adventurer clans, Jink explains that they are essentially collectives of adventurers, ranging from small groups consisting of a few parties to large organizations that can include hundreds of members. Jink continues his explanation, detailing how clans provide essential support for adventurers but can also become intimidating entities that abuse their power. He warns Rhea that such groups can be difficult to deal with from a merchant's perspective. Intimidated by the prospect, Rhea listens as Jink resolves to prepare strategies for handling these powerful organizations. He then suggests they hunt information about the cities, landlosh current information about and guide. Jink and his companions stand before the imposing structure of the Gamel Adventurer Guild. Rhea marvels at the building scale, noting that it is significantly larger than the guild in Qualarut. Jink acknowledges the observation, remarking that it is only natural given that Gamel is the city of adventurers. Stepping into the Gamel Adventurer Guild, Jink is immediately impressed by the bustling, crowded interior, noting that it feels remarkably like a shopping mall food court. However, he quickly observes that the patrons are far more rugged than typical shoppers. As they approach the counter, the receptionist, Sia, politely asks if they have a request to submit. Jink responds by clarifying that they are adventurers, a revelation that catches the receptionist off guard. A Philip named Philip suddenly appears at the guild counter, loudly mocking Jink and Rhea for their appearances and questioning their status as adventurers. He warns them to hire guards or join a clan to avoid dying, while Sia tries to intervene. After another adventurer apologizes for Philip's drunken behavior, Jink remains unfazed and calmly hands his guild card to a surprised Sia. The atmosphere in the guild hall erupts into chaos as Jink's guild card reveals his rank status. The receptionist, Sia, is visibly stunned, but quickly regains her composure, directing Jink to the 5th floor for a private meeting. Meanwhile, Jink remains humble, attributing his rank to his rare skill rather than raw experience, while nearby adventurers like Alec Thunder begin to wonder if they should attempt to recruit him into their own clans. Jink and his companions settle into a private room within the Gamel Adventurer Guild. While Nina relaxes on the comfortable sofa, Jink reminds her to maintain her manners. Outside the room, other adventurers look on with envy and surprise, noting that Jink has been granted access to the exclusive 5th floor, a privilege they have never experienced themselves. Inside the private room, a woman named Mona introduces herself as Jink's assigned personal assistant, noting that the guild provides such support based on an adventurer's rank and ability. Jink observes that such high-level service is bound to make other adventurers envious. He then proposes that they abandon formal etiquette since they will be working together for the foreseeable future, a suggestion that Mona accepts with a light-hearted laugh. Continuing his preparations, Jink gets straight to the point, asking for essential information regarding the dungeon and the gear he will need. His guide explains the harsh reality of the dungeon. Monsters appear in endless waves, and once defeated, their bodies fade away, leaving behind only a few items before they eventually respawn. Mona continues her briefing, detailing how monsters drop magic stones and body parts, while treasure chests containing weapons and magic items can also be found. She warns Jink that the monsters become significantly stronger the deeper one ventures into the dungeon. Jink observes that the dungeon's systematic nature feels intentional. Explora ads have reported that the environment changes drastically between floors, ranjiks ranging from extreme heat to freezing cold. Mona continues her briefing, emphasizing the importance of proper gear for the dungeon's varying climates and warning Jink about the dangers of poor footing. As she transitions into discussing a specific request the guild has for him, Jink observes her persistent focus on promoting the guild store, silently acknowledging her skills as a dedicated saleswoman. Jink observes the scene at the dungeon entrance, noting the low number of adventurers currently working to collect magic stones. He reflects on the kingdom's dire situation, where the aftermath of last year's war has left Qual struggling with a severe shortage of these essential resources. Jink and his companions delve into the importance of magic stones, which serve as essential power sources for daily life. They note that while these stones are in high demand, most adventurers overlook the lower floors where they can be found. Consequently, the group decides to focus on hunting slimes, identifying them as perfect targets for their current level that will help them gather the necessary resources. Jink shares his perspective on combat, explaining that physical enhancements from his enchantments are useless without the skill to apply them. Effectively, he stresses that true mastery comes from experience. As the group moves forward, they discover an open area within the dungeon. They observe that they have yet to encounter anyone else, but a slime nearby begins to wiggle, signaling the start of their hunt. The exploration turns into a frantic battle, as slimes suddenly surround the group, dropping from the ceiling. Jink immediately takes charge of the situation, ordering En to strike and unleash his wind magic. Meanwhile, Nina struggles to keep her composure under pressure, but Jink encourages her to stay calm and remember her training, while he takes responsibility for the front line and healing duties. The battle intensifies as Jink unleashes a powerful water arrow spell, striking a slime that had closed in on them. Nina, caught off guard by the creature's sudden movement, lets out a startled cry as she defends herself. Jink guides Nina through the heat of the battle, advising her to slice the slimes into smaller pieces to stop their movement. Nina acknowledges his command with focus and determination, dashing forward to strike a slime with her weapon, resulting in a loud splash. Jink moves with precision, his sword cutting through the air and the slimes alike. He puts his own tactical advice into practice, slicing the creatures into smaller, immobile pieces, while they continue to bubble and shift around him in the heat of the dungeon battle. Jink remains in the heat of battle, his movements sharp and decisive. With a powerful surge of energy and a swift strike, he continues to dismantle the slimes, demonstrating the combat efficiency he expects from his party members. Jink leads the charge, encouraging Ian and Nina as they maintain their momentum against the slime swarm. With a confident shout, he commends his companions for their hard work while they dash forward, skillfully slashing through the enemies and leaving them splattered on the dungeon floor. The battle against the slimes takes a surprising turn as the defeated creatures vanish completely. Nina watches in awe, exclaiming how they really disappeared. Anne, feeling unusually energized despite the intense combat, wonders if it is due to Jink's enchantments, noting that every time he defeated a slime, his body felt lighter. Jink, standing ready with his sword, calmly acknowledges the effect of his work, and Nina observed their status screens, as Jink explains that the monster's life force is converted into experience points upon defeat. Jink confirms that real combat is the most efficient way to level up, noting that the gains are significantly higher than their previous training. Nina, initially nervous, now feels empowered and eager to continue fighting to gain more levels. Jink, Ian, and Nina pause before a dungeon entrance to strategize. Jink explains the mechanics of monster rooms, suggesting they tackle them to boost their leveling speed. While the map indicates that these rooms are restricted to rank adventurers and mages, Jink remains confident, pointing out that their supply of potions and his own healing capabilities will be enough to handle any potential injuries. Jink encourages Ian and Nina to pace themselves, reminding them that his enchantments have effectively boosted their stats to rank levels. Confident in their preparation, the group proceeds into the third-floor slime room. As they step in the chamber, they observe that the area seems completely undisturbed, with no signs of previous adventurers having been there before them. The atmosphere in the room shifts instantly as a massive number of slimes emerge, moving with surprising speed. Jink, realizing the situation is far more perilous than anticipated, shouts for Ian and Nina to fall back, concerned that Nina in particular is at risk of being overwhelmed by the sheer volume of monsters. Seeing the danger posed by the massive number of slimes, Jink takes immediate action. He channels his magic to summon a massive water cyclone, creating a powerful vortex that crashes into the slimes with a loud roar, effectively pushing back the swarm. The massive explosion from Jink's water cyclone echoes through the dungeon, leaving the room covered in the remnants of the defeated slimes. Ian and Nina watch in shock as the overwhelming swarm is wiped out in a single strike. Jink, maintaining his focus, acknowledges the intensity of the challenge, realizing that standard combat methods will not be enough to conquer this high-difficulty dungeon. After unleashing his powerful water cyclone, Jink finds himself exhausted and low on mana. He takes a moment to drink a recovery potion, while instructing Ian and Nina to seize the opportunity to collect the valuable slime cores and jellies scattered across the floor before the dungeon spawns a new wave of enemies. Jink kindly reassures Nina, taking responsibility for the close call during their fight. As they check their status, they realize that being near the person who lands the killing blow grants experience, leading Ian to suggest that they should aim for solo experience gains moving forward. Jink agrees, noting that the dungeon is far too dangerous for even high-ranking sorcerers, and that the guild must be alerted to issue a proper warning. The trio continues their relentless grind against the slime swarm throughout the night. While Ian and Jink watch, Nina aggressively engages the monsters, demonstrating impressive new shielding techniques. Jink observes her intensity, noting that she has become a bit battle-crazy, but he remains focused on their goal of leveling up. Despite their hard work, Jink realizes that the slimes are no longer providing sufficient experience points to justify the effort. Jink, Ian, and Nina pause to evaluate their progress and plan their next move. Jink suggests moving to a different floor to find better challenges. Noting a goblin room on the 5th floor, Nina immediately voices her discomfort, explaining that her past experiences with goblin attacks make her unable to face them. Jink agrees, citing the low value of goblin loot and the unpleasant environment, and they decide to skip that floor. Ian then offers alternatives, pointing out the presence of kobolds on the 9th floor and orcs on the 15th floor. After weighing their options, Jink and his group decide to avoid the orcs for now. Realizing that their weapons might not hold up against such tough hide, they set their sights on the kobolds on floor 9 instead. Nina is visibly excited about the prospect of camping and hunting, feeling like a genuine adventurer, while Jink encourages her to prove her skills in the upcoming challenge. Upon entering the kobold room on floor 9, Jink immediately spots the magic circle, serving as the monster's respawn point. He calmly assesses the situation and directs Ian to take the lead with his sword and magic, while instructing Nina to provide support. Jink emphasizes the importance of positioning to avoid being surrounded by the emerging kobolds, ensuring the team remains coordinated as the battle begins. The battle begins as Jink and his party charge into the group of kobolds. With a shout to advance, Jink unleashes his wind arrow spell, accurately striking a kobold and sending it flying backward. The team maintains their formation, efficiently dispatching the monsters to secure the area. As the battle in the kobold room intensifies, Nina stands her ground against a leaping kobold. With a sharp clang, she successfully deflects the monster's strike with her shield, proving her effectiveness in the front lines while the rest of the party continues to clear the room. Nina remains locked in a fierce combat sequence against the Yunas. She deftly parries an attack with her shield before delivering a decisive slash, showcasing her growing combat prowess and determination as she clears the room. Jink takes command of the battlefield, shouting for Nina and Ian to move behind him as he conjures a powerful water wall. The barrier manifests instantly, creating a protective zone that keeps the aggressive Yunas at bay while the party prepares for the next wave of the assault. Jink watches as the Yunas fail to penetrate his defensive water wall, realizing that his common-level magic is surprisingly effective in actual combat. Seeing the room filled with dropped items, he suggests to his party that they take a moment to gather the Yuna cores and knives scattered across the floor. With the water wall nearing its limit, Jink and his party take a moment to assess the situation. Ian steps forward with a tactical suggestion, proposing that instead of constant movement, they should focus on magical offense. He points out that while Nina lacks spellcasting abilities, providing her with an enchantress weapon would allow her to effectively join their magical assault against the remaining kobolds. Jink carefully considers the implications of Ian's suggestion, noting that while it will be a significant financial investment, it is a worthwhile strategy. He explains that Nina will need to rely on potions to compensate for her limited mana pool. Nina is visibly ecstatic, exclaiming her excitement about finally being able to use magic. Jink ultimately relents to her enthusiasm, handing her the enchanted weapon and jokingly remarking that she's now a magical girl, though he warns her that she is currently restricted to using the water ball spell. The dungeon erupts into chaos as a swarm of kobolds rushes toward the party. Jink shouts a warning, and immediately he unleashes a barrage of magical attacks. The air fills with the sound of firing as they strike the incoming monsters, forcing the kobold horde back with precise, powerful blasts. Nina is fully embracing her new role as a magical fighter, excitedly shouting water ball. As she unleashes magical projectiles at the kobolds, she is clearly enjoying the experience. But Jink, observing her rapid-fire casting, warns her to slow down. Nina takes a quick break to gulp down a mana potion before immediately jumping back into the fray to cast another spell. With the immediate threat of the kobolds subsided, Jink calls for a break to collect the scattered loot. While Jink and Ian prepare to scavenge, Nina stands trembling, struggling to hold back the urge to use the bathroom after overindulging in mana potions. Jink sighs, reminding her that he warned her about the consequences of drinking too many potions, leaving a mortified Nina to apologize. Seeing Nina in distress, Jink quickly uses his enchantment ability to create a magic bag box for her to use as a temporary solution. He hands it to her, telling her to go ahead while he looks away. Nina, visibly flustered and embarrassed, asks if she can go next, while Jink dryly remarks that she brought this situation upon herself by drinking too many potions. Nina flushes with embarrassment, fiercely demanding that Jink and Ian keep their backs turned, while she uses the enchanted box for her urgent needs. She warns them that their friendship is at stake if they dare to look. Jink calmly reminds her of her status under a slave contract. But the group moves forward, pressing deeper into the dungeon, as they reach the 15th floor on their third day. The party stands victorious over a fallen monster in the depths of the dungeon. Nina looks on in surprise as the creature collapses with a heavy thud. Jink remains vigilant, cautioning his companions that the threat is far from over. But he reassures Nina and Ian that they are capable of handling the remaining enemies as long as they don't face a massive swarm all at once. Nina happily shows off a piece of meat harvested from a defeated orc, telling Jink that she has finally conquered her fear of the monsters. Jink watches her with a calm expression, noting that for her, orcs have simply become ingredients. As they continue their journey, Jink reflects on how surprisingly easy it is to level up in this dungeon, acknowledging why it has become such a popular destination for other adventurers. Jink observes that they have been in the dungeon for 3 days, and decides it is time to head back to the surface. After clearing the next room, they stand before the entrance to the boss room, where an orc general awaits. Jink outlines the battle plan. He and Ian will charge in to engage the boss directly, while Nina is instructed to provide magical support from the backline. Ian and Nina acknowledge the plan with determination. As the party steps into the boss room, the orc general manifests its power with a menacing aura. Jink, Ian, and Nina waste no time, launching their coordinated assault against the formidable foe to clear the floor. The battle intensifies as Jink and Ian charge the orc general, dodging its massive axe swings. Jink maneuvers quickly, leaping into position to strike, while the orc general roars in frustration. Nina stays focused, unleashing magical projectiles from a distance to assist her companions, keeping the pressure on the boss as the party works in perfect synchronization. The battle against the orc general intensifies as Jink and Ian relentlessly strike at their opponent. Jink maneuvers around the boss, landing a clean stab, while Ian coordinates his movements to keep the pressure on. Despite the orc general's size and strength, the duo remains focused, exchanging shouts and tactical commands as they carve through the monster's defenses. With a final, decisive strike, the orc general falls to the ground defeated. As the massive creature slumps over and begins to dissipate, Jink and Ian stand victorious over their fallen foe. Nina excitedly runs toward them, cheering for Jink's success and eagerly anticipating the rare orc general meat they have secured from the battle. Nina approaches the fallen orc general and discovers a peculiar round object that she finds intriguing. As she pokes it, Jink and Ian look on with growing concern. Ian whispers a shocking revelation to Jink, identifying the item as an orc testicle, while Nina casually suggests they take it as loot. A horrified Jink immediately shouts for her to stop. Jink, Ian, and Nina are gathered around their tent, enjoying a bowl of Nina's specialty orc meat soup. They briefly lament not being able to consume the orc testicle they found earlier. Suddenly, their meal is interrupted by the arrival of an elf, woman Rin, who approaches them with a knowing smile, remarking that the scent of their cooking has led her directly to them. The mysterious elf visitor introduces himself as Luke, the master of the Elder Tree clan, and politely addresses Jink. As Jink processes the introduction, he realizes with a shock that Luke is an rank adventurer matching his own rank. The atmosphere at the campsite shifts as the party realizes they are in the presence of a high-ranking individual. Jink and his companions observe Luke, noting his impressive rank status despite his lack of rare skills like those possessed by Karen. As they discuss the influence of the Elder Tree clan, Jink grows suspicious of Luke's motives, wondering if he is attempting to recruit them. Luke, maintaining a calm demeanor, begins to address the group as the ground rumbles slightly. Luke and his companions approach, Jink's group desperately pleading for food. They explain that they have run out of supplies and are struggling to return to the surface due to the high number of monsters. Jink, who initially suspected Luke had ulterior motives for approaching him, realizes that they are truly in a desperate situation. Seeing the potential to gain something from this, Jink decides to use the situation to his advantage while listening to their desperate request. Seizing the opportunity, Jink declines Luke's offer of payment, proposing instead that they trade food for information about the various clans. Luke readily agrees to the terms, satisfied with the arrangement. Meanwhile, Jink directs Ian to help Nina who is busy and cheerful as she prepares to serve a hearty meal of orc meat to their new guests. Nina is delighted as the members of the Elder Tree clan devour her meal, with the hungry adventurers even calling her a goddess for the relief she has provided. As the group enjoys the feast, Jink speaks with Luke, explaining that he came prepared with plenty of ingredients and cooking equipment in his box of holding. Luke, clearly relieved to be eating something other than dry rations, prepares to fulfill his end of the bargain as they shift the conversation back to the information Jink requested. Continuing their information exchange, Luke clarifies the hierarchy of the clans in Gamel. He describes the two most powerful groups, the Depths of Purgatory and the Emissaries, noting that although the Elder Tree clan is sometimes included to form the Big Three, they are actually much smaller and less influential than the other two. Luke describes the brutal hierarchy of the dominant clans, where those deemed less discarded or used as cannon fodder in the maze. He explains that leaving these clans is treated as treason, leaving members with nowhere else to go. Jink listens intently as Luke clarifies that these are not official laws but rather the corrupt customs of the region. Finally, Luke proudly notes that his clan, Elder Tree, was formed by those seeking to escape this toxic environment, emphasizing that freedom is their core motto. Luke continues to shed light on the grim reputation of the major clans, explaining that many people are trapped by debt or injury, eventually falling into slavery or ruin. He expresses his desire to help those who leave, though he fears retaliation from the powerful factions. Jink listens intently, absorbing the information, and decides to keep his distance from those dangerous groups. After concluding their discussion, they head back to the surface together, and suggest that they head back to the surface. After their successful negotiation and journey through the dungeon, Jink and his group finally reach the exit. As they step out into the open, the bright sunlight washes over them. Jink, feeling a sense of relief and joy, exclaims how good it feels to see the sun once again after their time spent in the depths. Before heading their separate ways, Luke offers a final, serious piece of advice to Jink, warning him that the two major clans in Gamel have taken notice of him. Jink thanks him for the concern and the meal, and the two groups exchange parting words as they go their separate ways. After emerging from the dungeon, Jink checks in with Neri and Esther about their experience, noting how much more profitable and efficient the maze run was compared to wild monster hunting. As they discuss their future, the idea of Jink forming his own clan is raised, which he acknowledges as a strategic move to build influence. Despite a lingering sense of unease, ultimately, Jink decides it is time to head back to the capital for his exams, allowing his companions some well-deserved rest. The following day, Jink arrives at the Adventurers Guild backyard to deliver the spoils from his recent dungeon exploration. Mona, the guild staff member, is left speechless as she stares at the massive pile of loot bags Jink has brought, far exceeding what she had requested. While Jink calmly offers to retrieve even more cores if necessary, a flustered Mona realizes she is now faced with the exhausting task of counting the entire mountain of items. Mona is visibly excited as she identifies a rare orc general testicle in the pile of loot Jink provided. Thanking him profusely for the acquisitions, she explains that such items are rarely seen at the guild because most adventurers sell them elsewhere immediately. Jink, looking slightly awkward, questions her intense enthusiasm for the item. He notes internally that, while the testicles are valuable for aphrodisiacs, he personally prefers the meat. Their conversation is interrupted when someone suddenly calls out. As Mona and Jink continue their discussion, they are interrupted by the arrival of Dan, the guildmaster of the Gamel branch. Dan immediately chides Mona for handling the orc general testicle so casually. Jink is surprised by his presence and notes his intimidating moniker, the Butcher. While Dan reveals, he came specifically to meet the Srank adventurer he has heard so much about. Dan introduces himself to Jink and commends him for clearing a boss room in just 3 days. Recognizing his potential, Dan informs Jink that he is eligible for the provisional Brank exam. When Jink asks about the nature of the test, Dan reveals that he will be the opponent, challenging Jink to survive his attacks for an hour to prove his worth as an adventurer with a rare skill. Jink discusses the nature of the provisional Brank exam with Mona, questioning if a purely defensive test is fair to those who specialize in offensive combat. As he reflects on how similar this is to his past exam in Quarta, Dan interrupts, confirming his identity as Zink and issuing a stern warning. The guildmaster makes it clear that Jink's status as an rank adventurer or a noble will not earn him any special treatment, as he intends to fight with full force. The tension between Jink and Dan escalates as they continue to provoke each other. Dan mocks Jink's reliance on his enchantment skill, prompting Jink to retort that he will use every tool at his disposal to win, even jokingly threatening to pull out Dan's remaining hair. As the two prepare for their spar, the scene shifts to the Gamel branch arena, where Mona begins organizing the massive pile of loot cores. Confident that she can handle the task, determined to survive the upcoming endurance test, Jink goes all out with his unique ability. He meticulously applies enchantments to every piece of his gear, from his necklace to his boots, resulting in a staggering total of 832 to his athletic stats. Looking at his heavily buffed state, Jink admits to himself that he might have gone a bit too far, but he feels no remorse, believing that the old fart guildmaster Dan deserves what is coming to him. Standing in the center of the arena, Dan outlines the final conditions for the exam. Jink is permitted to use any defensive spells or equipment at his disposal, but he is strictly forbidden from attacking. The test will continue until the sand in the hourglass runs out. With the rules established, the match begins, and Jink braces himself for the guildmaster's onslaught. The arena erupts in the sound of clashing steel as Dan relentlessly attacks Jink. Jink remains focused, successfully blocking each strike while adhering to the rule of not counterattacking. As the hourglass continues to run, both combatants are visibly impressed by the other's performance, with Dan acknowledging Jink's surprising defensive capabilities. The spar intensifies as Jink successfully parries Dan's aggressive strikes, noting that the guildmaster's attacks are specifically aimed at his joints and tendons to immobilize him. Despite the pressure, Jink remains calm and unfazed, prompting Dan to acknowledge that Jink is a formidable opponent who is far more dangerous than he initially appeared. Jink points out that Dan's relentless strikes were actually a calculated attempt to break his sword by hitting the same spot repeatedly. Jink explains that he was merely parrying, careful not to break any rules, while noting that his blade would have snapped if the match had continued. Impressed by Jink's tactical awareness and ability to handle his pressure, Dan admits defeat and officially declares that Jink has passed the exam. After the intense test, Jink and Dan share a moment of mutual respect despite the banter. Dan, impressed by Jink's performance, instructs him to meet at the library for a serious conversation. The scene shifts to show a group of weary adventurers, including Bogart and Will, who are clearly drained and questioning the nature of their recent assignment. Mona beams with excitement as she congratulates Jink on his new provisional rank status. She proceeds to list the absurd quantity of items he has turned in, including over 57,000 cores and thousands of kobold knives, resulting in a massive payout. The surrounding adventurers are visibly overwhelmed and nauseated by the sheer scale of Jink's achievement, while Jink dryly notes that Mona must have had others help her process the massive haul. In a quiet room, Mona informs Jink that as a provisional rank adventurer, he is no longer required to have an escort for travel. Though she advises him to remain cautious, Dan interjects, confidently stating that Jink is more than capable of handling himself, referencing his past victory over Snow in Quarta. Shifting the conversation to business, Dan asks Jink if he intends to hire contractors for his transport and trade operations, to which Jink confirms his plans while questioning the reason behind Dan's inquiry. Dan continues his explanation, recounting how the father of the young man who previously clashed with Jink has arrived in Gamel seeking to make amends. He suggests that Jink should hear the merchant out and potentially negotiate a deal. Jink remains skeptical about how this benefits the guild, prompting Dan to warn him that his rising fame is drawing all sorts of merchants to the area, and he must be cautious of those with ulterior motives. Dan continues to press his point, explaining that the merchant in question is in his aide's eldest son to slavery and seeing his other son get into trouble. He argues that it would be in everyone's best interest if Jink chose to sign a contract with a merchant the guild can actually trust. Jink listens intently, silently reconsidering his initial impression of Dan, realizing that beneath the gruff exterior, the guildmaster is genuinely trying to look out for him. Jink enters the room to meet with Yorkie Lawrence, the head of the Lawrence Merchant Union. Yorkie, clearly distressed and thinking of his son Ian, waits for the encounter. Jink's companion expresses concern about the emotional difficulty of the meeting, but Jink insists on handling the situation himself to finally put the matter to rest. The meeting between Jink and Yorkie Lawrence proceeds smoothly. Jink reveals that he has successfully negotiated a resolution regarding Ian, opting to let the past grievances slide in exchange for a personal business contract and a promise from Yorkie to properly discipline his son. With the matter settled, Jink grants Ian permission to leave and spend the rest of the day with his father, bringing a sense of closure to the conflict. Jink arrives back at his home, where he is greeted by his dedicated maids, Angie and Momiza. As they welcome him back, one of the maids presents him with a letter that has arrived for him. Jink mentions that Ian is currently spending time with his family, while the maids express their admiration for their master. Jink reads the letter sent by Chris, which urgently requests his presence at the Brand estate. As he scans the contents, he learns that 2 slaves are staying there and are specifically asking to see him. Upon reading their names, Esther and Urza, Jink is visibly stunned and taken aback by the revelation. Jink travels to the Brand estate in the royal capital of Quolart to investigate the mysterious slaves mentioned in the letter. Upon his arrival, he is greeted by Chris, who drops a bombshell revelation, claiming that Jink is actually a prince. The unexpected news leaves Jink completely bewildered and speechless. Stunned by the revelation, Jink struggles to process Chris' words. Chris calmly life-altering truth that Jink is not a non-land, but the illegitimate son of the king of Rosarda. As Jink reels from the shock, Chris explains that the royal family is in turmoil, and the entire country has fallen into chaos, forcing Esther and Urza to escape before the situation worsened. Jink is visibly shaken by the news of his true identity, his mind racing with confusion. Suddenly, Will, Bogard, and Rin appear, revealing that they were the ones who brought Esther and Urza to safety. Overwhelmed, Jink demands to be taken to them immediately, but Chris remains composed, urging Jink to stay focused and prioritize understanding the gravity of the situation unfolding around them. After the tense conversation with Chris, Jink finally enters the room to see Esther and Urza. The two are sitting on the floor, looking weary but relieved to see him. As Jink approaches them, the weight of the recent revelations about his true identity and the state of the kingdom hangs in the air, marking the beginning of a new chapter in their journey together. Jink stands before Esther and Urza, who are bowed low on the ground. The sight of his companions in such a vulnerable position triggers a surge of fury within him. Clenching his fist, Jink demands to know who forced them into this situation, his expression twisted with protective rage as he insists they tell him the truth. Jink is stunned as Chris and Maria explain that the submissive state of Esther and Urza was their own choice. They reveal that the two slaves requested only the bare minimum to survive as a way to atone for their past, and offer an apology to Jink. As Jink struggles to comprehend this, Dane and Bogard step forward, ready to provide more context to the situation. Jink stands in shock as the truth of his companions' self-imposed penance is laid bare. He learns that Esther and Urza chose to live as slaves, hoping it would allow Jink to exact punishment upon them for their perceived role in his exile. While Jink is overwhelmed by the weight of this confession, Rin and Bogard offer a surprisingly light-hearted response, leaving Jink completely bewildered by their reaction. Jink reaches out to Esther and Urza, expressing his relief at seeing them and insisting that he has no desire to punish them for their past actions. Despite his kindness, the two remain deeply remorseful. Fon steps in, firmly ordering Esther to speak to Jink, as the weight of their apologies for their kin's actions and their failure to protect him continues to burden them. Jink stands firm, rejecting the submissive behavior of Esther and Urza. He tells them to stop apologizing and calling him Zink-sama, emphasizing that he does not blame them and that he would not have successfully left the country without their assistance. Overcoming the tension of the previous moments, Jink grabs Esther and pulls him into a tight, protective hug. He declares with absolute conviction that Esther is his little brother, no matter what happens. As Esther breaks down in tears, Jink promises that they will remain family until the day they die, while the onlookers watch the touching scene with tearful eyes. Following their emotional reconciliation, Jink outlines a plan to ensure the safety of Esther and Urza. He explains that while he would prefer to set them free immediately, the current situation in Rosarda makes it too dangerous. Instead, they will remain his slaves on paper, leveraging his reputation as an srank adventurer to shield them from potential attacks. Rin and the others agree to take responsibility for their care until Esther comes of age, whilst Jink offers to provide enchanted items in return for their support. Esther and Urza adamantly refuse to be freed, insisting on their desire to serve Jink as slaves for the rest of their lives. Jink, clearly frustrated by their stubbornness, looks at a document and realizes he has been branded as the illegitimate child of the king of Rosarda. Dane then steps in to deliver serious news, explaining that the king and the crown prince have lost their power, the throne is vacant, and the queen has filed for divorce, effectively ending the kingdom's alliances. The political turmoil in Rosarda has escalated into chaos, with public executions becoming a grim reality. Noble Nonland, struggling against his captors, desperately shouts at the surrounding crowd and guards, insisting that his arrest is a mistake. Meanwhile, the atmosphere remains tense as the threat of war looms over the kingdom, and the guillotine stands ready to claim its next victim. As the political situation continues to spiral, Noble Nonland is unceremoniously shoved into the depths of the royal capital of Tar underground prison. Despite his desperate attempts to maintain his dignity by shouting his former title, he is forced into the cold, dark cells, marking a grim turn in his fate. Noble Nonland is left to languish in the cold, dark confines of his prison cell, warned by his captors to keep quiet. Meanwhile, the king of Rosarda finds himself restricted to his own royal villa, pacing in anger as he struggles to comprehend the audacity of the nobles who have effectively stripped him of his authority. The tension between the king of Rosarda and his son, Elliot, reaches a breaking point. As the king confronts him, demanding to know the reason behind their current predicament, Elliot responds with a mocking tone. Enraged by his son's attitude, the king lashes out, striking him across the face in a sudden, violent outburst. Consumed by fury over his loss of power, the king of Rosarda turns his aggression toward Elliot. He blames his son for their predicament, brutally striking him with his staff and declaring that he no longer considers him a son, leaving the crown prince bloodied and reeling from the assault. As Elliot lies broken on the floor, he realizes the gravity of his situation. Believing he is near death, the king of Rosarda, completely unhinged, looms over him, consumed by a delusional hatred. He fixates on Jink, irrationally blaming him for the collapse of his kingdom and the destruction of his own destiny. Driven by pure, unhinged hatred, the king of Rosarda unleashes a devastating magical attack. The city trembles under the weight of his rage as he fixates on Jink, screaming his name and vowing to destroy him amidst the chaos. Jink stands in the library, explaining to his companions, Rhea, Ren, and Will, that his return to Quolart took an unforeseen turn, leading him to take exams at the academy. After spending 2 weeks in the capital, he prepares to head back to Gamel, now accompanied by a new member to join their upcoming maze runs. Esther stands confidently before his new companions, Ian and Nina, expressing his resolve to keep pace with them and his brother. The group exchanges friendly greetings, marking the beginning of their cooperation as they prepare to embark on their journey together. Jink expresses concern about the low-level enchantments on Esther's armor, but Esther firmly insists on wearing the gear his brother provided. Touched by his determination, Jink accepts his choice and turns to Ian and Nina, ordering them to look after and support Esther as they prepare to enter the maze. Jink evaluates Esther's status, noting his current level and skills. He suggests that they focus on the orc room for 3 days to get Esther ready for the next floor. When Jink expresses concern about whether Esther is ready to hunt orcs, Esther confidently dismisses the worry, citing his previous experience hunting monsters during his time with the House Nonland Guard and his journey to the Quoll Kingdom. Despite Esther's assurance, Jink still seems to have some reservations. As Esther explains his past combat experiences, he briefly mentions a peculiar memory of being forced to fight while dressed in a maid outfit under Karen's orders. Jink pauses, seemingly processing the information before brushing it aside. He then shifts the focus back to their training plan, pointing out that Esther possesses a natural aptitude for wind magic and suggesting they work on leveling up both his magic and mana alongside his spearcraft. The conversation turns to the practicalities of Esther's training, with Nina playfully teasing him about the frequent need to use the restroom after drinking potions, promising to bully him for it as his senior. Jink acknowledges the situation before announcing their departure for Gamel, the Labyrinth City. He turns his Angie, Mimosa, and Urza, entrusting them with the care of the house while the party is away on their expedition. Jink looks down with a serious expression, noting that his reputation has grown and advising his Nico to remain indoors, unless absolutely necessary. The Nico, however, are undeterred. Angie and Mimosa strike a confident pose, drawing their enchanted blades with a sharp shing sound, while Urza looks on, ready to protect the residents while the party is away. Jink and his younger brother, Esther, sit down for tea with Mona. After Esther politely introduces himself, Jink shifts the conversation to business, asking Mona if there have been any significant changes or updates while he was away. Mona brings up the topic of named monsters to Jink, asking if he is familiar with them. Jink confirms that he has heard of them before. Mona then explains that these are rare cases where the souls of the deceased possess monsters, granting them human-like memories, intellect, and the ability to speak, which also alters their physical appearance. Mona adjusts her glasses, her expression serious, as she drops a bombshell on Jink and Esther. She reveals that the orc general from the 15th floor, whom Jink had already cleared, has reappeared as a named monster. The news leaves Jink and Esther visibly stunned, struggling to process the implications of such a powerful enemy returning. The orc general stands in a menacing stance, his eyes burning with hatred as he recognizes Jink. Now a named monster, he growls the protagonist's name, his voice filled with a murderous desire to kill. As the gravity of the situation sets in, Mona explains to Jink and Esther that the orc general has returned as a named monster. Because it now possesses human-level intelligence, Jink realizes that clearing the boss room will be a much more difficult challenge than before. Jink looks surprised as Mona clarifies the situation regarding the orc general. She explains that the monster is far weaker than before, likely due to the nature of the individual whose soul now possesses it. Mona details how the orc general's attack patterns have become simple and predictable, particularly its tendency to mindlessly charge at female adventurers, making it surprisingly easy for even low-level parties to defeat it. Mona elaborates on the situation, noting that while the orc general is easier to defeat, It has created a bottleneck for adventurers trying to reach the 16th floor. She explains that the influx of underleveled adventurers is causing congestion and frequent fights, leading to an increase in casualties. Consequently, she turns to Jink and asks if he would be willing to provide assistance to those adventurers who find themselves in dire situations. Jink agrees to help, explaining that he can use his enchantments to grant his party healing abilities. After Mona expresses her gratitude, the scene shifts to the 15th floor. Jink engages the monsters, swiftly cutting through them with his air slicer skill. In the heat of battle, Esther unleashes a water ball spell against the monsters, while Ian fights alongside him. After successfully landing their attacks, Ian commends Esther on his significant and improved efficiency in using magic. An adventurer nearby expresses their gratitude to Ian for his assistance. As the party continues through the dungeon, Esther excitedly mentions feeling like he is having a growth spurt. Nina observes him, noting how his magical abilities have expanded beyond simple spear thrusts. She internally admits she wanted to tease him, reflecting on his difficult past of being bullied in high society, while Esther remains wary of her intentions. After 3 days of intense dungeon crawling, Esther has successfully leveled up from 23 to 57. Jink calls for a brief 10-minute break before they proceed to the next floor to face the Orc General. Recognizing the monster's unpredictable and perverse nature, Jink takes command, positioning himself on the front line, while ordering the party to keep Nina safely in the back to avoid the Orc General's mindless aggression. As Jink and his party approach the glowing magic circle in the dungeon, the Orc General suddenly manifests. The party is taken aback when the monster reveals it knows Jink's name, chanting Zink and kill as it prepares for battle. The atmosphere turns tense as Jink and his party identify the entity possessing the Orc General as Prince Elliot. Esther is visibly shocked by the revelation. Luke questions Jink about his relationship with the prince, to which Jink coldly confirms that he is indeed an acquaintance, albeit a rotten one. As the Orc General advances, the party braces themselves to confront the creature known as the Dork. Seeing the Orc General possessed by his rotten acquaintance, Crown Prince Elliot, Jink declares that this encounter must be fate. With a determined look, he channels his magic to cast a fireball, ready to eliminate the creature himself. Jink unleashes a fireball spell against the Orc General, but the attack is far too weak to cause any real damage. As the smoke clears, Jink sheepishly admits that he only recently learned the spell and was just testing it out, while the Orc General remains unfazed. The Orc General suddenly lets out a primal roar, his attention shifting away from Jink and entirely toward the women in the party. Esther stands frozen in surprise as the massive creature begins to chant woman, repeatedly its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. Jink attempts to call out to the beast, but the Orc General remains completely fixated on its target, leaving the party in a tense and dangerous standoff. Jink lunges forward, driving his blade into the Orc General to interrupt its fixation on the women. As the creature cries out in pain, Jink sternly commands it to focus its attention solely on him, addressing the spirit of Crown Prince Elliot possessing the beast. Jink stands his ground, challenging the Orc General directly by asking if he is the one the creature is truly after. The Orc General, still fixated on his target, roars in response. Jink remains agile, narrowly avoiding the Orc General's heavy strikes as they trade blows in the heat of the fight, maintaining his focus. Jink lunges forward with his sword, delivering a brutal slash that cuts deep into the Orc General. The creature lets out a pained cry as the attack lands, staggering under the force of Jink's strike. As the dust settles from the battle, Jink watches the fallen Orc General, surprised by the encounter. Neri suddenly points out a strange steaming object on the ground, calling it a shirikadama. She mentions hearing from Manasan that these items have been appearing more frequently since Elliot took control. Jink, visibly uncomfortable and weary, dismisses it as a remnant of Elliot's past life appetites, wishing he could simply walk away from the entire situation. Jink and Esther stand together, contemplating the dark reality of Crown Prince Elliot's existence. Jink explains that after being dethroned and executed, Elliot's soul, fueled by deep resentment, became bound to a monster within the Gamel maze. Because of this, he is now caught in an eternal cycle of death and resurrection, forever serving as a source of experience points and loot for adventurers. Jink coldly remarks that such a fate is a fitting end for the man who held so much malice. Having successfully cleared the boss room, Jink and Esther make their way to the 20th floor of the dungeon, identified as the Crystal Area. The space is packed with other adventurers, making it a popular spot for farming. While Esther is excited to have arrived, Jink finds the environment damp and repulsive, expressing his clear distaste for the conditions of the area. Jink acknowledges the appeal of the 20th floor, noting that it is a prime location for finding rough emeralds and diamonds. Seeing an opportunity to earn some extra money, he encourages the group to try their hand at mining. He hands out pickaxes to Esther and the others, reminding them to be careful not to exhaust themselves, to which they eagerly agree. Wien points out specific crystals that are likely to yield emeralds, explaining that his material appraisal skill allows him to identify them based on their geological features. Esther and the others are impressed by his clever use of the ability. With the targets identified, the group eagerly begins to swing their pickaxes, and the sound of mining echoes through the area as they start digging. The mining expedition on the 20th floor proves fruitful, with the younger members of the group thrilled to discover a wealth of emeralds. Observing their enthusiasm, Jink remains calm, deciding to test his own abilities on the leftover mine tailings instead of digging immediately. Nearby and examines the crystals with a sharp eye, clearly finding his own satisfaction in the potential profit, as his merchant instincts begin to take over. Jink decides to put his training to the test, manifesting a stone golem to aid in the group's mining efforts. Esther watches in amazement as the construct begins its work, though Jink admits that maintaining the golem requires significant mana, limiting how long he can keep it active. He hints that the golem's utility extends far beyond simple excavation. Jink explains to his group that the golem he summoned is not just for mining. It serves as a perfect vanguard to safely trigger traps and pitfalls common in the lower floors of the Gamel maze. As the golem continues to work efficiently, Jink and his companions observe its utility, realizing the strategic advantage of having such a construct at their disposal. The peaceful atmosphere of the 20th floor is shattered by a sudden, aggressive argument between two groups of adventurers. Jink watches as members of the Depths of Purgatory and the emissaries clash over territorial claims, their shouting filling the area. Disappointed that their productive treasure hunt has been interrupted by such petty conflict, Jink dismisses the bickering as immature and urges his group to wrap up their mining efforts before they get caught in the middle of the confrontation. Jink guides his companions to the 21st floor of the dungeon, only to be greeted by an unexpected sight. Instead of the typical dark corridors, they find themselves standing in a vast, open grassland. The group is bewildered by the environment, noting the strange presence of daylight and the feeling of being outdoors despite being deep underground. Jink points out the area, while Esther and the others express their confusion at how the dungeon continues to defy their expectations. Jink and his companions examine the green calves grazing in the open grassland, with the group noting how delicious the meat is compared to orc. Jink recalls tasting it once during his time as a noble, noting its rarity and high cost in the city. While the party considers hunting them, Jink reflects on the recent warnings from Mona regarding the increasing danger and casualties within the maze, though he remains optimistic about their ability to handle the situation. Just as the group expresses their intent to hunt for green calves, the atmosphere shifts violently. The panel reveals a horrific scene where giant, ant-like monsters are swarming and mauling an unfortunate adventurer, proving that the grassland floor is far more dangerous than it appears. Jink swiftly dispatches a green calf, declaring it will be their dinner. As the creature falls, the group realizes they have secured enough meat to potentially sell some to the guild for profit, prompting others in the party to step up and assist with the processing. The group sits together on the grassland of the 21st floor, satisfied after finishing their meal of freshly hunted green calf. Jink reflects on the quality of the meat, while the conversation shifts to the local wildlife. He observes that the area is heavily populated with bovine monsters, noting the presence of white cows and even minotaurs, along with the high quality of the milk they produce. Jink observes Esther's progress, noting that his wind magic has leveled up, and suggesting he test his air tornado technique. Esther is excited about his newfound ability to support the party. Meanwhile, they discuss the practical aspects of the dungeon's bovine monsters, noting that minotaur meat is unpalatable and their graxes are too heavy for standard use. As they prepare to continue their journey, Jink suddenly pauses, sensing something. As Jink and his group explore the grassland, they suddenly come across Kian struggling to carry his wounded companion to safety. The man, clearly exhausted and in pain, urges Jink and his party to turn back immediately. Before he can explain further, he collapses, leaving Jink and Esther to realize the gravity of the situation when the man identifies their pursuers as ants. The true scale of the danger becomes clear as a massive swarm of giant ants appears, confirming the survivors' warning about a nest in the area. Jink, remaining calm, offers to heal the injured man, but demands information about these creatures in return. The survivor, clearly shaken, reveals that he and his companion are the only ones who managed to escape, while the rest of their party has likely already been devoured by the monsters. Jink uses his healing abilities on the Kian, while pressing him details on the monsters. Kian explains that while individual ants are manageable, the sheer number overwhelming and they are particularly dangerous, due to their acid attacks and thick shells. He reveals that the monsters are weak to fire, a piece of information that leaves Jink concerned. Jink reflects on his party's capabilities, noting that since he primarily uses water magic and Ian relies on wind, they are at a significant disadvantage against the fire-vulnerable swarm. The Kian warns Jink that the giant ants defend their queen with extreme ferocity, suggesting that only large clans have the manpower to handle the threat on the 24th floor. He advises Jink to avoid combat if possible before parting ways. Jink, appearing deep in thought, turns to his companion and declares his intention to press on, emphasizing that they must be careful as they prepare to rush through the 24th floor. Jink and his party arrive at the 24th floor, finding themselves in a vast, open field populated by bovine monsters. As they survey the surroundings, Jink notes that the floor's layout seems expanded due to the influence of the ant nest they were warned about. The party remains vigilant, questioning how much deeper the dungeon truly goes. The exploration of the 24th floor is abruptly halted when a violent tremor rocks the area. Jink, alert and cautious, wonders aloud if they are experiencing an earthquake. Beside him, Neri looks visibly shaken, her eyes fixed on the horizon, as she calls out to Jink, pointing toward a disturbing sight emerging in the distance. The ground shakes violently as a terrifying swarm of giant ants erupts from the dungeon floor. Caught in the middle of the nest, Jink and his party have no choice but to turn and run, desperately trying to outpace the relentless monsters closing in on them. Facing the relentless swarm of giant ants, Jink unleashes fire magic to create distance between himself and the monsters. The flames engulf the creatures as they continue to swarm, with the Jink shouting for them to stay back while he struggles to manage the overwhelming threat. The situation on the 24th floor turns dire as the giant ant swarm relentlessly attacks. And the rest of the party are visibly shaken, struggling to hold their ground against the sheer number of enemies. Jink, maintaining his focus despite the chaos, assesses the overwhelming threat, noting that there are at least 5,000 ants surrounding them, with their current spells proving insufficient against such a massive horde. The party looks to Jink for a plan to escape or survive the encounter. Facing the overwhelming ant swarm, Ian proposes that they abandon the others to ensure their own survival. Jink, however, is deeply concerned about the emotional toll such a choice would take on the younger members of the group, particularly Nina. Rejecting the idea of retreat, Jink firmly commands his party to prepare for battle, instructing them to use their spells to scatter the monsters and keep their mana levels high with potions. Taking full responsibility for his party's safety, Jink asserts his role as leader and vows to get everyone out alive. He charges forward, prompting a swift "yes, sir" from his companions. Meanwhile, Alec Thunder notices the terrifying scale of the threat and urgently warns the others to flee as they realize what is approaching. Jink firmly tells the other adventurers that his party will hold back the swarm to allow them to escape safely. Alec Thunder and his companions are shocked by the offer, questioning if they are truly the Enchanter's party and expressing concern over the danger. As Jink urges them to hurry, the adventurers realize they have no choice but to flee, shouting their gratitude as they dash away from the encroaching threat. As the swarm of giant ants closes in, Jink and Neri coordinate their magical attacks. Neri casts Air Tornado, while Jink follows up with a Water Cyclone, creating a devastating combination that sends the monsters flying and keeps the path clear for the other adventurers to escape. Jink stands at the forefront, channeling his magic with a focused expression as he blasts through the encroaching monsters. Beside him, his party members engage the swarm in close-quarters combat, their movements swift and precise as they fend off the relentless waves of giant ants. Jink unleashes an air cyclone to push back the encroaching swarm of giant ants. Exhausted and under constant pressure, he drinks a potion to replenish his strength, noting that the endless waves of monsters are far from over. While he and Ian have enough mana to sustain the fight, Jink grows increasingly concerned about the younger members of his party, realizing that their inability to use fire magic is making their defense inefficient and draining their energy. As the giant ants press their attack, Jink quickly summons a water wall to create a defensive barrier for his party. He calls out to Esther and Nina, ordering them to retreat behind the protection of his magic. While the younger members comply and express their concern, Jink remains focused, desperately searching for a way to turn the tide of the battle while encouraging them to heal up. Jink stands his ground, sword drawn, as he calculates the risks of the ongoing battle. He realizes that fighting the swarm head-on will eventually lead to their defeat. His eyes lock onto a larger, more imposing figure in the distance at the Queen. He knows that eliminating her is the key to ending the swarm, but observing the battlefield more closely, he notices that some of the ants possess unique traits, identifying them as commanders. He must find a way to bridge the gap and strike the Queen before his party is overwhelmed. Jink formulates a plan to break the stalemate. He takes a piece of orc meat, stabs it with his sword, and then flings it toward the giant ant swarm, hoping to use it as bait to create a distraction. The orc meat hits the ground, and the swarm of giant ants immediately swarms toward it, clicking in excitement. Seeing his plan succeed, Jink dashes forward with his sword drawn. He quickly closes the distance and strikes one of the ants, cutting it down as he maneuvers through the chaotic battlefield. With the giant ant swarm thrown into disarray, Jink seizes the momentum to strike. He lunges forward, cutting down a commander ant while shouting a challenge to the remaining monsters. Seeing the confusion spread through the swarm, Jink realizes his plan is working perfectly and prepares to push further into their ranks. Jink turns to his party, his expression focused as he directs the next stage of their assault. He commands Ian to use his wind magic to scatter the orc meat bait, while instructing Esther and Nina to prepare their ranged spells to strike the commander ants. As soon as the swarm creates an opening, the party acknowledges his orders, ready to execute the plan. Jink directs Esther and Nina to focus their magic on clearing a path toward the queen ant, instructing them to provide cover for Ian. Esther and Nina confirm their orders, ready to execute the plan. Jink expresses his trust in his team, declaring that he will personally take down the queen once they get close enough, while the heavy thuds of the approaching swarm echo on the battlefield, and stands ready with his blade as Esther and Nina channel their magic. With a powerful surge of wind, they cast Air Tornado and Air Cyclone, effectively blasting the giant ants aside and carving a path through the swarm. The monsters scramble in confusion as the path to the queen finally opens up. With the path cleared by the intense wind magic, Jink charges forward, his blade slicing through a giant ant. Nina and Esther continue to provide cover, their combined efforts keeping the swarm scattered and allowing Jink to close the distance to the queen. The battle intensifies as Jink and Esther coordinate their strikes. With a fierce shout, Jink cuts through the swarm, while Esther casts a powerful water cyclone to scatter the monsters. Their combined efforts successfully carve a path through the chaotic horde, bringing them closer to the looming silhouette of the queen ant. Jink finally reaches the heart of the enemy formation. Standing before the towering queen ant, he readies his sword, his expression focused and intense as he prepares to engage the leader of the swarm in a final confrontation. The queen ant looms over Jink, emitting a terrifying high-pitched screech. Jink, undeterred and focused, grips his sword tightly, his eyes locked onto the monster as he prepares to deliver the decisive blow. Jink keeps his eyes locked on the queen ant, his mind quickly processing the information displayed in her status window. While her skills don't seem overwhelmingly impressive, he realizes that relying on a single sword to take her down will be a difficult task. He readies himself for the fight, determined to find an opening. Jink remains locked in a fierce struggle against the queen ant. As she lunges at him, he nimbly maneuvers out of the way, shouting "Fireball" to unleash a burst of magic that splashes against the monster. The battle intensifies as Jink keeps up his offensive, determined to overcome the formidable creature. The battle intensifies as Jink nimbly leaps over the queen ant's crushing limbs. Despite the constant barrage of attacks and the deafening sounds of impact, Jink maintains his focus. He realizes that while her size makes her predictable and easy to dodge, he still faces the difficult challenge of finding a way to inflict real damage on such a formidable opponent. Jink remembers the tactical wisdom shared by Dan, realizing that if he can restrict the queen ant's movement, the battle will be decided. He observes her massive frame and concludes that she lacks agility. With a clear plan in mind, Jink begins to circle the monster, preparing to feint and strike precisely at the joints of her legs to cripple her. While Jink is busy fending off the relentless swarm of ants, he finds himself momentarily overwhelmed by their numbers. Recognizing the danger, Dane steps in and casts Air Cyclone, creating a powerful gust that sweeps the smaller ants away from Jink. The sudden support gives Jink a brief moment of relief as he watches the path clear before him. With the smaller ants cleared, Jink and Dane maintain their momentum, though they acknowledge the urgency of the situation. Jink knows they cannot sustain this pace indefinitely due to their limited mana and potions. Determined to end the confrontation, he lunges toward the queen ant, unleashing a powerful strike to finally take down the massive monster. Following his plan to target the joints, Jink delivers a powerful blow to the queen ant's leg. The impact causes a splash of fluid and forces the massive creature to lose her balance, causing her to wobble and stumble as she struggles to remain upright. Jink refuses to let up, declaring that he is not done yet. As he continues to engage the queen's ant, the massive monster, reeling from the previous damage, struggles to stabilize herself, while Jink and his allies coordinate their strikes to bring her down once and for all. Jink leaps into the air, delivering a decisive slash that severs the queen ant's limbs. Observing the monster's crippled state, he realizes that without her legs and antennae, she is effectively neutralized. The queen ant lets out a pained screech as her body twitches, while Jink lets out a battle cry, pressing his advantage to bring the fight to an end. Jink delivers a crushing strike to the queen ant, sending her sprawling across the ground. The monster lets out a pained screech as she struggles to regain her footing. But Jink is already closing in, determined to end the fight once and for all. The battlefield falls quiet as the remaining ants scatter in the wake of the queen ants' defeat. Esther praises Jink for his decisive victory, relieved that their strategy succeeded. Jink expresses his relief that everyone is safe, though he remains somber, reflecting on the grim reality that a single mistake could have cost them their lives in the depths of the maze. The battle has concluded, and the party takes a moment to breathe. Esther gather the spoils of their victory. Esther expresses relief that everyone is safe, while Dane notes that the risk was worth it for the massive amount of loot they acquired. As they prepare to leave the maze, Esther wonders if defeating an A-rank monster like the Queen Ant will finally grant Jink a provisional A-rank status. Jink agrees to collect the remaining items using wind magic before they make their exit. Jink ponders his recent accomplishments, feeling that perhaps it is too soon to celebrate or expect a major rank promotion, especially since he only defeated a single A-rank monster. A few days later, he stands before the Adventurers Guild Gamel branch, recalling how his reward for the mission included a stern lecture from the guild about the dangers of risking his life as an enchanter. Mona sits down with Jink, Esther, and Lina to address the recent events involving the ant swarm. She confirms that the guild has received reports of Jink's heroic rescue of Brank adventurers from the Lyre. As a formal token of gratitude, she explains that the guild intends to award him 3 platinum pieces. Jink is visibly stunned by the amount, which equates to 300 million yen, and initially tries to decline, feeling it is far too much. However, Mona calmly explains that it is customary to provide a reward equal to half of an adventurer's total assets when they are saved from such dangerous, vicious monsters. Jink accepts the reward, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Mona continues to explain that the payment is justified, given the life-threatening risks he faced to save the others. She looks at Jink with a serious expression, admitting that her concern for him goes beyond his value as an enchanter, as she sincerely hopes never to receive news of his death. Mona expresses deep regret for her role in the dangerous mission, apologizing to Jink for potentially overstepping her bounds. Jink quickly dismisses her guilt, insisting that the decision to help was entirely his own. Mona maintains a serious, caring demeanor, looking directly at Jink as she tells him that many people care about his survival, urging him to keep that in mind. She then turns to leave, informing him that she will go summon the guildmaster. As Mona leaves, Jink and Esther discuss her visible concern for his safety. Suddenly, the door opens and the guildmaster Dan walks in with a stern expression. He immediately confronts Jink, calling him an idiot for his reckless actions against the ant swarm and warning him that if he continues to throw his life away, he should simply return to Rosarda. Esther is visibly upset by Dan's harsh words, standing up to confront the guildmaster for his attitude toward Jink. However, Jink remains composed, acknowledging that Dan is right and promising to exercise more caution in the future. Seeing Jink's humble response, Dan lets out a huff and decides to drop the lecture. He then shifts the mood, informing Jink that he has some important news to discuss. Dan informs Jink and Esther that the Korda branch reported several Rosarda nobles sneaking into the country. He describes how a group of 4, posing as merchants, gave themselves away by using aristocratic language. Dan explains that the guild is intentionally letting them move freely, while keeping them under surveillance by trusted adventurers to learn more about their intentions. Dan drops a bombshell, revealing that the infiltrating nobles intend to install Jink as the king of Rosarda. Esther is visibly outraged by their audacity, especially considering they were the ones who banished Jink in the first place. When Jink questions the confidentiality of sharing such sensitive information, Dan calmly explains that since the nobles hired the guild under false pretenses, he is not bound by the usual client-gold secrecy agreements. Dan explains that the guild remains neutral in international conflicts, allowing him to disclose the details since the nobles breached their contract. When asked if he knows their names, Dan admits they do not, prompting Jink to consider who would be bold enough to infiltrate the country. Jink realizes that any noble seeking to make him king must be loyal to the throne itself, and he quickly identifies the likely culprit behind the dangerous plot. Dan reveals the identity of the man behind the plot. Marquis Patanir, a ruthless noble, who took over the royalist faction following his father's execution. Dan notes that Patanir is currently present staying in the capital, but remains unaware of Jink's presence in Gamel. Inglis shifts his focus to the safety of his connections, deciding he must warn Chris and the Sacred Flame Group to stay vigilant, while also considering evacuating his maids from the capital to the safety of the Brand estate. Mona continues her briefing, detailing how the group known as the Liar had inadvertently stumbled upon the ant swarm while attempting to bypass a conflict between the depths of purgatory and the emissaries. She then asks Jink if he sustained damage during his own encounter. Jink replies that while he and his group were unharmed, they were forced to abandon their mining expedition early to avoid getting caught in the chaos. Mona suggests to Jink that she should file a formal complaint against the two major clans, given the inconvenience they have caused to many adventurers, and now to him personally. Jink readily agrees, acknowledging that the clan's behavior is likely testing the guild's patience. As the conversation continues, Jink remains focused on the implications of the conflict involving the depths of purgatory. Dan stands up from his seat, remarking that the situation is becoming messy. He tells Jink that their discussion is over for now and advises him to keep his head down. As the meeting concludes, the perspective shifts to an exterior view of the city buildings, signaling a transition in the story. Inside the emissary's clubhouse, the atmosphere is tense and filled with frustration. Dane, clearly agitated, drinks heavily while demanding to know which of his subordinates is responsible for the claim filed by the Enchanter Brat. Referring to Jink, his men discuss the gravity of the situation, noting that while they could easily dismiss a claim from a minor clan, Jink's status as an rank adventurer makes this a major problem. They speculate that the trouble likely originated from someone in the Fourth Army, but they are paralyzed, unable to issue any official orders until Herbertson returns. Inside the emissary's ranks, the tension is palpable. A bearded member instructs his subordinates to keep their heads down on the surface to avoid further trouble. He explains that Herbertson and the elite expedition forces are currently deep within the dungeon, and he knows that once Herbertson learns about the legal claim from Jink, he will surely lose his temper. The members of the depths of purgatory gather in their clubhouse, tense and frustrated. They discuss the recent legal claim for compensation issued by the guild following Jink's intervention in a conflict between them and the emissaries. While they appreciate their members defending their territory, the resulting trouble is becoming a significant headache. They resolve to maintain a defensive stance and stay on guard until Herbertson returns to handle the matter. The tension rises as a Liar, identified as Liar, delivers a chilling revelation. He states that the Kingdom of Nazar has officially ordered them to carry out the assassination of Jink, marking a dangerous turn in the ongoing conflict. The story transitions into Chapter 18, titled Those Who Cheat, featuring a dynamic illustration of Jink alongside his companions, signaling the start of a new phase in his journey as he faces mounting pressures from the Kingdom of Nazar and the major clans. The emblem of the depths of purgatory, a large clan based in Gamel, is shown, revealing that their top officials have been operating in Quoll as intelligence gatherers for the Kingdom of Nazar. Meanwhile, members of the clan discuss the assassination order against Jink, speculating that Queen Melissa has deemed the effort to bring her stepson to Nazar unnecessary. They note that it was her son, Elliot, who originally orchestrated Jink's exile. The discussion continues as the members of the depths of purgatory evaluate Jink's defiance against the Kingdom of Nazar. Recognizing that Jink intends to settle in Quoll and refuses to submit, they conclude that he has become a dangerous liability. The hooded figures deliberate on the logistics of the too conspicuous. They urgently search for capable candidates to carry out the hit, acknowledging the grim reality that their own reality if thou fail to eliminate the Enchanter. Aki, a confident member of the depths of purgatory, volunteers for the dangerous task, boasting of his assassin class skills. His superiors approve the plan, ordering him to disguise himself as an emissary to carry out the hit. They believe that even if the assassination fails, framing the emissaries will successfully sow discord and chaos among the local factions in Quoll. A few days have passed since the battle with the ant swarm, and the group is enjoying the fruits of their labor. Ian and the others discuss their significant level increases, with Ian's wind magic now exceeding level 100. Jink, ever the strategist, promises to enchant new items for his companions to help them further. The mood lightens as they celebrate Nina's 13th birthday, with Nina playfully insisting that Esther now refer to her as his older sister. Jink directs his party's attention toward their next objective, explaining that they will bypass the ant swarm to reach the 26th floor. He warns them that the area beyond is a frozen wasteland, a place known to be accessible only by veteran adventurers. Recognizing the danger of the extreme temperatures, Jink advises the group to acquire proper winter clothing. Nina and Ian react to the news, noting he has never worn such heavy gear before, while the group contemplates the severity of the cold they are about to face. As the group prepares for their journey, Jink clarifies that their primary objective is to push forward and clear new floors in the dungeon, shifting their focus away from simple resource gathering. He notes the lack of seasonal changes in the region, but draws upon his memories from Japan to anticipate the extreme cold they will face in the upcoming frost-covered areas. Nina acknowledges his instructions, confirming their commitment to the mission. The party arrives at the desolate, ice-covered 26th floor, where the freezing temperatures immediately take a toll on everyone. Jink, struggling against the intense chill that reminds him of his past life in Japan, orders his team to utilize their athletics enchantments and press forward without stopping. To shield them from the biting wind, Jink casts an air curtain, providing a temporary barrier of warmth as they continue their desperate trek toward the boss room. The group's progress through the icy terrain is interrupted by a pack of aggressive saber-toothed tigers emerging from the snow. Jink remains focused, quickly casting Air Slicer to decapitate one of the beasts, while Esther simultaneously unleashes a water arrow to strike another, forcing the party into a desperate battle for survival in the freezing cold. Jink and his party finally reach the entrance to the boss room on the 30th floor, after a grueling 20 trek through the freezing environment. As they stand before the sealed door, Jink reflects on the harsh conditions that turned his water magic into useless ice, while Nina expresses curiosity about his mention of popsicles. Despite the exhaustion, Jink remains focused, determined to lead his team through the challenge ahead. Standing before the entrance to the boss room, Jink decides to use his enchantment and alchemy skills to aid his party against the biting cold. He reveals a metal golem he has crafted, leaving Nina and Esther stunned by his ingenuity. Jink begins to put the golem to work, preparing it to assist them in the upcoming battle. Jink asks his party to wait as he prepares a special alchemical effect. To the surprise of Esther and Nina, the area around them suddenly shifts to a comfortable room temperature. Realizing the effectiveness of Jink's creation, the group decides to shed their cumbersome winter gear before proceeding further into the dungeon. The tension spikes as a massive armored beast known as an acrocanth lunges at Jink and his party. Recognizing the threat, Jink shouts orders to his companions, warning them that the monster's scales are too tough for physical weapons. He urges them to dodge the creature's deadly bite and rely on magic to survive the encounter. The battle against the Arank acrocanth intensifies as the beast lunges with its massive jaws. Jink stays focused, chanting a spell, while Neri stands ready with her blade. With a swift motion, Jink unleashes an air cyclone, a powerful magic attack that takes time to cast, but proves effective against the monster's thick scales, forcing the creature to recoil. The battle against the acrocanth reaches its climax as Jink unleashes a massive water tornado, striking the beast down. The monster collapses instantly, leaving the party surprised by the ease of their victory. As the dust settles, the group discusses their performance, with Esther and the others noting that Jink's enchantments have significantly boosted their magical capabilities, making their progression feel almost unfair. Jink and his companions arrive at the dungeon's safe zone, a welcome relief after their intense battle. As they settle in for a break, Jink surveys the area, noticing various other adventurers gathered around. He recognizes members from the emissaries and the depths of purgatory clans, remarking on their rough and hardened appearance, which helps him better understand the competitive nature of the dungeon environment. While resting in the safe area, Jink is surprised when a man named Leon from the Elder Tree clan approaches him, recalling how Jink had previously shared his orc stew with them. Recognizing the tension caused by the nearby emissaries and depths of purgatory groups, Jink suggests they move to a quieter spot. He then prepares some hot milk from a white cow and kindly offers a cup to Leon, who gratefully accepts. Jink watches over his sleeping companions, noting how exhausted they are from the harsh conditions of the frost area. He turns his attention to Leon, who explains that his group, the Third Army, is tasked with supporting the First and Second Armies by handling supplies and communications. Leon clarifies that many other clans have their own Third Army stationed here as well. As Jink takes a sip of his drink, he observes the surrounding adventurers and realized of being trapped in the dungeon for weeks, or even months. Jink proposes a trade to Leon, offering him water in exchange for intelligence on the deeper dungeon floors. Leon, surprised by the generous offer, explains the dire situation regarding water scarcity in the dungeon. He reveals that floors 31 through 35 consist of a tropical jungle area. Jink reflects on the lack of reliable information, realizing that because intel is so valuable, major clans keep their findings secret, leaving even the guild in the dark about what lies ahead. Jink is visibly excited, imagining the wealth he could accumulate by crafting a detailed map and strategy guide for the dungeon's deeper levels. After finalizing his trade with Leon, he sets the containers down with a clunk. The two exchange polite farewells, with Leon expressing his gratitude as Jink prepares to move on, leaving the other adventurers in the safe area behind. Having moved past the frost levels, Jink and his companions arrive at the entrance of the jungle area on floor 31. Jink observes the dense, overgrown environment, noting the significant shift in humidity as they prepare to explore this new, challenging terrain. Jink explains to his party that their primary goal in this new environment is to map the area and compile a strategy guide, which he intends to sell to the guild for a significant profit. Neri, visibly affected by the sweltering heat, expresses her discomfort. But Jink remains determined, acknowledging the difficulty of the task while preparing to push forward. In the midst of the dungeon's safe zone, Jink proudly presents a jar of his homemade white cow milk sherbet to his companions. Esther and Neri are amazed by the unexpected dessert, realizing that Jink had been gathering snow for this very purpose. As they take their first bites, the cool, sweet flavor leaves them both stunned and delighted by the delicious treat. As the group enjoys the refreshing sherbet, Jink accidentally mentions that the treat is common in his other world. Realizing his mistake when Esther questions him, Jink quickly pivots, claiming he learned the recipe from a book at the academy. Despite his nervous explanation, Esther and Nina are simply amazed by his talent, with Esther noting that the dessert would be a huge success if they sold it at the market. Jink continues to demonstrate his resourcefulness by showing Esther his cooling packs, designed to help them survive the humid jungle environment. Esther is struck by Jink's natural business acumen, while Jink begins to calculate the potential market value of his inventions. With their preparations complete, Jink instructs Esther to stay alert and maintain their perception as they head further into the dense, tropical dungeon floor. Jink observes the jungle surroundings, satisfied that they have gathered enough information for this floor. As he speaks, Nina signals for him to crouch down, addressing him as Zink-sama while keeping a watchful eye on the area to ensure they remain undetected. Leon and Lyre, cloaked in the shadows of the jungle, discuss the high stakes of their mission. They reveal that they are acting on behalf of the former Queen Melissa and the King, who are desperate to eliminate Jink with the help of the Guildmaster's intelligence. They are tracking Jink's every move, believing their disguises will successfully deceive him and his appraisal ability. Jink is visibly shaken as the realization hits him. He connects the dots between the assassin's intel and the Guildmaster, Dan wondering in disbelief if the man he trusted is actually working with the depths of purgatory to have him killed. Jink and his party stand in the jungle, processing the shocking revelation that the depths of purgatory are acting as spies. While Nina expresses her disbelief at the assassination attempt, Jink remains analytical, suggesting that while not everyone in the group is a spy, some have definitely been tracking his movements through the maze. The group is left to confront the painful possibility that Guildmaster Dan has betrayed their trust, a development that marks the beginning of a dangerous new chapter. Jink contemplates the possibility of Guildmaster Dan being a traitor, noting that Dan had previously warned him about the threat from Rosarda. Esther remains skeptical, arguing that Dan's position as Guildmaster makes him dangerous, and that his past assistance, including the situation with Ian's father, was likely just a trick to manipulate Jink. Jink and his party realize the gravity of the situation, noting that multiple members of the depths of purgatory have claimed to receive intel from the Guildmaster. Deciding that lingering in the dungeon is too dangerous, Jink resolves to return to the surface. He plans to confront Guildmaster Dan directly, convinced that the man's facial expression upon hearing the news will reveal his true allegiance. Jink advises his team to remain calm and act as if they are unaware of the assassination plot, to avoid tipping off the members of the depths of purgatory. He teases Nina about her expressive nature, which she finds rude, insisting she is mature enough to handle the situation. The group then heads toward the guild building, where they intend to confront Guildmaster Dan. The atmosphere grows tense as Jin and Mona process the revelation that the depths of purgatory are elite intelligence officers from Nazar, a group that has been active for over a decade. Jink listens intently, his expression serious as he weighs the gravity of the situation. Realizing that this is no longer just a guild matter, but a potential international incident involving the kingdom of Nazar, Jink concludes that they must escalate the issue. He calmly states that he intends to report these findings directly to the King of Quoll, to ensure the threat is handled at the highest level. Dan emphasizes the guild's neutrality, noting that they cannot disband the depths of purgatory, based solely on the presence of Nazar spies without risking war. Jink decides that they will take matters into their own hands and deal with the assassins directly. In a surprising turn, Dan offers to accompany Jink into the maze, stating that as Guildmaster, he needs to witness a failed assassination attempt firsthand to secure the necessary evidence to take down the clan. Jink internally weighs the risks of Dan's presence, wondering if the Guildmaster intends to harm him. Despite his suspicions, he agrees to the joint venture, seeing it as a way to isolate Dan from the guild. When confronted by Jink and Mona about his lack of awareness regarding the recent events, Dan admits he was outmaneuvered. Jink remains cold and professional, informing Dan that he will not be receiving any special treatment or support from their party while they are in the maze. Dan admits to Jink that he understands why his leadership is being questioned. Given his lack of awareness regarding the corruption within the guild, he vows to handle the situation personally and promises to pull his weight during their mission. Jink suggests they depart the following day, excusing themselves to make the necessary preparations. Suddenly, a subordinate interrupts, excitedly announcing to Dan that they have successfully gained entry into the depths of purgatory. Jink sits at his desk, his mind occupied by the dangerous reality of the depths of purgatory. He seals a letter intended for the king, determined to ensure the monarch is informed of the threat. As he finishes his task, he recalls the earlier light-hearted banter, his expression shifting from focused resolve to a moment of quiet contemplation. Jink opens a small case to reveal a collection of vials, picking up a bottle of truth serum. He recalls how House Nonland frequently utilized such substances against their enemies, noting that he had taken a few for himself before his exile. While he acknowledges that using such methods should be second nature to a former noble, he admits that his conscience is making the decision difficult. The next day, Jink and Dan reach the restricted area. Jink holds the truth serum, reminding himself that he cannot afford to be soft because the lives of Esther and his companions are at risk. Meanwhile, Dan decides to wear a disguise to avoid being identified by the enemy, leading to a brief light-hearted moment where Jink teases him about wearing a wig, much to Dan's annoyance. Jink hands Dan a pair of enchanted Manga bracelets, explaining that they are imbued with athletics to aid his performance. While Dan appreciates the gesture, Jink maintains a guarded attitude, secretly noting that even with the enhancement, he remains stronger and ready to react if Dan attempts any betrayal. With the preparations complete, the group sets their sights on reaching the 15th floor of the maze, signaling the start of their dangerous mission. As they reach the 14th floor, the disguised guildmaster Dan is completely exhausted, panting heavily as he leans on his weapon. He complains to Jink about their relentless pace, having been running for 4 hours straight. Jink, unfazed, coldly reminds Dan of his earlier promise to carry his own weight during the expedition. Despite his stern demeanor, Jink notices the area is clear of any purgatory members and decides it is safe enough to pause for a quick snack. As the group takes a moment to rest on the 14th floor, they enjoy a surprisingly elaborate meal prepared by Nina. Dan is clearly delighted by the quality of the food, praising Nina for her efforts. Meanwhile, Jink watches the scene with a sense of irritation, feeling that the others are simply showing off their domestic skills in the middle of their expedition. As they prepare for their mission, Jink asks Dan if he is a betting man. Dan admits he used to gamble before his wife made him quit. Jink then pulls out a bottle of truth serum, explaining that he took it from House Nonland to use for interrogations. He expresses uncertainty about its effectiveness but intends to use it on the depths of purgatory members. Jink holds the bottle of truth serum, explaining to Dan and Neri that the substance is incredibly potent and can cause severe psychological distress if not diluted correctly. He expresses his intent to experiment with the dosage to ensure it is safe for their mission. Neri, visibly alarmed, begs him to reconsider, warning him of the madness it has caused others in the past. Dan remains stoic, pointing out that they are prepared with antidotes and have access to healing magic should anything go wrong. Jink maintains his intense focus, proposing a dangerous bet to Dan. If Dan can withstand the truth serum, he will receive a platinum coin and share their meals. Jink openly voices his suspicion, finding it hard to believe that Dan, as the guildmaster, was completely unaware of the purgatory's activities. Dan, visibly annoyed, questions if Jink is crazy, firmly denying any secret ties to the enemy organization. Jink offers to share the risk of the truth serum to prove his sincerity, prompting Dan to accept the challenge with a fierce grin. Dan declares that he will easily outdrink Jink, showing no fear despite the potential consequences. Nearby, Neri and Ian watch the scene unfold, clearly anxious about the dangerous experiment about to take place. The drinking contest commences as Jink and Dan both take their first swigs of the truth serum. As the substance hits their systems, Jink is immediately struck by a visceral, painful flashback of his past, hearing the cruel voices of those who cast him out and called him a dropout. Despite the intense psychological toll, the challenge continues, with Dan drinking steadily while Jink struggles to maintain his composure. The drinking contest intensifies as Jink and Dan continue to consume the truth serum. Jink visibly struggles with the immediate effects, while Dan, though sweating and breathing heavily, maintains a mocking grin, challenging Jink by asking if that is all he has to offer. The atmosphere grows heavy with tension as the serum begins to take a toll on both men. The atmosphere shifts as the truth serum begins to manifest its potent side effects. Dark, shadowy tendrils rise from the liquid, enveloping the participants. Jink, lost in the throes of his traumatic memories, addresses Dan with a haunting question about his past. while Dan struggles to comprehend the surreal and terrifying reality unfolding before him. The truth serum plunges Dan into a waking nightmare, where a monstrous, distorted version of Jink looms over him, accusing him of being responsible for the past. As Dan trembles in fear, Jink's own mind drifts into a state of regret, haunted by the realization that he should have done more to stop the involvement with the purgatories, regardless of the cost. Dan, visibly struggling under the effects of the truth serum, pours out his inner thoughts. He recounts how he once believed Jink had moved on, only to be saddened by his broken state upon their reunion. He explains that he had dismissed the disappearances of adventurers as mere rumors until the recent events involving Jink referred to here as Jink forced him to confront the reality of the situation. As his confession at the intensifies, he begins to lash out at the Nazar group, hinting at their dark role in those tragedies. Don's internal monologue reveals the heavy burden of his past, lamenting the lives lost and the influence the purgatories held over the nobility, which rendered them untouchable even during his time as guildmaster. He realizes that Jink's presence offers a rare opportunity to finally bring them to justice. Standing alongside his companions, Jink resolves that he will not retreat from this battle, signaling a turning point in their fight against the purgatories. Dan shouts a defiant declaration, vowing to protect Jink and his friends from any assassination attempts. As the effects of the truth serum begin to subside, he snaps back to reality, visibly drained and disoriented, muttering about how the experience completely knocked him out. The atmosphere remains heavy as Jink and Dan apologize to one another for the unintended consequences of the truth serum. Dan brushes off the guilt, emphasizing that the truth about his stance against the purgatories is finally out in the open. However, the conversation shifts to a more pressing matter when Luke points out the lingering mystery of how the assassin managed to extract information from Dan, leaving the group to question the true source of the leak. As the conversation continues, Dan insists he never leaked information to the purgatories. He recalls a painful memory from 5 years ago, where he was soundly defeated by a purgatory member during a rank promotion exam. Despite the vivid memory of his opponent's smirk, Dan is still baffled by the connection to the current allegations. Jink, determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, declares that they must track down and arrest the assassin to extract the full truth. Jink explains the nature of his rare ability, gift, empathy, noting that it is a power reserved for those who have endured severe past trauma. He describes how it functions by relaying the target's thoughts, emotions, and associated information, though it demands significant mental strength and can only be used once every 10 days. As the intense process takes its toll on Dan, the scene transitions to a remote jungle area. Deep within the jungle, the situation turns chaotic. The hooded assassin suddenly collapses, clutching his head in agony, as he screams for the mental torment to stop. Lan and his associate look on in disbelief, struggling to understand why their attempt to use empathy to tap into the guildmaster's mind has resulted in such a violent and unexpected reaction. The hooded assassins are in a state of panic as they realize their connection to the guildmaster has backfired. Suspecting that their target has discovered their surveillance, one of the hooded figures, desperate and furious, orders the immediate mobilization of all assassins within the maze, determined to kill the one responsible for their current predicament. The jungle hideout is filled with chaos as the hooded assassin collapses, screaming in agony from the mental feedback. His companions, including Leon, look on with a mix of anger and disbelief, realizing that Jink and his allies are far more dangerous than they had anticipated. The tension among the depths of purgatory members reaches a breaking point in the jungle. While one of their own continues to lash out in a state of mental agony, the group is caught off guard by the sudden arrival of aggressive wyverns descending from the sky. Panic ensues as they realize they have been discovered, forcing them to face an unexpected aerial threat. While their internal cohesion crumbles, tensions reach a breaking point among the depths of purgatory members. As they realize the severity of the wyvern attack, one member desperately argues against leaving their comrade, Jay, behind, emphasizing his value as an empath for gathering intelligence. However, the leader coldly insists that they have no choice but to use him as bait to escape. That fighting 3 wyverns is a death sentence, the group chooses survival over loyalty, and they dash away, leaving their struggling companion behind. Abandoned by his own team to serve as bait, Jay remains in a dazed, mentally broken state. He is completely unaware of the danger until a wyvern swoops down from above, lunging forward to deliver a lethal bite, ending his life in a brutal display of violence. The surviving members of the depths of purgatory scramble through the jungle, their faces twisted with rage and fear as they flee from the pursuing wyverns. One of them shouts a vengeful threat toward Jink, blaming him for their disastrous situation. In a sudden shift of tone, Jink is shown elsewhere, letting out a loud sneeze, completely oblivious to the chaos and the enemies plotting his downfall. The party arrives at the icy environment of floor 26. As the wind howls, Jay, visibly shivering and struggling with the intense cold, demands that Jink immediately summon a monster to proceed with their plan. However, Jink appears completely clueless, asking what a summon is, leaving Jay in a state of utter shock and disbelief. Jink clarifies the common methods for traversing the frost area, noting that others typically rely on summoned monsters for transport or warmth. When his companions admit they cannot use summons, Jink demonstrates his own approach, explaining that he creates an air curtain and uses lanterns to maintain heat in the freezing environment. Jink confidently explains his plan to his party, revealing that his fire magic has improved significantly, allowing him to create a warm environment within an air curtain. As he conjures a flame, he instructs the hooded adventurer to keep watch, while he focuses on his magic, reminding him that the maximum athletics buff he now possesses will keep him safe. The hooded adventurer, having no better alternatives, agrees to the plan. The party reaches the floor 30 boss room, where they immediately engage the Akrakanth. With Jink leading the assault, the creature is quickly overwhelmed and brought down. As the monster collapses with a heavy thud, Jin observes the battle with a calm expression, remarking that the Akrakanth did not even last a minute against them. After clearing the boss room, Jink suggests taking a break to plan their next move. When a party member questions why they aren't heading to the safe zones due to the presence of purgatories and the unpleasant smell, Jink explains they have an hour before the next monster spawns, suggesting they can handle it for extra experience and items. Jins agrees with Jink's pragmatic approach, while Nina cheerfully announces that dinner, including white cow milk sherbets, is ready for everyone. As the group eats, Jink generously offers his food to Dan, telling him to let go of his lingering concerns about the past. After a brief moment of reflection, Jink shifts the focus to their next move. He explains that they will pretend to explore the tropical floor, using their knowledge of the area's strategic locations to draw out the purgatory members. Jink and Dan continue their strategic discussion, acknowledging that the overgrown environment will be a challenge for everyone involved. They agree that utilizing the perception skill will give them a necessary edge in this battle of wits. Dan remains wary, pointing out that the purgatory members possess suspicious access to internal guild information, suggesting they are a significant threat. As the tension rises, Jink signals that it is finally time for the group to head into the safe zone. Jink and his team arrive at the safe zone, moving with caution to avoid drawing unwanted attention. As they step into the area, Jink reminds his companions to remain calm and act normal. They scan the environment, noticing the presence of various individuals, including members of the purgatory group, as they prepare to execute the next stage of their plan. The party has set up camp on the tropical floor, reaching their 7th day in the area. Rhea is visibly refreshed after using the portable bathtub that Jink provided. Jin remarks that without the luxury items and equipment stored in Jink's box of holding, they would have struggled to survive in such a harsh environment. Esther proudly adds that Jink is capable of bringing even more, including an entire bathroom, if he truly wanted to. Jink and Dane continue their conversation about the elusive purgatory members, wondering if their mission has been suspended. Dane admits that the week-long tension has been exhausting, though he notes his perception skill has leveled up to 6. Jink, sensing the need to move forward, confidently unveils a set of enchanted rings he has prepared, ready to put them to the test. Jink reveals the true purpose of his new enchanted accessories, explaining to Dane that they provide a significant 200 boost to his perception. He warns his companions that he will be defenseless, while focusing his senses to scan the entire floor, prompting the party to immediately take up defensive positions around him as a powerful aura erupts. Jink stands in deep concentration, his senses expanded across the entire tropical floor. He reports back to his party, revealing that he can perceive every living creature and their mental states. He identifies 4 purgatory members positioned near the safety zone entrance, clearly attempting to cut off their escape. However, Jink notes with concern that the specific individuals they are hunting are not currently present on this floor, suggesting the enemy is tracking them from afar. Jink and Dane analyze their situation, realizing that although they are being followed, the purgatory members do not seem to have direct surveillance of their conversations. Jink notes that despite his vocal provocation, the pursuers remain spared. They reflect on speech experience, confirming that while they are being tracked, their movements and speech remain hidden from their stalkers, leading Jink to jokingly suggest a dissing contest to further test the enemy's reaction. Jink notices a sudden, sharp increase in the killing intent directed toward them. When Neri asks what is wrong, Jink explains that their pursuers have been maintaining their distance but remain firmly on their trail, ever since Dan and the others parted ways. He notes that the enemies likely feel emboldened to attack, now that their party is smaller. Jink suggests a tactical shift to deal with the enemies tailing them, proposing that he and Nina separate from the group to act as bait. Despite concerns about the danger, Jink remains confident, explaining that with his powerful enchantments, Nina can be buffed to surpass even Dan in combat strength. Dan reluctantly admits the truth of Jink's assessment, and the group prepares to execute the plan, with the others promising to provide backup as soon as possible. Jink outlines the tactical plan to Esther, directing him to help soak the surrounding forest area under the pretense of water magic training. Jink reveals that the water is laced with specialized drugs sourced from House Nonland, designed to vaporize into a cognitive-slowing poisonous gas. He confirms that they have both taken the necessary antidotes to safely execute this trap against their pursuers. Jink explains that the drug they are using has a faint, noticeable smell, so he and Nina begin cooking a meal to mask the scent. To ensure the cover-up is effective, they plan to use wind magic to disperse the aroma throughout the area. Nina works on the cooking, while Esther confirms he will be stationed in the back line to maintain their defensive formation. With the trap set, Jink and Nina wait for their pursuers to arrive. Nina voices her anxiety about the Purgatory members' intent to kill them, steeling herself to protect Jink. Jink observes her resolve with a somber expression, noting that while he is desensitized to the scent of blood and the nature of killing, it is a heavy burden for a village girl like Nina to bear. Jink reminds Nina that their objective is to capture the Purgatory members alive, urging her to focus on her own protection during the upcoming confrontation. Nina expresses her gratitude and determination to do her best. As they finish their preparations, Jink gives a confident grin, acknowledging that he needs Nina's help to pull off the final phase of their plan. Amidst the quiet tension of their trap, Nina playfully feeds Jink, who happily accepts the meal. Jink compliments her cooking, jokingly remarking that he would marry her on the spot if he could, causing Nina to blush and shyly ask him to stop. Bogart and Dane observe Jink and Nina from the shadows, struggling to comprehend why the pair is acting so casually while under threat. As Jink playfully pokes Nina's cheek, the pursuers remain hidden in the trees, frustrated and confused by the stark contrast between their own miserable, starving conditions and the seemingly romantic, comfortable atmosphere Jink and Nina are projecting. The members of the depths of purgatory, fueled by rage, hunger, and jealousy, march straight into the trap set by Jink. As they approach, Jink and Esther observe from a distance, noting that the enemies are already walking through the poisonous gas. Jink remarks that the fight is essentially over, as the poison will cloud their judgment, leaving them unable to think clearly. Esther, while slightly confused by the enemy's petty jealousy over Jink's interactions with Nina, acknowledges the effectiveness of the trap, while Jink dryly comments on his own ruthless tactics. Jink calmly alerts Nina that their pursuers have finally arrived. While Nina continues to play her part by wiping sauce off Jink's face, the members of the depths of purgatory burst out from the bushes, cursing Jink and preparing to strike. The assassins, driven by their intense hatred, decide to charge forward to the fact that they are falling exactly into the trap Jink has prepared for them. The members of the depths of purgatory burst from the forest, their faces twisted with aggression as they surround Jink and Nina. The leader of the group, an eye-patch-wearing man, shouts, demands for their food and Nina, while another member mocks Jink for his perceived youth. Despite the hostile display and the heavy thud of their footsteps, Jink remains calm, ready to spring the trap he has meticulously prepared. The forest clearing becomes a tense standoff as the members of the depth of purgatory fully surround Jink and Nina, their weapons drawn and bloodlust evident, as the enemies gloat about finally cornering the Enchanter. Jink keeps his composure, quietly observing that the assassins are completely oblivious to the fact that Esther and his other companions are already in position to strike. The members of the depths of purgatory, now completely disoriented and driven by the effects of the poison, close in on Jink and Nina, their minds warped by the toxins, they make lewd and threatening remarks toward the pair. Jink, watching their chaotic charge, note their mental collapse with a mix of annoyance and disgust, while Nina stands ready with her blade, visibly shaken but prepared to fight as the attackers dash forward to strike. The battle intensifies as the members of the depths of purgatory rush toward Jink and Nina. Jink remains composed but focused, parrying a heavy strike from an attacker. As he deflects the blow, he internally notes that restraining his strength to avoid killing them is proving to be a difficult challenge. The clash of weapons rings out, leaving his opponent stunned by his defensive prowess. Jink swiftly casts a fireball at one of the encroaching assassins, sending them reeling back with a cry of pain. Immediately after, he performs a graceful twirl to evade a sudden sword strike from another member of the depths of purgatory, maintaining his composure as he continues to manage the chaotic skirmish. The forest battle intensifies as Jink and Neri demonstrate their combat prowess. Neri expertly deflects an incoming sword strike, while Jink leaps into action, landing a decisive, heavy blow against one of the hooded members of the Depths of Purgatory. The attackers are overwhelmed by the duo's speed and precision, struggling to keep up as the fight turns in Jink and Neri's favor. The skirmish takes a dangerous turn when one of the Depths of Purgatory members lunges at Nina, successfully grabbing her and pinning her to the forest floor. Nina lets out a startled cry as she is restrained, while Jink, witnessing the sudden assault on his companion, shouts her name in desperate concern. The attacker looms over a pinned Nina, leering at her while blaming Jink for their current predicament. He taunts her with crude remarks about her relationship with Jink. But Nina remains undeterred, her eyes burning with resolve. She snaps back at him, firmly declaring that her master would never stoop to such levels. Nina refuses to be intimidated. With a surge of defiance, she delivers a brutal, precise blow to her attacker, sending him reeling back as she breaks free from his grasp. The member of the Depths of Purgatory is caught off guard by her sudden, fierce retaliation. Nina, filled with righteous indignation, lashes out at her assailant, calling him a stinky, creepy pervert. She quickly follows up her verbal rebuke with a powerful water ball spell, striking the member of the Depths of Purgatory directly in the gut. The force of the magical attack sends him reeling, finally freeing Nina from his grasp. Nina unleashes her pent-up frustration, delivering a brutal, bone-crushing strike to the member of the Depths of Purgatory, who dared to touch her as she screams from to stay away. Jink watches from the sidelines, completely taken aback by the intensity and ferocity Nina is displaying in the heat of battle. The battle intensifies as Jink and his allies continue to dominate the fight. One of the members of the Depths of Purgatory, frustrated and panicked, yells at his comrades to pull themselves together, realizing they are being overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Jink and his team execute a swift counterattack, leaving the remaining members of the Depths of Purgatory shocked and questioning if they have walked into an ambush. The forest battle reaches a fever pitch. Jink moves with fluid precision, his blade twirling as he strikes, while his allies coordinate their assault against the encroaching members of the Depths of Purgatory. With a powerful blow, Jink lands a solid hit on an enemy, forcing the attackers to scramble as they realize they are being overwhelmed by the team's relentless offensive. The forest skirmish reaches a fever pitch as Dan the Guildmaster executes its precise and powerful strike against a member of the Depths of Purgatory. As his opponent falls, defeated and screaming in pain, Dan pauses for a moment, a confident smirk on his face. He credits Jink for the situation, remarking that the thrill of the fight makes him feel 10 years younger. The forest clearing is filled with the defeated members of the Depths of Purgatory. Jink, calm and composed, praises his team for their performance and orders them to bind the attackers. Dan, the Guildmaster, confirms he is fine, while one final straggler is struck down in the background. Jink turns to Nina, offering her a chance to rest, but she politely declines, clearly uncomfortable with the idea of touching the fallen foes. Following the skirmish, Jink and his group have secured the defeated members of the Depths of Purgatory, near a scenic waterfall. Esther asks about Nina's whereabouts, and Jink explains that she went to wash off the grime from the fight and is currently setting up camp with Ian. Dan, the Guildmaster, observes the situation and remarks on how difficult the battle must have been for Nina given her age. So, Jink approaches the captured, wanted member of the Depths of Purgatory. Holding a bottle of truth serum, he calmly offers the potion to the prisoner, suggesting it would save them both time if he just answered his questions. However, the prisoner responds with open hostility, spitting directly into Jink's face and arrogantly telling him not to get cocky. Jink, accompanied by Snow, decides to escalate the interrogation. He drives a spear into the ground right in front of the bound Haru, effectively silencing the prisoner's arrogance. Harris' eye widens in sudden terror as he realizes the gravity of his situation. The interrogation turns dark as Jink and Esther loom over the captured Haru. Esther asks for instructions on how to deal with the prisoner, suggesting brutal methods. Jink, maintaining a calm and ruthless demeanor, explains that his past in-house Nonlin provided him with the necessary skills to torture and break individuals like Haru, making it clear that they are prepared to continue this intimidation for as long as it takes to get the information they need. The interrogation intensifies as Jink demands information from the wounded Haru, who finally relents and agrees to speak. Meanwhile, Esther displays surprising physical strength, firmly grabbing another captive by the head to keep him under control, leaving the prisoner shocked and struggling to break free. Jink maintains his cold demeanor as he uses his fire magic to heat up Haru's head, causing the prisoner to scream in agony. He calmly explains that he has mastered his ability to control the intensities face the heat, threatening to move to Haru's face next. Despite the risk of Haru dying from shock, Jink remains unfazed, noting that there are plenty of other members of the Depths of Purgatory left to interrogate if this one doesn't survive. Jink maintains his grip on Harris' head, his fire magic flaring, as he calmly explains that his past experience hunting countless monsters has made taking lives second nature to him. He dismissively compares the captured members of the depths of purgatory to mere goblins, delivering a chilling ultimatum that he will kill them if they continue to target him. The remaining prisoners watch in terror, frozen by the display of ruthless power. Haru screams in agony, finally breaking under Jink's pressure and begging to talk. As Jink releases his hold, he briefly contemplates whether his own personality is softening, noting that he would not want Nina to witness his current brutality. In the background, the other captured members of the depths of purgatory remain defiant, warning Jink that his actions will lead to regret and that their organization is omnipresent. Jink maintains his cold, intimidating demeanor as he looms over the captured members of the depths of purgatory. He explicitly details the grim fate awaiting them, labeling their actions as treason against the guild. He warns them that their clan will be dissolved and that they face a future of torture and public execution unless they provide the information he demands, emphasizing that their cooperation now is the only way to avoid an even worse outcome. Following the interrogation, the captured members of the depths of purgatory quickly break and confess their true motives. It is revealed that the organization was established by Nazar to systematically drain Quoll's resources and weaken the nation by exploiting local adventurers. As Jink processes this information, he realizes that the threat posed by the depths of purgatory is far more extensive and deeply rooted than he had initially imagined. The conversation shifts toward the failed attempt by the depths of purgatory to infiltrate Don's mind. Haru and his comrades reveal that their organization utilized an empath to probe for guild secrets, but the plan backfired spectacularly. Jink listens intently as they describe how the empath suffered a mental breakdown after being struck by a mysterious psychological counterattack, leaving them stunned by Jink's ability to turn the table. Jink and Dan analyze the situation with the captured members. Dan brushes off the mention of a psychological attack, jokingly suggesting that the enemy's mental collapse might have been caused by a truth serum drinking contest. Jink, unimpressed by their excuses, continues to exert pressure on the captive, pulling him forward as he asserts that the only thing that matters is that they were trying to deceive him. Jink maintains his relentless pressure on the captured members of the depths of purgatory, delivering swift blows to keep them in line. As he strikes the captive, he sternly insists that the ordeal is over and that their only remaining task is to provide testimony in court. Dan looks on, visibly shaken by the brutal nature of the interrogation, while Jink remains focused on securing the necessary information. Jink and Dan deliberate on the logistics of moving the captured depths of purgatory members. While Dan worries about the logistics and the captive's potential excuses, Jink remains composed and suggests he has a better plan to handle the situation. As they prepare to move, the narrative shifts focus to another floor, where a new, mysterious situation is about to unfold. As they navigate the maze, Jink calmly alerts the group to an incoming threat, pointing out at Adin appearing at their 2 o'clock position. Before the creature can react, Jink strikes with lethal precision, severing its head in a single motion. The Adin collapses, leaving the members of the depths of purgatory to witness Jink's overwhelming strength firsthand. Liar stands in the shadows, his face twisted into a confident, mocking smirk. As he watches the chaos unfold, he dismisses the capture of his subordinates in the Second Army, seemingly unbothered by their failure. With a chilling sense of arrogance, he boasts about his unique gift, omniscience, declaring that he has nothing to fear from Jink, the little enchanter who has been causing so much trouble for his organization. Jink and Bogard make their way through the wilderness, accompanied by golems that are carrying the heavy cages containing the captured members of the depths of purgatory. Bogard observes the scene and commends Jink for his clever strategy, noting that using the golems for transport is a smart move. Jink and Bogard continue their journey, with Jink utilizing enchanted golems to carry the caged members of the depths of purgatory. Jink explains his meticulous plan to separate the cooperative prisoners from the troublemakers, even providing them with specific meals and medicinal drinks. As they travel, Jink notes that managing the prisoners' needs is essential to prevent future complications, while the prisoners inside the cages begin to turn their frustrations against one another. Jink continues to explain his elaborate strategy for managing the captured depths of purgatory members, revealing that he enchanted their underwear with a box of holding to serve as extra-dimensional diapers, topped off with an air curtain to mask the smell. Esther watches in awe, praising Jink's resourcefulness, while Jink notes the high mana cost required to maintain his golems and these enchantments. As Esther expresses a desire to learn from these methods, Bogard and the others look on with a mix of disbelief and concern, clearly not wanting the young boy to emulate such unconventional tactics. The atmosphere shifts as Jink, Esther, and Bogard realize they are being tracked. Jink confirms that the overwhelming numbers and murderous aura belong to the First Legion, who are closing in on their position. Bogard asks for the next course of action, and Jink, relying on intelligence gathered from their captives, warns them to be wary of the enemy leaders, Forbes and Neville. Jink remains calm, confident that they can handle the situation if they strike the leaders early. Jink carefully evaluates the threats posed by the First Legion. He explains that Neville possesses an appraisal similar to his own, which requires a direct line of sight, making it a priority to eliminate him quickly. He then shifts his focus to the leader, Forbes, whose foresight ability allows him to glimpse the immediate future by consuming mana, granting him rank combat prowess in short-term engagements. Jink takes charge, instructing Dan and Ian to wait for his opening move before engaging. He emphasizes the need to neutralize enemy sorcerers, and suggests using area effect attacks to bypass Forbes' foresight ability. As Esther and Nina prepare to guard the prisoners, Jink hands over a pair of goggles he has enchanted with the appraisal skill, ensuring his team can identify the enemy's strengths and weaknesses in the heat of battle. The atmosphere turns hostile as the First Legion of the Depths of Purgatory intercepts Jink and Dan. The enemy leaders taunt the Guildmaster for siding with Jink, questioning the guild's neutrality. Jink remains composed, offering them a chance to surrender and cooperate to avoid a brutal fate. However, the members of the Depths of Purgatory dismiss his warning with arrogant laughter, signaling that they have no intention of backing down and are ready to fight to the death. Staying true to his tactical plan, Jink immediately unleashes a devastating water spell. A colossal wave, described as a tsunami, surges forward with overwhelming force, catching the members of the First Legion of the Depths of Purgatory off guard and sweeping them away as Jink and Dan watch the destruction unfold. The members of the First Legion of the Depths of Purgatory are thrown into disarray by Jink's sudden tsunami. As water floods the area, one of the hooded members desperately attempts to cut through the torrent with an air slicer technique. Meanwhile, Forbes watches the destruction unfold, grimly acknowledging that his ability to see into the future is ineffective against the sheer scale of Jink's water magic. Despite the chaos caused by the water spell, the members of the First Legion of the Depths of Purgatory quickly regain their composure. Confident that Jink cannot cast another larger-scale spell immediately, they shout their battle cries and prepare to engage. The enemy forces split up, aggressively charging toward Jink and his companions, determined to take down the Guildmaster and the rest of the group. Jink lunges toward Forbes, calling out his name as he initiates a strike. Forbes, relying on his foresight skill, effortlessly anticipates Jink's attacks, dodging, jumping, and leaning to avoid every blow. As Jink continues his assault, Forbes remains composed, successfully ducking under a strike and narrowly avoiding a magical projectile, mocking Jink's efforts as he maintains his defensive advantage. Locked in a fierce exchange of blows, Jink quickly deduces that his feints and attacks are being perfectly countered by Forbes' foresight. Recognizing that Forbes is only an average swordsman, Jink adjusts his tactics to focus on defense, aiming to exhaust his opponent. Amidst the clash, he remains cautious, glancing away to ensure Esther and Nina are holding their ground. The members of the Depths of Purgatory, who were previously closing in, suddenly find themselves stumbling and slipping on the ground. The unexpected loss of footing causes them to fall in a messy display. While nearby, Esther and Nina observe the sudden turn of events with surprise. The battlefield is thrown into chaos as the members of the Depths of Purgatory find themselves unable to maintain their footing on the slime-covered ground. Esther and Nina observe the scene from near the cages. Jink, having anticipated this, explains to a bewildered Forbes that he had prepared slime jelly and incorporated it into his earlier tsunami spell to ensure his enemies would be immobilized. With the trap sprung, Jink confidently declares the mission accomplished. With the members of the Depths of Purgatory incapacitated by the slippery slime, Esther and Nina seize the opportunity to retaliate. Esther calls out the enemies for their attempt to harm Jink, while Nina unleashes a series of precise wind spells, including Air Slicer and Air Cyclone, to overwhelm the struggling opponents. Jink keeps up the offensive, taunting Forbes as the leader of the Depths of Purgatory watches his allies fall in the background. Forbes, desperate and pinned down by Jink's sword strikes, realizes that his foresight ability is a double-edged sword. He cannot turn his back on Jink without facing certain death, leaving him trapped in a hopeless stalemate. Jink keeps up his relentless assault, his sword clashing against Forbes' blade. Forbes is visibly exhausted, panting heavily as he tries to keep up with Jink's speed. Jink stares him down, mocking his reliance on foresight and daring him to predict his next strike. Overwhelmed by the situation and Jink's relentless pressure, Forbes drops his sword and raises his hands in total surrender, calling out to Jink. In the background, the captured members of the Depths of Purgatory, led by the Pun-Eyed Haru, desperately plead for their lives behind bars. Jink, standing alongside Esther and Nina, remains composed and cold, informing the defeated enemies that he has no need for their pleas, as he already has enough witnesses to testify against them. Jink calmly explains the travel plans to the captured Forbes, promising him warm clothing for the upcoming frost area. Meanwhile, the rest of the Depths of Purgatory members, trapped in a cage held by a stone golem, react with fury toward Forbes for his surrender. Jink mockingly offers them a flask of water, maintaining his control over the situation. The group moves steadily through the forest, with stone golems carrying the captured members of the Depths of Purgatory in cages behind them. Jink, sitting on a fallen log, tells Dane that they will reach the safe zone soon. Dane, looking concerned, asks Jink what they plan to tell the other clans about the situation. As the group continues their journey, Jink expresses concern that any remaining members of the Depths of Purgatory on floor 30 might ambush them. Dane suggests that simply telling the truth to the other clans would prevent any trouble. Dan intervenes and offers to take charge of the situation, confident that his authority will ensure the others listen to reason, and that any potential confrontation remains discreet. As Jink reaches the safe zone, he is greeted by a bewildered adventurer named Soren. Soren stares in confusion at the sight of Jink leading a group of captives locked inside a cage, prompting him to ask Jink what is going on. As the tension rises at the safe zone, Dan the Guildmaster intervenes to address Leon and the other onlookers. He explains that the recent conflict was an assassination attempt against Jink by the Depths of Purgatory. Dan clarifies that they have successfully captured the assassins involved, but warns that the true masterminds are still operating topside, leaving the adventurers stunned by the revelation. The atmosphere at the safe zone grows tense as the captured assassins realize their dire situation. While Dan and Leon continue their discussion, the surrounding adventurers whisper in shock, having identified one of the hooded captives as a member of the 3rd Legion. Jink stands firmly with his companions, watching as the captured members of the Depths of Purgatory panic. The prisoners realize that their plans have failed, and they are now at the mercy of Jink. Jink, maintaining his composure, taunts the one-eyed prisoner, Haru, who can only stammer in fear as he realizes the dire situation they are in. Haru, visibly panicked and desperate, pleads with Jink to stop what he is doing, insisting that there is still time to turn back. He warns Jink that if he proceeds, it will mean death for everyone involved. Jink, unfazed by the prisoner's outburst, continues to confront him, while Haru lashes out with a desperate, hateful cry for Jink to die. Tensions reach a breaking point when a powerful explosion rocks the safe zone. Amidst the billowing smoke and debris, Haru sneers at Jink, shouting a mocking farewell as the chaos unfolds. Jink remains alert, caught in the middle of the sudden attack, while his captives remain trapped in their cages nearby. The situation turns dire as a powerful explosion rips through the safe zone. Amidst the blinding light and roaring flames, a Jay taunts Jink, declaring that they will never face justice in court. The force of the blast sends shockwaves through the area, leaving the nearby adventurers screaming in pain as the scene descends into total turmoil. Haru, consumed by hatred, screams that Jink is responsible for the downfall of the Depths of Purgatory and triggers a massive fiery explosion. Leon immediately reacts by casting a water wall to shield the area from the blast. Jink looks on in disbelief, questioning Haru's sanity as the explosion threatens not only the adventurers, but also the other members of the Depths of Purgatory caught in the chaos. Amidst the explosive chaos, Haru lunges forward with a final desperate cry of die. However, Jink is faster, delivering a decisive slash that strikes Haru down, ending his reckless assault in a spray of blood. As the dust settles from the explosion, Jink delivers a decisive blow to Haru, ending his threat. Nearby, Bogard spots another member of the Depths of Purgatory and shouts for the others to attack. The situation rapidly devolves into a chaotic melee as the remaining fighters clash in a desperate, blood-soaked struggle. Jink quickly takes charge of the chaotic scene, instructing Esther and Nina to join the relief efforts. He commands Ian to use his healing abilities on the wounded survivors. As his team moves to help, Jink is left with a heavy heart, lamenting that his lack of foresight cost the lives of the Elder Tree members. Acknowledging that the desperate situation led to these tragic outcomes, Dan the Guildmaster takes charge of the situation, warning the surviving members of the Depths of Purgatory to stay away from the maze until the trial concludes or face arrest. He offers them basic labor tasks as an alternative, which they accept with relief. Nearby, Jink remains deeply troubled by the incident, apologizing to the Elder Tree members who thank him for saving their lives with his healing supplies. As he continues to carry the weight of the tragedy on his shoulders, Leon and Dan the Guildmaster continue their discussion, with Leon emphasizing the need for justice against the Purgatory members. Dan requests that some of Leon's members accompany them as witnesses. Meanwhile, the captured Purgatory members remain confined in a cage, with Dan taunting them about the consequences they will soon face for their actions. The aftermath of the confrontation sees the remaining Purgatory members being led away in a cage, their movements contained within a protective barrier. Jink observes the prisoners as they are transported, his expression serious as he processes the end of the conflict. Among the captives, Haru remains restrained, his gaze fixed on the path ahead as they are moved out of the area. As the situation settles, Jink prepares to hand over the captured depths of Purgatory members to the guards. He confirms that while some of the prisoners perished during the intense scuffle, the remaining captives are ready to testify about their connections to the Kingdom of Nazar, ensuring that the truth behind the incident will be brought to light. The guards confirm they will handle the prisoners and ask Jink to submit a full report to the guild the following day. Jink accepts the request and expresses his gratitude. Later, the tension fades as Jink and his companions, including Esther and Nina, finally find a moment of peace to rest in their quarters, reflecting on the chaotic events they just survived. After the chaos of the battle, Jink and his companions find refuge in a high-end inn. While Esther and Neri enjoy the comfort of real beds, the group discusses the high cost of their lodging and their intention to seek compensation from the kingdom. Jink acknowledges the intensity of their recent struggles, including the bizarre truth serum contest with Dan, and emphasizes the need to get some rest before they handle the remaining loose ends tomorrow. Jink finds himself face-to-face with Daniel Fonker, a distinguished man appointed by the Quoll Kingdom to oversee the aftermath of the recent conflict. As Daniel introduces himself with a polite demeanor, Jink is visibly taken aback by the man's high status as a former prime minister. Sensing the tension, Jin interjects, casually eating while advising Jink that he doesn't need to be so stiff, as Daniel is a reasonable person. While Jink remains visibly nervous about speaking casually to the high-ranking Duke, Daniel Fonker. Jin interjects to ease the tension. He reveals that he and Daniel share a connection through the noble house Fonker. Jin explains his background as the fifth and a bastard from a penniless branch of the family, recounting how he spent his childhood training in the fields rather than attending school, and how he once managed Daniel's estate to learn territory management. Jin continues his story, explaining how he was taken in by the Fonker family as a foster child and retainer, only to run away at school to become an adventurer. Daniel Fonker remains persistent, offering to use his influence to save Jin from being expelled from the guild if he returns. Jin remains defiant, brushing off the offer, and stating he does not mind losing his position. Watching the exchange, Jink realizes that the Duke's personal interest in Jin might be the primary reason he is overseeing the current investigation. Jin steers the conversation away from his personal history, refocusing the group on the matter at hand. Daniel Fonker confirms that the captured members of the depths of Purgatory will be processed and tried within the Quoll Kingdom. Jink expresses a simple desire for safety, stating he only cares that they no longer pose a threat to him, to extract information and value from the prisoners, suggesting they be interrogated, stripped of their assets, stole for Alsis, and sold to the kingdom to provide compensation for Jink and his allies. Jink shifts the conversation to the threat posed by Marcus Putaneer, expressing concern that the man might still be targeting them. Daniel Fonker reassures him, revealing that the Marcus was caught red-handed trying to kidnap one of Jink's servants and is currently in their custody. In a separate scene, guards report that after a brutal interrogation involving the removal of his nails, the Marcus confessed to his connections with Rosarda and other nobles, leaking sensitive information. Because he lacks the powerful allies that the Purgatory members had, the guards confirm that he will be paraded through the city and executed. Daniel Fonker sternly explains to Jink and Jin that the Kingdom of Quoll will no longer tolerate the hostile actions of Nazar and the kidnapping attempts orchestrated by Rosarda. He declares that King Normal Quoll has officially decided to wage war against both nations to address these grievances. Daniel Fonker explains the grim measures the Kingdom of Quoll will take to solidify their declaration of war, noting that they intend to send the remains of Marquess Putaneer to Rosarda. He stresses that to secure victory, the kingdom must maintain stability in Gamel, their largest city, and replace the recently terminated guildmaster with someone capable of decisive action. As the discussion concludes, Daniel Fonker turns his attention back to Jink, asking for a moment of his time. Daniel Fonker takes Jink aside for a private conversation. Away from Dan, he clarifies that his insistence on Dan returning to the Fonker family is motivated by a genuine concern for his safety and future. Daniel warns Jink that if Dan remains on his current path, he risks being fired from the guild and losing his rank license, leaving him vulnerable to the harsh judgment of others. Jink agrees with Daniel Fonker's concerns about the loss of talent in Gamel due to recent interrogations. As they discuss potential ways to help Dan, Jink suddenly has a breakthrough idea. With a determined expression, he announces to Daniel Fonker that he will found his own clan, providing a new path forward for those affected. Jink excitedly explains his plan to employ Dan as a low-level grunt, framing it as a form of punishment to keep him safe. Daniel Fonker, impressed by the idea, agrees to sign a letter requesting leniency for Dan alongside Jink. He notes that with both of their names attached, the guild officials will have no choice but to comply, and promises to update Jink on the results of their efforts. A few days later, Dan arrives to officially request membership in Jink's clan, acting as a humble novice adventurer. While Jink finds the sudden change in Dan's demeanor slightly unsettling, Daniel Fonker explains the formal arrangement. As part of his disciplinary action, Dan is to be employed by Jink's clan for 5 years, a decision made by the guild to preserve the career of such a capable adventurer. As the situation stabilizes, Dan explains that his requests were met thanks to Jink's contributions. When Jink inquires about the new guildmaster, it is revealed that Karen, a renowned Srank adventurer, will be stepping in to manage the guild temporarily. Jink takes the opportunity to tease Dan about his new domestic and professional situation, prompting a sharp retort from him. Dan sincerely thanks Jink for his help, feeling touched by the support he has received. Jink offers him an out, suggesting he could just be a member in name only, but Dan refuses, determined to earn his keep. Seeing an opportunity, Jink asks Dan to take on the task of training his Nico, who have long desired to become stronger but lacked a proper mentor. Jink recounts the story of how he established his clan's base, noting that he managed to secure a favorable deal on an estate previously owned by a noble with ties to the Purgatories. As they discuss the logistics, Daniel Fonker and Dan suggest that Jink utilize his enchanted items to clear out the slime room, drawing a comparison to his past success in farming a massive quantity of cores. Jink stands in the courtroom, watching as a group of prisoners is assembled. He notes that the verdict for these individuals has likely already been decided, making the trial a mere formality. Meanwhile, Daniel Fonker approaches him, emphasizing the importance of Jink's presence as a witness for the upcoming proceedings. Jink, still mindful of his recent expenses and the effort taken to secure his clan's base, prepares himself for the legal confrontation ahead. Standing before the judges, Jink puts on a theatrical display of victimhood, recounting his terrifying experience in the labyrinth with exaggerated sobs. He claims his fellow adventurers were plotting his assassination, leaving him in a state of pure despair. As he wails about their supposed innocence, Daniel Fonker and the others in the gallery look on, clearly unimpressed by his over-the-top act, with one of them bluntly telling him to stop. Inside the courtroom, the judge sternly declares that the suspects are ruthless individuals who have conspired against the kingdom for years, leaving no room for leniency. He proceeds to hand down a severe sentence: 1,000 lashings performed with healing magic to prolong the pain, permanent tattoos on their faces and hands to mark their crimes, and a lifetime of hard labor as criminal slaves. The prisoners, including Ian, break down in despair and wailing as the harsh verdict is finalized. The courtroom descends into chaos as the public celebrates the harsh sentence handed down to the conspirators. Jink watches from the sidelines, his expression calm and detached. While the crowd jeers at the defeated assassins, Ian and his cohorts are overwhelmed by the public's hostility, their cries of despair drowned out by the jeers of those who once feared them. Amidst the commotion of the courtroom, Jink's attention is drawn to a striking figure watching from the crowd. His companions wonder who the man is, and Jink recognizes him immediately as Herbert, the clan master of the emissaries. Herbert stares back with a menacing grin, his presence signaling that the trial's outcome has caught the interest of powerful players. Jink keeps his eyes locked on Herbert, the imposing clan master of the emissaries. As he studies the man, his unique ability displays Herbert's formidable stats, revealing him to be a Srank spearman known as the Living Calamity. Jink notes the man's high level and combat skills, silently assessing the threat posed by such a powerful individual. Jink carefully analyzes Herbert's combat capabilities, realizing that the clanmaster's reach with a spear makes him a dangerous opponent to face directly. He notes that both Herbert and Esther are difficult matchups for his current fighting style. As Jink keeps his distance, Herbert loudly demands alcohol, showing no concern for the grim proceedings as he orders his subordinates to bring him a drink. Herbert stands over the kneeling, battered members of the depths of purgatory. His expression cold and intimidating, he taunts them for their failure and their decision to leak clan intelligence to their rivals. After delivering a harsh ultimatum, to pay double their membership fees as retribution for their actions, the terrified members quickly scramble to thank him for his mercy. Jink and his companion watch from the sidelines, questioning why Herbert would personally attend the trial. They realize it is a calculated move for the clanmaster to display his absolute power and influence. As they observe, Herbert sits comfortably, surrounded by his subordinates who are clearly intimidated by him. The scene then shifts back to the courtroom, where the harsh public shaming and punishment of the captured assassins proceed, with Jink preparing for his own involvement in the unfolding events. Jink and Dan discuss the details of Don's impending public shaming. Jink notes that it is a relatively light punishment compared to more severe forms of public humiliation. Dan acknowledges the risks, admitting that his time as guildmaster earned him many enemies, but he remains resolute. Jink declines Don's offer for free security, confident that he will be fine. The scene then shifts forward in time by a few days. The scene shifts to the guild square, where Dan is seen standing shirtless and bound to a post as part of his light public shaming sentence. The atmosphere is filled with the murmurs of the crowd, observing the spectacle. Nearby, Jink and Esther monitor the situation closely, with Jink expressing his hope that the proceedings continue without any unexpected trouble. Jink remains vigilant, his eyes fixed on Herbert as he voices his concerns about the clanmaster's suspicious behavior. He suspects that Herbert's interest in the former members of the depths of purgatory is merely a cover for a more sinister agenda. Esther, standing by his side, attempts to calm his brother's nerves, explaining that he has already provided Dan with an enchanted ring for protection and that additional allies are standing by. As they speak, the scene shifts to the street where the defeated prisoners, including Haru and Ian, are being escorted away by members of the emissaries. Jink and Esther are monitoring the guild square when they notice a group of suspicious individuals approaching. Jink recognizes them as the same members of the depths of purgatory that Herbert had been harassing previously. Before they can react, the group suddenly begins tossing weapons and dangerous gear toward the pole where Dan is tied, forcing Jink and Esther to jump into action to prevent a disaster. The atmosphere in the square turns chaotic as weapons rain down on Dan. He quickly manifests an air shield, deflecting the incoming blades and debris. The members of the depths of purgatory, who initiated the attack, are taken aback by his defensive magic. They shout in protest, claiming that using magic during a light public shaming is against the rules, while mockingly demanding that he accept his humiliation without resistance. Jink steps forward to challenge the attackers, reminding them that guild rules permit those undergoing public shaming to resist. He pointedly questions if they are picking a fight with the guild itself, labeling them as emissaries, feign ignorance and mockingly address Jink as Zingsema, accusing him of bullying lower-ranked adventurers. They claim they were fired by Herbert the previous day and are now Enchanter, a convenient cover story that Jink immediately sees through. Jink maintains his composure, taunting the group of former emissaries members by suggesting they were fired for their own stupidity. He points out the suspicious pattern of clans like the Depths of Purgatory and the emissaries causing trouble. The attackers look visibly nervous. Jink reveals he knows they specifically gathered damaged weapons from around town, just to use as projectiles against Dan, exposing their premeditated plan to disrupt the punishment. Jink presses the former emissaries members on the sheer volume of broken weapons they possess, noting that it seems highly suspicious for their skill level. While Esther suggests verifying the story with local blacksmiths, Jink agrees, dismissing the group's excuses. He concludes by warning them that regardless of their cover story, the guild will certainly impose fines for their disruptive behavior during the public shaming. The former emissaries members retreat from the area, still hurling insults at Dan. They express their resentment toward him, claiming they only wanted to teach him a lesson for his past attitude. As they walk away, they call out to each other to leave the scene, leaving behind the debris of the broken weapons they had used to harass him. Back at the emissary's clan house, Herbert grabs one of his subordinates by the hair, demanding answers as he vents his rage over their humiliating failure. The group reports that their plan to target Dan not only backfired because of Jink's interference, but that they are now under scrutiny by both the guild and Daniel Fonker, who have been collecting evidence from local blacksmiths. Herbert's fury reaches a breaking point as he vows to make Jink suffer for the trouble he has caused the emissaries. He is convinced that Jink is finished. Simultaneously at Jink's clan house, a subordinate arrives with urgent news informing Jink that they have been banned from every blacksmith in the city, leaving Jink shocked by the sudden development. Jink and Snow discuss the recent blacklist, with Snow explaining how the local blacksmiths were clearly intimidated by the emissaries. Jink remains calm, noting that Herbert's attempt to cripple their supply chain only confirms his clan's involvement. They decide to circumvent the local blockade by sourcing weapons and supplies through the Lawrence firm, which has branches outside of Gamel that the emissaries cannot influence. Jink and Snow contemplate how to strike back at the emissaries for the recent blacksmith blacklist. Snow suggests involving Duke Fonker, a plan that Jink finds deviously appealing. As they share a sinister laugh, Neri enters with tea, confused by their suspicious behavior. 3 days later, the investigation leads to a firm conclusion. The emissaries are definitely the ones behind the sabotage. The town is buzzing with scandalous rumors about the emissaries, a plan carefully set in motion by Jink and Duke Fonker. As citizens whisper about Herbert's alleged fetishes and his clan's shady dealings, the reputation of the emissaries crumbles. Unable to face the public or recruit new members, Herbert is shown in his clan house, drowning his frustrations in alcohol and lashing out at his subordinates, completely unaware of how to stop the damage to his name. Jink details the next step of his counteroffensive against the emissaries. By establishing a new blacksmith shop under the protection of Duke Fonker, he effectively neutralizes the emissaries' ability to intimidate his supply chain. Inside the shop, Nina and Angie are seen working with Jink's alchemy enchantments, finding joy in the process as the magic enhances both their crafting capabilities and their own mana levels. The scene shifts as Jink contemplates a return to the capital. Jink informs Dan that he will be present for the official opening of the offensive on Rosarda. Following Duke Fonker's advice, Dan offers to accompany him, but Jink declines, explaining that he needs to keep a low profile because the emissaries might send assassins after him. He instructs Dan to stay behind in Gamel to ensure the guildmaster's safety and keep him updated on any developments. Dan looks down at Jink with a serious expression, reflecting on how many times Jink has saved him. He warns Jink that the crown will likely press him for his service, but he firmly believes that Jink is still just a child who should not have to endure the horrors of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Jink walks into the bustling royal capital Quallart, surrounded by guards and citizens. Upon arriving at the royal capital, Jink is immediately ushered into a tense war council meeting. King Normal Quall greets him, apologizing for the short notice after his return to Gamel. Jink maintains his composure, expressing his gratitude for being included and his desire to fully understand the current war situation. As he surveys the room, he notes the presence of Duke Fonker and other populist nobles, realizing the gravity of the meeting. During the war council, King Normal Quall acknowledges Jink's vital contributions to the kingdom as a reward for his efforts during the depths of Purgatory espionage incident. The king presents Jink with a massive quantity of rare materials, specifically a ton of Orichalcon and 3 tons of mithril. Furthermore, the king honors Jink's request to change the status of his loyal companions, Ian and Nina, officially transitioning them from slaves to citizens under custodial agreements. Jink expresses his sincere gratitude to King Normal Quall for the royal favor. Internally, he acknowledges the effectiveness of Duke Fonker's influence in securing this outcome. While he successfully transitioned Ian and Nina to citizen status, he contemplates the status of Esther and Eza. Is the volatile situation in Rosarda, he concludes that keeping them under his protection as an enchanter is the safer choice for the time being. With that matter settled, Jink shifts his focus toward the pressing issue regarding their neighboring rivals. Rus. The War Council delves into the tactical landscape as the alliance between Rosarda and Nazar collapses into open warfare. Daniel Fonker outlines the defensive measures taken at the border town of Quarta, which is separated from Rosarda by a river. He reassures the council that the border is heavily barricaded and that Quall is actively providing a safe haven for adventurers and child refugees trapped by the escalating conflict. During the War Council, Daniel Fonker reveals that while Nazar has successfully occupied a third of Rosartan territory, their campaign is faltering. He explains that the Nazar soldiers are suffering from diseases caused by the local climate and water, leading to a rapid depletion of their medicinal supplies. Jink listens intently, noting that the region's existing economic inequality and poor sanitation are likely exacerbating the health crisis. As the council discusses these developments, it becomes clear that the unexpected struggle of the invading forces provides a strategic advantage for the kingdom of Quall. King Normal Quall declares his intention to capitalize on the weakened state of both Rosartan and Nazar forces to seize control of the territory. However, the plan hits a logistical snag. Daniel Fonker gathered enough potions and clean water to treat the diseases plaguing the region. They currently lack the necessary bags of holding to transport these vital supplies to the front lines. Jink evaluates the request to produce more bags of holding, suggesting that a water magic enchantment would be more efficient for the soldiers to generate their own supply. King Normal Quall acknowledges that this would solve their transport burden, though Daniel Fonker remains concerned about the broader need for supply logistics. Jink agrees to provide the water-generating trinkets, but insists that he has a specific condition for his cooperation. Jink clarifies that his priority is helping the adventurers and peddlers in the Labyrinth City, proposing that half of the enchanted bracelets be distributed to the public once the war concludes. King Normal Quall readily accepts the condition, promising to ensure the items reach those in need. While Jink acknowledges the king's benevolence, the conversation then turns back to the strategic challenges posed by the conflict with Nazar. As the War Council continues, the focus turns to the dangerous reality of the conflict with Nazar. A mysterious figure from House Bernhard, known for their mastery of necromancy, is shown commanding a group of terrifying undead soldiers, signaling the dark power that Quoll must contend with. The scene shifts to reveal the ominous presence of House Bernhard as high-ranking nobles with deep ties to the Nazar royalty. They are considered a dangerous last resort for the kingdom. It is revealed that their lineage possesses a dark secret. Approximately 1 in every 100 children born into the family inherits the terrifying gift of necromancy. Daniel Fonker continues his briefing, analyzing the threat of House Bernhard. He explains that while the family produces many offspring, only those with the necromantic gift are elevated, leaving them with 8 known, formidable necromancers. Jink listens intently as the reality of the situation is laid out. A single necromancer can shift the momentum of a war by raising an army of the dead. The panel illustrates the terrifying nature of these undead soldiers, who possess the strength of their living selves, feel no pain, and are immune to exhaustion and poison, posing a grave challenge for any opposing force. Jink breaks down the grim reality of facing House Bernhard, explaining that their ability to constantly reanimate corpses makes them a persistent threat. He points out that while waiting for a necromancer to exhaust their mana is a theoretical option, the cost in lives would be too high. When King Normal Quoll asks for his input, Jink advises against a head-on collision. Instead, he suggests a guerrilla approach, using fire and wind magic to strike fear into the living soldiers, combined with night raids and ambushes to systematically destroy the enemy's gear and supplies. King Normal Quoll and Daniel Fonker finalize their agreement to follow Jink's strategic advice, acknowledging that it could effectively break the enemy's morale. As they prepare to formulate the plan, they remind Jink to begin his work on the promised enchantments. Jink, focused and determined, starts the labor-intensive process of creating 1,000 enchant bracelets, his hand glowing as he channels his power to complete the task. Neri enters to inform Jink that Alexander, a member of the Dragon Tears clan, has arrived to visit, surprised by the sudden news. Jink meets with Alec Thunder, who has come to the royal capital. Alec greets Jink warmly, commenting on how much he has grown, while Jink expresses his delight at seeing his old acquaintance again. Alec Thunder approaches Jink with a proposal to merge the Dragon Tears clan into Jink's new group. Jink, excited by the prospect, agrees but insists on a magical contract to ensure their safety, given the potential risks associated with his own situation. Alec readily accepts the term, understanding the necessity of the precaution. The conversation then shifts to the Sacred Flame group, as Alec notes that he and members like Bogard, Rin, and Dane have bonded over their mutual connection to Jink, and that they are all set to participate in the upcoming conflict against Rosarda. Jink expresses concern about the difficulty of getting Alec Thunder into the guild's current recruitment efforts. Alec explains that while they wish to run the maze during the war, they have no ties left to Rosarda. Jink warns him to avoid traveling to Gamel for the time being, citing the threat posed by the Emissaries clan. Alec admits they would prefer to avoid a fight with them, and Jink reassures him that Daniel Fonker will soon resolve the issue, making the area safe again. A few days later, the Quoll Palace is in an uproar as the kingdom publicly condemns the emissaries for their failed plot to kidnap Jink. Amidst the political tension, Jink and Alec Thunder solidify their alliance, with Alec expressing his enthusiasm for working together. Simultaneously, Daniel Fonker continues his calculated economic warfare, using Jink's enchanted weapons to undercut the market and force the local blacksmiths to turn against the emissaries. Standing alongside Jink, King Normal Quoll delivers a stern declaration against the kingdom of Nazar and their illicit ties to the depths of purgatory. With a swift motion, the king invokes his royal decree and executes the captive prisoner before him, signaling a ruthless shift in the kingdom's stance toward their enemies. Standing before his assembled soldiers, King Normal Quoll raises his sword high into the air. With a powerful roar, he officially declares war against the kingdoms of Nazar and Rosarda, igniting the resolve of his army as they prepare for the coming battle. The war between Quoll and the allied forces of Nazar and Rosarda erupts, with Jink acknowledging his role in the conflict's origins. Count Brand takes command of the Quarterfield army, successfully exploiting the overextended Rosartan forces to claim victory and control of the city. Shortly after, Jink arrives at the Brand estate, where he is warmly greeted by Chris. At the Brand estate, Jink is introduced to Louise and Roy Hughes, twin brothers and former classmates from the magic department. The twins reveal that thanks to Jink's foresight, they were protected from an abduction attempt by Marquis Patinier. Grateful and eager to prove themselves, they announce their intention to enlist in Count Brand's army alongside Chris to serve in the ongoing war. Jink sits down with Chris and the Louise and Roy Hughes, to get an update on the situation in Corda. Chris explains that his father is systematically seizing assets from the Rosartans, while also executing captured officials. He further details that the remaining civilians are being enslaved to serve as laborers for Qual nobles, though he adds that the children will be educated and eventually granted citizenship. Jink listens intently, noting that such a policy is a logical move to maintain productivity, rather than simply condemning an entire population to perpetual slavery. Chris details the tactical plan to secure the region and march toward the royal capital, noting that he intends to gain experience in battle while remaining cautious. Jink listens to the plan, acknowledging Chris' position as the heir, before finally steering the conversation toward the favor he needs to ask. Jink explains to the young boy that he has secured a path for him to become a citizen and enlist in the Count's army alongside Chris to battle Nazar. As the boy processes this life-changing opportunity, he is overcome with emotion and begins to weep. Seeing the tears, Jink quickly tries to comfort him, jokingly asking if he is truly that opposed to the idea of fighting. Jink is flustered as the Nico tease him for making Esther cry, insisting he didn't mean to upset the boy. Esther, still tearful and feeling like a burden, expresses his insecurities to his older brother. Jink firmly stops him, encouraging Esther to be victorious and reminding him that the experiences he gains now will serve him well regardless of the path he chooses in the future. Jink explains to Esther that while he cannot accompany him personally, due to royal restrictions, he has prepared enchanted items and assigned Ian to ensure his safety in the rear guard. Esther expresses his gratitude, but insists he can manage on his own. The conversation then shifts to Dan, with Jink noting that the guildmaster is determined to settle a score with Nazar because of their history with the Purgatories. Jink looks back on the pivotal moment he established his own clan, Regalia, officially recruiting Alec Thunder and the members of Dragon Tears to his cause. With the clan now recognized as a rank organization by the guild, Jink's influence continues to grow. Beside him, Esther listens intently. His resolve hardened by the conversation, he clenches his fist and declares with unwavering determination that he will bring honor to his brother, Jink. At the Fonker ducal estate in Labyrinth City Gamel, a group of men meets in secret to discuss deep resentment toward Daniel Fonker, who has successfully consolidated power by exploiting the Purgatory scandal to eliminate his rivals. As they analyze his decision to host a party to impress the branch families, they realize his growing influence is becoming a threat. One of the men, frustrated by the lack of dirt to use against Daniel, coldly sentenced resorting to a lethal accident to remove him from the board. The political rivals continue to grumble about the lack of hospitality at the Fonker ducal estate, growing increasingly impatient as they realize no servants have appeared to greet them. Their complaints are abruptly cut short when a series of sharp blades suddenly strike the room, narrowly missing them and embedding into the furniture, leaving the men in a state of panicked confusion. The tension in the room spikes as Herbert kicks open the door, his imposing presence immediately silencing the political rivals. As he steps inside with a fierce expression, demanding to know where Fonker is, the panicked men scramble back in terror, shouting for help and questioning the identity of the intruder. Herbert and the emissaries members forcefully take control of the room, their weapons drawn and ready. As the political rivals cower in fear, Herbert coldly informs them that no one is coming to their rescue. With a menacing glare, he demands to know Daniel Fonker's whereabouts, making it clear that their lives are forfeit if they refuse to cooperate. Jink reacts with alarm upon hearing the news that the emissaries have targeted the Fonker estate. Duke Nonland reassures him that Daniel Fonker is currently safe in the capital, having an audience with the king, and hands him a letter containing further details about the situation. Jink and Duke Nonland review the circumstances surrounding the emissaries' violent raid on the Fonker estate. It is revealed that Herbert and his clan, having been isolated for some time, resorted to a direct attack after their previous blackmail schemes against Jink and the Duke proved unsuccessful. However, thanks to advance intelligence provided by merchants, the Duke was able to slip away unnoticed just before the emissaries breached the estate. While Jink expresses relief at the Duke's safety, he remains deeply concerned about the potential destruction the emissaries might cause. Though Duke Nonland calmly assures him there is no need for worry, Duke Nonland explains to Jink that the political rivals who attacked the estate were actually lured there by Daniel Fonker under the pretense of a party, only to be found dead. He adds that Herbert and the emissaries are now fugitives, with a punitive expedition expected to hunt them down by morning. Hearing of these cold-blooded maneuvers, Jink is left unsettled, remarking on how truly terrifying Duke Fonker can be. Jink confirms his attendance at the upcoming audience with Duke Nonland, acknowledging the cold efficiency of Duke Fonker. He marvels at how Fonker turned the emissary's aggression into a tool to purge his own enemies, effectively letting Herbert destroy himself in the process. As they talk, the weight of the situation is punctuated by the sound of a bottle shattering nearby. Herbert stands amidst the wreckage of the room, his expression darkening as the reality of Duke Fonker's trap sets in. His subordinates look on in fear, while Herbert realizes that they have not only lost their standing but are now facing certain ruin. He laments their lack of options, noting that other territories like Rosarda and Nazar are also failing, leaving them with nowhere to turn. With their situation in ruins and the authorities closing in, Herbert takes charge of his desperate clan. He coldly commands them to prepare for a departure to Yamato. When his subordinates express terror at the prospect of being arrested at the border, Herbert remains stoic, claiming he has a secret that will change their perspective. Herbert unveils his hidden plan to his remaining clan members, revealing that a secret passage exists on the 67th floor of the Maze of Gamel that leads directly into the Maze of Yamato, offering them a way to evade capture. The scene transitions to the unique landscape of Yamato. Despite its proximity to Qual, the region stands out with its own distinct characteristics, featuring traditional Japanese-style architecture, wooden houses, and residents dressed in period-appropriate clothing, reflecting a culture deeply rooted in the traditions of historic Japan. Herbert explains to his followers that while Qual and Yamato are allies, the border is porous due to smuggling activities. He reveals that escaping through the maze will allow them to evade the authorities, as their wanted posters will not reach the other side. Encouraged by his strategic foresight, the emissary's members begin preparing for their journey. Herbert contemplates his decision, admitting to himself that he didn't want to share such valuable information with his followers, but felt he had no other choice. He dismissively calls them wimps, demanding they prove their worth. The narrative then cuts to the Gamel maze, where an emissary's members is seen casting fireballs in the heat of combat. The party stands within a glowing magic circle after successfully clearing the room. Jink commends Chris, Louise, and Roy for their performance. The group expresses their gratitude to Jink for his help in mastering their magic so quickly. Meanwhile, Jink turns to Dan, thanking him for his support in protecting the Nico. As Dan notes that the slime room was manageable with such a capable team, Jink motivates his companions, emphasizing that they need to make the most of the final week before their battle. After their training in the maze, the group gathers at the Adventurers Guild Gamel branch. As the departure date looms, Jink entrusts Esther to Don's care, acknowledging that they will be setting out tomorrow. Jink speaks with a woman named Alpha, confirming his decision to join the strike force to address the chaos caused by the emissaries. Alpha explains that while the Second Legion has been apprehended for questioning, Herbert and his primary forces have managed to flee into the maze, setting the stage for the next phase of the mission. Jink and his allies continue their strategic discussion with Alpha regarding the pursuit of Herbert. They speculate on his ruthless nature and his ability to evade capture within the maze. Alpha clarifies that while Herbert is likely located between floors 16 and 30, there is no confirmation that his legion is actively killing witnesses. She concludes by advising caution for those venturing into the deeper, less populated levels of the dungeon. Following the discussion about the emissaries, Mona outlines the official decision regarding the captured members of the Second Legion. She explains that they are to be sentenced to slavery and handed over to House Fonker to serve as slave soldiers, with their assets being awarded to Jink as compensation for his efforts. Jink calmly agrees to the arrangement. However, as the meeting concludes, Mona notices Jink seems preoccupied, prompting her to ask if something is wrong. Jink observes that Alpha seems dejected, and Mona explains that Dan has been incredibly busy with his duties, including protecting Esther and managing the maids. Jink feels a sense of responsibility for the situation, realizing that Dan's upcoming deployment to the front line will further separate him from his wife. Jink rushes to catch up with Alpha, calling out to her. He sincerely apologizes for the fact that his needs have kept Dan away from her for so long. Alpha remains composed and tells him there is no need for him to feel guilty, as Dan is a member of his clan and chose to head to the front line of his own volition. To show his appreciation, Jink offers her a mysterious item as a gift. Jink hands a gift to Alpha, explaining that it was an item Esther was forced to leave behind during his escape. Alpha is taken aback as she opens the box, but she quickly recovers and thanks Jink, teasingly remarking that she will put it to good use tonight, leaving Jink with a mischievous laugh. The massive gates of the fortress rumble open as the military force prepares to depart. Amidst the tension of the deployment, Dan corners Jink after the effects of the gift. Jink gave to Alpha. Jink remains nonchalant, claiming he was only trying to help their marriage. Meanwhile, Jink offers a heartfelt farewell to Esther, Chris, and the Louise and Roy Hughes. Louise and Royce urging them to return safely. if the situation on the front lines becomes too overwhelming. The scene opens with a chaotic farewell, as Esther expresses concern for Dan, who is still reeling from the effects of the gift Jink provided. As the carriage pulls away, Jink waved goodbye to his departing allies. Shortly after, Jink arrives at the designated meeting spot, where he is greeted by Leon and other members of the strike force. With the team assembled, Jink shifts his focus to the mission at hand, ready to track down and confront the emissary. As Jink prepares for the mission, he is greeted by the members of the emissary strike force. A fairy named Kanon introduces herself as the leader of the group, accompanied by her skilled subordinates, Shulf, Isef, Benjamin, and Dietrich, all of whom are high-level adventurers ready to assist in the hunt. Jink is impressed by Kanon's formidable stats, despite her appearance. While Kanon explains that they have two routes to pursue the emissaries into the maze, Kanon asks for Jink's explicit consent to take the more dangerous path, deferring the final decision to him, which leaves Jink surprised. Kanon reveals that there is a hidden, dangerous entrance to the Gamal Labyrinth located in the basement of a high-security prison. This entrance is a massive hole that drops directly to the 15th floor, serving as a shortcut for those willing to take the risk. Jink turns to Ian to ask if he knows about this secret, but Ian confirms that it is a well-kept secret, unknown even to most of the top officials in Qual. As the group deliberates, Kanon highlights the urgency of the situation, noting that Herbert and his men are gaining distance. While the standard route is safer, it would consume too much time. Jink remains cautious, particularly regarding Nina's safety, and decides that the best course of action is to personally inspect the shortcut entrance before making a final decision. Jink clenches his fist, acknowledging the inherent risks of their path, and tells Kanon that he has decided to take the shortcut. Kanon accepts his decision, reminding him that he can change his mind if necessary. With the plan set, the hunt for the emissaries begins. The descent into the Gamal Labyrinth proves to be a harrowing experience, as Jink rappels down the sheer cliff face, the sheer depth, and the unnatural warping of space within the dungeon weigh heavily on him, forcing him to confront his own fear. Despite the overwhelming sense of danger and the temptation to turn back, Jink steels his resolve, determined to reach the bottom and catch up to Herbert. Having safely descended through the secret shortcut, Jink and the strike force arrive at the 15th floor of the Gamal Labyrinth. Exhausted but relieved, they take a moment to recover. Jink marvels at the sheer scale of the path they took, while Kanon shares stories of thrill-seekers who climb such routes without wings. Impressed by the team's calm demeanor, Jink remarks on their rank status, prompting ISF to admit that they too feel fear, but have learned to conceal it. The group successfully navigates through the labyrinth, moving past the 15th floor where the orc boss room was located. They soon emerge into the 21st floor, a sprawling grassland area. As they survey the new environment, Benjamin points out a specific location to Jink, urging him to take a look. Jink observes two figures in the distance, identifying them as members of the emissaries, who appear severely injured and exhausted. Recognizing a tactical opportunity, Jink instructs his team to remain hidden and approach cautiously, intending to capture and interrogate the pair to gain more information. Observing the two injured emissaries from the tall grass, Jink and his team realize the targets are too exhausted to notice them. After confirming their criminal history through their stats, Jink orders his team to strike. Jink, Isif, and the rest of the group jump out from their hiding spot, catching the two emissaries completely off guard. The ambush is decisive. Jin delivers a powerful blow that sends one of the emissaries reeling, while Benjamin uses his magic to suppress the other. The two targets are quickly brought to the ground, defeated by the coordinated assault. As the dust settles, the order is given to bind the prisoners and prepare them for interrogation. Jink and his team, including ISF and Benjamin, forcefully restrain the two captured emissaries on the ground. The captives continue to curse and resist, refusing to reveal Herbert's whereabouts. Frustrated by their defiance, Jink considers a more aggressive approach, but Kanon intervenes, confidently asking him to step aside so she can handle the interrogation with her own methods. Kanon takes charge of the interrogation, summoning an emperor slime that manifests with a powerful magical surge. As the massive gelatinous creature looms over the scene, the captured emissaries struggle in vain, shouting in protest as they are held firmly in place. Kanon shows no mercy as she commands the emperor slime to consume the captured emissary's arm, causing him to scream in agony. Jink and Benjamin watch as the man, overwhelmed by the pain and Kanon's terrifying threats, finally begins to crack under pressure and prepares to disclose Herbert's whereabouts. The interrogation yields results as Herbert is revealed to be deep within the dungeon. He and his group of emissaries are currently navigating the treacherous, rumbling volcanic landscape of the 46th floor. Amidst the heat and unstable ground, they are actively fighting off a large, aggressive reptile monster. showcasing the harsh reality of their current mission. Jink stands with Kanon, contemplating the daunting path ahead. As they look out toward the volcanic landscape of the 46th floor, they discuss the treacherous nature of the dungeon's deeper levels. Jink acknowledges that even Herbert would struggle to maintain his pace through such hostile terrain, noting that these environmental hazards likely explain why no one has successfully pushed past the 60th floor. Jink and Kanon press the captured emissaries for more information regarding their mission. The men explain that they are out specifically to forage for food, because Herbert consumes massive amounts of meat daily. They recount how Herbert brutally beat them when supplies ran low, eventually abandoning them, which prompted their decision to retreat. Jink remains unimpressed by Herbert's behavior, while the captives reveal they have a hidden magic bag containing supplies. Jink carefully examines the items retrieved from the captured emissaries, confirming their claims about the supplies they carried. As he flips through a ledger found among their belongings, he and Kanon are shocked to uncover detailed records of the emissaries' criminal operations, including systematic extortion, property destruction, and various bribes collected from local stores. Jink examines the ledger, noting that it contains private records Herbert is unaware of, which he intends to use as leverage for Duke Fonker. As the captured emissaries sit bound and anxious, Jink and Kanon decide to turn them over to the authorities first, allowing them to regroup and continue their mission to track down Herbert. Jink coldly informs the captured emissaries that their crimes will lead them to a life of slavery under Duke Fonker. Kanon adds to the intimidation, explaining that the Kingdom of Quoll is currently at war, meaning the captives will likely be used as cannon fodder or forced into grueling labor until they perish. As the ground rumbles, taunts suggesting they continue their conversation, unless they prefer to face the Emperor Slime again, leaving the terrified emissaries trembling in fear. Herbert remains indifferent to the dangerous environment of the volcanic floor, focusing entirely on his own gluttony. As the ground rumbles around them, he continues to eat and drink, while the rest of the emissaries' members sit nearby, waiting for his next command. Herbert sits amidst the volcanic terrain, voraciously consuming a massive spread of food. His subordinates watch him with weary expressions, clearly exhausted and hungry themselves, but they remain silent. After finishing his meal, Herbert lets out a loud, satisfied burp, discarding a bone onto his plate with a clatter, showing no regard for the plight of his group. Herbert's subordinates attempt to reason with him, warning that their food supplies are critically low and they have no way to resupply. Herbert, unfazed by the danger, brushes off their concerns and instead proposes that they hunt an acrocanth. One of his men, visibly annoyed, questions why Herbert continues to gorge himself despite being fully aware of their desperate situation. Herbert remains unfazed by the dire situation, explaining to his followers that while hatchlings only provide cores, the pack leaders of the acrocanth variants offer the meat they desperately need. He refuses to starve during their 7-day trek through the volcanoes, even as his men look on with deep concern and skepticism about whether such a dangerous hunt will actually succeed. Herbert shouts at his followers, refusing to entertain the idea of turning back, and insisting they reach Yamato at any cost. He berates the emissaries' first army to act with more discipline. Meanwhile, he reflects on the toll the desert and volcanic terrain have taken on his troops, noting that both his main force and the strike force have suffered from plummeting morale since reaching floor 40. Herbert stands amidst the volcanic landscape, his mind racing as he contemplates the possibility of Jink catching up to his forces. He acknowledges that while normal adventurers would struggle to keep pace, Jink's unique enchantment abilities make him a dangerous variable. A sudden wave of unease washes over him as he considers the chance that Jink might take a shortcut. As he realizes, his pursuers could be much closer than he initially calculated. Leaving the grasslands behind, Jink and his companions push forward with relentless determination. Utilizing powerful enchanted items to boost their speed, they race across the landscape, their minds singularly focused on catching up to Herbert and his forces. As Jink and his party traverse the harsh volcanic landscape, they stumble upon a makeshift campsite. Jink kneels down to inspect the fire pit, noting that the embers are still warm to the touch. He questions whether the emissaries were the ones who camped here, or if it was another group of adventurers passing through the dangerous terrain. Jink and his party confirm that they are closing in on their targets, noting the lack of other adventurers in the area as evidence that the campfire belongs to Herbert and his followers. Kanon and the rest of the group take a moment to thank Jink, acknowledging that his enchantments and support were essential for their rapid progress through the volcanic region. Despite the success, Kanon remains cautious, reminding everyone to stay alert as they continue their pursuit. Herbert stands at the edge of a massive dark pit with his subordinates, reminding them that they must remain vigilant against the threat of the dreadful acrocanth variants that inhabit this treacherous volcanic landscape. Herbert stands before the pack leader's nest, assessing the situation with his subordinates. He believes they can handle the creature if it remains isolated, but he is immediately corrected by the reality of the situation, as he warns his men that provoking the beast will cause it to summon its partner. The acrocanth variants reveal themselves, turning a simple confrontation into a much more dangerous encounter. Herbert warns his team about the lethal nature of the acrocanth variants, noting their ability to breathe fire and coordinate attacks. He commands his subordinates to prepare for an all-out assault, emphasizing the need to eliminate the target before it can summon help. As the emissaries ready their weapons and magic, Herbert signals the start of the ambush. Herbert, visibly enraged, glares at Jink and his companions as they stand their ground in the volcanic terrain. The emissaries surround the area, confident in their numbers and position, while Jink and his party brace themselves for the inevitable confrontation. Herbert shouts threats, signaling that the time for strategy has ended and the battle is about to begin. Herbert expresses his surprise that Jink and his party managed to track them down to the volcanic site. Enraged, he declares that they are finished and threatens to feed them to the monsters, signaling his group of emissaries to launch an immediate all-out assault. The tension erupts into violence as Herbert commands his emissaries to strike. With Kanon and the other members closing in, Herbert pushes forward, desperate to eliminate Jink before the dangerous acrocanth variant is disturbed. Jink and his party brace themselves for the sudden, aggressive onslaught. Amidst the chaotic clash, Jink remains focused and analytical. He dodges an incoming attack while preparing a counter-offensive, realizing that he must neutralize the sorcerers and the emissaries, ranks immediately to survive the onslaught. The battle reaches a fever pitch as Jink locks weapons with Herbert. With a deafening clash of steel, the two combatants trade powerful strikes, their movements creating shockwaves that scatter the surrounding debris. Jink remains focused, parrying Herbert's aggressive assault while searching for an opening to turn the tide. The battlefield is a blur of motion as Jink trades blows with Herbert. Despite Herbert's aggressive, wild-looking swings, Jink realizes the spearman is maintaining a flawless defense that leaves no openings. Jink notes his frustration with the weapon, all while keeping a sharp eye on the sorcerers, Benjamin and Iosef, who are poised to attack the moment he attempts to retreat. Jink executes a powerful air tornado technique, striking Herbert and sending him reeling back from the impact. As the dust settles, Kanon appears on the scene, calling out to Jink to offer her support. Herbert, visibly shaken and frustrated by the sudden turn of events, exclaims in shock as he struggles to regain his footing. The tide of battle shifts, as Rin watches the emissaries being forced back by Jink's forces. On the ground, Herbert, frustrated by the difficulty of capturing his opponents alive, demands that his subordinates, Benjamin and Iosef, unleash their magic on Jink. However, the sorcerers are hesitant, fearing that attacking Jink directly in the heat of the clash is too dangerous. The tension within the emissaries reaches a breaking point. Fed up with Benjamin's hesitation to cast spells, Herbert snaps, declaring that he is done with his subordinates' cowardice. With a ruthless display of authority, Herbert grabs Benjamin and, after a brief, terrifying exchange, violently tosses him away, coldly telling him to die. In a display of absolute madness, Herbert throws his own subordinate directly into the jaws of the acrocanth. As the monster bites down, Jink and Kanon watch in disbelief, horrified that Herbert would sacrifice his own ally just to vent his frustration. The brutal act leaves everyone on the battlefield stunned. Herbert stands confidently, taunting Jink with a manic grin as the massive acrocanth looms behind him, having just consumed his subordinate. Jink stares in disbelief at the monster's evolution, while Iosef and the other emissaries watch in horror, realizing the situation has spiraled out of control. The battlefield falls into a state of panic as the acrocanth undergoes a monstrous transformation. Jink and his companions, including Iosef, look on in disbelief as the creature lets out a deafening roar, signaling that the situation has taken a dire turn. Realizing the situation has spiraled out of control, Herbert selfishly orders his remaining men to retreat, abandoning them to the mercy of the transformed acrocanth. As Herbert dashes away, Jink and Kanon desperately try to maintain order and stop the fleeing members. While the monster continues its destructive rampage in the background, the battlefield remains in chaos as the acrocanth looms, its presence overwhelming. Rin watches in disbelief, struggling to process that Herbert would sacrifice his own subordinate to such a beast. Jink, focused on the unfolding disaster, hears reports that despite their efforts, realizing the situation is spiraling, Jink steels himself, acknowledging that he has no choice but to confront the rampaging acrocanth directly. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Jink instructs Kanon to split up, taking Ian to handle the evolved acrocanth while he goes after Herbert alone. Kanon agrees to the plan, promising to provide backup once the monster is dealt with. As they part ways, the acrocanth unleashes a devastating blast, forcing the group to brace for the impact of the creature's assault. As Jink dashes away to pursue Herbert, he leaves the remaining emissaries in the capable hands of Kanon and Ian. Kanon confronts the captured members, warning them to stay still if they want to survive the monster's rampage. Meanwhile, Ian and the others secure the area, ensuring the chaos is contained while Jink focuses on his target. Kanon flies toward the acrocanth, unleashing a fierce magical assault as she vows to cut the beast to ribbons. Nearby, Ian moves across the battlefield, shouting as he prepares to engage the rampaging monster alongside her. Jin stands his ground against the rampaging acrocanth, his body braced as he deflects a heavy blow from the monster's tail. The impact creates a loud smack, but Jin remains unfazed, his feet skidding slightly against the ground. With a determined grin, he taunts the beast, feeling the surge of power from his enchantments as he prepares to counterattack. The acrocanth lets out a ferocious roar as the combat continues. Nearby, the captured emissaries' members huddle together, paralyzed by fear and the realization that any attempt to flee would be futile. Jin watches the monster closely, his expression tense as the creature's growls echo through the battlefield. The situation turns dire for the captured emissaries' members as they realize the acrocanth has spawned hatchlings that are now closing in on them. Amidst the panic and the creatures creeping closer, ISF stands nearby, calmly observing the carnage and remarking on the disastrous mess their leader has left behind. Iosef looks down at the captured emissaries' members, his expression stern as he reveals the extent of Herbert's betrayal. He recounts how Herbert had callously awakened the monster just to cover his own retreat, leaving his own subordinates to face the consequences. The captured members look on in shock and realization, finally understanding how little they truly meant to their leader. In the heat of the ongoing battle, a sharp slash echoes through the air as a combatant executes an air slicer technique against the rampaging creature. The battlefield remains chaotic as the acrocanth flaps its wings and moves across the terrain, heading directly toward a pool of lava. Iosef and Jin watch the creature's movements with visible shock. Realizing the danger of its path, the monster lets out a deafening roar, signaling its intent to continue the rampage. The situation turns dire as the acrocanth hauls itself out of the lava pool, its massive claws gripping the terrain. With a sudden guttural roar, it signals for backup. ISF and Benjamin stand frozen in disbelief as a second monster emerges, confirming their worst fears. The beast has called for its partner to join the fray. The battlefield erupts in chaos as the acrocanth and its partner launch devastating attacks from the safety of the lava pool. Rin, observing the overwhelming power of the monsters, realizes they cannot win in this environment and calls for an immediate retreat to draw the creatures out. ISF, visibly frustrated, curses their tactical error while Benjamin watches on, bracing for the next onslaught. Facing the overwhelming pressure of the two monsters, Rian takes charge, instructing the group to separate the creatures and focus their attacks on the weakened one. Meanwhile, Benjamin provides critical support by using his enchanted gloves to heal Ian, allowing the party to maintain their defensive line against the relentless assault. As the battle reaches a critical point, the party initiates a desperate counterattack. Rin, Benjamin, and Jin work in unison to strike back against the two massive acrocanth monsters, hoping to turn the tide of the fight through sheer force and coordination. The party is in full retreat, moving across the rugged landscape to draw their enemies into a more favorable position. Jink remains in pursuit, his calm demeanor and lack of exhaustion visibly irritating ISF, who struggles to keep up with the pace while commenting on the protagonist's unnatural stamina. Iosef shouts for his men to intercept Jink, desperate to halt his advance. Despite their efforts to surround and slow him down, Jink remains unfazed. With a swift, fluid motion, he evades their attacks and strikes back, leaving his pursuers screaming in pain as he cuts through their ranks. Jink shows no signs of slowing down as he engages the remaining attackers. With fluid and precise movements, he parries their weapons and delivers swift, incapacitating strikes. One of the Jays from the depths of purgatory is caught off guard, suffering a deep slash as Jink cuts through their defenses with ease. Jink strikes down another opponent with a powerful blow, leaving the man collapsed on the ground. As the rest of the party lies defeated around them, Jink turns his cold, focused gaze toward ISF, declaring that the time for stalling is over and it is now just the two of them. Jink stands before ISF, his expression cold and filled with contempt. He tells ISF that he isn't trying to claim the moral high ground, but he simply cannot tolerate the way ISF treats his own subordinates as disposable pawns to save himself. Jink notes that ISF reminds him of a terrible supervisor from his previous life as Jinkaro. As Jink channels his power, creating a swirling effect, ISF can only grit his teeth, unable to find a retort. Jink skillfully deploys a water ball to intercept Isef's strike. As the water splashes upon impact, Isef tries to regain the upper hand by taunting Jink, claiming he has moved to a different position. The water ball spell detonates upon impact, instantly filling the area with a dense, hissing cloud of steam. Isef, caught in the sudden whiteout, raises his spear defensively while his vision is completely obstructed. He curses in frustration, desperately trying to locate Jink, who has vanished into the thick mist to gain the upper hand. Emerging from the thick cloud of steam, Jink stands firm and declares that the battle is over for Herbert. Meanwhile, Isef, still disoriented by the vapor, spots Jink and reacts with shock as his weapon suddenly jerks, leaving him confused and struggling to maintain control. Jink stands his ground and channels his magic, shouting Water Cyclone as a massive vortex of water erupts. The powerful spell strikes Isef, lifting him off his feet and sending him spiraling through the air in agony. The sudden, overwhelming surge of water leaves Isef completely defenseless against Jink's assault. Jink greets Canon as she arrives. Noting her success in handling the variant, he gestures toward a crumbling stone decoy, explaining that he used earth magic to create stationary illusions of his opponents, including Herbert nearby. Isef remains sprawled on the ground, barely conscious, but still filled with malice, as he weakly mumbles threats of retaliation against Jink and his companions. With Isef lying defeated on the ground, Jink takes decisive action to ensure he cannot cause any more trouble. He summons an Emperor Slime which descends upon the swordsman, trapping him within its gelatinous form. Kanon observes the scene as the slime completely restrains Isef, silencing his threats. Isef continues to struggle and choke within the viscous grip of the Emperor Slime. Observing the gruesome scene, Jink asks Kanon if she intends to kill him. Kanon calmly denies this, clarifying that the slime is merely a containment measure to prevent him from attacking them. She adds that although the process will cause him to lose most of his skin, he will survive, allowing them to carry him to the surface while keeping him on display. Jink and Kanon continue their conversation as the battlefield settles. Kanon suggests using her unique golem cages to transport the captured emissaries, a concept that surprises Jink. Despite the tension of the battle, Jink feels a sense of relief that Herbert has been dealt with, though his thoughts quickly turn to the safety of Esther and Danson, wondering if they successfully reached Rosarda. Jink stands solemnly before the assembled soldiers of Count Brand's main force. As the flags flutter in the wind, he reflects on his past, admitting that he never imagined he would set foot in his homeland again after being cast out. Chris stands before his father, formally declaring his commitment to bringing glory to House Brand as its heir. Upon arriving at the Rosarda territory, they are met by Dan and the Hughes brothers. Chris acknowledges their presence, welcoming them to the mission, while also noting the arrival of Esther, whom Jink had previously mentioned to him. Duke Nonland outlines the current military situation, identifying Harrods as their operational base, and setting their sights on capturing Saklyhild from the occupying Nazal forces. Jink observes the gravity of the situation, noting how Nazal's expansion into Rosarda territory escalated the conflict. They discuss the status of the capital, Ter, that the ongoing struggle has transformed control, and conclude that the ongoing of Forb, the central theatergen, and the Nazal army. Now between their factions and Astrolvms, the atmosphere is tense, as Chris updates his father, Count Brand, on his recent training in the maze with Jink, proudly noting his new ability to cast offensive spells. The Hughes brothers stand by, confirming they have kept their skills sharp by hunting monsters during their journey. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Count Brand looks at his son and delivers a sobering reminder. This is not a mere exercise, but a real war. Count Brand looks directly at the group, his expression grave, as he imparts a grim truth. He warns Chris and the Hughes brothers that they cannot afford to view their enemies as fellow humans, noting that unlike monsters, these enemies have families and lives of their own. He bluntly states that in war, their duty is to kill as many as possible, cautioning that those who hold on to mercy will only break under the pressure. As he speaks, the imagery of a soldier struggling to take a life underscores the psychological toll of the battlefield. Following his grim lecture, Count Brand softens his tone, advising Chris and Esther that they are not forced to endure the horrors of war if it becomes too much for them to handle. The two boys acknowledge his concern with solemn resolve. As the camp prepares for the upcoming departure, Esther observes the surroundings and catches sight of Dan, noting the seasoned, dignified aura that the veteran adventurer carries. While the soldiers discuss the promising future of Housebrand under Chris and praise the Hughes brothers' magical talents, their conversation turns toward Esther. They openly ridicule his slight build, questioning his ability to survive on the battlefield and mockingly suggesting that he might actually be a girl, unaware that Esther is nearby listening to their insults. Dan steps in to confront the soldiers who were bad-mouthing Esther, his imposing presence immediately silencing them. As the soldiers nervously excuse themselves and retreat, Chester approaches Dan. He calmly brushes off the incident, telling Dan that he is used to being the subject of gossip, and that such treatment is to be expected given his position. Dan expresses his frustration on Esther's behalf, suggesting that he should retaliate against those who insult him. Esther calmly clarifies that the soldier's prejudice is rooted in the commoner's past grievances against his noble family, who were accused of abandoning the kingdom for Quall. While Dan insists he will step in if the situation escalates, Esther politely declines, determined to avoid any public scene that might negatively impact Jink's reputation. Esther remains determined to overcome the prejudice against him, suggesting to Dan that he can prove his worth through his performance in battle. Dan agrees with the logic, and they decide to approach Count Brand for guidance. Just as they make their move, Count Brand arrives, noting that he was looking for both of them to discuss an urgent matter. Count Brand reveals to Esther and Dan that he has been in contact with Jink, who has personally vouched for Esther's impressive combat abilities to help Esther gain the respect he needs. The Count offers him a spot in his personal guard, suggesting it would be a safe way for him to demonstrate his valor. While the Count acknowledges that some soldiers might be hesitant to accept a rank adventurer in a leadership role, he remains firm in his decision to support Esther. Count Brand explains to Dan that while he has already punished the soldiers who insulted Esther, the situation has only worsened, and he fears further disciplinary action will damage the morale of his troops. Esther, feeling responsible for the tension, apologizes for the trouble, but Count Brand humbly takes the blame for his own leadership. Seizing the moment, Esther asks Count Brand if he might be open to a specific request, prompting the Count to ask what he has in mind. Esther looks directly at Count Brand, firmly requesting to be deployed to the front lines the following day. He explains that he has mastered magic under Jink's guidance and is highly capable as a lone fighter. Count Brand, however, is visibly anxious, worrying that if Esther were to lose his life in battle, he would face the wrath of Jink for the rest of his days. Undeterred, Esther insists that proving his worth through his spearcraft is the only way to put an end to the slander against. Count Brand reviews the tactical situation, noting that while the Nizal force lacks famous warriors, the battle will still be challenging. Bogard steps in, assuring the Count that he will supervise Esther and prevent from taking unnecessary risks. Satisfied with this arrangement, Count Brand officially grants Esther permission to join the front lines, while sternly warning him to retreat if he is in danger. Esther, relieved and determined, thanks the Count for his trust. The narrative takes a brief look into the past, specifically a few days before Esther and his companions joined the Brand Company. During this time, Gordon Nonland is seen fighting on the battlefield as a slave soldier for Rosarda, enduring the harsh realities of war before his life takes a different turn. The flashback continues in the Rosarda territory, where Gordon Nonland stands amidst the chaos of war, lamenting that half a year has passed since he was forced into service as a slave soldier. He realizes that the capital is on the verge of surrendering to Quall, and that his efforts crude spear are futile. Shifting to the present, noble Nonland contemplates the whereabouts of his son, Esther, questioning why he would be living as a slave after joining Jink in Quall, his heart heavy with worry. As the battlefield descends into chaos, Gordon Nonland watches a formidable nasal warrior tear through the Rosarda ranks with ease. Amidst the carnage, Gordon finds himself lost in thought, questioning his own past actions and his relationship with Jink, wondering if he truly treated him as poorly as he fears. The battlefield is in chaos, as the Rosarda forces are decimated by a single unstoppable Nizal warrior. The panic commander singles out Gordon Nonland, demanding he use his spear to stop the enemy. Gordon, however, remains acutely aware of the hopeless situation, muttering that their current gear is completely inadequate to defeat such a monster, while the Nizal warrior turns his cold, blood-stained gaze toward them. On the chaotic battlefield, Gordon Nonland realizes his end is near as he is overwhelmed by the enemy. Nettie, in his final moments, his mind drives on the past, haunted by the memory of his father, noble Nonland, who treated him like a puppet and forced him to commit atrocities. He laments the emptiness of his life and the better reality that his son, Esther, chose to stand by Jink instead of him, leaving Gordon with the painful realization that he will never be. The battlefield in Salahild turns into a scene of tragedy, as Gordon Nonland is struck down by a powerful Nazal warrior. As his life fades away, Gordon's thoughts drift to his son Esther and the deep, unspoken regret he throughout the fractured relationship, wishing he could offer an apology in the afterlife. The battlefield erupts into chaos as Duke Nonland commands his forces to storm the fortress. With a roar, the soldiers advance, using mithril spikes to scale the high walls. Amidst the tension, Leon and Soren prepare to engage, determined to root out the corruption within the enemy ranks. as the order to charge echoes across the field. The battle at the fortress walls reaches a fever pitch. Archers atop the ramparts unleash a volley of arrows, but Jin quickly intervenes, casting an air shield to deflect the projectiles and protect his comrades. Soren acknowledges the support as they push forward. Below, the main assault force moves in with a battering ram, under orders to coordinate with the mages and shatter the fortress gate. Amidst the chaos of the siege, Kanan takes center stage, shouting the incantation air cyclone. A massive gust of wind erupts, violently deflecting the arrows raining down from the fortress walls. The force of the spell creates a powerful impact, clearing a path for the attackers as Jin and the others continue their push forward. Kanan wastes no time after clearing the path, lunging forward with a spear to confront the defenders directly. With a sharp command of Engard, Kanan strikes, swiftly cutting through the ranks of the armored guards as the battle for the fortress reaches a fever pitch. The battlefield remains chaotic as Esther skillfully deflects incoming attacks with an air shield, earning praise from Jin. As they press the attack, the soldiers of the assault force charge forward, fueled by vengeance against the Nazal warriors and a firm resolve to seize Salihile. The battlefield remains chaotic as Jin and Esther push deep into the enemy lines, engaging the fortress guards in brutal combat. Amidst the clash of steel, the assault team's battering ram finally strikes the fortress gate with a thunderous impact, signaling a major breakthrough in their offensive. As the dust settles on the wall, Jink turns to Esther to ensure he is all right. Esther explains that he has been continuously casting healing magic on himself to avoid any latent injuries from the intense skirmish. Meanwhile, the main army finally breaks through the fortress gate, shouting for a full-scale charge into the city. Watching the momentum shift, Jink smiles and remarks to his men that Esther is truly a force to be reckoned with. The battle shifts into the city streets of Salihile. Acknowledging their pivotal role in minimizing casualties, the soldiers express their gratitude and regret to Jink and Esther for their previous mockery. Jink, ever the protective older brother, tells Esther to take it easy as they prepare to engage the remaining forces in the downtown area, determined to silence any further gossip about his brother's capabilities. Esther finds himself isolated in the heat of the battle, realizing he has been separated from Danson. He quickly dispatches a monster blocking his path, his mind focused on his objective to reach the town square. Despite the intense combat and the confusion of the city streets, he remains determined to navigate his way to the rendezvous point. Esther's search for the town square comes to a jarring halt when he stumbles upon a missing scene. His eyes widen in shock and disbelief as he recognizes his father, Gordon Nonland, among the fallen soldiers, leaving him frozen in the middle of the battlefield. The battlefield turns into a nightmare as the Nazal forces reveal their trump card, necromancy. Esther watches in horror as Eden, who feel neither pain nor fatigue, relentlessly attack. The sight of the reanimated corpses is deeply unsettling, causing the morale of the living fighters to plummet as they struggle to maintain their momentum against an enemy that refuses to stay down. Esther stands frozen in disbelief as he confronts the reanimated corpse of his father, Gordon Nonland. The tragedy of their reunion hits him hard, but the situation takes a darker turn when he realizes his father is not just a mindless consciousness. As Gordon struggles to speak his name, Esther is left reeling from the cruel reality of the necromancy he is facing. Esther stands frozen as his reanimated father, Gordon Nonland, struggles to speak, apologizing for failing him as a father. The somber moment is interrupted by a mocking voice from a skeletal figure nearby, who insults Gordon for his display of emotion. The skeleton, identifying itself as Esther's grandfather, approaches with a chilling greeting, further deepening the horror of the battlefield. Esther is confronted by the horrifying reality of his family's fate as the skeletal noble Nonland appears, mocking his own son Gordon Nonland for his lack of resolve. As Gordon struggles with his undead existence, insisting that possessing a monster is their only path to peace, Noble dismisses his son's sentimentality. With cold malice, Noble suggests that they should instead target a newborn noble from a powerful house to possess, leaving Esther in a state of shock and defiance. The confrontation reaches a boiling point as Esther faces his undead relatives. Noble Nonland continues to mock the situation, while Gordon Nonland struggles with his own twisted logic. Esther, refusing to be swayed by their presence, firmly asserts that he has not forgiven them for the pain they caused him. With a resolute expression, he prepares to put an end to this final, grim family reunion. With a resolute expression, Esther channels his energy, declaring that he will perform their last rites. He strikes down the reanimated figures of his father, Gordon Nonland, and his grandfather, Noble Nonland, as they are consumed by the flames of his attack, finally bringing their twisted undead state to an end. Esther relentlessly attacks the reanimated corpses of Gordon Nonland and Noble Nonland. With a powerful strike, he shatters their skeletal forms, silencing their mocking voices as they fall apart, finally bringing their cursed existence to a definitive end. With the undead remains of his family finally silenced, Esther shifts his focus to the source of the dark magic. Realizing that the corpses could only move if a necromancer was in the vicinity, he steels his resolve. Calling upon the power Jink enchanted him with, Esther activates his perception ability to locate the enemy hiding in the shadows. The necromancer Jay stands amidst his remaining guards, cursing the unexpected failure and the strange behavior of his puppets. As he contemplates discarding his current foot soldiers for stronger vessels, Esther uses his enchanted perception to pinpoint Jay's exact location to the southeast. Realizing the enemy might call for backup, Esther resolves to move quickly and confront the necromancer. Determined to stop the necromancer before he can summon reinforcements, Esther closes in on the enemy's position. He encounters a group of armored guards and immediately unleashes a powerful spell, Air Cyclone, creating a massive vortex that lifts the soldiers off their feet and sends them flying, effectively neutralizing the threat. The battlefield erupts as Esther's Air Cyclone tosses the armored guards into the air, their weapons and shields clattering to the ground. Amidst the chaos, the guards attempt to rally, shouting orders to finish the fight. However, the necromancer Jay, watching from the shadows, is overwhelmed by fear and disbelief, trembling as he realizes the formidable nature of the boy he is facing. With a swift and precise movement, Esther drives his weapon through the necromancer Jay, effectively neutralizing him. As the guards look on in shock, Esther stands amidst the battlefield, his voice ringing out clearly as he declares his victory over the necromancer. Esther smiles warmly as he presents a bottle to the guards, offering it as a gesture of goodwill. The guards, clearly delighted by the unexpected gift, raise their swords in a celebratory cheer. At the Regalia clan house, Jink sits down with Luke, the clan master of the Elder Tree, to express his gratitude for Luke's participation as an opponent in the recent rank advancement exams. Noting how vital his presence was for Nina and Ian, Luke graciously accepts a bottle of vintage wine gin as a token of appreciation. As they talk, the scene shifts to a flashback of the exam, where the participants fought with such ferocity that it felt like a genuine life-or-death struggle. Jink and Luke continue their discussion at the Regalia clan house. Luke apologizes for imposing on Jink so soon after his return from the maze, explaining that there is a shortage of rank adventurers in Gamel. He expresses his sincere gratitude to Jink for dismantling the emissaries in the depths of purgatory, which has made the city significantly safer. As they talk, Luke notes that with the power vacuum left by those clans, Elder Tree has risen to the top, but he acknowledges that Jink's clan, Regalia, is now their only true rival. Continuing their conversation, Luke makes a strategic proposal to Jink, suggesting an alliance between Elder Tree and Regalia. He emphasizes that he has no desire for conflict or corrupt profit-sharing, believing that a healthy relationship between their Gamel as a whole. He points out the downfall of the previous two major clans as a cautionary tale. Luke further explains that with many of his affiliates currently seeing complications, he wants to secure their foothold in case of unforeseen complications. Jink and Luke reach a mutual agreement to formalize their alliance, planning to make it official at the guild in the coming days. To strengthen their bond, they decide to host a social event for their respective clans, with Jink offering to have Nina and the maids handle the preparations. As they finalize their plans, the scene transitions to show the aftermath of the war, where the Qual forces have successfully conquered the royal capital of Tar, an event that was broadcasted to observers via a magical teleimage artifact. The scene shifts to a grim execution where the Rosartan king is forced into a boiling cauldron, shouting final threats against his captors. Jink watches the scene unfold, his expression stoic and unreadable. He reflects internally on the death of his own father, noting with chilling indifference that he felt absolutely nothing as he watched his own flesh and blood perish. As the news of the Rosartan kingdom's collapse settles, Jink stands before the castle, feeling as though a great burden has been lifted from his shoulders. He briefly contemplates the safety of Esther and his allies currently engaged in the war effort. His thoughts are interrupted when Daniel Fonker approaches him, calling out his name. Jink and Daniel Fonker examine a map, discussing how the conquest of Rosarta was a strategic move by the Qual Crown to secure vital naval routes and trade access. As they break down the geopolitical advantages, Daniel mentions that the king had actually considered installing Jink as the new ruler of the fallen kingdom. Taken aback by the suggestion, Jink quickly and firmly declines the offer, reiterating his desire to simply continue his life as an adventurer. Jink and Daniel Fonker continue their conversation about the post-war landscape. Daniel suggests that Jink should be more demanding regarding his position, but Jink dismisses the idea, wanting to avoid unnecessary trouble. The narrative reveals that Crown Princess Najenda has been installed as the new ruler of Rosarta. Jink notes that he specifically ensured the preservation of the land, and when asked about his maze is located, says about his future plans. He simply states that he intends to hire more people. As Jink introduces Kanan, the small fairy appears with a magical pop. The sight of her is so endearing that the Nico, led by Nico, are instantly overcome with excitement, squealing in delight at how cute she is. Jink presents his new discovery, a young fairy named Marina, to his group at the guild. As the maids react with curiosity, Jink encourages Marina to introduce herself. He then explains to his party that Marina possesses significant magical aptitude, specifically in summoning, and confirms that she will be joining their ranks as a new ally. Jink assigns roles to his staff, tasking Urza with training the maids, while explaining that he has gathered a large servants and slaves, including Ian, to handle security and household duties. As he prepares to secure citizenship for Urza, he reassures her that they can finally put the troubles of Rosarda behind them. Urza expresses her gratitude and reaffirms her loyalty to remain by Jink's side. Jink gently addresses Marina, telling her she is free to roam, but asking her to stay within his sight when they are outdoors. Marina, clearly affected by her past, asks if she truly doesn't need to be in a cage. Jink confirms this, while the household staff looks on, noting that Marina was previously owned by a Gamel noble. Jink continues to shed light on Marina's dark history, explaining to Urza how her previous owner, a volatile Gamel noble, treated her as a valuable possession. He describes how the man kept Marina confined in a tiny cage and would cruelly withhold meals whenever he was in a bad mood. Jink concludes by revealing that the man's financial desperation, caused by the purgatory situation, ultimately led him to sell Marina at the marketplace. Continuing their conversation, Nina asks Marina about her parents, to which the fairy sadly admits she has no memory of them as they passed away when she was young. When Nina asks if she can read, Marina apologizes and admits she cannot. Overcome with emotion, Nina pulls Marina into a warm embrace, declaring that she will tell being a big sister to her, promising to bake her plenty of cookies and teach her how to read, leaving Marina touched by her kindness. Jink continues to manage his growing household, turning his attention to Ian. He asks if Ian can take responsibility for the younger boys, to which Ian readily agrees, promising to train them in estate security. Jink then decides to postpone Marina's magic training, preferring that she spend the day getting comfortable with Nina. Finally, Jink points toward a spread of food and wine, noting that they must prepare for the upcoming social event with the Elder Tree. Jink is interrupted mid-thought as a sudden, inexplicable shiver runs through him. He freezes, his expression shifting to one of shock and confusion, as he questions the source of the weird feeling. Nearby, Urza and the slave trader observe his sudden change in demeanor, calling out to him in concern as they sense something is wrong. Jink reassures his household staff, including Urza and the slave trader, that he is fine despite his earlier distress. He clarifies that the strange sensation is merely a recurring instinct he has experienced throughout his life, choosing to brush it off so he can continue with his plans. Jink continues to share his experiences with Urza and Esther, explaining that his survival often hinges on his sharp instincts. He recounts how these instincts once saved him from a poisoning incident, and later helped him defeat the Purgatory's top intelligence officer by tricking Dan into a truth serum drinking contest. While he feels a bit guilty about deceiving Dan, who is now his friend, Jink acknowledges that the outcome was necessary. As he looks at his status screen and the bottle of serum, he remains puzzled by the lack of any specific skill that explains his heightened intuition. The following day, the atmosphere in the estate is light and cheerful. Marina steps out wearing a new, adorable outfit that Nina has made for her, drawing compliments from the other maids. As Marina happily thanks Nina, Jink intervenes to remind her that her lessons must come first. Despite his firm reminder, Nina remains enthusiastic, eagerly inviting Marina to share some cookies with her. Jink gathers his household to introduce a new arrival, Kanan, who is set to serve as a special magic tutor for Marina. As the introductions take place, Nina approaches Jink to present him with a specially crafted enchanted bangle, explaining that it will enable him to utilize magic as long as he keeps it on. Jink expresses his gratitude to Kanan for her help, noting that she is the only one he knows capable of using summoning magic. Kanan jokingly reminds him that she is charging him 50 gold pieces for her services. The conversation shifts to the fate of Herbert and the emissaries, with Kanan speculating that they have likely been forced into slavery within the army, provided they fit. Turning her attention to her student, Kanan prepares to begin the lesson, encouraging Marina to keep up as she starts the magic training. The training session continues as Marina focuses on her magic. She successfully casts an air slicer spell, cutting through the target, and expresses surprise at her own progress. Kanan, acting as her tutor, praises Marina's natural talent while instructing her to make the wind blade even sharper for better results. Jink observes the training, witnessing Marina's growing proficiency in magic. Marina successfully lands a powerful hit on the target, causing it to snap in half. Kanon and Jink cheer for her impressive display. Feeling drained, Marina admits she is tired, but Kanon encourages her, explaining that pushing herself to the point of mana exhaustion is the key to increasing her overall mana pool. As they take a break, Jink observes Kanon drinking from a tiny flask, noting how perfectly sized it is for her. Kanon explains that fairies have much smaller needs for food and potions compared to humans, jokingly remarking that they are very frugal party members. Jink agrees, realizing that he can provide Marina with high-quality potions without it becoming a major financial burden. After their discussion on party efficiency, Kanon shifts the training session to summoning magic. She casts a spell, and a slime appears before them, glowing with magical energy. Marina watches in awe, while Jink, intrigued by the mechanics of the spell, asks Kanon if there are limitations on the types of monsters she can summon, and whether she is capable of summoning multiple entities simultaneously. Kanon elaborates on the mechanics of summoning, noting that while high-level summoners can manifest powerful beasts like griffins or dragons, the mana cost is significant. She warns Jink that maintaining these summons be creature may constantly, and if a user runs out, the creature may begin feeding on their life force, potentially leading to death. Jink listens intently, reflecting on how unexpectedly dangerous summoning magic truly is. Continuing their training, Kanon encourages Marina to replicate the summoning technique she just demonstrated. Marina concentrates on visualizing the spell, and with a determined shout, she commands the slime to appear. Jink observes the magical manifestation with intense focus, witnessing Marina's progress in her training. Marina's first attempt at summoning a slime ends in failure, leaving her visibly disappointed. Jink and Kanon quickly step in to offer encouragement, reminding her that she has a rank aptitude for one setting and that it is only her first try. Determined, Marina shakes off frustration and prepares to try again. Kanon observes that Marina's mana is finally beginning to crystallize, indicating that she is on the verge of successfully manifesting her summon. With a final, determined effort, Marina chants the incantation and successfully summons a slime. The creature appears with a poof, leaving both Jink and Kanon visibly shocked and thrilled that her training has finally paid off. After the successful summoning, Jink praises Marina for her hard work, while she expresses her gratitude to both him and Kanon. As Marina happily plays with the slime she just manifested, she asks Kanon if she can consistently summon the same creature. Kanon smiles and encourages her to keep practicing, assuring her that with her natural MP boost, she is well on her way to becoming a talented summoner. Kanon elaborates on the nuances of summoning, explaining that forming a lasting contract requires a monster's acknowledgement and a name. She mentions her own experience with her Emperor slime, prompting Jink to ask if there is a limit to how many contracts one can hold. Kanon confirms it is possible to have many, but emphasizes that building trust takes time, and she urges Marina to focus on maintaining her current bond with the slime. The conversation shifts to the practical side of summoning, with the group noting that Marina's MP boost gift will prevent her from running out of mana. While they joke about the side effects of drinking too many potions, Jink turns his attention to his responsibilities. He finishes writing a series of letters requested by Count Brand, but as he states his unease about Esther being stationed on the front lines, lamenting that his current circumstances, personally, prevent him from going there to assist personally. Jink is abruptly interrupted in his work as a chilling sensation washes over him. His expression shifts to one of shock and alarm as he recognizes the overwhelming aura of pure evil. He recalls the harrowing experience of facing the depths of purgatory members, realizing that the threat he is sensing now is even more powerful than anything he has encountered before. Jink remains deeply troubled by the overwhelming sense of evil he experienced. He wonders if the Nazar royal family is responsible, questioning if they could have successfully planted spies within Quoll despite the heightened security due to the ongoing war. Realizing he needs time to take action, Jink calls for Ian, who promptly enters the room and acknowledges him as Zink-sama, ready to receive his orders. Leaving the bustling town behind, Jink ventures into the quiet forest. Finding a secluded area away from prying eyes, he stretches his body and prepares to practice his magic, confident that he can cast his spells safely in this isolated location. Stands in the forest, his senses on high alert, as he questions why his perception magic fails to detect the assassin he believes is tailing him. Determined to flush out the intruder, he unleashes a barrage of spells, including Air Arrow and Air Slicer against the trees. Even as he prepares another attack, his instincts remain sharp, warning him that an unseen presence is still lurking nearby. Determined to reveal his hidden stalker, Jink unleashes a flurry of magical orbs into the woods. The air crackles with energy as he bombards the area, hoping to catch the assassin off guard and force them to reveal their position. Jink continues his offensive, casting multiple water ball spells that streak through the air toward the dense foliage. As the magic impacts the surroundings, his expression remains tense and focused. He realizes that something is off, frustrated that despite his efforts, he still cannot pinpoint the exact location of the assassin stalking him. Jink pauses his magical assault, his eyes scanning the quiet forest. He realizes that the lack of response to his attack suggests his pursuer has stopped moving or is waiting for an opening. Observing the way his own spells were fired, he concludes that he is dealing with a lone individual. With a sharp metallic sound, Jink draws his sword, his expression hardening as he realizes the true nature of the threat he is facing. Jink stands in the forest, stunned to find Ellen lying on the ground, clutching a mysterious staff. He realizes that this undead creature, Ellen, was the one attacking him, which explains why his perception skills failed to detect a heartbeat or living aura. Puzzled by how Ellen could wield magic, Jink deduces that the staff must be a powerful artifact. Suddenly, the Ellen begins to speak, uttering the word of praise. Jink observes the skeletal remains of Ellen, recalling the history of the mad alchemist who was executed 300 years ago for his horrific experiments. He deduces that the alchemical artifact held by the Ellen is the source of its magical power. A sudden realization strikes Jink. If this undead creature is active, it means a necromancer is hunting him, and he is left wondering how they managed to infiltrate Qual. Jink is approached by Ian, who confirms that he has captured the individual who was tailing the protagonist. Ian explains that the culprit was hiding in a nearby abandoned building. Jink commends Ian for his scouting efforts and confirms that the captive is indeed a Nazar necromancer. As they contemplate how the enemy managed to bypass the border, Jink remains determined to extract the truth from him. Jink and Ian continue their interrogation of the captured necromancer. When Jink demands to know how the intruder crossed the Quol border, the necromancer begins to confess, revealing he utilized a corpse imbued with a teleportation gift. However, the interrogation is brutish. The necromancer is immediately racked with agonizing pain from a subordination spell that prevents him from betraying his master, forcing Jink to realize the dangerous magical constraints placed upon his captive. Jink and Ian continue their interrogation, identifying the captive as Heidler Bernhard, a low-ranking necromancer from House Bernhard. Jink explains that these low-level necromancers are often used to perform the dirty work for higher-ups like Axel Bernhard. As they discuss the teleportation ability, Jink realizes he does not need the captive to speak. He can simply read the man's stats to confirm that his master is indeed Axel Bernhard. Jink and Ian acknowledge the danger they are in, realizing that their safety in Qual has been compromised. With a resolute expression, Jink decides that since the enemy attacked first, they are justified in retaliating. He firmly states that he will personally infiltrate Nazar to settle the score, stands firm in his decision to infiltrate Nazar, shocking those around him at the Fonker ducal estate. Meanwhile, Daniel Fonker presents the captured necromancer of House Bernhard, currently held in the garden, and offers to sell him to Jink as a prisoner of war. Recognizing the strategic value of the captive, Jink considers the offer, weighing the cost of 11 platinum pieces against the potential intelligence he could gain about Nazar. Jink reunites with Mona and Daniel Fonker at the estate. Mona, relieved to see him safe, reports that the guild is working under the guildmaster's orders to eliminate any remaining threats in the city. Jink reflects on the audacity of House Bernhard for targeting him directly, while Daniel Fonker acknowledges that Jink's decision to leave the city premises saved many innocent lives, offering his sincere thanks. Jink calmly explains to Daniel Fonker and Mona that he took on the commission voluntarily, absolving them and the kingdom of any blame. He acknowledges the political tension regarding the enchanted items, but then shifts the conversation to his new resolve. With a determined look, Jink announces that he and his party will officially join the war as allies of Qual. Daniel Fonker and Mona express deep concern over Jink's plan to confront the enemy with only a small party, fearing the risks are too high. Jink remains resolute, explaining that since the enemy might teleport back to attack, his presence in the city puts everyone in danger. He clarifies that by leaving, he can draw the threat away from the innocent citizens of Qual, noting that the limited number of Eden controlled by the necromancers does not pose a significant threat to him personally. Mona suggests that Jink take refuge in the maze, but Jink rejects the idea, fearing that it would only shift the enemy's focus toward Duke Fonker and King Normal. Daniel Fonker acknowledges the danger and agrees to inform the king of the situation by morning. Jink expresses his reluctance to involve himself in kingdom-level conflicts as an enchanter, but ultimately accepts that he must act to protect himself with the serious matters. Settled, Jink feels relieved and looks forward to finally seeing Esther. Jink politely turns down Daniel Fonker's offer to provide personal guards, insisting on traveling light for his journey. As they look out over the city, The conversation shifts to Esther. Jink contemplates meeting up with him on the way to Nazar, but ultimately decides that Esther is doing well enough on his own. His companions exchange knowing glances, teasing Jink about his brother complex, and noting that Esther would likely follow him anywhere, regardless of the danger. Under the moonlight, Jink apologizes to Ian for the dangerous circumstances they find themselves in, lamenting how his simple dream of being an adventurer was derailed by war and assassinations. Ian gently reminds Jink of their past, specifically the time Jink saved him from despair, and insists that he is grateful for the exciting turn his life has taken because of Jink's influence. Jink confirms his resolve to take the fight to his enemies, declaring that he will join the war against Nazar. To settle the score, he turns to Nina, inviting her to join him in the upcoming conflict, but emphasizes that he respects her opinion and wants to hear her thoughts on the matter before proceeding. Jink maintains a serious expression as he explains to Nina that the upcoming conflict is not an adventure, but a brutal reality of murder. He notes that while he and Esther had military training as nobles, Nina lacks that experience, and he explicitly tells her that she is free to refuse his request to join him. Kanan watches the exchange, noting that Jink's heavy heart from the previous night is clearly due to the weight of these difficult decisions. Nina looks at Jink with a steady gaze, acknowledging the grim reality he described while reminding him that his enchantments have made her far stronger than she appears. She promises to support him, while Kanan, seeing Nina's determination, firmly declares that she will also join the mission to help Jink. Jink sternly warns Kanan that the upcoming conflict will be far more dangerous than their usual monster hunting, admitting he may not be able to protect her at all times. Kanan, however, is undeterred and tearfully begs not to be left behind. Nina steps in to support Kanan's request, asking Jink to let her join them. Seeing their resolve, Jink finally relents, agreeing to let them come along, but warning them that he will force them to stay with Count Brand's troops if the situation becomes too perilous. The journey toward Korda continues as Jink and his group travel across the landscape in a carriage pulled by hippogriffs. As they approach a scenic area with a waterfall and a lake, Jink notices the presence of monsters nearby. Recognizing the need to regroup, he decides to halt their progress, suggesting they let the hippogriffs rest while they prepare for the potential threats in the vicinity. As the group is ambushed by a pack of aggressive monsters, Jink takes charge of the situation. He instructs Nina to focus on the smaller enemies and utilize her magic. Nina, holding her shield and readying her attack, shouts Air Cutter to strike back while Kanan stays close by, ready to support her. The skirmish intensifies as Nina skillfully maneuvers through the pack, striking down the smaller threats. Meanwhile, Jink charges forward, determined to eliminate the leader of the monsters to end the fight quickly. Following the skirmish, Jink evaluates the outcome, noting that the fight helped improve Kanan's wind magic. He instructs his team to coordinate their efforts more effectively for future encounters. Observing the bloody aftermath, Jink expresses concern for Kanan, acknowledging that while monsters in the maze vanish upon defeat, the reality of this battlefield is far more visceral. Kanan, despite the grim environment, reassures Jink that she is holding up well, prompting him to remark on her unexpected resilience. Arriving at the city of Korda, Jink is hit with a wave of nostalgia, recalling the time he earned his Srank license there. While he and his companion prepare to return the hippogriff carriage to the guild, Jink remains focused on the upcoming war. He worries about Marina's lack of combat experience and her inability to summon useful monsters, deciding that she needs to be properly prepared before they face the dangers of the battlefield. Jink enters the Adventurers Guild in Korda and is immediately recognized by Guildmaster Snow. Snow welcomes him warmly, expressing his pleasure at seeing Jink doing well. Jink returns the greeting, noting that it has been a long time since his exam, but observes that Snow looks different. Snow explains that he has been active on the front lines of recent conflicts, suggesting that the experience has helped him tone up. Jink clarifies his stance to Snow, explaining that while the guild remains neutral, he is participating in the conflict as an individual adventurer because he cannot stand by while his kingdom is in need. He reveals his plan to deliver supplies for Housebrand before heading to meet his younger brother in the Count's army. Snow praises the utility of Jink's enchanted rings, which have proven life-saving and even help soldiers awaken their own magic. Jink acknowledges that these powerful creations are likely the reason the Nazar forces feel threatened by him, though he dismisses the concern as he remains focused on his mission. As they walk through the city, Snow points out the palpable tension in Korda, where even ordinary merchants and women have begun carrying weapons for protection. He explains that the war has led to many Rosarda natives being enslaved, and despite Count Brand's orders for fair treatment, the local population remains hostile and resentful. Snow warns Jink that this resentment extends to him as well, but Jink remains unfazed, acknowledging the situation while distancing himself from the blame. As the sun sets, Jink and his companions discuss their progress toward the town of Palm, where Esther is located. Recognizing that they are still far from their destination, Jink decides it is time to make camp for the night. Suddenly, Jink notices a group of figures emerging from the shadows ahead, prompting him to question whether they are a legitimate adventuring party or something more dangerous. As Jink and his companions navigate the dark woods, they come face to face with a group of travelers. Jink's expression turns serious as he recognizes the man in the hooded cloak leading the group. He confirms to his companions that the man is none other than the former butler of House Nonland. The butler, appearing calm and composed, greets Jink with a polite but unsettling remark about their unexpected meeting. Jink sternly questions the former butler about his whereabouts and his escape from slavery. The butler, unrepentant, laments that things would have been better if Esther had taken over the house, while claiming he is merely seeking refuge after Rosarda's fall. Jink quickly sees through the facade, calling out the butler for abandoning Esther, stealing the family's wealth, and even riding his father's favor the family, and only exploited Esther for his own comfort. Jink exploited Esther for his own comfort, leading to a tense standoff. The former butler of House Nonland sneers at Jink, calling him a filthy dropout and expressing his twisted joy at their encounter. He reveals his opportunistic plan to hand Jink over to the Nazar royals, expecting a handsome reward and political asylum in return. As he gestures toward his group of armed Rosartan guards, he warns Jink that while he personally has no intention of killing him right now, his men might not share the same restraint. The former butler of House Nonland initiates a violent confrontation, ordering his armed guards to swarm Jink. While he shows no mercy toward Jink, he instructs his men to spare Rhea and Kanan, viewing them as valuable commodities to be sold for a profit. Kanan and Rhea launch a counterattack against the armored guards. Kanan, fueled by her determination to protect Nina, declares that she will not forgive them for their actions. The duo displays impressive combat skills, quickly incapacitating the guards with precise strikes as the battle intensifies. The forest erupts into a chaotic skirmish as Jink and his companions turn the tables on the guards. Jink moves with precision, striking down his opponents while Rhea engages the remaining soldiers in close-quarters combat. The former butler, observing from the sidelines, is visibly stunned by their sudden display of strength and the swiftness of their retaliation. Jink leaps into the air, channeling his magic to cast a powerful fireball that engulfs one of the guards. Meanwhile, Rhea maintains her pressure on the remaining attackers with her sword. Seeing his forces being overwhelmed so quickly, the former butler can only look on in silence, clicking his tongue in annoyance as his plan begins to crumble. Kanan calls out to Jink as the former butler desperately tries to flee the battlefield on horseback. Frustrated by the loss of his hired guards, the butler curses their incompetence, lamenting the fortune he spent on them. Jink, however, remains focused and launches a water arrow spell, striking the fleeing butler and his horse. With his guards defeated and his horse fleeing, the former butler finds himself trapped. Jink stands over him, his sword pointed directly at the trembling man, who can only let out a fearful cry as his malicious plans crumble before him. The forest clearing is silent, save for the defeated guards scattered across the ground. Jink looms over the cowering former butler, his sword pointed directly at the man who once commanded the attack. The butler trembles in fear, unable to escape his fate, while Rhea and Kanan watch the scene unfold. Jink looms over the defeated butler, presenting him with a list of his crimes. Terrified, the butler begs for mercy, offering to reveal the location of valuables he stole from House Nonland as an apology. Jink remains stoic and unimpressed, simply ordering him to talk. The butler, trembling on the ground, tries to bargain for his life by offering to return to Jink's service and claiming he has seen the error of his ways. When Jink coldly demands the location of the stolen goods, the terrified man blurts out that they are hidden in a mountain cave near Movaberg and even offers a map. Jink simply smiles, unimpressed by the butler's desperate lies. Dismissing the butler's pathetic attempts to bargain for his life, Jink delivers a fatal strike. With a swift motion, he ends the butler's life, coldly remarking that he has no use for such a servant, and that he can serve as food for the monsters instead. Rhea and Kanan look on as the scene reaches its grim conclusion. Jink examines the map provided by the deceased butler and confirms its accuracy. Deciding to investigate, he leads Rhea and Kanan to the specified location near Movaberg. Upon arriving at the mountain, they spot a cave entrance. Inside, they find the hidden treasure chests and supplies, confirming that they have successfully located the stolen goods. Jink, Rhea, and Kanan look over the vast collection of stolen treasures recovered from the cave. While Jink remarks on the former butler's criminal nature and plans to sell off the valuables, he suddenly finds a sending box. Rhea asks about the item, and Jink excitedly confirms its identity. noting that while it is of low quality, it is still functional. Jink studies the sending box, noting its rare and expensive nature. He concludes that while its range is limited, it will significantly improve his ability to communicate with Count Brand. Feeling conflicted about keeping all the stolen goods, he decides to split the loot, donating half to an orphanage and setting the other half aside for Esther's future, as the items originally belonged to House Nonland. Jink, Rhea, and Canon stand before the desolate ruins of Tar, the former capital of the Kingdom of Rosarta. As they survey the destruction, Jink reflects on the devastation caused by the people of Rosarta before the capital's fall. Despite the grim surroundings, the place stirs a sense of nostalgia in him, though he admits his memories of the area are far from pleasant. Turning his attention to practical matters, Jink consults with Ian about the Nonland family holdings, which were confiscated by Rosarta, but may soon be returned by the Kingdom of Qual. Jink decides to reach out to Esther via the sending box to discuss the assets, ultimately resolving to sell them and set aside a portion of the funds for Esther's own account. The day after leaving the ruins of Tar, Jink arrives at the town of Pablo, where the Count's men are stationed. He is warmly greeted by Chris and the Louise and Roy Hughes. Jink observes their growth, asking if they have toughened up since their last encounters, to which they confirm they have gained experience through several battles. Jink arrives to meet Count Brand, handing over the supplies he gathered. The Count welcomes him, noting that Dan and Esther are currently resting, but will be informed of Jink's arrival soon. After being shown to the lodging house, Jink settles in and begins to ponder the Count's future plans, specifically questioning the upcoming objective regarding the town of Dominante. Jink is delighted to see Esther again, warmly greeting his younger brother and commending him for his impressive achievement in taking down the necromancer. Esther expresses his gratitude for the gift Jink provided, which helped him succeed. As they talk, Jink notices a sudden change in Esther's demeanor. Esther looks visibly uneasy and tells Jink that he has something unpleasant to discuss, hinting at a serious matter that has occurred. The atmosphere turns dark as Esther presents the heads of Gordon Nonland and Noble Nonland to Jink. Esther explains that the necromancer he recently defeated had used their bodies as undead puppets, forcing him to strike them down personally. Jink is stunned by the revelation, struggling to process the sight of his own family members' remains. Jink expresses his sympathy for the burden Esther had to bear in dealing with their family's remains. Esther insists he has no regrets, as it was his duty to handle them. Internally, Jink reflects on how Esther must still be troubled by the past actions of their father and grandfather against him. However, Jink gently reassures Esther, telling him not to worry because the past no longer affects him, and reaffirms their unbreakable bond as brothers. In the courtyard, Jink and Dan observe the progress of the soldiers, with Dan noting the impressive growth of Louise and Roy. The conversation shifts to the grim task at hand, as Jink confirms his intention to transport the heads of his father and grandfather back to their birthplace for a proper burial, hoping to avoid any lingering curses. Jink expresses his gratitude to Dan before preparing to depart to join his brother Esther the next day. Dan and Jink confirm their plans to stay with the Count's forces and prepare for the battle against Nazar as they talk. Jink notices a group of armored soldiers watching them intently. When Jink asks about the stairs, Dan casually reveals that they are the Reaper Princess squad, leaving Jink visibly flustered and trying to stop Dan from saying more. Esther expresses his bewilderment and frustration over being called the Spear Princess by onlookers who witnessed his ruthless combat skills on the front lines. While Esther insists he is clearly a man and finds the nickname nonsensical, Jink remains unfazed, reassuring him that he does not need to worry about such things and should just continue being his pure, younger brother. As the group prepares to depart, Jink and his companions exchange final words of encouragement with their allies. Jink takes a moment to introduce Marina, the newest member of his party, to Esther. Despite the formal greeting, Jink insists on dropping the formalities. The group then shifts their focus to the upcoming campaign, acknowledging that a direct attack on Bernhard would be reckless. Instead, they decide to align with Quoll's forces to systematically whittle down Nazar's military presence in Rosarta, a plan that Esther and the rest of the team readily agree to follow. Jink sits on the edge of his bed, coming to terms with the reality of his reincarnation. He reflects on how his memories from his previous life as Jinkaro are returning, causing his current personality to shift. As he contemplates this strange phenomenon, Neri watches him closely, noting that the young lord seems much calmer and gentler than he used to be. Jink stands in the open terrain, carefully checking his map to navigate their path. He gestures toward the distance, confidently pointing out the cliffside road that they need to follow to reach their destination. Jink and his party examine the narrow, dangerous cliffside road that serves as a vital supply line for the town from Sancourt. Luke coldly proposes a tactical ambush, suggesting they destroy the road to trap their enemies and eliminate them completely. While Rhea listens, she notes how chillingly indifferent Luke sounds when describing such a lethal plan. Arriving at the designated spot, Jink determines it is the perfect location to execute their trap. He commands Esther and Ian to maintain a lookout, while he focuses on his magic. With a decisive shout, Jink casts Water Tornado, unleashing a massive torrent of water that slams into the cliffside, causing the rock to crumble and the path to collapse. With the cliffside road now blocked, Jink and his companions, including Rhea and Luke, settle into their positions to wait for the enemy supply unit. An hour passes in silence until the target finally enters the narrow pass. Observing the enemy soldiers and their supply wagon, Jink calmly instructs his team to let them advance further before he executes the next phase of their plan. Using wind magic to bring the surrounding trees down upon them, Jink leaps into action, leading the surprise assault against the enemy supply unit. As the enemy soldiers are struck down and realize the road ahead is blocked, panic ensues. One of the soldiers desperately calls for a retreat to report the situation while Jink and his team press their advantage. Jink lunges forward with his sword drawn, descending upon the enemy supply unit with lethal precision. As the massive trees collapse around them, blocking their path and crushing their formation, the enemy soldiers scramble in terror, unable to comprehend who is attacking them. The ambush turns into a brutal skirmish as Jink and his companions close in on the disoriented enemy soldiers. With the path blocked and their formation shattered, the enemy unit struggles to defend themselves against the swift and coordinated attacks of Jink and his team. The ambush is a complete success. Jink and his companions, including Conan, Leon, and Esther, stand over the defeated enemy soldiers. One of the captives, realizing they have been outmatched by a group of young adventurers, expresses his frustration. Jink, showing no mercy, acknowledges the captive's grim fate but offers a quick death in exchange for information. He sternly demands that the prisoner reveal everything they know about the current situation in Sancourt. After extracting information from the captive, Jink and his party reflect on the situation in Sancourt. They discover that while the main water supply has dried up for the commoners, a hidden well exists within the ruins of the slums, known only to the common soldiers. Jink thanks the captive for this valuable insight, noting that the nobles and officers are likely unaware of its existence. With the interrogation complete, Jink coldly prepares to execute the prisoner. Jink swiftly executes the captive soldier, ending the interrogation. Turning his attention back to his party, he processes the revelation about the secret well. With a determined look, he announces to Luke and Rhea that he has already formulated a plan to utilize this new information. Jink recaps the tactical progress of their mission. By acting as guerrilla forces for the Quell army, they successfully engaged the Nazar troops and cut off supply lines to aid Count Brand's siege on Dominanti. Furthermore, the intelligence gathered regarding the hidden well in the occupied city of Sancourt provides a significant advantage for their next move. Jink gathers his companions and shares a tactical plan he formulated after reading an academic journal. He points out a specific local mushroom known as Doctor's Door, which is normally only mildly toxic. He explains that by soaking it in a potion for a full day, it becomes Death's Door, a substance that poisons water even after boiling, capable of inducing intense pain and violent vomiting in anyone who drinks it. Jink coldly explains that the poison will spread through the enemy ranks, as those caring for the sick become infected themselves. While his companions react with shock and awe at his ruthless strategy, Jink remains focused on the mission's success. He decides to split the party, announcing that he and Esther will infiltrate Sancourt to poison the well, while the others remain behind to ambush any approaching Nazar soldiers. Jink and his companions discuss the logistics of their plan, noting that they have a short window before the enemy realizes their supply lines have been cut. Esther enthusiastically suggests gathering edible mushrooms along the way, which Jink agrees to by utilizing his appraisal skill. After confirming their roles, the party splits up, with Jink and Esther setting off toward the mountains surrounding Sancourt to infiltrate and poison the well. Jink and Esther stumble upon a large patch of Doctor's Door mushrooms in the forest. Esther is excited, noting that thanks to Jink's item box, they have plenty of potions to process the mushrooms into the deadly Death's Door variant. Jink decides they will camp at the location until the concoction is ready, while Esther happily remarks on how long it has been since they were on a mission together, just the two of them. At their campfire, Jink observes that Esther's gear has seen better days and offers to take care of it. Esther is surprised, suddenly remembering something important, but then reassures Jink that his equipment is still in good shape. He explains that he has been careful with it, because it was a gift from Jink. Jink smiles, clarifying that he doesn't intend to replace the item, but rather use his enchantment skills to remake it into something better. Jink continues his explanation, illustrating how enchantment levels dictate the strength of buffs, but are restricted by the rule that an item can only be enchanted once. To bypass this, he recounts an idea from Ion. By using alchemy to transmute a portion of the equipment, the item is technically transformed into something new, allowing for a fresh enchantment to be applied. Jink explains to Esther that he has already verified his new method by testing it on the equipment of others, admitting he had intended to upgrade Esther's gear back in Pablo. As Esther watches with interest, Jink begins to transmute the metal of Esther's spear, explaining that this subtle change will allow the weapon to accept a fresh, more powerful enchantment. Esther swings his newly enchanted spear with incredible ease, marveling at how much lighter and faster he feels, as if his body has been transformed. He expresses his heartfelt gratitude to Jink for the upgrade. Jink, pleased with the successful enchantment, tells Esther that it is time for them to get some sleep. The next day, the mushrooms have been successfully processed. Jink examines the results, noting that the potion worked perfectly despite being slightly past its prime, and reminds Esther to prioritize safety by wearing gloves. Esther then asks how they will avoid harming their own allies when they poison the well, to which Jink confidently replies that he has already accounted for that, and their current priority is to avoid poisoning themselves. Jink and Esther reach the outskirts of the former Rosarda territory, known as Sancourt. The wind howls through the trees, where they find the gruesome sight of two soldiers hanging from the branches. Observing the scene, Jink notes that the victims were clearly Rosarda soldiers, their uniforms serving as a grim testament to the conflict that has taken place here. Jink and Esther observe the guards patrolling the walls of the enemy territory. As they discuss their infiltration strategy, Esther expresses concern about the noise and difficulty of scaling the wall. Jink reassures him, explaining that he will use his earth magic to slowly break down the wall and his item box to conceal the rubble, ensuring a quiet entry. Jink details his infiltration plan to Esther, suggesting they target sections of the wall that have been repaired. He explains that Rosarda's wealth disparity meant that many impoverished citizens used holes in the walls to move in and out of towns, and these points were likely patched up by Nazar soldiers following the occupation. With the plan set, Jink and Esther wait for the cover of darkness to approach the wall. Esther confirms that he has performed a perception check and detected no enemies on the other side. Jink then begins the infiltration, instructing Esther to maintain a lookout while he uses his earth magic to breach the wall at the designated spot. Jink focuses his magic, causing the stone wall to crumble and clear away, revealing a dark opening. As the debris is cleared, he turns to Esther, announcing that they have successfully breached the barrier. With the way forward now clear, Jink urges Esther to move, and they prepare to infiltrate the city together. Having successfully breached the wall, Jink and Esther find themselves within the ruins of the slums. Jink observes the surroundings, noting that it appears to be a residential area. As they move forward, Jink guides Esther, reminding him that according to their intelligence, the well they intend to poison is situated on the east side of the city. Hidden in the shadows of the ruined slums, Jink and Esther watch two enemy soldiers sitting by a fire. The soldiers grumble about a noble who framed Baron Oliver for embezzlement. Recognizing the opportunity, Jink tells Esther to keep watch while they wait for the guards to fall asleep, planning to take refuge in a nearby building. Jink carefully lowers the iron cage filled with death's door mushrooms into the well, noting that the cage will prevent them from floating. As the mushrooms hit the water with a splash, the mission objective is achieved. Jink signals to Esther that it is time to leave, and the two quickly prepare to retreat from the area. 3 days have passed since Jink and Esther sabotaged the supply lines and poisoned the well in Sancourt. From their vantage point, Jink observes that the enemy forces have grown noticeably weaker. He explains to Esther that while the poison is clearly taking effect, the ultimate outcome depends on whether the enemy leadership realizes the well is the source of the contamination, or if they continue to rely on antidote potions. The effects of the poisoned well have become catastrophic. Enemy soldiers are seen collapsing in the streets, suffering from severe abdominal pain and dehydration. With their supply lines cut and their health failing, the morale of the occupying force has shattered. A commander on horseback declares the town lost and begins his retreat, ignoring the desperate pleas of his subordinates. From a distance, Jink and Esther observe the total collapse of the enemy's defense, confirming that their strategy has successfully brought Sancourt to its knees. Watching the enemy soldiers flee, Esther asks if they should pursue, but Jink remains focused on their primary objective, the supply lines and the city itself. He reassures Esther that any survivors will be dealt with by Ion or the Quoll forces. To ensure the poisoned bodies do not cause further issues, Jink summons a column to gather them up so he can store them in his item box. Inside the city of Sancourt, the enemy soldiers are incapacitated by the poison, gasping for water and collapsing to the ground. Jink observes the dying soldiers with a cold gaze, showing no mercy as he prepares to deal with them, telling them to simply die. Jink and his golem move through the ruins of Sandcourt, systematically eliminating the enemy soldiers who were left behind. Although some of the soldiers attempt to resist, their bodies are too ravaged by the poison to put up a meaningful fight. With the final threats removed, Jink reflects on the time it took to fully purge the city of the enemy presence. Jink praises Esther for his help as they confirm that no more enemy soldiers remain in the area. They discuss the horrific state of the city, noting that the smell is unbearable due to the effects of the poison. As they talk about the possibility of Count Brand arriving to claim the city, Jink remains calm, assuring Esther that he has a plan to handle the situation and the remaining poison by using force. To address the lingering poison in Sandcourt, Jink sets up a large container, filling it with water and mixing in an antidote potion to create a potent solution. With Esther watching, Jink casts a spell that releases a massive swirling mist across the area, effectively beginning the process of cleansing the city of the toxic contamination. After successfully deploying the mist to neutralize the poison, Jink admits to Esther that the technique was man-intensive and difficult to execute. Esther praises his skill, and the two discuss the final steps to restore the city, removing the poisonous mushrooms from the well and adding antidotes to the water supply. Jink notes that his golem will handle the cleanup of the contaminated remains, while Esther vows to assist using his own re-enchanted items. Having finished the arduous task of purifying the city, Jink and Esther settle into the Lord's mansion in Sandcourt to catch their breath. While discussing the remaining issue of the dried-up well, their conversation is cut short by the sudden activation of their sending box. Jink notices the device glowing and realizes they have received a new message from Count Brand. Jink holds the letter he received from Count Brand, his expression calm as he reads the news. The message confirms that Dominante has fallen to the Count's forces. In the background, soldiers raise their flags and cheer, marking a pivotal moment in their campaign. Jink acknowledges the progress, noting that they are now one step closer to achieving their final goal. Using a telescope to scan the horizon, Jink observes a massive formation of 3,000 soldiers marching toward their location. Esther watches alongside him, noting that the approaching troops appear to be the forces of Count Savine, signaling a new development in the ongoing conflict. Jink and Esther stand before Count Hiram Zavine, who arrives with his troops to take control of Sandcourt. After exchanging formal introductions, Jink assures the Count that the area has been largely cleaned up and invites the soldiers to rest within the town walls. Inside the Lord's mansion, Jink offers the master bedroom to Count Hiram Zavine, insisting it is appropriate for a commander to maintain his standing among his troops. Count Hiram Zavine is initially hesitant, feeling unworthy of the room after Jink's efforts in capturing the town, but he eventually accepts. Jink reassures him that they will be departing shortly to rejoin their own group, and suggests that they finalize the handover details the following day. Standing on the outskirts of Sandcourt, Jink and Count Hiram Zavine observe a large, crackling bonfire. Jink calmly explains that they have finished burning the bodies of those who succumbed to the death's door poisoning, effectively concluding the cleanup process. Count Hiram Zavine looks on, visibly shaken by the grim reality of the situation. Jink discusses the successful restoration of Sandcourt's water supply, noting that he used a golem to fix the dry well. Count Hiram Zavine expresses his genuine awe at Jink's ability to capture the town with so few people, though he struggles with his own physical reaction to the aftermath of the battle. Jink remains humble, attributing their success to luck, while the Count laments his own perceived weakness as a soldier. Count Hiram Zavine candidly explains his past to Jink, revealing that he originally studied economics to become a merchant before his brother's academic failure forced him into a leadership role he felt unsuited for. Jink listens intently, noting that despite the Count's self-doubt, his men clearly trust him. Recognizing the need to move on, Jink asks the Count to take charge of the town's defense and repairs, explaining that they must leave quickly to avoid attracting the attention of a necromancer. Jink exchanges final words with Count Hiram Zavine, who assures him that his forces will hold the base securely. After parting ways, Jink and Esther are warmly welcomed back by Neri and Kanan, who have been waiting for their return. Jink checks in with Neri and Kanan to see if there have been any issues while they were away. Neri explains that the situation remains stable, with only a few straggling deserters encountered and dealt with. She notes that while the capture of Dominante went smoothly, the cleanup work was more demanding than the combat itself. Kanan adds that they have been busy keeping watch and foraging for food, noting that the surrounding area is quite resourceful. With the immediate danger past, Ein enthusiastically tells his companions that they no longer need to worry about enemy attacks. He highlights how his material appraisal skill proved useful in identifying high-grade herbs among their supplies, which could be sold to an alchemist guild for a significant profit. Impressed by his business sense, the group prepares to unwind as Nina proudly presents a delicious meal she has cooked for everyone. The group gathers around a table to enjoy a hearty meal prepared by Nina, with Jink praising her cooking. As they eat, the conversation shifts to their future plans. Jink explains late, once Count Brand and Count Zavine finish securing Dominant, they will begin their march toward Nazar, and he confirms that their group will follow to provide necessary support. In the heat of battle, Jink leads his allies in a decisive push against the Nazar forces. The strategic use of magic bags and enchanted water supplies has significantly reduced their baggage, allowing for greater mobility. As Qual's forces dominate the battlefield, Jink reflects on the profound impact that an enchanter's abilities can have on a nation's military strength. Standing alone in the early morning light, Jink ponders the mystery of his past life and the sudden awakening of his powers, questioning whether others experience similar transformations. His internal monologue is interrupted when Benjamin approaches him, noting his early start and asking if something is troubling him. Benjamin approaches Jink with a letter from Count Brand. After reading it, Jink learns that 10 of their messengers have disappeared over the last few days without a trace. Jink concludes that this is the work of Nazar's own espionage network, noting that while they can mitigate the risk by sending messengers in groups, the enemy is clearly not backing down. Benjamin and Jink analyze the situation, noting that the enemy's ability to operate undetected within Qual territories suggests a small but highly skilled group. They observe the aftermath of the enemy's sabotage, including traps and destroyed bridges. Jink confirms that Count Brand has requested their intervention to eliminate these infiltrators, and he decides to wait until the rest of their group is awake before taking action. Arriving at the national border of the former Rosarda territory, Jink and his companions survey the wreckage of a large bridge. Esther questions if fire magic was responsible for the damage, prompting Jink to observe the scene closely. He deduces that the destruction was achieved by combining mid-level fire and wind magic, noting that if the enemy possessed a mage capable of such raw power alone, the Qual army would have already been decimated. Jink informs his companions that they must repair the bridge, so the army can continue their march. When Esther expresses shock at the scale of the task, Jink confidently tells them to leave it to him. Though he notes he will require their assistance in the use in Zolams, he directs them to pile up the scrap metal they have collected, explaining that even such discarded materials hold value in alchemy. Jink focuses his energy on the bridge, instructing his golems to handle the heavy floorboards, while he alchemizes support beams and coats the submerged parts in mithril to prevent rusting. As the golems strain under the weight of the materials, Jink pushes himself to the limit, calling out as he channels his magic to keep the construction moving forward, even pausing briefly to refill his mana. Jink stands at the edge of the water, channeling his magic to manipulate the bridge components. With a powerful display of alchemy, he commands the flooring to attach to the submerged struts, reinforcing the entire structure to ensure it can withstand the weight of the army. With the bridge now fully restored and reinforced, Jink stands back, exhausted from the massive mana consumption required for the task. His companions, including Esther, Nina, and Benjamin, look on in awe at the feat despite the success. Jink remains vigilant, noting that their attempts to track the enemy espionage team have been fruitless, leading him to suspect the enemy possesses advanced perception abilities. Jink and his group, including Urza, Esther, and Benjamin, stand before a dangerous trap in the forest, identifying it as the work of the enemy. Frustrated by the lack of progress, Jink instructs his team to scout ahead and mark any further traps to ensure their allies' safety, emphasizing the need to stay alert. Several days later, Jink and his companions stumble upon a grim scene. In the forest, they find a victim caught in a lethal spike forces. Jink observes the fresh blood and the tactical setup, noting how the enemy used an unstable-looking boulder to distract their target from the hidden spikes at their feet. He remarks to Ian that the enemy is sticking to the basics, but the trap remains a nasty and effective method of elimination. Jink and Nina carefully examine the area around the deadly trap. Jink deduces that the victim was likely the only one in his group capable of using perception, explaining why he fell into the trap alone. He points out that the lack of other footprints suggests the enemy prefers to split up for reconnaissance. While acknowledging it is still speculation, Jink feels this insight is a crucial breakthrough in their efforts to counter the Nazar forces. With the enemy's tactics now clearer, Jink urges his team forward for one final push. He instructs Marina to focus entirely on using her perception skills while staying close to Nina, who is tasked with balancing athletics and perception. Jink, Rin, and the others prepare to handle the combat, as Nina prepares to carry Marina to maintain their speed and coordination during the pursuit. The tension rises in the forest as the enemy soldiers notice. Their scout has failed to return after an hour, forcing them to abandon him and press forward. Unaware of their internal struggle, Jink and his team, including Nina and Kanon, successfully track the enemy's movements. Upon spotting 4 men in black armor to the west, Jink gives the order to advance, and the team immediately moves to intercept them. Jink and his team burst onto the scene, catching the enemy soldiers completely off guard. Jink notes that their lack of perception allowed for the surprise attack, as the enemy soldiers, identified as Moab and Sab, scramble to defend themselves. Jink and his companions immediately split up to engage them, with Jink's team members confidently calling out their targets to secure the advantage. The battle intensifies as Jink and his team clash with the enemy soldiers. With swift movements and precise strikes, Jink counters an attack from a hooded fighter, while his companions continue to press the advantage. The enemy soldiers, caught off guard by the team's combat prowess, struggle to keep up as Jink taunts them, turning the tables on his opponents. The battle intensifies as Jink's team strikes with lethal efficiency, cutting through the enemy's defenses. A powerful blow lands, drawing blood and forcing the opposing soldiers to retreat in disarray. Seeing their comrades falling one by one, the remaining enemy soldiers realize and are left with no choice but to face the overwhelming pressure of Jink's coordinated assault. The enemy soldiers desperately attempt to turn the tide by unleashing a combined fire and wind magic attack. Seeing their move, Jink remains composed and orders Nina and Marina to back up. He immediately counters their assault by manifesting a massive water tornado, effectively neutralizing their offensive before they can finish their incantation. Following the intense skirmish, Jink and his companions stand over the defeated enemy soldiers' ISF, and Jink loom over the captives, pressuring them to speak. Jink coldly warns the enemy soldiers that it would be in their best interest to cooperate, pointing out the grim fate of their comrades who have already confessed everything from national secrets to the internal power struggles of noble families, including one particularly shocking revelation. Jink stands over the captured enemy soldier, his expression serious as he listens to the revelation. The captive, still bound, confesses that Nazar is actively researching methods to artificially create heroes, a piece of information that further exposes the depth of their schemes. Deep within the shadows of the kingdom of Nazar, a group of enemy soldiers stands in a solemn ritualistic formation before a towering statue. They are engaged in the Dark Hero Creation Project, utilizing forbidden rituals to attempt the impossible, the artificial creation of a being with superhuman abilities, a true hero. Jink stands in shock as he uncovers the gruesome details of the Hero Creation Project. The ritual involves sacrificing countless slaves to a dark god, forcing them to relive memories from their past lives in hopes of turning them into powerful artificial heroes. As Jink processes this information, he realizes the true twisted nature of the enemy's ambition to create soldiers capable of turning the tide on the battlefield. Jink continues to grill the captured enemy soldiers about the dark rituals of the Hero Creation Project. The cultists reveal that the ceremonies are infrequent, occurring only once or twice a year when the celestial bodies align, and that to uncover the truth, Jink uses his power to force the captive to access their perfect memory, demanding the specific dates of the past rituals. As the tension rises, Esther watches his brother, questioning the timing of the most recent event. Under Jink's intense interrogation, the captive confirms that a ritual was performed on the 3rd of January last year. The revelation hits Jink with the force of a physical blow. That specific date is seared into his memory as the very day he was unjustly exiled from his home. The coincidence is too significant to ignore, linking his personal tragedy to the dark machinations of the Hero Creation Project. Jink experiences a moment of profound clarity, realizing that the forbidden ritual of Nazar is likely what triggered his own awakening and memories of his previous life. As he processes this revelation, he remains focused on the interrogation, remarking to his companions on the irony that their enemies are inadvertently helping them by disposing of their own soldiers. He then turns his attention back to the captured cultists, calmly considering how to handle the prisoners. The captured hooded cultists are prepared to be transported to Count Brand's men stationed at Dominant, where they will undergo intense questioning to extract information, particularly from the one possessing the gift of perfect recall. Meanwhile, at the garrison in Dominant, the Kai receives word of their arrival, ready to deal with the prisoners brought to his doorstep. As the handover concludes, Dan identifies the hooded captives as former members of the depths of purgatory. Jink emphasizes their value as sources of information, urging Kai to ensure they are not killed during the interrogation process. Kai agrees, taking the prisoners away for a man-to-man talk, while Jink, satisfied with the progress, decides it is finally time for his group to take a break. While his companions celebrate the prospect of sleeping in a real bed, Jink is lost in thought. He worries that the ongoing interrogation of the captured cultists could lead to the exposure of his secret. That he possesses memories of a previous life. He tries to calm his nerves, reasoning that there is no logical way for anyone to connect him to the mysterious hero creation project. Ultimately convincing himself that his secret is safe. The night is quiet as Jink and his companions enjoy a peaceful rest. Suddenly, the silence is broken by a persistent knocking at the door. Esther, startled from his sleep, groggily wonders who is there. Jink, standing outside the room, identifies himself to his younger brother, hoping to get his attention amidst the late night disturbance. Late at night, Esther approaches Jink with a serious expression, plus apologizing for the intrusion. He hands Jink a letter, explaining that he wrote down his thoughts to ensure their conversation remains private. As Jink reads the note, Esther confronts him, revealing that he noticed Jink's unusual behavior and tension when the group discussed the Nazar ritual, and he is now seeking the truth behind it. Esther lays out his observations to Jink, suggesting that the ritual was the catalyst for Jink's transformation and the recovery of his past memories. He notes how Jink has become a gentler person since being exiled from Rosarda, losing his interest in status and vanity. Despite the possibility that Jink is a fundamentally different person than the brother he once knew, Esther sincerely expresses that his respect for Jink remains unchanged. Jink and Esther settle into a quiet, private conversation to ensure they are not overheard. Jink admits to his younger brother that his suspicions were correct, apologizing for keeping the truth hidden. He openly confirms that he is not the same person he used to be, explaining that he gained both his memories from a past life and his unique enchanter abilities on that fateful day. Jink gently reassures Esther, explaining that while his memories from a previous life have influenced his personality, he has not lost the memories of his current life and remains his brother. Esther, visibly relieved and touched by the honesty, expresses his happiness and agrees that keeping the secret was the right choice to avoid unwanted attention and potential danger. Esther solemnly swears to keep Jink's secret, and they agree that it is safer to keep the truth hidden for now. After their heartfelt conversation, time passes, and 2 weeks later, conflict erupts as Viant Nancre successfully attacks and conquers the town of Astario. The geopolitical landscape shifts as the map confirms the complete capture of the former kingdom of Rosarda by Qual. Amidst this victory, Jink gathers with his companions Esther, Noah, and Canon to discuss their next steps. He reveals that the king is impressed with their efforts and a reward awaits them back in Qual. However, the mood remains focused on the mission as Jink solemnly announces that Count Brand has finished all preparations and the army will commence their next attack tomorrow. The atmosphere grows tense as the group prepares to enter Nazar territory, with Jink acknowledging the inevitable escalation of attacks. Crown Princess Najenda and Canon express their resolve to fight with everything they have. Meanwhile, Jink strategizes, noting that while they have supplies, they must also scavenge from enemy soldiers to meet the demands of the army. Jink and his companions continue to deliberate on their infiltration strategy, agreeing that they must make their actions appear as mere sabotage to avoid drawing too much attention. They discuss how to handle the necromancer, while planning to circle behind enemy lines to seize supplies during the chaos of the Qual army's offensive. As the discussion concludes, the commander signals the start of the battle with a resounding order to attack. The Qual army marches into Nazar territory, immediately clashing with the enemy forces in a fierce battle. However, the tide of the conflict shifts as Nazar reveals their hidden trump card, a Legion of Eden, including reanimated Srank adventurers and Arank soldiers, which begin to decimate the Qual fighters. Jink and his companions continue their operations as a guerrilla unit, focusing on infiltrating unguarded areas to steal vital supplies. Jink presents a clear tactical map to his team, detailing a plan where Esther will create a diversion by setting a fire on the east side of the enemy base. While the enemy's attention is drawn elsewhere, Jink and the others will infiltrate through a hole in the wall on the opposite side to retrieve the supplies. Jink stresses the importance of moving quickly and avoiding detection, noting that the mission's duration directly impacts the level of risk Esther will face. The team acknowledges the plan with determination. As flames erupt on the east side of the enemy fortifications, Kanan hovers above, alerting Jink to the successful distraction. Seeing the fire, Jink immediately commands his team to move, signaling the start of their infiltration mission into the enemy base. The enemy forces fall for the trap, abandoning their posts at the west gate to rush toward the east gate in response to the fire. Kanon observes the chaos, noting that even the west gate guards have left their positions. Jink and his team realize the opportunity is perfect, and while they express confidence in Esther's ability to handle the situation, They decide to move quickly to complete their mission. Jink focuses his energy, commanding the wall to dig as he uses his enchantment to disintegrate the stone barrier. With a loud boom, a hole is created in the wall. Rhea, standing nearby, confirms that she does not sense any enemy presence, allowing the team to safely proceed toward the storage area. Jink uses his perception skill to survey the enemy's base, noting that most soldiers have been drawn away by Esther's distraction. He identifies a small group of guards at the south gate and officers inside the castle guarding the supplies. Jink directs his team to move forward, instructing Ian to use his air cutter to eliminate any resistance, while Nina and Marina stay behind to keep watch. Esther maneuvers through the enemy ranks at the east gate, striking down guards with precision. The soldiers, overwhelmed by his speed and agility, are left scrambling and cursing his name. As they attempt to coordinate a counterattack, they realize with alarm that Esther seems to be anticipating their every move, leading them to speculate that he is utilizing perception to dominate the fight in the dark. Esther hides among the trees, breathing heavily after his intense battle. Below him, the enemy soldiers are distracted by a sudden roaring surge of light emanating from the base. Esther watches the phenomenon with a look of surprise, wondering what could be causing such a display. Jink and his team successfully raid the supply storage, with Jink ordering everyone to retreat the way they came to rendezvous with Esther. As they prepare to leave, a sudden, mysterious light begins to flicker in the distance. The group is caught off guard, and Rin, sensing the situation, expresses concern about Esther's status, noting that his presence still feels strong despite the strange disturbance. The situation takes a dire turn as a mysterious hooded figure appears, summoning two hulking undead giants into the heart of the base. Jink and Rin watch in disbelief, their expressions shifting from surprise to tactical alarm. Jink quickly senses a powerful presence accompanying the monsters, leading him to wonder if the necromancer has just teleported these threats into the area to intercept them. The massive undead giants summoned into the base begin their heavy, thundering advance. Their target is clear. They are heading straight for the east gate, where Esther is currently engaged in battle, forcing the team to realize the dire situation unfolding. Jink and his team quickly deliberate on their next move. Despite the urgency to reach Esther, Jink decides against a direct confrontation that could lead to them being surrounded. He orders the team to create an opening in the southeast wall to retreat into the forest, preparing everyone for a swift escape while keeping his focus on the threat posed by the necromancer. Esther watches from the cover of the trees, his eyes wide with disbelief as the two undead giants summoned by the necromancer storm through the area. The sheer scale of the monsters is overwhelming, and he can only watch in shock as they charge forward, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground while the enemy soldiers scramble to react. The situation turns dire for Esther as the two undead giants tear through the environment, their massive forms crushing everything in their path. With the monsters closing in, Esther realizes he is in immediate danger and desperately maneuvers to evade their relentless assault, his heart racing as the ground cracks beneath the giant's heavy footsteps. Jink and his team forcefully breach the wall, determined to reach safety and find Esther. Meanwhile, in the castle's central area, a necromancer commands his hooded minions to spread destruction and chaos throughout the base. Esther is pushed to his limits as he narrowly dodges the massive, destructive attacks of the undead giant. As the creature continues its assault, the hooded enemy soldiers watch from the sidelines, laughing and taunting him about how long he can survive. Realizing he cannot maintain this pace forever, Esther begins to wonder if he should risk everything to find and reunite with his brother Jink. In a desperate bid to survive, Esther unleashes a water ball spell directly at the charging undead giant. The magical attack hits its mark with a heavy impact, causing the massive creature to stagger and wobble. The hooded enemy soldiers, who were previously mocking him, are stunned by this unexpected display of power, exclaiming in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Jink and his companions burst onto the scene, immediately engaging the enemy soldiers with a powerful water arrow spell that strikes their ranks. As the enemy soldiers scramble in confusion, Jink calls out to Esther to ensure his safety. Esther, overwhelmed with relief, cries out for his brother, as the group prepares to make a swift escape together. As the undead giants continue their heavy pursuit, Jink and his companions seize the opportunity to dash away from the battlefield. The hooded enemy soldiers are ordered to give chase, but the group moves too quickly in the aftermath. The hooded necromancer stands in the castle area, clicking his tongue in annoyance as he realizes that Jink and his team have successfully evaded his grasp. Safe for the moment in the forest, Jink and his team take a much-needed break. As they recover, they discuss the necromancer's limitations, with Kanan confirming that the enemy has not left the castle. Jink remains vigilant, urging everyone to maintain their perception, while questioning if the strange light they witnessed was linked to the necromancer's control over the undead. Suspecting that their raid had been anticipated, Jink reflects on the recent battle, deducing that the enemy intentionally used the distraction around Esther to lure them into a trap. He notes that if the opposition had deployed more than one necromancer, the situation would have been fatal. As Snow asks for their next move, Jink acknowledges the threat posed by the necromancer but remains determined, viewing this as a strategic opportunity to weaken their enemy. Jink and his companions analyze the enemy's limitations, noting that the necromancer relies on a single zombie for teleportation. Realizing this, Jink proposes a bold counterattack. They will sneak back into the enemy base, not just to steal supplies, but to systematically destroy all carriages and carts. By cutting off the necromancer's means of travel, Jink plans to effectively trap him inside the base, turning the tables on their pursuers. The team continues to refine their plan. Jink emphasizes the importance of targeting the necromancers, noting that pinning down even one would significantly impact the enemy's capabilities. While they discuss calling in allies to help cut off supply lines, Esther remains cautious, questioning how they can infiltrate the enemy base without falling into another trap or being attacked again. Jink explains the tactical challenge of the open, flat ground surrounding the enemy base, noting the lack of cover for a direct approach. He proposes a daring alternative, tunneling 2 kilometers underground to reach their target. As the team prepares for this tunnel warfare, Jink assigns roles, instructing Marina to maintain perception, while he plans to utilize golems reinforced with his enchantment magic to dig the path. Jink instructs his team to remain vigilant as he prepares to mobilize the Qual forces and consult with Count Brand to disrupt the enemy's supply lines. Reflecting on their past experiences with bridge construction, the team feels confident in their ability to command the golems. They initiate their plan by having the golems use mithril-coated shovels to rapidly excavate a tunnel, allowing them to bypass the flat, exposed terrain and approach the enemy base undetected. 3 days have passed since the team began their excavation. Jink confirms they have reached the target location beneath the battlefront, noting that the lack of civilians nearby made their covert approach easier. He warns the group that his alchemical tunnel supports are not perfectly built, advising them to be cautious. Marina uses her perception to scan the area above, confirming that no one is nearby. Jink then outlines the next phase of their plan. They will create a small opening to the surface and send Marina up first to scout, strictly ordering her to retreat if she detects any danger. Kanan stealthily emerges from the ground, floating above the surface to survey the enemy base. She finds the area completely deserted, with only horses present in the stables. Returning to the tunnel entrance, she informs Jink that the coast is clear, allowing the team to proceed with their plan. Having successfully tunneled into the enemy base, Jink and his team find themselves inside the stables. Recognizing their location, Jink orders the team to stay concealed and instructs them to fill the hole they created to avoid detection. Esther, looking to his brother for guidance, asks Jink for their next move. Jink firmly directs his team, explaining that Marina and Nina will maintain a lookout while he, Ian, and Esther move in to secure the supplies. He instructs them to create a massive distraction by setting the stables and carriages ablaze, intending to use the resulting chaos as cover for their escape. Jink watches the enemy guards from the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. With a swift motion, he unleashes a powerful magical attack that decapitates one of the guards instantly. The remaining soldiers are caught completely off guard, their expressions filled with confusion and alarm as they realize they are under attack. Jink moves with lethal efficiency, striking down the unsuspecting guards before they can mount a defense. The sudden, brutal assault leaves the enemy soldiers incapacitated in moments. Meanwhile, Esther and Nina observe the unfolding chaos, ready to proceed with the next stage of their infiltration plan as the base falls into disarray. Jink and his team inspect the gathered provisions, noting how the enemy's overconfidence in their base's size has left them vulnerable to this unexpected infiltration. Jink directs Ian and Esther to prepare the supplies, which have been treated with oil and flammable slime gel. He confirms that once these are strategically placed and ignited, the resulting fire will serve as the perfect diversion to complete their mission. While preparing for the arson attack, Kanon expresses concern for the horses and asks Jink if they can be set free before the fire starts. Jink apologizes but denies her request, emphasizing that they are in a war, and that releasing the horses would alert the necromancer, allowing him to flee. Kanon reluctantly accepts his decision. Jink stands firm, his expression serious as he addresses his team. He emphasizes that they cannot afford to be merciful, as prolonging the conflict is not an option. Kanon, looking somber, agrees that they will pray for those affected once the battle is won, while Iosif and the others listen intently, ready to carry out the final phase of their infiltration. Jink confirms that the preparations are complete and instructs his team on the escape route. As they stand ready, he He commands them to use wind magic to intensify the flames. With a focused expression, Jink casts Fire Arrow, setting the stage for their infiltration and subsequent escape. The fire erupts with a deafening roar, instantly consuming the stables and the supply carts. Flames billow high into the air, casting a bright, destructive light across the base as the diversion takes full effect, throwing the enemy into immediate disarray. Chaos erupts within the enemy base as the flames from the burning warehouse rise high into the sky. The guards, caught off guard by the sudden sabotage, shout in alarm, questioning how the intruders managed to bypass their defenses. Panic spreads quickly among their ranks, and they immediately order a subordinate to report the dire situation to Axel Bernhard. Meanwhile, a mysterious magical circle activates on the ground, casting a bright light as the situation continues to escalate. As the chaos from the fire continues, a magical circle manifests on the ground, signaling the arrival of Axel Bernhard. The guards immediately acknowledge his presence with reverence. Nearby, Kanon senses the overwhelming magical pressure radiating from him and alerts Jink. Recognizing the danger, Jink realizes their window of opportunity has closed and commands his team to pull back and retreat. As the smoke clears from the diversionary attack, Jink and his team make their escape. Jink reflects on the mission's success, noting that they managed to corner 3 necromancers, including the one responsible for the giant zombies, by luring them toward Hessler. In the territory of Dominanti, Count Brand entrusts Will with the critical task of providing support to Jink. Will acknowledges the request with a confident nod, ready to assist the protagonist in his ongoing efforts. Jink and his team stand overlooking an enemy stronghold, having successfully lured out 3 necromancers to different locations. As they contemplate their next move, Jink notes that a direct assault would be reckless, and suggests coordinating with the Quall army to surround the base. Esther then approaches Jink, revealing that they have received a letter from Count Zavine, who is urging them to return to Sancourt. Jink and Esther arrive at the Quall military post in Sancourt, following the summons they received. As they are guided into a meeting room, they are stunned to find Will waiting for them. Jink expresses his shock at seeing him, while Will greets him casually, noting how long it has been since they last met. Surprised by Will's sudden appearance at the military post, Jink and his companions quickly transition into a formal strategy session. Will clarifies that he was dispatched by Count Brand to assist them in dealing with the necromancers. As they gather around the table, the group discusses the enemy's unpredictable movements and the alarming possibility that the necromancers are planning to target Sancourt. Will explains to Jink that intelligence gathered from captured Desarters confirms the necromancers are planning a coordinated assault, likely to recover their lost supplies. He warns that a combined attack would be overwhelming, making it essential to split the enemy forces. As Jink considers the possibility of a siege, Will acknowledges his insight and begins to detail the specific plan devised by Count Brand. Will continues to outline the tactical trap, explaining that Count Zavine will feign a defeat to lure the necromancers into Sancourt. Once the enemy is inside and vulnerable, they will use fire magic to eliminate them while their forces are overextended. Jink, impressed by the strategy, is uncertain about their next move and immediately asks to participate in the mission. Will continues to detail the tactical situation, noting that while a defensive siege is advantageous, it would still lead to significant losses for their side. He then introduces an extreme, unexpected plan to mitigate these casualties. They will force Nazar prisoners to stand on the front lines during the battle. The revelation leaves Jink, Esther, and Rin visibly shocked by the cold, calculated nature of the strategy. Will coldly details the mechanics of his plan, explaining that the Nazar prisoners will be bound by servitude magic to ensure they fight as unwilling allies, effectively serving as a psychological weapon against the enemy. Jink listens, visibly unsettled by the heartlessness of the tactic, though he admits he is in no position to judge. He then shifts the focus to their specific duties to provide support using magic offenses, and to assist in setting up the town's defenses. Axel Bernhard, visibly frustrated by his loss of resources, is being carried in a makeshift carriage by his hooded soldiers. He commands them to keep moving steadily, while preparing to unleash fire magic on his enemies once he gives the signal. The ground shakes violently as Axel Bernhard's forces are suddenly caught in a trap. Panic erupts among the hooded soldiers as they realize the danger, while Axel Bernhard, visibly agitated, exclaims in disbelief at being ambushed yet again. As the hooded soldiers struggle under the weight of his carriage, Axel Bernhard lashes out at them for their incompetence. When one soldier dares to suggest that they are too starved and weak to continue, proposing surrender instead, Axel Bernhard erupts in a rage. He dismisses the idea of surrender as a death sentence, demanding they press on to seize Sancourt and recover their lost supplies. Days later in Sancourt, the preparations for the upcoming battle are well underway. Jink and will observe the scene, noting that 4,000 prisoners have been successfully prepped using servitude magic. In a separate area, the hooded soldiers under Axel Bernhard's command are being cruelly threatened by their leader, who forces them to endure starvation. Elsewhere, the relief supplies sent by Count consisting of potions, arrows, and casks of oil arrive at the town, providing a much-needed boost to their defensive capabilities as they prepare to distribute them. Jink and will continue their conversation, weighing the prestige that comes with their dangerous mission. Will notes that Count Brandon is highly invested in the plan's success. Jink asks about the whereabouts of Karen and Bogart, but Will explains he is currently operating alone and will regroup with them later. Meanwhile, they reflect on the progress made, noting that Esther has already eliminated one of the necromancers, putting them on track to defeat 4 of the 8 targets if their current plan succeeds. The scene illustrates the tactical deployment of Karen and Bogart, who are currently engaged in battle as part of the support forces. Meanwhile, back at the base, a scout arrives to deliver urgent news to Jink and Will, confirming that the enemy necromancers are advancing rapidly and will reach their location in just 2 days. The tension reaches a breaking point as a vast army, bearing their banners high, arrives at the gates of the fortress. With the enemy necromancers closing in, the soldiers stand ready, their presence looming over the castle walls as the stage is set for the decisive confrontation. Axel Bernhard stands before the fortress, confirming the battle preparations with Count Zavine, who confidently promises to rain arrows down upon the defenders. After receiving a prompt from his subordinates, Bernhard gives the order, and his army of hooded soldiers launches a fierce attack, charging toward the walls with a deafening roar. Jink and will observe the battlefield from the ramparts, deciding to hold back their magic to avoid alerting the enemy necromancers prematurely. Below them, the enemy army, weakened by starvation and internal strife, pushes forward. Recognizing the vulnerability of the disorganized attackers, Kai orders his archers to open fire, instructing them to prioritize the soldiers at the front to prevent them from reaching the fortress walls. The battle rages on the ramparts, as defenders rain rocks down on the invading soldiers climbing the walls. Meanwhile, away from the chaos, Axel Bernhard sits comfortably in his tent, enjoying a meal. A hooded subordinate reports that the front gate is finally nearing collapse, to which Bernhard responds with a dismissive and impatient comment about the time it took. Axel Bernhard remains unimpressed as his subordinates attempt to justify the difficulties on the battlefield by citing Quoll's use of captive Nazar soldiers. With a cold, ruthless gaze, he scoffs at their excuses, declaring that those who allow themselves to be captured deserve their fate. Having lost patience with the ongoing struggle, Axel Bernhard stands up, signaling his intention to join the fray himself. With a thunderous crash, the fortress gate finally gives way under the force of the battering ram. The enemy soldiers shout in triumph as they breach the perimeter, but they suddenly come to a halt, standing frozen as they prepare to charge into the heart of the fortress. The momentum of the breach shifts instantly. As the invading soldiers stand frozen in the gateway, a massive imposing Nazal warrior looms over them, his sheer presence radiating a threatening aura that forces the troops to shuffle forward in fear and anticipation of the slaughter to come. The hesitation of the enemy soldiers is short-lived as the towering Nazal warrior erupts into a violent frenzy. With a deafening roar, he charges into the invading forces, crushing them with brutal efficiency. The battlefield turns into a scene of carnage as the Nazal warrior systematically strikes down the soldiers, leaving them no chance to regroup after their initial breach. Amidst the ongoing conflict, the enemy soldiers are heard shouting orders to capture the area and reclaim Sandcourt. Observing the shift in momentum, Dane informs Jink that Count Zavine has begun to withdraw his forces. Recognizing the opportunity, Jink prepares to make his move, while the sounds of battle echo in the background. With the enemy forces pulling back, the commanders issue orders to cover the retreat and ensure the Count's safety. Jink, determined to seize the opportunity, rallies his allies to advance. Meanwhile, the battlefield remains dangerous as a powerful orc general stands ready to confront them. Axel Bernhard remains composed as his men report the enemy commander's escape, ordering them to establish a base in the town. However, the situation quickly turns dire when his subordinates report that the armory and stables are completely empty of provisions. As they notice the town is filled with barrels containing only oil, the realization hits them. They have been lured into a deadly trap. As Axel Bernhard and his forces stand confused amidst the barrels of oil, they are suddenly met with a barrage of arrows from the fortress walls. Jink, positioned nearby, wastes no time and his energy to cast a devastating spell, shouting Inferno. As the flames begin to engulf the area, the trap is sprung. A deafening roar echoes across the battlefield as a massive inferno erupts, tearing through the town's structures. The soldiers on the ramparts can only watch in stunned silence as the flames consume everything in their path, marking the devastating success of Jink's calculated counteroffensive. The town is engulfed in a massive, roaring inferno. Caught in the center of the trap, Axel Bernhard and his panicked soldiers scramble in terror, screaming as the flames tear through their ranks and destroy their position. The town is consumed by a violent inferno as traps takes full effect. Standing at a safe distance, Jink and Dane calmly observe the fiery destruction of the enemy base, witnessing the devastating power of the enchantment they unleashed. As the smoke clears from the devastating explosion, Jink is greeted by Count Savine, who expresses relief at seeing him unharmed. The two exchange words regarding the situation, with Jink confirming that the enemy's corpses have been successfully recovered as planned. The panel depicts the tragic end of the enemy forces, who were caught in Jink's trap. In a flashback, the soldiers are shown desperately huddling beneath the remains of a massive zombie, in a futile attempt to shield themselves from the raging fire. Their efforts were in vain, as they ultimately choked on the thick smoke and were baked to death by the intense heat. The tension of the battle begins to fade as Jink and Count Zavine exchange words of relief. Acknowledging the success of their strategy, however, the mood shifts when Count Zavine mentions sending the heads of the fallen enemies to Count Brand as proof. Jink, showing a different side of his character, interrupts to ask if they have time to give the Nazar dead a proper burial, a request that catches Count Zavine and his allies off guard. Jink stands before the ruins, solemnly explaining that while no one might thank him, he feels compelled to mourn the fallen soldiers who suffered under the control of necromancers. He adds a practical concern: if left unattended, their grudges could cause them to transform into monsters. Count Zavine listens with understanding and agrees to assist him. Together, they begin the somber task of burying the dead, driving swords into the ground to serve as grave markers. With a solemn expression, Jink channels his power to ignite a sacred flame above the makeshift graves. As the light glows, he offers a final prayer for the fallen, hoping to grant them the peace they were denied in life. The perspective shifts to a tense battlefield inside Nazar. Duke Apan of the Quoll royal army is seen fleeing in a panic, his face twisted with rage as he curses the Nazar forces for their ambush. As his troops scramble to retreat, he heartlessly commands his slave Nazar soldiers to turn back and engage the pursuers to buy him time to escape. Chaos erupts as arrows fly toward the group. Amidst the panic, Herbert, the former clanmaster of the emissaries, screams at his men, refusing to take responsibility for the failure. He brutally insults his subordinates, blaming their poor tactics for the ambush that has left them cornered and under fire. Herbert, the former clanmaster of the emissaries, screams in fury as he attempts to slice through the rain of arrows descending upon him. Despite his frantic efforts, his defenses fail, and he is struck by an arrow through the eye. As he watches the enemy soldiers closing in, he is left in shock and disbelief, questioning why his life is ending in such a miserable way. Herbert stands motionless, his body riddled with arrows from the relentless assault. Consumed by hatred and despair, he curses his enemy, vowing never to forgive them. As his life fades away, the scene then transitions to the Nazar camp, where the Nazar soldiers celebrate, satisfied that their plan was executed perfectly and resulted in another decisive victory. Inside the Nazar camp, Gilbert is lauded by his subordinates for his flawless command record. Unmoved by the praise, he directs his focus toward their next objective, ordering them to inspect the fallen bodies and prepare them to be raised for further use. Gilbert stares down his subordinates with icy contempt, remarking on their shameless desire for his death before announcing he is taking a break from the exhaustion of battle. The scene shifts to the Quoll army base, where officers review the grim reports of the war. They confirm that Duke Apon's forces have been routed and that all of Duke Fonker's slave soldiers have been wiped out. As they discuss the heavy losses among the nobles and leadership, they begin to question the underlying cause of these catastrophic failures. The officers continue their investigation into the Nazar leadership, uncovering the true identity of the new commander-in-chief. They describe Gilbert as a brilliant scholar and the illegitimate prince of Nazar, who had been kept in isolation due to royal succession disputes. The officers realize that placing him in command is a strategic move by the Nazar royal family to dispose of him, effectively using the battlefield as a means of execution. The Quoll army officers continue their assessment of Gilbert, acknowledging that his strategic brilliance could drain their resources entirely. Ian, reflecting on his own history of being in a similar position, proposes a bold alternative to fighting him. Recruitment, he suggests that if Gilbert holds a grudge against the Nazar royal family for his exile, they could potentially win him over by offering him better treatment, hoping to turn a formidable enemy into a valuable ally. The officers debate the risks of recruiting Gilbert, but Ian remains optimistic, volunteering to speak with the king. Days later, the council reaches a decision. The king has agreed to guarantee Gilbert's safety and grant him the title of Marcus should he choose to join them. With the official approval secured, the focus shifts to the tactical challenge of drawing Gilbert out from the Nazar forces. Karen steps forward to lead the mission, announcing that it is finally her turn to act. She explains the daring plan devised by Jink, which involves a nighttime approach over the mountain to catch the enemy commander-in-chief. Off guard, her subordinates express their full support as they prepare to put the strategy into motion, with Karen keenly aware that the success of this operation remains to be seen. The quiet of the night at the Nazar camp is shattered by the arrival of unexpected visitors. As the soldiers scramble to respond to the sudden presence of intruders, they are caught off by arrows landing in their midst, each bearing a message that leaves them confused and on high alert. Karen explains to Bogard that the public nature of the message is intentional, designed to sow distrust between Gilbert and the Nazar military to force his hand. As they move through the camp, the narrative shifts to Gilbert, who sits alone, calmly reading the letter while his subordinates express concern that the entire situation might be a calculated trap. Gilbert crumples the message from the Quoll army, his expression cold and resolute. He tells those around him that there is no need to worry, as such tactics will not shake his loyalty to Nazar. After his firm declaration, he stands up from his seat and walks out of his tent, leaving the atmosphere tense. The atmosphere shifts as a magical creature suddenly appears, delivering a letter from Count Brand to Jink and his companions. Jink carefully opens the message, his expression shifting to one of intrigue and surprise as he reads the contents. While his team watches on with anticipation, Jink and Snow examine the letter from Gilbert, noting his interest in their offer and his unique ability to use summoning magic via a small bat-like creature. As they discuss the logistics of his communication from the enemy camp, Jink addresses the concern that this might be a trap. He concludes that Gilbert is likely planning to lead the Nazar forces into a trap of his own making, before successfully defecting. Jink remains analytical, acknowledging that while he considered the possibility of a trap, Gilbert's current circumstances make a genuine defection more plausible. He reveals that Gilbert has provided intelligence as proof of his sincerity, specifically warning them about 20 Gamma necromancers preparing to strike nearby bases. Snow listens intently as Jink, the recent loss of 4 beta mages, has clearly thrown the Nazar forces into a panic, forcing them to escalate their efforts. Like this, Jink instructs Esther to immediately begin reinforcing the walls and equipment as requested by Count Brand. As they prepare for the upcoming conflict, Snow details the defensive measures they have implemented based on Gilbert's intelligence, including the installation of signal fires, moats, and pitfall traps. Snow further reveals that Gilbert has maintained constant communication, confirming the enemy strategy to attack 20 different bases with 1 necromancer assigned to each. The battlefield erupts in chaos as hooded enemy soldiers storm the castle grounds. Amidst the fray, a fierce horned warrior rallies his forces, shouting orders to use arrows and magic to strike down the undead. He emphasizes a critical tactical advantage, pointing out that the enemy's Gamma necromancers are unable to maintain control over their zombies from long distances. The battlefield erupts in chaos as the Quoll forces clash with the invading Nazar army. Despite the intensity of the assault, the defensive lines hold firm. Shortly after the fighting, Benjamin approaches Jink with the battle reports, confirming that although the Quoll army sustained approximately 100 casualties, they managed to prevent the fall of any of their strongholds. Jink contemplates the intelligence provided by Gilbert, concluding that the man has proven himself reliable and worthy of trust. He resolves that it is time to repay Gilbert for his assistance. The scene shifts to the Nazar military headquarters, where high-ranking officials are gathered in a tense, chaotic meeting. They are furious and humiliated by their recent losses, with commanders shouting in frustration and blaming one another for the disastrous military situation. Mikhail Bernhard takes control of the meeting, coldly informing the assembly that they will rely on a secret trump card to halt the Quoll advance, while sarcastically suggesting the Second Prince's forces take over the defense of their current location. The Second Prince's faction fires back, criticizing the Bernhard family's repeated failures against the Quoll army. Mikhail shuts down the dissent with a piercing glare, silencing his critics by challenging them to provide a better alternative. Mikhail Bernhard remains unfazed by the skepticism of his peers, declaring that he will personally intervene to stop the Quoll advance. He scoffs at the comparison to the Gamma necromancers, revealing his intention to employ a clan secret to thin the enemy's ranks. As he speaks, the tension in the room reaches a breaking point, with the Second Prince's faction left speechless, fully aware that crossing the Bernhard family could lead to their total annihilation. The tension in the room remains high as Axel Bernhard is questioned about his recent communications with Quoll. With a composed and calculated demeanor, Axel acknowledges the contact, but immediately frames it as a desperate failed ploy by the enemy to destabilize their forces through distrust. His cold, dismissive tone effectively shuts down further scrutiny from the surrounding officials. The atmosphere in the meeting room remains heavy with suspicion. An official confronts Axel Bernhard, questioning if his recent actions imply a hidden intent to betray the Nazar ranks. He warns that Axel's absence could give the enemy ideas. Axel remains unfazed, pointing out that Quoll omits several major victories and will likely take a moment to consolidate position with. He makes his stance clear. He intends to take the fight to them and engage the enemy directly. Standing before the skeptical official, Mikhaila Bernhard reaffirms his commitment to the kingdom. He declares that, as proof of his loyalty, he will personally spearhead a surprise assault on the base where the Quoll royal army is stationed. The official, seemingly taken aback by the bold proposal, questions if this action will finally be enough to satisfy the demands of the leadership. Mikhaila Bernhard stands before his gathered Nazar soldiers, his expression resolute as he delivers his tactical plan. He informs them that the Quoll royal army has been located in a forest 10 kilometers to the southwest, and he commands his forces to prepare for a decisive ambush under the cover of darkness. Mikhaila Bernhard stands before his gathered Nazar soldiers, his voice booming with malice, as he declares their intent to slaughter the Quoll royal army while they sleep. The Nazar soldiers cheer in response, emboldened by the news that their commander will be joining them on the battlefield, and they prepare themselves to fight with renewed intensity. As the Nazar soldiers stealthily approach the enemy position, they report to Mikhaila Bernhard that the Quoll royal army's camp has been located and remains unaware of their presence. Mikhail orders them to proceed with the ambush, determined to crush the opposition. Internally, he expresses disdain for his current mode of transport, lamenting that despite his royal blood, he is treated as an outcast and denied a horse, leaving him to be carried on a palanquin. The forest camp erupts into chaos as Nazar soldiers descend upon the Quoll royal army on the cover of darkness. Caught completely off guard, the Quoll Nazar soldiers scramble in terror while Mikhaila Bernhard, observing the carnage, orders his men to show no mercy and hunt down every survivor. Even the Ivan reports back to Mikhail that the enemy is breaking ranks and fleeing, confirming that the ambush is proceeding exactly as planned. Rin stands at the forefront of her archers, her eyes sharp as she spots the encroaching Nazar troops. With a decisive shout, she orders her men to fire, hoping to repel the ambush and stabilize their defensive position. The tide of battle shifts instantly as arrows rain down on the Nazar soldiers. Mikhaila Bernhard's palanquin is struck, causing his guards to fall and the structure to collapse. Realizing the danger, Mikhail is forced to scramble from his seat and order a retreat as the ambush turns into a desperate situation for his forces. Caught in the middle of the ambush, Mikhaila Bernhard is forced to abandon his transport and flee on foot. Rin and her archers continue to rain down arrows, pinning the Nazar forces and turning the tide of the surprise attack into a chaotic retreat for Mikhaila Bernhard. The ambush turns dire for the Nazar forces, as Mikhaila Bernhard is hit by multiple arrows. Staggering under the impact, he falls to the ground, his consciousness slipping away as he whispers that everything is turning dark. His soldiers watch in horror as their commander collapses, the tide of the battle turning decisively against them. The battlefield falls into a tense silence as the Quoll royal army Nazar soldiers surround the fallen Mikhaila Bernhard. With his escape cut off and his strength fading, Mikhail looks up in shock as his enemies realize they have successfully cornered the Nazar commander. The battlefield chaos fades into a dark memory. In a cold, stone-walled room, a young Esther lies defenseless on the floor, having been struck and spat upon. Mikhaila Bernhard stands over him, his expression twisted with malice as he mocks Esther's academic achievements, while his companion continues the physical assault, leaving Esther to apologize in fear. The traumatic memory of his past abuse fades as Esther finally wakes up. He looks around confused and asks where he is. Jink and Rin are relieved to see him conscious, with Jink exclaiming that he is awake, while Rin calmly advises him not to push himself too hard as he tries to recall the events that led him there. In the aftermath of the skirmish, Jink and Karen greet Esther, formally welcoming him to the Quoll army. As Esther processes the situation, the narrative clarifies the strategy behind the recent events. Gilbert had devised a plan to lure their enemies into a surprise attack, forcing them to pursue the group directly into a pre-arranged ambush. To ensure the deception was flawless, they even had Karen shoot at their target to make the capture appear entirely convincing. Jink and Rin stand before Esther, reflecting on the high stakes of their recent operation. Rin explains that she joined as backup due to the extreme risk involved, while also commending Esther for his bravery and skill. As the conversation shifts, Jink questions Esther about his standing with Nazar, wondering if the upper ranks are already aware of his defection. Jink reassures Gil that Mikhail's suspicions no longer pose a threat. They agree to share information once Gil has recovered. As they shake hands, Jink addresses him as Gilbert-kun, but Gil insists on being called just Gil. The atmosphere shifts abruptly as they receive shocking news regarding the necromancers, leaving them both in disbelief. As they walk through the camp, Jink and Gil analyze the current state of the war. Jink admits that Mikhail's true strategy remains a mystery, making it difficult to prepare a countermeasure. However, they agree that Nazar is struggling and that once Bernhard is neutralized, the situation will stabilize. Gil thanks Jink for his guidance and support, vowing to contribute to their cause. Jink and Gil observe the interaction between their soldiers and the local farmers. Jink explains that while plundering is standard practice during conquests, they are choosing a different path. By treating the common people with respect and purchasing their goods, they aim to avoid turning the populace against them, keeping their focus strictly on dismantling the Nazar royal family. Jink continues to explain the benefits of their diplomatic approach, noting that paying above market rates has turned the local farmers into active allies. He reflects on the incompetence of the Nazar nobles, though he remains humble about his own position. Jill brings up the darker history of the Qual army in Rosarda, questioning if they were just as oppressive. Jink clarifies that Rosarda was fundamentally corrupt, unlike Nazar, which has not yet reached that level of decay. Satisfied with the explanation, Gil prepares to return to his support duties, offering his assistance to Jink before they head off in their respective directions. Rin looks back on the time when Gilbert was an essential part of their success, noting his uncanny ability to command the battlefield through letters and his invaluable contributions to their battle planning. She acknowledges his status as a true prodigy, but her expression shifts to one of concern as she begins to describe a mysterious and unsettling turning point in their history. The party is gathered around a campfire when a sense of unease settles over them. Kanon, sensitive to the natural world, notes that the forest feels unusually tense and warns that danger may be drawing near. Jink takes the warning seriously, instructing his companions to keep their guard up and move carefully as they continue their journey. The forest is filled with a sudden, uneasy movement. Birds take flight in a flurry of wings, and a small animal dashes through the underbrush, reinforcing the sense of impending danger that Kanon sensed earlier. The forest erupts with the roars of a massive monster horde, confirming the danger Kanon sensed. Jink receives urgent news that a large number of monsters are gathering to the southeast. As the party assesses the situation, Kanon points out that the orcs are moving beyond the mountains, heading north toward the populous main camp, just as Ian had previously warned. The group realizes the gravity of the threat as they track the monsters' coordinated movement. Struck by the sight of the gathering monsters, Jink exclaims in disbelief, realizing they are facing a full-scale monster stampede. As Rhea asks for clarification, Jink calmly explains that a stampede occurs when a large group of panicked creatures begins charging in the same direction, signaling the imminent threat they must now confront. As the group processes the terrifying reality of the stampede, they consider the possibility that the monsters are fleeing from a more powerful predator. Jink, recognizing the imminent danger to the populous main camp, urgently decides that they must alert Count Brand immediately to prevent a catastrophic slaughter. The scene shifts to a flashback set in Nazar, days prior. Axel Bernhard, accompanied by the Even Ivan, coldly plots the destruction of the Qual forces. Determined to prevent the fall of the Bernhard family, Axel declares his intention to unleash a massive monster stampede to crush the intruders, fully aware that while the Enchanter and elite adventurers might manage to survive the chaos, the rest of the army will be decimated. Axel Bernhard wears a twisted, sadistic grin as he imagines the suffering of those caught in the stampede, relishing the thought of them watching their companions die. He coldly declares that the peasants are insignificant, like ants that can be easily crushed and replaced. With a dismissive gesture, he commands his subordinates to contact Duca Mutello and order his withdrawal, ensuring his own forces remain safe, while the others are left to their grim fate. The flashback shows Axel Bernhard standing amidst his soldiers, radiating an aura of dominance as he prepares to unleash chaos. Back in the present, the gravity of the situation hits Herbert as he receives a report from Seinen. Upon hearing that Jink has confirmed a massive monster stampede is currently heading their way, Herbert is visibly shaken, realizing the imminent danger they are all facing. Count Brand takes charge at the Royal Army camp, ordering a full mobilization to counter the incoming monster threat and asking Dan to lead the adventurers. As the military prepares, Jink and his companions arrive at the camp, ready to join the fight against the stampede. The tension reaches a breaking point as the earth shakes under the weight of the approaching horde. Jink and Esther, positioned at the front lines with the royal army, watch in grim silence as the massive monster stampede finally emerges from the distance, signaling the start of the desperate battle. The battlefield erupts into chaos as Jink and his party confront the encroaching horde of goblins. With the stampede in full swing, Jink moves with precision, cutting down enemies while preparing to unleash his specialized water-based enchantment techniques to effectively neutralize the threat. Jink unleashes a massive air cyclone that sweeps the goblins away, clearing the immediate path. As the dust settles, Jink calmly issues tactical orders to the squads, instructing the first group to retreat and rest while the second group advances. Nearby, the soldiers cheer for Esther, calling her Spear Princess for her impressive performance, much to her visible annoyance. Jink turns to Marina, asking if she can sense any more incoming threats. Marina confirms that a group of orcs is approaching, with ogre mixed in and more following close behind. As the party all chaotic, Jink contemplates whether the monsters are growing stronger. He then explains the nature of the stampede to his companions, noting that such events occur when lesser monsters are spooked by a stronger presence, is what delays the start of the stampede. As the initial wave of weaker monsters passes, Jink warns his companions that the true threat is just beginning. The ground shakes as a massive horde of orcs and ogres descends upon them. Recognizing the danger, Jink steels himself and commands his party to move forward, determined to hold the line against the relentless stampede. The battlefield at the populist base camp becomes chaotic as monsters swarm the perimeter. Dan, leading the charge, remains focused on the safety of his allies while coordinating the defense. He shouts orders to the Brank adventurers, directing them to circle to the right to maintain their formation and repel the assault. The defense of the Royal Army base camp remains fierce. Dan, leading the charge, shouts tactical orders to his exhausted troops, telling them not to overexert themselves and to rotate out when necessary. He also reminds them to be practical, instructing the fighters to gather any valuable or edible materials from the monsters they manage to slay. As the battle rages on, he calls for the archers and mages to advance and provide support against the encroaching horde. The situation turns dire as a group of wyverns appears in the sky above the base. Rin, standing firm with her bow, commands the archers to open fire, while Dane watches the incoming aerial threat. The archers immediately take aim and prepare to shoot down the monsters as they roar and dive toward the defensive line. Dane stands at the front, pointing forward as he commands the archers to unleash a volley of arrows against the descending wyverns. The air is filled with the sound of combat as the monsters swarm the base. In the foreground, Jink watches the scene unfold, his expression turning serious as he realizes that the intensity and coordination of this monster attack are far from normal. Inside a secure room, Jink checks in on Will, expressing relief that he is safe. Jink immediately turns his attention to the battlefield, asking for an update on the situation. Will explains that although they successfully eliminated the smaller monsters, the stronger and more intelligent threats have temporarily retreated, though he warns that they are preparing to launch another attack soon. Jink and will analyze the broader impact of the monster stampede, noting that it has effectively stalled Qual's military progress. Will mentions that civilians are flocking to the populist base for protection, which Qual is currently facilitating. Jink, however, shifts the conversation to a more alarming realization, stating that based on the reports he has reviewed, the stampedes are originating from two distinct sources, leaving Will visibly surprised. Jink and will analyze the suspicious nature of the monster stampedes, concluding that they are likely being guided rather than occurring naturally. Jink shares a critical piece of intelligence from his past, revealing that a necromancer named Mikala Bernhard had openly declared his intention to use a secret technique to stop the Qual army's advance. Jink admits he lacks concrete proof, yet he remains deeply unsettled by the feeling that Mikala Bernhard is the mastermind behind the chaos. Will concedes that while a man-made stampede sounds far-fetched, it is not impossible, suggesting they should look for evidence. Taking the initiative, Will agrees to report the situation to the higher-ups and coordinate with the other camps. While Jink prepares to add one final crucial point, the scene shifts to the Nazar populist base camp, where the aftermath of a battle is visible. Back in their discussion, Jink contemplates the possibility that Mikhaila Bernhard is behind the chaos. He and his companion ponder the mechanics of the situation, specifically questioning how a necromancer could manipulate monsters to trigger such a massive, coordinated stampede. Jink and will delve deeper into the theory that Mikhaila Bernhard is orchestrating the stampedes by manipulating the corpses of powerful monsters to incite fear in others. However, they remain skeptical about how such a massive, terrifying presence could be successfully concealed from detection. As they weigh the logistics of this necromantic threat, their discussion is suddenly cut short by the arrival of Noah and Kanon, who call out to Jink. As the conversation about the stampede's origin is cut short, Kanon and Noah are forced into action. Seeing a fresh wave of monsters approaching, Kanon rallies the group, urging them to prioritize clearing out the weaker enemies first while promising to address the deeper mysteries later. The battlefield remains chaotic as Jink and Nina stand their ground against a swarm of monsters. Breathing heavily from the exertion, Jink checks on Nina, who confirms she is still able to fight despite the fatigue. They acknowledge that the diverse mix of monsters, each with unique weak points, is making the combat significantly more draining than usual. Jink and Nina coordinate their next move to overcome the relentless monster. Jink instructs Nina to equip the rings and provide a water magic buff, hoping this new approach will turn the tide of the battle. As Nina complies, Jink activates the enchantment, and a strange, bubbling magical effect suddenly manifests around the monster, catching it off guard. Jink explains to Nina that his new method allows them to neutralize water magic-resistant monsters effectively while handling others with standard combat. Nina acknowledges the plan, ready to adapt. As they continue to clear the area, Nina is suddenly struck by a sharp, unsettling feeling, realizing that a powerful presence has appeared on the battlefield. The tension on the battlefield reaches a breaking point as a colossal red dragon emerges, its deafening roar shaking the area. The creature's arrival is marked by sheer destruction, as its massive claws slam into the ground with a crunch, sending the nearby goblins into a state of panic. The battlefield falls into a tense silence as the massive red dragon looms over the area. Jink observes the creature, immediately recognizing that its power far exceeds that of a rank monster's, causing even the stampeding horde to steer clear of it. Knowing they cannot ignore such a threat, Jink instructs Nina and Kanon to split up and launch a coordinated assault. Despite the overwhelming odds, they steel themselves to do their best against the beast. Jink quickly assesses the situation, noting the red dragon's vulnerability to water magic. He commands Ian to join forces with the others to handle the rank monsters, ensuring their safety. With a clear strategy in mind, Jink declares that he and Esther will take on the dragon themselves, to which Esther eagerly agrees, ready to support his brother. The battle intensifies as Jink and Esther confront the massive red dragon. Jink calls for a swift victory, urging the team to take the dragon down before other Srank threats emerge. As the dragon unleashes a torrent of fire, Jink expertly deploys a water shield to protect them, while confidently dismissing the dragon as nothing more than an oversized lizard that they will carve up for materials. As the battle intensifies, Jink commands Esther to execute a pincer maneuver. Jink moves to engage the red dragon from the front, while instructing Esther to circle around and target the creature's legs from behind to immobilize it. Recognizing that his standard attacks cannot penetrate the red dragon's thick scales, Esther shifts his strategy. He focuses his attention on the creature's joints, where the skin is thinner and more delicate. With calculated precision, he aims for the ligaments and delivers a powerful strike, successfully slicing through the dragon's defenses. Jink maintains the pressure on the red dragon, casting a powerful water jet spell that strikes the creature. As the dragon lets out a deafening roar and turns to face him, Jink taunts the beast, mocking its defenses while Esther continues to maneuver around the monster to exploit its vulnerabilities. As the battle intensifies, Jink notices the tide turning against the monsters and calls out to Nina and Marina to keep up pressure. Seizing the opportunity, Jink lunges at the red dragon with a powerful air cutter technique, slicing into the beast and forcing it to wobble in pain. Seeing the successful strike, Jink immediately praises Esther for their coordinated effort. The red dragon suddenly takes to the air, its wings beating powerfully as it prepares to unleash a torrent of fire. Jink watches the beast ascend with concern, realizing its intent to roast them from above, while Esther stands ready below, bracing for the impending flare attack. The battle reaches a critical point as the red dragon looms over the battlefield, its massive wings creating a powerful gust of wind. Jink, undeterred by the creature's size and ferocity, stands his ground and calls out to Esther, declaring their shared resolve to defeat the monster once and for all. Jink and Esther maintain their relentless offensive against the red dragon. Jink channels his magic to unleash an air control attack, while Esther simultaneously strikes with a massive water fountain spell, forcing the beast to recoil under the weight of their combined power. The red dragon tumbles and slams into the earth with a massive impact. Seeing the beast reeling from the attack, Jink remains intensely focused on the battlefield, commanding the dragon to keep its mouth open as he readies a follow-up strike. Jink relentlessly blasts the red dragon with a continuous water jet, successfully suppressing its ability to retaliate with fire. Seeing the opening, Jink shouts for Esther to target the beast's eyes. Esther immediately leaps into action, charging toward the dragon with his spear to deliver a decisive blow. Esther leaps into the air with incredible precision, driving his spear deep into the red dragon's eye. The beast lets out a pained roar, its massive body flailing wildly as it struggles against the sudden blinding strike. Jinx stands nearby, observing the successful execution of their coordinated attack as the dragon begins to lose its fight. The red dragon, severely weakened by the previous attacks, coughs and crawls across the ground in defeat. Observing the monster's state, Esther notes that it has lost its will to fight. Jink confirms this, telling Esther to leave the rest to him. With a steady step, Jink approaches the dragon, preparing his enchanted weapon to deliver the final blow. With the red dragon cornered and its will to fight broken, Jink seizes the moment. He leaps into the air, weapon ready, declaring that the battle is finally over as he prepares to strike the beast down. With a decisive strike, Jink drives his weapon into the red dragon, ending the intense battle. The massive beast lets out a final sound as it collapses onto the ground, completely defeated. With the red dragon finally defeated, Jink and S share a moment of triumph, marveling at the sudden increase in their stats after taking down such a powerful rank foe. As they catch their breath, Kieran and Rin approach them amidst the aftermath of the battle. Kieran checks on Jink's safety and he reassures her that they are both unharmed. The group discusses the state of the battlefield, noting that they the soldiers to mop up the remaining monsters. Leaving the soldiers to mop up the remaining threats, Jink and his companions analyze the situation, realizing that defeating the red dragon is only the beginning. As the monster stampede continues, they agree that they must track the stream of monsters to its origin point to stop the source. Meanwhile, the group lightheartedly discusses having dragon steak for dinner, but Jink remains focused on the bigger threat, suspecting that necromancers are responsible for the incident, and vowing not to let them escape justice. Jink and his companions press forward, their journey marked by relentless combat against waves of monsters. While the constant fighting is physically draining, Jink views it as a strategic necessity to grow stronger. They discuss the looming threat of the necromancer, acknowledging that they must level up by hunting more rank monsters to protect their allies, Nina and Marina, before facing the true mastermind behind the stampede. The battle concludes as Jink and his team strike down a chimera, its body hitting the ground with a heavy thud, as the immediate threat is neutralized. The group pauses to assess their surroundings. They observe that the lower-level monsters are actively avoiding them, leading Jink to remark that the creatures seem to perceive them as even greater monsters. With no other enemies in the immediate vicinity, they decide it is the perfect time to take a well-deserved break. Jink and his team take a moment to rest by the fire, reading over a letter that brings both good and bad news. They are relieved to learn that their recent battles have effectively thinned out the monster ranks and that no high-rank adventurers were lost. However, the mood shifts as Jink reveals a critical discovery. There are actually two separate sources fueling the stampede. While they are currently heading toward one, the other is alarmingly close to the capital of Nazar, forcing them to reconsider their next move. Jink remains focused on the tactical situation, noting that while they are the only ones capable of handling the threat, they cannot simply rush in blindly. He explains that the monsters approaching the populist camp are stronger than anticipated, potentially requiring their intervention against rank foes. They decide to wait for an official request before moving to that location, continuing their current efforts in the meantime. As they prepare to rest, Esther volunteers to take the first watch to ensure their safety. The narrative shifts to a town within the borders of Nazar, now left in ruins by the rampaging monsters. Wolf-like creatures prowl through the wreckage, leaving behind a scene of carnage and despair. It is clear that the inhabitants were caught unprepared by the stampede, highlighting the severity of the crisis that Jink and his party are racing to address. The party stands amidst the ruins of the town, visibly shaken and angered by the sight of the casualties. Jink and his team condemn the corpse users for their heartless actions, unable to forgive the desecration of the dead. Realizing they lack the time for proper burials, they decide to burn the bodies to ensure they cannot be raised as undead soldiers. Jink, his expression hardening with resolve, silently vows to hold Axel Bernhard accountable for this atrocity. Mikhaila Bernhard stands confidently, ordering his massive ancient dragon to initiate another wave of monsters. In the distance, a group of warriors stands their ground, declaring their intent to hunt the dragon down and put an end to the destruction. Mikhaila Bernhard stands before the spectral form of the ancient dragon, gloating over his control of the creature as a mere corpse puppet. He explains that this is the secret behind his fake stampede technique, using the dragon's presence to force rank monsters into a frenzy. The ancient dragon, still retaining its pride, lashes out at Mikhail's arrogance. Mahayert Sabiturgan, Mikhail suddenly shivers, visibly affected by the dragon's ominous warning that his stolen power will soon begin to wane. Mikhail Bernhard is visibly strained, his mana depleted from forcing the Srank ancient dragon corpse to obey his commands. As the dragon continues to resist, Mikhail pauses to drink a potion to recover. He receives a report from his subordinates, confirming that Axel Bernhard's stampede is moving forward smoothly. Sitting back, Mikhail expresses his deep resentment toward Axel, yet he cannot deny that the young man's power far surpasses his own. Mikhail Bernhard schemes, deciding to cooperate with Herbert for the time being to bolster the Bernhard family's influence. However, he harbors a dark ambition to eventually replace him and revel in his downfall. Meanwhile, he considers the strategic utility of his undead, observing that zombies born from individuals who died with deep-seated grudges are driven to eliminate the specific targets of their hatred. The narrative shifts to a moment of vengeance as Herbert stands triumphantly over a fallen opponent. The tension abruptly returns to the present, where Jink and his companions are overcome by a sudden, inexplicable chill. Kanon, sensing a massive surge of hostile energy, alerts Jink to the presence of a powerful enemy lurking nearby. Leaving the group on high alert, the chilling sensation felt by the party is explained as a massive diamond turtle crashes into the forest, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. Jink and his companions, including Rin and Kanon, are visibly shocked by the sight of the legendary creature. With Jink noting that he has never encountered such a beast in real life before, the party stands in awe and trepidation before the colossal's diamond turtle. While the creature is a legendary Srank monster, known for its impenetrable shell and immense wealth, Jink and his companions are well aware of the bloody history that follows those who attempt to hunt it. Recognizing the immediate threat the creature poses to their base camp, Jink resolves to take action, refusing to let the monster cause any further devastation. Facing the towering diamond turtle, Jink and his companions are overwhelmed by its sheer scale, comparing the beast to a mountain. Determined to protect their base camp, Jink lunges forward with his sword to test the monster's defenses. However, his attack is met with a sharp metallic clang as his blade fails to make a dent, forcing him to realize that the creature's hide is incredibly tough all over. Jink and his party observe the colossal diamond turtle, contemplating the difficulty of taking it down without damaging its valuable materials. Jink quickly formulates a plan, calling upon Esther to use his wind magic to leap up to the monster's mouth. He instructs Esther to lower a rope from one of the creature's teeth, hoping to find a vulnerability. While the rest of the party prepares to execute the risky maneuver, Jink confidently outlines his plan to his companions, shifting the focus from the diamond turtle's impenetrable shell to its vulnerable interior. He explains that by entering through the esophagus and reaching the lungs and heart, they can bypass the creature's exterior defenses, while his party members express concern about the dangers of the creature's internal environment. Jink insists that this is their best chance to take down the massive beast. With the diamond turtle looming before them, the party braces for the dangerous task ahead. Jink gives the command, and Esther, ready to put the plan into action, prepares to leap toward the monster. Despite the unsettling prospect of crawling inside the beast, they remain determined to succeed for the sake of their mission and the potential rewards. With a determined look, Esther channels his wind magic and shouts, "Wind magic! Fly!" He is instantly launched into the air, soaring toward the colossal diamond turtle as the ground rumbles beneath the creature's immense weight. Propelled by his wind magic, Esther flies toward the massive diamond turtle, determined to execute the infiltration plan. However, he realizes his momentum is falling short of the target. Frustrated but focused, he prepares to channel his magic once more, shouting that his current effort is not enough as he attempts to grab onto the monster's surface. Esther successfully reaches the massive creature's mouth, wobbling slightly as he finds his footing. Jink and Rhea watch from the ground, encouraging him with excitement. Esther secures the rope firmly around a tooth, the structure creaking under the tension. With the rope in place, he prepares to toss the end down to his party, ready to begin their infiltration. Seeing the rope firmly attached to the diamond turtle, Jink and his party cheer for Esther's success. Jink quickly shifts back into command mode, directing his companions to begin the ascent into the creature's mouth. He emphasizes the need for caution, ordering them to approach from the beast's blind spot beneath its belly to ensure they remain undetected during the climb. Jink leads the way, pulling himself up the rope with intense effort as the massive creature creaks nearby. Below him, Nina struggles with the climb, prompting Jink to offer words of encouragement while she focuses on her grip, determined to reach their destination. Jink confirms that everyone has made it inside the diamond turtle safely. He immediately directs the group to proceed toward the creature's lungs. Suddenly, the diamond turtle lets out a massive, earth-shaking roar, signaling that it is aware of the intruders. Sensing the danger and the urgency of the situation, Jink shouts for his party to hurry and take down the beast as quickly as possible. Jink and Esther are caught in the intense gusts of the diamond turtle's breath. Realizing they have reached the entrance to the lungs, Jink instructs Esther to prepare for their next move. Timing their advance to coincide with the creature's next breath, the party struggles as the interior of the diamond turtle constricts, making movement difficult and air scarce. Jink calmly directs his companions to utilize wind magic to maintain a supply of air. He declares their intention to carve a path through the creature's organs, prompting Esther to step forward and offer to take the lead, assuring Jink that he will handle it. Jink and Kanon press forward with their infiltration, using their blades to carve through the creature's soft internal tissues. Jink notes that the interior is surprisingly vulnerable compared to the tough outer shell. As they strike, fluids spray out, causing a visceral and messy reaction as they continue their desperate push deeper into the diamond turtle. Jink leads his team further into the depths of the diamond turtle, noting that they are drawing close to the heart. Surrounded by the creature's internal organs, the party struggles through the narrow, squelching environment. Kanon flies ahead as they spot a thick vein, which Jink decides to follow as the best path forward, all while the diamond turtle reacts with a loud, menacing roar. Jink and his companions finally arrive at the creature's heart, which pulses with a heavy rhythmic beat. Recognizing the heart as a valuable resource, Jink commands his party to exercise caution and focus their attacks on the surrounding blood vessels to avoid destroying the prize. Jink and his team focus their attacks on the vital connections surrounding the heart. With precise strikes, they slice through the thick blood vessels, causing the diamond turtle to react with a deafening roar. As the vessels are severed, fluid splashes everywhere, marking a critical and messy stage in their mission to neutralize the beast from within. The diamond turtle crashes to the ground with a heavy thud, as Jink and his party finally emerge from its interior. Exhausted and covered in the remnants of their task, they confirm that the organ harvesting is complete. Jink, standing alongside his companions, receives praise for their successful operation as they stand before the defeated beast. Jink reflects on the significant level gains from the battle, remarking that the necromancers inadvertently helped them. He plans to donate the excess materials to Quoll to support their war efforts. Meanwhile, Kanon, clearly uncomfortable being covered in the creature's fluids, insists that they find a place to bathe. Jink agrees to her suggestion, noting that there is a river nearby where they can set up camp and clean themselves off. After the grueling battle, the party sets up camp by the river. Kanon takes the opportunity to wash off the grime in a wooden tub, sighing in relief. Meanwhile, Jink and Dane sit by the campfire, discussing the lucrative nature of their harvest. Dane explains that the diamond is highly sought after for hair treatments, while its blood vessels and heart are prized ingredients for tonics and high-quality polo potions. Jink reflects on the realization that their hard-won prize is essentially a gold mine. After their recent success, the atmosphere at the camp shifts as Esther approaches Jink with an urgent message. Jink examines the letter, realizing it is a formal request for help. Dane, sitting nearby, listens as the details are revealed. A group of adventurers led by Samjay is overwhelmed by a stampede and can no longer hold their ground. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Jink makes a firm decision to mobilize the party and set out at first light to provide the necessary support. Jink and his party reach the location of the stampede, witnessing Samjay's group struggling to hold back the aggressive giant scorpions. As the adventurers on the front lines coordinate their defense with shouts of 20 seconds, then swap. Jink watches from a distance, noting their difficult situation. Deciding to step in, Jink remarks that while it is rude to arrive unannounced, he believes they will be forgiven for their timely intervention. Jink and his party arrive just in time to support the struggling adventurers. As they charge into the fray, Samjay recognizes Jink, and the two groups quickly synchronize their efforts, with Jink and his companions unleashing powerful wind-based techniques like air cyclone and air cutter. They begin systematically slicing through the swarm of giant scorpions, providing much-needed relief to Ryan and Vaughn. After the intense skirmish, Jink approaches the members of Samjay's party to check if anyone else is injured. He apologizes for the fact that the giant scorpions were destroyed in a way that makes harvesting their parts impossible. However, the adventurers reassure him, emphasizing that their survival was far more important than the loot. They express deep gratitude for Jink's help, admitting that without his magical support, they would have likely perished against the swarm. Jink presents a box of jewelry, explaining that each piece carries a 70 strengthening enchantment and can be bound to the user with a drop of blood. He insists they take them, noting the importance of the ongoing war. However, the adventurer declines the offer, leaving Jink surprised and questioning their decision, as he had hoped to provide them with better gear. Jink realizes the adventurers are hesitant because they lack the funds to buy his powerful enchanted jutsu. Determined to ensure their safety in such a dangerous area, he proposes a compromise. He will rent the items to them in exchange for a small 10 cut of their future profits from monster parts. The adventurers are initially shocked by his generosity, arguing that 10 is far too low, Badge. Eventually, they agree to his terms. Touched by his upright and selfless nature, Jink watches the intense battle unfold as Samjai's group fights off the monsters. He acknowledges their veteran status and tactical experience, which allows them to hold their own in such a dangerous position. However, Jink realizes that compared to powerful individuals like Dan or the twins, Luis and Roy Hughes, this group lacks the necessary firepower, revealing a clear weakness in their capabilities. Jink and his group come face to face with a massive mother slime that has emerged from the forest. Kanan quickly identifies the threat, warning Jink that the area lacks the necessary mages to combat such a monster effectively. Facing the massive mother slime, Jink and his companions realize the severity of the situation. Bogard and Dan prefer that physical attacks will be ineffective against such a monster. Jink deduces that the necromancer behind the stampedes to cause chaos near the capital of Nazar. Kanan and Jink quickly instruct the group that the mother slime is vulnerable only to fire, urging everyone to abandon other elemental attacks and focus their efforts on fire magic. Jink takes command of the battlefield, shouting orders to surround the massive mother slime and prevent its escape. He instructs his allies to corner the creature with fire, while simultaneously utilizing wind magic to amplify the intensity of the flames. As the team executes the strategy, Jink and his companions unleash a devastating firestorm and inferno attack, aiming to overwhelm the slime's defenses. The battlefield is filled with the roar of magical flames as Jink and his team unleash their combined fire and wind assault. The mother slime, caught in the inferno, lets out a pained hiss as its form begins to break down under the relentless heat. Despite the creature's attempts to retaliate, the party's strategy holds firm, pushing the Srank monster to its limits. Jink coordinates the final phase of the battle, warning Nina to stay clear of the creature's acidic defenses. Nina successfully unleashes a fire tornado, causing the mother slime's body to visibly diminish. Seeing the monster weakening, Jink orders his party to deliver the final blow and end the threat. With the mother slime reduced to nothing by their coordinated fire, the battlefield settles. Bogart expresses his relief and gratitude to Jink, noting that the creature was far less formidable than the red dragon they had previously encountered. Just as they catch their breath, Kanan suddenly spots something and calls out to Jink, signaling that their troubles are far from over. After successfully incinerating the mother slime, Jink and his team inspect the area where the monster once stood. They are surprised to find a mother slime crystal resting on the ground, a rare remnant of the defeated Srank threat. The party stands around the remnants of the mother slime, marveling at the size of the crystal it left behind. As they discuss the creature's nature, Rin asks Jink if his own pet slime Marimo will ever grow to such a massive scale. Jink calmly explains that it would take hundreds of years for that to happen. When Bogart asks about the identity of Marimo, Jink clarifies that it is a pet slime belonging to Marina, who possesses the ability to use summoning magic. Jink observes the mother slime crystal and agrees when Kanan asks to summon her pet slime, Marimo, to see it. With a magical pop, the slime appears before the group, leaving Bogart impressed by the summoning feat. As they look at the creature, they remark on how much Marimo has grown from its original small size, attributing its rapid development to the various monster parts they have fed it. Kanan's pet slime, Marimo, eagerly begins to absorb the mother slime crystal, much to Kanan's surprise as she tries to stop it. Jink watches in alarm as the slime starts to emit a powerful, blinding light. Recognizing that the creature is undergoing a sudden and potentially volatile evolution, Jink shouts for his party members to fall back and keep their distance. The situation spirals out of control as Marimo absorbs the mother slime crystal, rapidly expanding into a colossal, powerful creature. The party watches in disbelief as the slime flexes its newfound strength. Jink immediately recognizes the danger, noting that maintaining the summoning of an Srank monster will be incredibly draining for Kanan, and he worries about the potential toll it will take on her. Jink looks on with concern, questioning Kanan about her well-being and her ability to maintain control over the now massive Marimo. Kanan confidently reassures him that she is fine. As the giant slime stretches and moves, Kanan remains unfazed, even asking the creature to lift her up high, demonstrating her continued command over the evolved summit. Marimo, having evolved into a mother slime, playfully jumps and spins in the air at Kanan's request. Jink observes the creature closely, noting that Kanan's magic power levels appear normal despite the summon's massive size. While the party discusses the practical challenges of managing such a large creature, They speculate that the strong bond between Kanan and her pet might be influencing its behavior and growth. With the mother slime defeated and the monster stampede subsiding, the atmosphere shifts to a calm farewell. Jink and his companions discuss the aftermath, noting that the threat of Srank monsters near the capital has been neutralized. As the group prepares to depart, Kanan successfully instructs Marimo to return to its smaller form. Bogart acknowledges to utilize high-level magic and summons by their abilities to handle level creatures. Before they all part ways to handle the remaining cleanup, Crown Princess Najenda, concerned about the monsters encroaching on their territory, commands her group to head back immediately. She outlines a plan to circle the populist base and eliminate the high-rank threats. As the order is given, the scene shifts to a ruined town near Nazar's capital, where soldiers are actively fighting against a swarm of Aven. The battlefield is filled with the eerie presence of Eden, their bodies riddled with spears and arrows. Leading this grim march, the Evan, moves with a singular, terrifying purpose. His hollow eyes and distorted expression reveal his obsession as he lets out a haunting question, demanding to know the whereabouts of Jink. Several days have passed, and the forest is littered with the remains of defeated goblins. Jink and his companions, including Luke and Rhea, stand amidst the aftermath, observing that the monster stampede is finally coming to an end. While the immediate threat of high-rank monsters has diminished, Jink remains cautious, reflecting on the cold-blooded tactics of the necromancers, who show no regard for the lives of their own subordinates. Jink and his party continue their journey, deeply concerned about the Bernhard family's next move. They debate whether the antagonists will abandon Nazar or resort to using the stampede monsters to strike back. As they weigh the risks, Neri suddenly catches a pungent, unpleasant odor in the air. Jink initially worries it might be him, but they quickly realize the stench is coming from somewhere nearby, leading them to discover something unexpected in the woods. The foul stench Jink and his companions detected turns out to be a horde of Eden, formerly members of the emissaries, now reanimated by the Bernhard family's dark magic. Herbert, the former clan master, leads with his intent. Jink is stunned to see his former rivals turned into Jacebaspats. Recognizing the immediate threat, he quickly assesses the environment, deciding against using fire magic to avoid igniting the forest, and instead orders Marina to engage the undead using Marimo for combat training. Responding to the call for help, Marimo unleashes its full power against the undead Edenson soldiers. The massive slime slams into the ranks of the reanimated warriors, crushing them with immense force and whipping them aside, effectively turning the tide of the skirmish in the forest. The forest battle intensifies as Marimo engulfs the reanimated Eden soldiers, its body absorbing their attacks with a sickening squelch. Despite their undead state, the soldiers struggle in vain against the slime's overwhelming mass. One warrior screams in fury, launching a desperate spear thrust, but the creature remains unfazed, continuing to neutralize the threats under Jink's command. With the reanimated Eden soldiers now completely contained within Marimo's gelatinous form, the immediate threat is neutralized. Jink praises Marina and Marimo for their swift work. Marina mentions that Marimo is eager to consume the trapped undead. Jink carefully considers the situation and instructs them that Marimo may proceed with eating the soldiers, as long as the head of the red-haired zombie is preserved for further investigation. As Marimo finishes devouring the undead soldiers, Jink and his party observe the gruesome aftermath. Jink notes that the equipment might be useful for alchemy, while the others are unsettled by the sight. The head of the red-haired zombie, still cursing, rolls onto the ground, prompting Jink to decide that he should hand the prisoner over to Daniel Funker. Inside his tent, Axel Bernhard enjoys a meal and a glass of wine. He looks smug, listing his powerful successor Red Dragon, a diamond turtle, and the reanimated corpse of an Srank adventurer convinced that these forces ensure his absolute victory. Inside his tent, Axel Bernhard demands an update on the Enchanter's status. A subordinate arrives, trembling as he delivers the devastating news. Jink has managed to defeat both the Red Dragon and the Diamond Turtle. The report continues, revealing that the Qual forces are successfully clearing the monsters and pushing forward, leaving Axel Bernhard in a state of shock. The news of his defeat hits Axel Bernhard like a physical blow. His face contorts in pure shock as he screams that his plan was supposed to be perfect, slamming his hands onto the table and sending his meal clattering. Unable to process the reality of his failure, he lets out a desperate cry of denial, his composure completely shattered. Driven by panic and the collapse of his schemes, Axel Bernhard turns to dark arts. He successfully summons the undead spirit of a notorious fortune teller, a woman once hanged for her accurate and grim prophecies regarding Nazar. As the spectral figure appears, Axel frantically demands that she confirm his success and reveal the future of the Bernhard family. Desperate for any sign that his downfall is not inevitable, Axel Bernhard stares in disbelief as the fortune teller reveals a tarot card depicting death. The sight of the grim card shatters his composure and, consumed by fury and fear, he screams at the spirit for its insolence, unable to accept the dark fate it has laid before him. Despite the desperate attempts of his subordinates and the presence of his powerful ancient dragon to keep his spirits up, Axel Bernhard is consumed by dread. He snaps at his followers, silencing them as he contemplates the grim reality of his situation. He realizes that if his plans have truly failed, Nazar is doomed and he considers fleeing, only to conclude that without the protection of the Bernhard family, he would be captured before he could even reach the border. As Axel Bernhard struggles to regain his composure, his loyal subordinates attempt to bolster his spirits. They remind him that the ancient dragon remains under his command, asserting that the Qual forces are nothing more than insects before its immense power. Reassured by their unwavering loyalty and the presence of the beast, Axel Bernhard attempts to steady himself, though the weight of his precarious situation remains. Jink and Esther lead their group through the dense forest, sensing an intense and ominous pressure as they near the source of the recent monster stampede. Just as Jink notes that the danger is close, a powerful gust of wind sweeps through the trees. They stop in their tracks, looking up in shock as a pair of colossal white wings emerge from the canopy, signaling the arrival of a formidable threat. The forest clearing is dominated by the terrifying presence of the ancient dragon, leaving Jink and his companions in absolute shock as they realize the myths are real. The dragon, seemingly controlled or speaking on behalf of Bernhard, acknowledges Jink's reputation as an enchanter and issues a direct challenge to test his power. Jink remains focused, scanning the area for the necromancer he suspects is orchestrating this encounter from the shadows. The Nazar soldiers brandish their swords, shouting threats against their enemies and vowing to turn the ground into a graveyard. As the massive, shadowy form of the ancient dragon descends upon them, the dragon looms over the elite guards, coldly reminding them of their previous claims that they would gladly give their lives for the sake of Nazar, leaving the Nazar soldiers stunned and confused. In a shocking turn of events, the ancient dragon descends upon the Nazar soldiers, mercilessly attacking them. As the dragon demands they offer their souls, Jink looks on in disbelief, horrified to see the creature turning its destructive power against its own men. The battlefield is engulfed in tension as the massive ancient dragon towers over the remaining Nazar soldiers. Jink stands at a distance, sword drawn, watching the creature's overwhelming presence as the chapter title, "The Enemy of My Enemy," sets the stage for the confrontation. Chaos erupts on the battlefield as the Nazar soldiers break ranks, screaming that Mihaela Bernhard has gone mad. The ancient dragon, acting under his command, ruthlessly threatens the fleeing troops with the execution of their families if they desert. Jink observes the horrific display of betrayal, struggling to comprehend why Mihaela Bernhard would resort to killing his own men. The ancient dragon looms over the battlefield, its form crackling with dark energy as it explains the horrific nature of the forbidden spell Mihaela Bernhard is employing. It boasts that the knights it sacrificed are now part of its overwhelming power, inviting Jink to witness the result. Recognizing the immediate danger, Jink shouts for his party to move, realizing the dragon is about to breathe fire. With a roar of malice, the ancient dragon unleashes its full power, breathing a massive wave of fire that tears through the landscape. The intense heat and explosive force of the attack threaten to consume everything, leaving Jink and his companions in a desperate race to survive the onslaught. Jink quickly checks on Nina, who confirms she is unharmed, despite her clothes being singed by the dragon's flames. Kanon looks on, noting the sheer power of the ancient dragon, and remarking that it would take every Srank adventurer in the world to take it. However, Jink remains focused on the source of the threat. He reasons that since the dragon is being manipulated like a zombie, they must target the necromancer behind the spell to bring the creature to a halt. Jink successfully tracks the necromancer's presence amidst the chaos. He alerts his party, pointing out that Axel Bernhard is concealing himself within the ancient dragon's nose, providing them with a clear target to stop the beast. Jink, Nina, and Leon quickly strategize on how to force the necromancer out of the ancient dragon's nose. Leon takes the initiative, casting Air Tornado to try and knock the massive creature off balance, but the dragon remains unfazed, dismissing the attack as useless. The ancient dragon lunges at the party with destructive force, its massive claws tearing through the ground. Jink remains focused amidst the chaos, shouting for Esther to use his wind magic to leap over the incoming attack and maintain their mobility. The battlefield remains chaotic as the ancient dragon strikes the ground with immense force. Jink, maintaining his composure, shouts instructions to Esther and Ian, commanding them to retreat into the cover of the trees to avoid the dragon's devastating physical attacks. Esther acknowledges the order immediately, moving quickly to find shelter while the dragon's claws tear through the terrain. As Jink and his companions seek cover, Axel Bernhard, hiding within the ancient dragon, mocks their efforts. With a sinister laugh, he commands the beast to unleash a torrent of flames, setting the entire forest ablaze to ensure there is nowhere left to hide. Under the intense pressure of the ancient dragon's assault, Jink and his companions are forced to fall back. As they navigate the chaos, Jink closely monitors the dragon's behavior. Noting that its movements appear unrefined, he begins to suspect that the necromancer is having difficulty controlling a beast of this magnitude and contemplates whether they should simply wait for the control to expire. Hiding within the cover of the forest, Jink and Esther observe the ancient dragon from a distance. Jink recalls legends of ancient dragons possessing high intelligence and the ability to speak with humans. He points out to Esther that the dragon's eyes lack the typical animosity of a mindless zombie. Driven by this observation, Jink contemplates attempting to communicate directly with the creature, though he remains uncertain about how to bridge the gap and whether the dragon would even be capable of understanding him. Jink focuses his intent, hoping to bridge the gap between himself and the controlled beast. To his astonishment, the ancient dragon responds, its voice echoing as it addresses him directly as the child, known as the Enchanter, confirming that its consciousness remains intact despite the necromancer's influence. Jink and Esther are stunned as the ancient dragon speaks directly into Jink's mind, explaining that it is being forced to attack by Mikhail. The dragon instructs Jink to keep up the appearance of a fight while they communicate privately, expressing its deep frustration at being under the necromancer's control. As Jink and Esther remain hidden in the forest, they continue their telepathic link with the ancient dragon. The dragon confirms that it is struggling against Mikhail's influence, noting that the necromancer has not yet realized the dragon is intentionally missing its targets. Jink expresses his gratitude for the connection, while the ancient dragon reflects on how its past self would have never considered allying with humans, suggesting that the human soul blended within it has altered its nature. Jink listens intently as the ancient dragon reaches out with a proposition. The dragon, weary of being manipulated by Mikhails, offers to join forces with Jink in exchange for the release of death. It declares that it can no longer tolerate the humiliation of its body being used as a tool, and asks Jink to grant it the peace of eternal sleep. Jink looks determined as he makes a vow to the ancient dragon, promising to lay it to rest in a secluded forest once the war is over. The dragon expresses its gratitude and pledges to act as a double agent, feeding Jink information on Mikhail's attack patterns to create openings for a counterstrike. Turning to Esther, Jink explains that he has been using the dragon's own power to maintain their telepathic link, and Esther acknowledges his instructions with a ready response. Jink explains to a stunned Esther that the ancient dragon is assisting them from within, even in its undead state. He formulates a plan to take down the necromancer by using the dragon's forewarning to his advantage. Jink tells Esther to watch for his hand signals and maintain a defensive stance while he charges forward to draw the dragon's attention, prompting Esther to quickly relay the new strategy to their allies. Heil Bernhard is pushed to his limits, his face contorted in pain and veins bulging as he struggles to keep the ancient dragon under his command. Frustrated by Jink and Esther's interference, he chugs mana potions to compensate for the rapid depletion of his magical power, realizing that the sheer strength of the undead dragon is taking a heavy toll on his own life force. Jink and Esther, accompanied by Kanon, continue their tactical maneuvers in the forest. They discuss the plan to outlast Mikhail's control by drawing out the fight. The ancient dragon, communicating telepathically, advises them to launch real attacks, reassuring them that as an undead creature, it does not suffer from pain or injury, urging them not to hold back. Jink prepares a small pouch filled with Nina's cooking spices, intending to use them as a tactical distraction. Realizing that the necromancer is currently hiding within the ancient dragon's nose, Jink calls upon Ian and Esther to assist him. He instructs them to use their wind magic to launch the spices into the dragon's nostrils, hoping to force the necromancer out and create an opening in the battle. Jink commands the attack, and Esther uses wind magic to propel the spice bags toward the ancient dragon. The dragon complies, inhaling the bags deeply. Inside the dragon's nasal cavity, the bags burst upon impact, filling the space with potent spices. Michaela Bernhard, caught off guard by the dragon's unexpected behavior, is left confused and distressed as he struggles to understand what is happening. The spice trap proves effective as a cloud of powder erupts, causing Michaela Bernhard to be violently expelled from the ancient dragon's nostrils. He collapses, coughing and hacking as the intense irritation blinds him. Seeing the necromancer incapacitated, Jink clenches his fist in triumph, while the ancient dragon confirms the success of their coordinated strike. Jink expresses his gratitude to Nina and Kanan for their hard work in crafting the spice bombs. As he snaps his fingers to initiate his latest tactical idea, the potent mixture is released, creating an overwhelming stench that forces Nina and Kanan to immediately cover their faces in disgust. Observing that the ancient dragon has ceased its assault, Jink realizes the scattered gear on the ground belongs to Herbert's group, who were previously swallowed by Marimo. Seizing the opportunity, Jink directs Esther to use wind magic to launch the pungent equipment, continuing their strategy of overwhelming the enemy with distractions. Mikaela Bernhard, hiding within the ancient dragon, is caught off guard as the discarded equipment from Herbert's group is launched directly into the dragon's nose. The sudden, overwhelming stench forces him to recoil in agony, gagging and screaming in disbelief as the foul odor fills his senses. The battlefield grows quiet as the ancient dragon stops its rampage and looms over Jink and his companions. The dragon breaks the tension by speaking directly to Jink, calling him child and asking if he has anything else to say or do. Jink, Esther, and Kanan remain alert, waiting to see what the dragon's next move will be after the successful distraction. The relentless assault of foul-smelling items proves too much for Mikaela Bernhard, who passes out from the stench. As he falls limp, the ancient dragon successfully ejects him from its body. With its senses finally clear, the dragon notes that it is fortunate its own sense of smell is dead, and it turns its attention back to Jink and his companions, signaling that the situation is about to change. With Mikaela Bernhard finally expelled from the dragon and lying unconscious on the ground, Jink and his companions gather around the fallen antagonist. The battle has reached its conclusion, and the group stands victorious as the defeated enemy twitches helplessly at their feet. The ancient dragon, now fully in control of its own body, addresses Jink and his party. It expresses deep appreciation for their intervention, which allowed it to break free from the influence of Mikaela Bernhard, who lies unconscious nearby. As a reward for their help, the dragon offers them its scales once it has found rest. Jink and his party are amazed by the prospect of obtaining ancient dragon scales. Though Jink quickly realizes the dragon can read their thoughts, he respectfully declines the offer, stating they would not want to desecrate the dragon's body. Curious about the events that led to its subjugation, Jink asks how Mikaela Bernhard managed to control a creature of its immense power. In response, the ancient dragon begins to recount its history, explaining how it had once prepared for death centuries ago by passing on its territory to its children before traveling to the Sea of Trees. Jink continues to analyze the situation, suggesting that the Bernhard family's ancestors must have either stumbled upon the dragon's corpse or purchased it from someone who had. The ancient dragon reflects on its grim fate, explaining that it suddenly awoke to find itself under the control of the Bernhards. It expresses a deep sense of indignation, stating that while it could have accepted defeat in a fair battle, the current circumstances of its forced servitude are a humiliation it cannot reconcile. The ancient dragon reveals the truth of its past, emphasizing that it was never defeated in battle but simply passed away from old age. As Jink and his companions listen in shock, the dragon scoffs at the methods used by the Bernhard family, stating that the sacrifice of petty human souls was completely ineffective and meaningless against its own existence. The ancient dragon, having regained its autonomy, finally succumbs to exhaustion and lowers its massive head to the ground with a heavy thud. It addresses Jink, noting that its magical energy is completely drained and that their time together has come to an end. The dragon expresses a final sentiment of gratitude for the conversation, bidding farewell to Jink. After the ancient dragon breathes its last, Jink solemnly tells it to rest in peace. Turning his attention to his companions, he calls upon Ian, Nina, and Marina, asking if they can use water magic to clean the dragon's nose, noting that it must be filthy. As the group acknowledges his request, Jink asks Esther to accompany him, to which his younger brother dutifully agrees. Mikaela Bernhard lies on the ground, paralyzed and in disbelief that he has been brought down by those he considers commoners. Jink looks down at him, his expression calm and composed as he prepares to deliver the final truth. He tells Mikaela that it is time to wake up and face reality, revealing that the true reason for his downfall is the very stampede of monsters he orchestrated. Mikaela Bernhard is left in disbelief, as Jink calmly explains the reality of the situations. While the stampede was intended to destroy them, Jink reveals that once they realized it was man-made, they used the overwhelming number of monsters to gain massive amounts of experience, and Level Up clarifies that his role as an enchanter means every level he gains significantly boosts his allies' strength, effectively turning the stampede into a gift that handed them victory on a silver platter. Jink stands over the incapacitated Mikaela Bernhard, calmly dismantling his confidence. He reveals that the human sacrifices Mikaela used were entirely meaningless to the ancient dragon. As the reality of his failure sets in, Mikaela is horrified to learn that Axel Bernhard has betrayed him, leaving him to realize that his entire plan was built on a lie. Jink looms over the defeated Mikaela Bernhard, demanding answers about Axel Bernhard's true capabilities. He questions whether Axel possesses a powerful undead minion of his own, while simultaneously applying force to Mikhail's body. Despite the pain and the dire situation, Mikhail stubbornly refuses to betray Axel, declaring that he will not tell Jink anything. Stands over the broken Mikhail Bernhard, coldly offering a brutal ultimatum to force a confession. As the tension mounts, Jink's companions, including Rhea, Kanon, and Iosif, focus on the task of clearing the area and securing the ancient dragon's remains into Jink's item box, signaling that the immediate threat has been neutralized. Jink and his companions continue to press the captured Mikhail Bernhard for information, using brutal methods to force him to reveal his family's secrets. As Mikhail remains bound and gagged, Yang snarls, noting how the nation's resources are being squandered while the royal family remains obsessed with internal succession battle, as these peace monsters stampede to target political fight their tactics, particularly how they their own falls and citizens for power, callously, sacrificing their own soldiers and citizens for power. Mikaela Bernhard, bound and terrified, frantically tries to negotiate with Jink, claiming that Nazar is doomed and offering his services as an ally. Jink, however, is completely unimpressed by the desperate man's to save himself. He claims a captive, coldly crushing any hope Mikhail has of survival by declaring that he will not be allowed to live, but will instead die screaming. Mikaela Bernhard regains consciousness to find himself suspended in the air, bound tightly to a tree trunk. Panic sets in as he realizes his dire situation, but his fear quickly turns to terror when he notices the chittering sounds of Aven closing in on him. Trapped and defenseless, Mikaela Bernhard screams in terror as the Aven swarm him. He tries to fend them off, but the monsters relentlessly attack, leaving him to meet a gruesome end as they tear into him. Following the swarm's attack, the group senses that Mikaela Bernhard's presence has completely faded. Snow informs Jink that the target is likely dead. Jink, maintaining his composure, orders Neri, Kanon, and the others to stay behind and prepare for departure, while he and Snow head out to confirm the final result of their interrogation. Jink and Snow stand at the edge of the forest, watching as the Aven finish off the remains of Mikaela Bernhard. Snow remarks on the gruesome sight, noting that Mikhail certainly won't be rising again. As they turn away, they discuss the strategic decision to leave Mikhail behind, acknowledging that Count Brand likely knew the prisoner would be impossible to transport back to base. With Mikhail eliminated, Jink turns his attention to the remaining threat. Axel Bernhard, the head of the Bernhard family and a powerful necromancer, along with his mysterious secret weapon. With Mikaela Bernhard gone, the focus shifts entirely to Axel Bernhard. Standing with a sinister presence, Axel unveils his ultimate trump card, a monstrous, winged creature with horns, chillingly referred to as a fallen angel. Jink and Snow press the captive for details regarding the Bernhard family's history of summoning powerful entities. The captive reveals that Axel Bernhard has maintained a contract with a fallen angel since he was a young boy, a tradition among the leaders of the Bernhard family. Faced with the daunting prospect of fighting both a dragon and a fallen angel, Jink remains focused, demanding to know the specific abilities of this new threat. As the group travels through the peaceful countryside, the weight of their recent discovery hangs in the air. Snow turns to Jink, clearly troubled by the mention of the fallen angel that Mikhail had spoken of. Jink, maintaining his composure, acknowledges the gravity of the situation, but decides that for now they need to prioritize rest and recuperation, noting that their base is close by. Jink contemplates the gravity of their situation, noting that rushing into the conflict without the information they recently acquired would have been disastrous. As they draw closer to the fortress, Rhea alerts the group that their destination is in sight. Snow and Jink discuss the necessity of finding a countermeasure for the fallen angel, emphasizing the importance of planning for every possible contingencies against such a formidable and unique enemy. Jink and his group are greeted by a roaring crowd in Timai, Nazar, who hail them as heroes for their recent victories. As the cheers echo through the streets, Jink reflects on the intense battles they have endured, noting how his stats have skyrocketed and how he has acquired some unusual titles. Snow and Esther observe the scene, with Esther remarking on the celebratory atmosphere. Despite his past experiences with being shunned, Jink finds himself genuinely touched and slightly embarrassed by the warm, unexpected welcome from the people. Amidst the overwhelming cheers of the crowd, Jink takes a moment to assess the remarkable progress of his party members. He notes the impressive stats and skills of Ian, Nina, and Marina, acknowledging how far they have come, while the citizens of Timai continue to clamor for their attention, calling out to them with various titles. Jink remains focused on his companion's development, including the growth of Esther. Esther is visibly distressed upon seeing her status screen, specifically the new monikers like Spear Princess and Sylphid that have been added to her profile. She laments that all spirits are female, feeling the situation is only getting worse. The next day, Jink attempts to comfort a still flustered Esther, telling her not to worry about the public perception because everyone knows how manly she truly is in battle. Just as they arrive to meet with Count Brand, Jink meets with Count Brand to share the critical information extracted from Mikhail. As they sit in the office, Jink hands over the documents, while Count Brand expresses his gratitude for Jink's efforts in handling the stampede. Upon reading the report, Count Brand sighs, noting that the internal strife and elitism within Nazar remain their greatest weaknesses, persisting even as the nation stands on the brink of annihilation. Jink and Count Brand delve deeper into their strategy to dismantle Nazar. Jink observes that the enemy's arrogance remains their greatest weakness. Even as they face defeat, they agree to manipulate information to sow discord among the opposing nobles, promising them security for their assets to fracture the enemy's unity. Shifting to practical matters, Count Brand inquires about the state of their troops. He acknowledges that while the cost of rebuilding towns devastated by the stampede is a heavy financial blow, the materials and cores supplied by Jink have been instrumental in keeping their efforts afloat. Count Brand concludes that the strategic advantages gained, including a more unified faction and the successful deployment of the royal army, far outweigh the monetary losses. Jink listens as his allies report that the royal army, guided by Sir Gilbert's strategies, has successfully turned the tide of the war. With the immediate threat of the stampede and the necromancers neutralized, the group shifts their focus to a new plan. Jink expresses his relief at the progress, while the others resolve to use a combination of military pressure and psychological warfare to break the enemy's spirit, confident that the end of the conflict is finally within reach. After finalizing their plans, Duke Nonland advises Jink and his group to take some well-deserved rest while awaiting their next assignment, to which Jink gratefully agrees. The narrative shifts to the imposing royal palace in Nazar's capital, where the atmosphere turns ominous as it is revealed that Mikhail has been defeated by the populist faction, a development that is reported directly to Axel Bernhard. Inside the grand hall of the royal palace, Axel Bernhard bows his head in shame as he addresses the king. The atmosphere is heavy with the weight of his defeat, as he formally admits his disgrace to his sovereign. Inside the royal palace, King Leorio sits upon his throne, looking down at the kneeling Axel Bernhard with cold contempt. He laments how the once mighty Bernhard family has fallen into such disgrace. With a sharp, dismissive tone, the king calls Axel pathetic and demands to know if he should strip him of his rank or if Axel can find a way to prove his worth once more. The atmosphere in the throne room is thick with tension as Princess Melissa lashes out at Axel Bernhard. Disgusted by his continued military failures, she dismisses his empty promises of future victory. With a cold, vengeful glare, she orders him to stop making excuses and to return with the Jink, whom she refers to with utter contempt. Axel, forced to endure the verbal assault, bows his head and meekly acknowledges her command. King Leorio stares down at Axel Bernhard, coldly rejecting his apologies as worthless. He demands that Axel prove his sincerity, while internally and externally expressing his disgust for the rampant bribery and corruption that have driven away capable leaders and allowed incompetence to take root within the kingdom. King Leorio, seated upon his throne, coldly informs Axel Bernhard that he will overlook his recent failures. In exchange for this mercy, Axel is forced to surrender the rights to the Laurente mine to the crown and cast King Mikhail out of the Bernhard family. Axel, kneeling before the king, accepts these humiliating demands, promising not to fail the kingdom again. In a display of arrogance, Axel Bernhard ignores Princess Melissa's protest about his early drinking, demanding wine instead. He scoffs at the situation, recalling how he once easily manipulated the truth about the long-depleted Laurent mine by bribing officials, mocking those who were too ignorant to realize the mine was nothing but dirt. Mihail Bernhard stands in the doorway, listening as Axel Bernhard and Princess Melissa continue their bitter conversation. Axel reflects on the strategic blunder of initiating a larger-scale war instead of quietly eroding Qual from within, while also commenting on the personal resentment Princess Melissa harbors regarding the lineage of the Rosartan royal family and the success of Jink. Mikhail Bernhard stands in deep thought. Analyzing the dire situation, he acknowledges that while the removal of his rival was beneficial, the Bernhard family's influence has severely diminished, leaving them vulnerable. As he observes the battlefield, he realizes that Qual's unexpected strength, bolstered by the Enchanter, poses a genuine threat that could lead to Nazar's collapse. The scene shifts to a display of opulence as King Normal Qual and Princess Melissa enjoy their leisure, surrounded by servants. Princess Melissa expresses her disdain for the current state of affairs, noting that while she had once plotted to poison the leadership and install the crown prince, The kingdom of Nazar is already on the verge of total collapse due to their own incompetence and excessive drinking. Axel Bernhard, having reached his limit with the crumbling state of Nazar, decides it is time to defect and orders his carriage to set out. Before he can make his escape, Princess Melissa approaches him, oblivious to his intentions, and excitedly asks for a sapphire ring as a gift for her upcoming birthday. Princess Melissa excitedly describes the sapphire ring she wants, prompting Axel Bernhard to dismissively tell her to buy it with the funds available. When she suggests they go together to purchase matching wedding rings, Axel's frustration reaches a breaking point, and he lets out a sharp, annoyed sound. The tension between Axel Bernhard and Princess Melissa reaches a breaking point. Axel coldly rejects her, telling her she is unfit to be his wife and that he only desires her for sex. When she attempts to manipulate him by mentioning their intimacy from the previous night, Axel snaps, threatening to have her father demoted if she does not stop her nagging. He then grabs her and forcefully throws her onto the furniture, leaving the princess stunned and crying out in surprise. Axel Bernhard continues to belittle Princess Melissa, mocking her appearance and status while coldly stating he intends to discard her to a lower noble. Once she is out of the way, he shifts his demeanor to that of a commander. Addressing his armored guards, he acknowledges that with the recent stampede quelled, the forces of Quoll are advancing toward the capital, and he orders them to conscript more men to establish a new line of defense. Standing alone on a balcony, Axel Bernhard meticulously calculates his exit strategy. He plans to convert his family's holdings into portable wealth like gems and platinum to fund his life in exile. He considers utilizing a telelocation zombie to bypass detection, as he ponders a destination that is both familiar and secure from Quoll's reach. A sudden realization strikes him, leaving him momentarily stunned, as he searches for the perfect place to disappear. Axel Bernhard contemplates his options for a secure escape, setting his sights on the demonic continent. He reflects on his past visit to the region and realizes that because the demonic races are indifferent to human conflicts and harbor no love for humanity, he could easily hide there. He notes that even the demons would be unable to oppose him, especially with his secret weapon, the fallen angel, under his control. Axel Bernhard visualizes a life of luxury and indulgence on the demonic continent, surrounded by various demonic women he believes his wealth and status can command. He expresses his growing boredom with human women, finding the prospect of non-human companions more appealing. However, his thoughts quickly turn dark as he reaffirms his resolve to hunt down the Enchanter who made a fool of him before he makes his final escape. Jink is soaking in a bath to relax, but he inadvertently drifts off to sleep and begins to drown. He jolts awake in a sudden panic, splashing water everywhere as he realizes his mistake. Even in this vulnerable moment, his internal monologue remains dark and vengeful, fixated on his goal to kill his enemy. Jink dries his hair, his mind preoccupied with the unsettling feeling that someone is targeting him, though he struggles to pinpoint exactly who among his many enemies it might be. His thoughts are interrupted when Nina appears, asking if he needs any help, since she is currently free. Jink pauses, considering her offer as he looks at her. Jink proposes a plan to Nina, suggesting that she and Est prepare orc dishes to share with the populists. He explains that his item box is currently full due to the ancient dragon's body, and he needs to offload equipment and monster meat to make room for future items. Nina is delighted by the idea, excitedly agreeing to help and comparing the task to a little party. The following day, the atmosphere among the soldiers shifts from tension to celebration. Jink and Nina have prepared a large feast using orc meat, which they serve to the troops who have been exhausted by the recent stampede and ongoing conflict. As the soldiers enjoy the food and drinks, they express their gratitude for Jink's generosity, remarking that it hardly feels like they are at war. Jink observes the scene, satisfied that the soldiers are finally getting a well-deserved break from their relentless duties. Jink reflects on his recent, unconventional actions during the war, feeling the need to secure some form of approval. His thoughts shift to a recent report from Count Brand regarding the estate, prompting him to ask Urza about how things are progressing back home. Urza reassures him that everything is stable and running as usual, noting that the training for the new hires is going well, even with the past threat of Nazar assassins now behind them. Esther is seen chugging down a glass of milk, prompting Nina to comment on his drinking habits while Kanan looks on. Esther then shifts the conversation to a more serious tone, asking Nina if she has noticed something specific about the ongoing war. Esther is frustrated about his physical growth, lamenting that he wants to be taller and manlier right away. Nina tries to reassure him that he will grow eventually, but Esther remains impatient. Suddenly, the atmosphere changes as Jink, sitting nearby, interrupts the conversation, noting that he can sense something. Dan and his group make their entrance into town, drawing attention as they arrive. Jink, who is currently busy hosting a lively banquet to share the orc meat supplies, welcomes them back. Esther assists in serving the food, encouraging everyone to help themselves to the meal prepared by Nina. The group gathers around a table filled with monster meat dishes. Dan confirms that the stampede was handled effectively thanks to the enchanted gear provided by Jink. As the others dig into the meal with gusto, Jink observes their lack of decorum, remarking on how much they have grown while gently chiding them to act more like nobles. Esther and the other young adventurers are in high spirits, enthusiastically discussing their ambitions to earn gold, military honors, and land titles to develop their estates. Stan watches them with a knowing smile, reflecting on how much they have leveled up and matured into high-rank adventurers. He chuckles, admitting that while Esther can be stubborn and reckless in the heat of battle, his strength and drive have made him a formidable force, even if he is a handful to keep up with. Jink inquires about Count Brand's next steps for the town. He explains that the immediate priority is repairing the walls and buildings damaged by the stampede, a task currently being aided by golems. Following the repairs, the focus will shift to escorting refugees who lost their homes to safer locations, noting that the war has left many buildings vacant and available for use. Jink continues his serious discussion about the aftermath of the conflict, expressing his disdain for how Mikhail has dragged his own people into such a disastrous situation. He explains that the soldiers abandoned by Mikhail, along with the monsters that consumed one another, have all risen as undead zombies. Jink concludes that the land is currently uninhabitable and will require a proper purification process if the Kingdom of Qual intends to govern it effectively in the future. Esther stands before a formation of soldiers, his expression determined as he declares their strategy. He announces that they will coordinate their efforts with Gilkin and the royal army, preparing to advance toward the capital. With a determined shout, Zane rallies his soldiers, ordering them to advance as they begin their march toward the capital of Nazar. The rhythmic clanking of armor fills the air as the army moves forward in unison. The march toward the capital leads the troops into a grim, war-torn town. A commander on horseback warns his soldiers to remain vigilant, ordering them to destroy any zombies they encounter among the ruins. The atmosphere shifts from a steady march to a sudden skirmish as monstrous undead figures emerge to attack the passing army. As the march continues, the Nazar soldiers are forced into a chaotic skirmish against the undead and monsters lurking in the wreckage. They quickly adapt to the situation, shouting warnings to stay in groups and coordinating their strikes. The Nazar soldiers focus on immobilizing the creatures before finishing them off with fire, desperately trying to clear the path forward. Jink suffers another crushing defeat in a board game against Ian, marking his 10th consecutive loss. As the group watches, Ian prepares to administer a penalty to Jink, while the others comment on the match and Jink's frustration. Jink is visibly frustrated as he continues to lose his board game against Ian, stubbornly refusing to quit despite the overwhelming odds. Esther eagerly offers to help his brother, while the group remains inside a moving carriage. As they travel, the atmosphere shifts slightly, as someone voices concern about their casual gaming, while soldiers are actively engaged in combat against zombies outside. Jink explains that their downtime is officially authorized by Count Brand, following their recent work on the base. As he speaks, the scene shifts to the soldiers actively engaging and burning the remaining low-rank zombies. Jink observes the situation, confident that the soldiers can manage the current threat as long as no high-rank monsters appear, while also reflecting on the long and costly road ahead to restore the devastated land. Inside the carriage, Jink and Ian remain focused on their board game, but their conversation turns serious as they analyze the political landscape. Jink expresses his frustration, noting that Nazar's upper echelons are clearly exploiting the current monster stampede and zombie infestation to hinder their progress, caring only about their own victory regardless of the country's state. As they continue their game, with Ian firmly denying Jink's attempt to take back a move, the scene transitions to an exterior view of the Qual Populist campgrounds, showing the organized military encampment. At the Qual Populist campgrounds, Jink is approached by military officers who urge him to prepare. They inform him that the royal army is nearing their location and ask him to join them for the formal greeting. As they discuss the scale of their forces, they note that the populist army has expanded impressively, reaching a massive total of nearly 100,000 men. A military officer reports on the dire situation of the noble forces, noting their heavy losses and internal finger-pointing as they are pushed back to the border. Meanwhile, King Normal Qual sits confidently on his throne, orchestrating a political maneuver to strip power and land from the gerontocracy, effectively centralizing control under himself and the populists. Jink watches the massive formation of the royal army approaching the camp. He expresses his disbelief to the military officer beside him, questioning how the noble forces could be so incompetent that they are unable to defeat even a single necromancer, suspecting there might be a deeper reason for their failure. The atmosphere at the military camp shifts as Count Brand arrives to meet with Duke Mebius. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Count commends the Duke for successfully weathering the recent monster stampede. Count Brand then gestures toward Jink, introducing him as the young man responsible for their success. Duke Mebius acknowledges the introduction, noting that the king himself has sent his thanks for their vital contribution. Duke Mebius continues the discussion, noting that while the enemy has been pushed back, their strength is required for the upcoming siege. He explains that to successfully take the capital, they must first secure the towns of Amag and Komaj. Jink and the officers listen intently as the Duke mentions that they will finalize the tactical details later. Duke Mebius continues outlining the military campaign, emphasizing that Amag and Komaj are vital supply points that Nazar will surely defend with everything they have. Jink listens intently, realizing the enemy's intent to weaken their forces by cutting off their supply lines. After the briefing concludes, Jink decides to take some rest and heads out to check on Gilkun. Jink is pleasantly surprised to encounter Karen and Will at the military encampment. Karen greets him warmly, and they inform him that Gil is currently with Bogard. As they catch up, Karen remarks on the irony of fate, recalling how they first met by chance in Rosarda and are now united on the battlefield. Jink apologizes for the trouble and the war that has unfolded because of him. Rin gently dismisses his guilt, admitting that while she dislikes the conflict itself, the opportunity to meet new people like Jink has significantly expanded her own world. She reflects that without his persistence and the path he has chosen to fight, her world would have remained much smaller. Esther rides up on a horse, excitedly showing Jink that he has learned how to ride during his time at the Royal Army base. Jink watches him with a smile, impressed by his progress. Nearby, Will and Rin bid Jink farewell, letting him know they will be resting in their tent and are available if he needs them for anything. Under the moonlight at the military camp, Jink seeks out Lyre to discuss the upcoming siege and the threat posed by Axel Bernhard. Lyre offers a grim insight into Axel's character, warning Jink that he possesses both the noble bloodline of the Bernhards and a ruthless, cunning intellect. Lyre emphasizes that Axel is a selfish narcissist who views everyone, including royalty, as expendable pawns to achieve his personal ambitions. Continuing their intense discussion, Jink questions whether Axel Bernhard will be gone by the time they reach the capital. Lyre firmly rejects this, explaining that Axel's pride is too great for him to simply abandon Nazar or retreat. Instead, Lyre warns Jink that Axel is a dangerous, calculating individual who will use any means necessary to eliminate his enemies, and that he will not stop until he has personally succeeded in killing Jink. Lyre continues his grim briefing, warning Jink that Axel Bernhard will likely launch a counterattack, specifically targeting him with an assassination attempt involving a teleporting zombie. He further cautions Jink about the presence of Axel, fallen angel, a creature that thrives on the blood and suffering of the living. Unlike the ancient dragon, the fallen angel obeys Axel of its own volition, driven by its own dark cells to torture and kill, making it a terrifying threat that Jink hopes to avoid fighting if possible. As the conversation continues, Jink and Lyre acknowledge that they have some time before confronting Axel Bernhard, as their immediate priority is the capture of the two towns. With a firm resolve, Jink decides that he will personally join the battle at the Nazar troops campsite, preparing himself for the conflict ahead. Ziza Bernhard is briefed by an armored soldier on the dire tactical situation, learning that the Qual populist army has successfully linked up with the Royal Army, totaling 100,000 troops. Realizing the situation is dire, Ziza laments that even with Sixel Bernhard's presence, the numbers are too great to overcome. He grimly predicts the fall of the capital, and, reflecting on Axel's selfish nature, concludes that he has likely already abandoned the royal family to their fate. The Nazar camp is filled with cheers as soldiers and their commander, Ivan, celebrate the destruction of another Qual noble's forces. Axel Bernhard watches the scene with a cynical expression, unmoved by their fervor. He makes it clear to himself that he has no intention of sharing the fate of this sinking ship, confirming his plan to desert the kingdom. Axel Bernhard remains deep in thought, his eyes fixed on a map as he weighs his precarious situation. He knows that if he is captured, he faces certain execution, and he is desperately searching for a way to escape. Observing the movements of the Qual nobles, he realizes they are pulling men from their own territories to replace their losses, inadvertently leaving their lands unprotected near the border, a detail he intends to exploit for his own survival. Amidst the carnage of the battlefield, Axel Bernhard coldly calculates his path to survival. He realizes that by exploiting the vulnerabilities left by the Qual nobles, he can slip past their lines and successfully make his escape into Yamato, leaving the war-torn land behind. Days later at the Quoll campsite, Jink is fully immersed in a rigorous sword training session. He exchanges intense blows with Snow, their blades clashing repeatedly as they hone their combat skills in preparation for the inevitable confrontation ahead. Jink successfully concludes his training sessions, leaving his opponent exhausted and ready to call it quits. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jink shifts his focus to the strategic mission ahead. He meets with Snow and Dan to finalize the plans, acknowledging that while the preparations were time-consuming, they are now ready to set out tomorrow to face the challenges awaiting them. A messenger with light hair approaches Jink, informing him that Duke Mobilius requires his immediate presence at the meeting tent. Jink promptly arrives at the tent, where he is greeted by the Duke and his officers, who are already deep in strategic planning around a large table. Inside the military tent, Jink and Duke Mobilius review the latest intelligence. Duke Mobilius reveals that the nobles have sent word across Quoll's forces regarding the enemy's movements. When Jink asks if Axel Bernhard is retreating to bolster the capital's defenses, the Duke delivers the shocking news. Axel Bernhard has completely withdrawn from the field and is currently in the process of fleeing. Inside the command tent, the tension rises as the group discusses the implications of Axel Bernhard's withdrawal. Duke Mobilius and his officers explain that, because the nobles had to pull men from their own lands to combat the enemy, they have left their territories vulnerable. Jink listens intently, noting that Axel Bernhard is likely attempting to hide within Quoll and use this strategic opening to his advantage, despite the extreme danger of crossing through enemy lines. The tension in the meeting tent rises as Duke Mobilius points out a grim reality. Axel Bernhard is not acting alone. He concludes that someone must be aiding the enemy, leading to the chilling realization that there is a spy embedded within their own ranks. Inside the meeting tent, the tension is palpable as Jink, Duke Mobilius, and Bogard grapple with the grim reality of a traitor in their midst. Duke Mobilius asserts that they cannot initiate any major military maneuvers until the spy is exposed. Although the march is scheduled to begin tomorrow, they recognize that this internal threat will inevitably thwart their plans. Jink and Snow continue their tense conversation about the traitor in their midst. They agree to keep the investigation discreet to avoid damaging the soldiers' morale. But they both recognize that once the higher-ups are informed, Gilbert will inevitably be the prime suspect. Jink expresses his concern that if Gilbert is indeed the spy, he himself will face severe repercussions for having brought him into their ranks. Duke Mobilius and the officers turn to Jink, noting that his appraisal skill is the key to uncovering the traitor in their midst. They explain that previous attempts by other appraisal users were hindered by limited mana, making Jink's intervention essential. Jink readily agrees, determined to resolve the issue quickly so that their military momentum remains uninterrupted. The logistics of the operation are settled as Duke Mobilius assures Jink and Snow that the Royal Army will handle the expenses and rewards. With the administrative details out of the way, the atmosphere shifts back to the urgent matter at hand. Duke Mobilius looks toward Jink, prompting him for his final confirmation to begin the investigation into the spy within their ranks. Jink utilizes his enchanted goggles to inspect Gilbert's status, successfully clearing him of any suspicion. As they discuss the effectiveness of the appraisal method, Jink explains that he limits the distribution of these enchanted items to prevent potential social issues like status discrimination. Gilbert, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, tells Jink that he is not offended by being treated as a suspect, as it was the only way to prove his innocence. Jink and Gilbert continue their conversation amidst the military camp. Gilbert suggests that Jink could even lock him up until the real spy is found, showing his willingness to cooperate despite the suspicion. Jink notes that using appraisal on the entire army is impractical, and that his previous attempts while passing by others yielded no results. As they ponder the situation, Jink considers a new approach to identify the culprit. The discussion shifts to the internal instability of Nazar, with the group observing that no one would willingly follow their current leadership, given the kingdom's precarious situation. They point out that the only reason soldiers remain is due to force, specifically referring to the enslaved troops. The group expresses disgust at how the necromancers treat their own men as disposable, with one member remarking that they would have rebelled long ago if they were in the slaves' position. After narrowing down the search, Jink and his allies agree that the prisoners are the most logical place to start looking for the spy. Determined to make progress, Jink immediately begins the task. He takes Ian along to the cages and spends an hour methodically using his appraisal skill on the prisoners, hoping to uncover the hidden enemy among them. Jink carefully examines the status window of a prisoner named Douglas. He observes the man's high stress resistance, concluding that it is a direct result of the abuse he suffered under Zyza. Seeing an opportunity, Jink realizes that if Douglas harbors resentment toward his former master, he could potentially be persuaded to join their cause. Jink sits before the prisoner Douglas, offering him a chance to turn against Zayaza in exchange for his cooperation. Sensing that Douglas is indeed willing to help, Jink confirms his suspicion. With the prisoner's potential alliance secured, Jink immediately pivots to the next phase of his investigation, determined to identify the extent of Zayaza's espionage within the Quoll army. Jink and Ian watch as the prisoner Douglas writhes in agony, unable to speak due to a potent magical curse. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Jink notes that the spell is too powerful and will likely kill Douglas before they can extract any information. They decide to call for a mage skilled in servitude magic to lift the curse, intending to transport him to Duke Mebius once he is stabilized. Following the successful removal of the servitude spell, Douglas is finally able to speak and provides Jink and his allies with crucial intelligence. Jink offers him food and water as they process the grim reality of the situation. Duke Mebius and Bogard express their grave concern, realizing that Zayaza's reach is far deeper than they initially anticipated, with spies embedded throughout the ranks of servants and mercenaries serving the nobility. Jink contemplates the gravity of the situation, realizing that Douglas had been acting as a mole, using a sending box feed critical intelligence about the Quoll Army's movements directly to Zayaza. This explains why the nobility's forces had been suffering such heavy losses and how Zayaza knew exactly when to flee. Jink is particularly struck by the fact that even Axel Bernhard was kept in the dark about Zayaza's secret infiltration of the slave ranks. Axel Bernhard and Duke Nonland continue their strategic assessment of the situation. They note that Zayaza's decision to withdraw his forces was likely a personal move, as there is little trust between him and his associates despite their shared bloodline. As they ponder Zayaza's next move and his infiltration into Quoll, they reach a chilling conclusion. Zayaza is heading toward the kingdom of Yamato. Axel Bernhard elaborates on his deduction, revealing that remnants of the depths of purgatory are still active within Yamato, having survived the kingdom's efforts to root out spies by going underground. He warns that Zayaza will likely leverage these hidden agents to aid his escape. Duke Nonland listens intently, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, and noting that while their best hope is to capture Zayaza within Quoll, it will be a difficult task. Duke Nonland explains to Jink that while he ordered the nobility to purge their ranks, the spies likely fled alongside Zayaza. He decides to prioritize the march on the capital for now, leaving the pursuit of the spies for later. Jink confirms his understanding, but is caught off guard when the topic of a team joining them is raised. Around the campfire, Jink confirms the team's plan to include Gilkun and Danson for their upcoming mission. As they discuss their roles, Jink jokingly remarks that he will handle support duties, so he doesn't steal the spotlight, drawing a playful comment about his ego from his companions. Snow expresses surprise at Jink's choice to participate in the upcoming battle, noting that he usually focuses on logistics and strategy. Jink calmly explains that he is eager to secure his own achievements, and is weary of the constant administrative work, cryptically adding that he has personal reasons for his change of heart. After briefly deflecting questions about his personal motivations, Jink joins his allies in a toast to their new partnership. The group quickly turns their attention to the mission at hand, debating their next destination. Jink asks for input on where they should strike first, and the conversation settles on the town of Komaj as a crucial location to gather intelligence on the enemy. Snow breaks down the situation in Komaj, pointing out that although Count Maj is an indecisive leader with mediocre troops, the town's location on a tall hill makes a direct assault dangerous due to the enemy archers. Recognizing the need for a swift strategy to minimize casualties, the group decides to pause their discussion. They agree to get some rest and continue their planning the following day. Jink suddenly finds himself confronted by 3 hostile goblins charging out from the woods. Reacting quickly, he extends his hand and shouts a command to take them down, preparing to use his enchantment abilities to handle the monsters. Following his command, Jink manifests a powerful wolf-like creature through a magic circle. The beast instantly pounces on the goblins, crushing and mauling them in a swift, violent display of force that leaves the remaining enemies in shock. Jink maintains his composure as he faces the aggressive goblins. With a swift movement, he unleashes his magic, shouting "Air Arrow" as the projectiles strike the creatures, effectively neutralizing the threat. The battlefield is cleared as the goblins are defeated. Jink, having demonstrated his combat prowess with his Air Cutter spell and his summoned beast Eat N2, receives praise from his companion. They note that Jink is now capable of taking down a goblin general on his own, attributing his impressive performance to the high-quality gear he enchanted for them. The group decides to take a short break for lunch, mindful of not advancing too far ahead of the populist army. As they near the town of Komaj, Jink is asked for his input on the assault strategy. He pauses to consider their options, carefully analyzing the situation before responding. The tension at Komaj reaches a breaking point. From atop the fortified walls, the town's archers and Nazar soldiers stand ready, hurling defiant shouts at the incoming forces. They vow that the invaders will be struck down by their arrows, long before they can ever breach the town's defense. Jink and Kanan execute their plan, descending rapidly from the sky toward the unsuspecting defenders of Komaj. With a swift motion, they bypass the wall's defenses, catching the enemy soldiers off guard as they prepare to engage in the heat of battle. The Nazar soldiers are caught off guard by the aerial assault, frantically ordering their archers to fire at Jink. As a barrage of missiles flies toward them, Jink calls out to Kanan, who immediately responds by manifesting an air shield that deflects the incoming projectiles. Protected by the barrier, Jink presses his advantage and strikes back at the Nazar soldiers, cutting through their defenses with precision. With the enemy defenses compromised, Jink commands his forces to begin the assault, as the massive iron pillars he enchanted crash down, shattering the walls of Komaj and leaving the defending Nazar soldiers in shock and disarray. The scene shifts to a tactical flashback, detailing Jink's calculated plan. He explains to his companion the necessity of using wind magic to gain altitude, followed by dropping the alchemized metal pillars onto the fortifications. This precise maneuver was designed to shatter the wall and forge a direct path into the town, setting the stage for the successful breach seen earlier. With the defensive wall shattered by the enchanted pillars, Jink's forces seize the momentum and charge forward into the town. The Nazar soldiers are thrown into a panic, shouting orders to keep firing and hold the line. Amidst the chaos of the assault, the defenders scramble to coordinate their mages to deploy air shields, desperately trying to deflect the incoming attacks and prevent the invaders from fully securing their entry. Jink lands firmly on the ground with Kanan hovering nearby. Both satisfied that their plan to breach the walls succeeded. Observing the confusion among the enemy ranks, Jink remarks that the unexpected tactic has surely rattled them. Gordon Nonland, standing with the waiting troops, acknowledges Jink's success and gives the order for their forces to finally move in. Jink gathers his team and outlines their strategy for the next phase of the assault. He explains that, because they're significantly higher leveled than the average soldier, they must act as support, rather than taking the lead. He explicitly tells them to ensure the spotlight remains on the Quoll army, specifically mentioning Dan Gill and Chris Group. As they look toward the breached wall, Jink orders them to use their perception skills to protect the advancing forces, to which Kanan dutifully agrees. Jink carefully studies the map of Komaj, pointing out the town's formidable layout. He notes that the town is divided into 3 separate sections, each protected by its own thick wall, with the leader's mansion situated at the highest point. He further observes that the town's position against a sheer cliff makes it the most defensible stronghold in all of Nazar, presenting a significant tactical challenge for their forces. Jink and his team analyze the battlefield, pointing out that while they have the advantage, they must remain cautious as the town's structure could lead to a dead end for the enemy. Alec Thunder commands his forces to stay alert and advance. Below them, the Quoll army reports that the archers on the walls have been neutralized, signaling the troops to push deeper into the streets of Komaj. The assault on Komaj reaches its first defensive line. Amidst the chaos of the skirmish, a Nazar soldier confronts Esther, arrogantly declaring that he will not hold back despite the boy's youth. Esther remains focused and ready, meeting the soldier's aggressive strike with a powerful clash of steel. Esther moves with incredible speed, easily overwhelming the Nazar soldier who had previously underestimated him. With a swift strike, Esther cuts through the soldier's defenses, leaving the enemy horrified and unable to comprehend how his limbs were severed so quickly. Esther calmly notes that the soldier's speed is nothing compared to Jink's, highlighting the gap in their abilities. In the heat of the battle within Komaj, Esther and Chris coordinate their movements. Esther reveals that he has been diligently practicing how to strike at an opponent's tendons during his sparring sessions with Dan. Chris, determined to prove his worth, declares that he is not merely there for show before swiftly incapacitating a Nazar soldier. Esther watches his ally's success with a confident smirk, feeling reassured by their progress. The battle line pushes forward into the second section of Komaj. Amidst the chaos of clashing steel, Esther and Dan coordinate their movements, cutting through the ranks of Nazar soldiers with ease. As the enemy forces struggle to hold their ground, Esther and Dan maintain their momentum, systematically neutralizing the opposition. The intensity of the skirmish spikes as the Quoll army comes under fire from hidden magical snipers. Dan, reacting quickly to the threat, shouts for Esther to take cover. As they scramble for safety, Esther realizes with concern that their allies, the twins, were positioned behind them, leaving their formation vulnerable to the unexpected magical attack. Under heavy magical fire, Dan and the Louise and Roy Hughes. Louise and Roy Hughes scramble for safety. While the Louise and Roy Hughes discuss the difficulty of countering a sniper whose position remains unknown, Esther charges into the fray, calling out to his allies and preparing to use his perception skill to track down the hidden assailant. As the group takes cover, Louise and Roy Hughes express their gratitude to Esther for his assistance. They confidently tell him that they will handle the situation, prompting Esther to urge them to take the sniper out. Esther then focuses his perception ability, scanning the surrounding buildings to locate the enemy's exact position. Esther uses his perception to identify the enemy mage positioned at the second-floor window of the tower. He alerts Louise and Roy Hughes, who immediately prepare their magical response. As the enemy mage finishes his chant, Esther signals the Louise and Roy Hughes to strike, setting the stage for a decisive counterattack. Following Esther's precise identification of the target, Louise and Roy Hughes act in perfect synchronization. They launch a lethal strike that hits the enemy mage in the tower, causing him to collapse instantly. With the threat neutralized, the Louise and Roy Hughes turn to Esther, proud of their marksmanship and eager for his reaction. With the enemy sniper neutralized, Esther and the Louise and Roy Hughes seize the momentum, calling for their troops to press onward into the second section of Koma. The advance is swift and decisive, leaving the Nazar forces in disarray. A scout kneels before their commander, reporting with visible concern that the Quoll army has successfully breached the wall, a feat that has deeply shaken the morale of their men. Major Root, a high-ranking Nazar officer, sits firmly in his command chair, refusing to let his men succumb to panic. Despite the reports of the Quoll army's overwhelming momentum, he remains arrogant, dismissing the threat of the enemy's metal pillars. He orders his soldiers to prepare a mysterious weapon, convinced that a defensive strategy will secure their victory, even as his own gambling addiction and bad luck title hint at a different outcome. Major Root overlooks the city from the defensive wall, his expression grim and determined. He speaks to his surrounding soldiers, declaring that they will wipe out the enemy forces together if they manage to breach the perimeter and reach the wall. The Quoll forces successfully breach the third section of Komaj. Amidst the tension, soldiers are warned to remain cautious and check the surrounding buildings for any hidden snipers. Esther watches the progression closely, his eyes sharp as he prepares for whatever resistance they might encounter next. While clearing the third section of Komaj, Esther and his fellow soldiers come across a group of frightened civilians huddled together in a room. Esther observes them with a serious expression, noting that non-combatants are still trapped in the area, while one of his companions calls out to him, expressing concern. As Esther surveys the room, he deduces the grim reality that these civilians were likely held back as labor instead of being evacuated. A mother, trembling with fear, pulls her child close and desperately pleads for their safety, terrified that the soldiers might harm them. Jink kneels down to address the terrified mother and child, firmly stating that their mission is to defeat the Nazar military, not to harm innocent people. He explains that they will be taken as prisoners for their own safety, but promises that once the battle is won, they will be provided with resources and allowed to leave. Esther confirms this, reinforcing their commitment to sparing civilians as they continue their advance. Jink kindly tells the mother to take good care of her child before he and Esther turn to leave. The civilians, relieved and grateful, watch them go as the Quoll army continues their tactical advance through the streets of Komaj, staying alert for any further resistance. Jink and Esther discuss their progress, noting that the enemy has been pushed back to the final wall and that they could reach the mansion by morning. However, their conversation is interrupted when they spot rocks being launched into the air. Recognizing the danger, they warn their allies to stay alert, knowing that the cornered Nazar forces will fight with everything they have left. The battlefield erupts in chaos as the Nazar military unleashes a barrage of boulders from their catapults. Root, commanding the defense, laughs triumphantly while his soldiers scramble to keep the weapons firing rapidly. The Quoll army is caught off guard by the sudden, heavy bombardment, forcing them to scramble for cover as the mountain town's natural resources are turned into deadly projectiles, as the battlefield erupts with explosions. Jink and Esther realize the enemy has positioned ballistists behind the wall, putting civilians in grave danger. But Jink warns that it is too dangerous given the incoming rock. Deciding against a reckless charge, Jink formulates a new strategy. They will maintain the current impasse to avoid unnecessary casualties, and instead focus on cutting off the enemy's supply lines to starve them out. Root peers through his telescope, his expression shifting to confusion and disbelief as he identifies Jink among the Quoll forces. He questions how a former Nazar commander could be fighting for the enemy. His subordinates, observing the same scene, suggest that Jink must have been captured and subsequently turned traitor, choosing to fight against his own people. Root stands before his troops, his face twisted in a sinister grin as he voices his long-standing jealousy toward the former commander. Dismissing the man's royal status, he declares his intention to hunt him down, believing that delivering the defector's head to his superiors will finally earn him the promotion he craves. The Nazar forces maintain their defensive strategy, utilizing catapults to launch heavy boulders at the advancing Quoll army. The ground shakes with each impact, as the invaders are forced to navigate through the debris and constant barrage, keeping them pinned down and unable to easily breach the final wall. The battlefield is a scene of carnage as heavy boulders rain down upon the Quoll Nazar soldiers, crushing them instantly. Amidst the chaos and the cries of his men, the commander realizes the dire situation and shouts for an immediate retreat, desperate to pull his forces out of the catapult's lethal range before more lives are lost. Root stands confidently on the ramparts, observing the battlefield as his soldiers await his next command. He tells his men that they will hold their ground and wait for reinforcements to arrive tonight, planning to pin the Quoll army down before launching a full-scale counterattack. As he looks out, his expression darkens with malice, his thoughts turning toward a personal target named Gilbert, whom he intends to kill. Jink and Esther observe the enemy's defensive position, noting that the Nazar forces have a clear view of their movements from the wall. Realizing that the enemy has prepared for a siege by sending out scouts and expecting reinforcements, Jink acknowledges that their original plan to starve them out will not be as straightforward as they hoped. They must now find a way to blind the enemy's surveillance, to gain an advantage. Jink suddenly realizes a solution to their tactical dilemma. He announces to his companions that he will enchant special amulets for them, which will enhance their water magic skills. Observing the wind, he confirms that the conditions are perfect for his plan, leaving his allies curious and hopeful about his new strategy. Jink continues to detail his plan, directing his allies to position barrels strategically under the wall while maintaining a safe distance from enemy fire. On the other side of the battlefield, Root watches the sun go down, eagerly anticipating the arrival of his reinforcements to turn the tide of the conflict. Root is in the middle of rallying his troops when a sudden thunderous explosion erupts nearby. The blast catches both the Nazar Major and his Nazar soldiers by surprise, leaving them stunned and looking toward the source of the chaos. Following Jink's tactical plan, he and Neri activate the enchanted barrels. A massive dense mist erupts, quickly engulfing the battlefield and the enemy position, effectively blinding the Nazar forces as Jink had intended. Confusion spreads among the Nazar soldiers as the thick mist blankets the area, obscuring their vision. Root, visibly agitated, curses the unexpected turn of events as the battlefield is completely swallowed by the dense fog. Root desperately tries to keep his soldiers composed, reminding them that the thick mist blinds both sides. He orders his men to contact the catapult squadron, hoping the mist will dissipate soon. Just as he tries to coordinate their defense, his soldiers notice something moving above them, signaling that Jink's plan is far from over. Root looks up in shock as a heavy object descends rapidly toward him. Faced with the sudden turn of events, he lets out a cynical remark, realizing that his tactical gamble has failed and he has lost yet another bet. The battlefield is rocked by a deafening explosion as a structure is shattered into pieces. Amidst the debris and the swirling mist, Jink advances with focus, his cape billowing as he navigates the aftermath of his successful trap. Chaos erupts among the Nazar forces as their defensive line collapses, and the death of Major Root is confirmed. Amidst the destruction, the thick mist begins to dissipate. Jink and his companions stand back, observing the aftermath of their successful, albeit mana-draining, magical assault. Having successfully neutralized the immediate threat, Jink signals that his part in the battle is complete, leaving the remaining task to his allies. He expresses his confidence in them as they prepare to storm Kamaj Manor. Meanwhile, the emissaries charge into the manor, determined to find and capture the leader of Kamaj. The emissaries burst into the manor, quickly overwhelming the defenses and cornering the enemy leader. As the soldiers point their spears at him, the leader cowers in fear, unable to believe that his position has been compromised so easily. The atmosphere in the room turns tense as the captured enemy leader recognizes his captor. He is shocked to see Commander-in-Chief Gilbert standing before him alive and well. When the leader questions his loyalty, citing his royal blood and lack of pride, Gilbert dismisses the accusations with a calm, chilling response, declaring that he now works for Quoll and prefers it over his former ties to Nazar. With cold intensity, Gilbert declares that every day he wakes up with the singular hope that the Nazar royal family will finally meet their end. The captured enemy leader trembles in fear, visibly unnerved by the sheer malice and conviction behind Gilbert's words. The captured enemy leader is tightly bound and held by the soldiers of Quoll, who decides to display him above the gate as a grim testament to their victory. As the sun begins to set, Nazar reinforcements arrive at the scene, only to realize they are vastly outnumbered by the forces of Qual, effectively sealing the outcome of the siege. The Noatu cries out in desperation as his forces witness their defeat. Seeing their leader bound and their own weapons turned against them, the Nazar soldiers lose all morale and quickly withdraw from the battlefield. With the conflict resolved, the scene shifts to the town where civilians line up in an orderly fashion to receive handouts, marking the beginning of the recovery process. Jink and his allies watch from a distance as the townspeople begin to settle back into their routines. Observing the scene, Jink notes that the recent stampede caused no casualties and the farmlands remain intact, concluding that the people should be able to manage on their own for the time being. Jink confronts Gilbert, seeking to understand why a man of his strategic caliber would choose to place himself in such a dangerous position on the front lines. Gilbert, looking intense, makes his true intentions clear. He is driven by a burning desire for revenge against the royal family that once cast him aside. As they discuss the political implications and the threat Gilbert poses to the line of succession, it becomes evident that this war is merely a vehicle for his personal vendetta. As the conversation deepens, Gilbert opens up about his painful history. He admits to Jink that he was born from the king's capriciousness, and that while he could accept being shunned, the royal family's decision to murder his mother crossed the line, cementing his resolve to seek revenge. Gilbert explains to Jink that the suffering he endured was a calculated plan by the queen and her kin. He shifts his focus to the House of Amog, noting that it is the queen's birthplace and a place of haughty rule, further cementing his resolve to strike there next. Standing on the castle ramparts, Gilbert shares that although the queen is dead, her relatives are still alive and remain the focus of his vengeance. He admits that his goal might seem petty, but Jink firmly disagrees, offering his full support to assist Gilbert in his upcoming mission in Amog. At the Nazar Palace, the atmosphere turns volatile as the news of Gilbert's alliance with Qual spreads among the gathered nobles. One of the men, visibly furious, slams his hand on the table, exclaiming that Gilbert should have taken his own life rather than being captured, while others react with shock at the unexpected political shift. The atmosphere at the Nazar Palace is thick with resentment as nobles openly curse Gilbert, lamenting that he was ever born. Meanwhile, Axel Bernhard and his inner circle assess the dire military situation, noting that Qual has already captured Comage. They correctly predict that the enemy forces will soon march on the palace, with Amog the queen's birthplace likely being the next strategic target in their sights. Inside the Nazar Palace, the atmosphere grows tense as the nobles desperately call for soldiers to be sent to Amog. Axel Bernhard shuts down the idea, stating they lack the necessary manpower. When a suggestion is made to send Ziza and his forces as an alternative, the room falls into a stunned silence. A nervous official reveals that they have been unable to contact Ziza, confirming that he has gone missing, leaving the leadership in a state of shock. Furious at the lack of information, Axel Bernhard lashes out at his subordinates. As he gazes out over the town of Amog, he coldly dismisses the House of Haughty, viewing them as nothing more than a stalling mechanism to buy him the time he desperately needs to prepare for the inevitable attack from Qual. The scene cuts to a painful memory from Gilbert's past. In the grand dining hall, the royal family treats him with utter contempt. As a plate is smashed on the floor, the king coldly insults him, calling him filthy, and making it clear that he is unwanted, marking the beginning of the misery that would define Gilbert's early life. The traumatic memory unfolds as young Gilbert sits on the floor, surrounded by the remnants of a meal. While the king continues to eat without a care, another young royal family member cruelly dumps a plate of food over Gilbert's head, laughing at his humiliation. The traumatic memories of Gilbert's youth unfold, revealing that his suffering was not confined to the palace. He reflects on how he was treated as less than nothing by his own father, and how that same cycle of bullying and exclusion followed him to school, where he was mocked for his status as a royal hostage. The abuse Gilbert suffered during his youth reaches a violent peak. As he desperately tries to protest, his tormentors grab him, twisting his arm and stabbing his hand with a blade, leaving him helpless and in pain. The brutal bullying of young Gilbert persists as his tormentors force him to consume a potion, intending to erase any physical evidence of their assault. As the traumatic memory lingers, the narrative cuts to Princess Melissa, who solemnly recalls Gilbert's difficult history. Princess Melissa gently holds young Gilbert's hand, telling him that he is a smart boy and that one day he will be strong enough to take revenge on those who have abused him. She encourages him to read and learn as much as possible. The narrative then shifts to Gilbert's solitary life in the library, where he follows his mother's example by immersing himself in books and archives. Finding solace in his studies, he also discovers his latent talent for magic, practicing his skills in secret. Gilbert recalls his early years, remembering how he mastered the art of summoning and proudly showed off his progress to his mother. He then recounts his academic journey, noting that he entered a prestigious school at age 8 and graduated at the top of his class by age 10. While these achievements initially changed how others perceived him, he ominously notes that his success was only the beginning of a new set of challenges. The scene turns chaotic as a carriage carrying Princess Melissa and young Gilbert is relentlessly pursued by armed Nazar soldiers on horseback. Inside the carriage, Princess Melissa clutches Gilbert tightly, praying for his safety as the attackers close the distance, eager to capture their target. The tense escape takes a turn for the worse when the carriage is suddenly attacked by bandits. With insufficient protection, the vehicle is forced off balance and overturns with a loud screech. Amidst the chaos, young Gilbert is thrown from the carriage, calling out in terror for his mother, as the situation spirals into a desperate struggle for survival. The aftermath of the ambush is devastating. The carriage lies shattered on the ground, its wheels detached and frame broken. Amidst the chaos and the sound of falling rain, young Gilbert struggles to regain his composure. He crawls toward his mother, Princess Melissa, his voice trembling as he anxiously asks if she is hurt, desperate to ensure her safety in the wake of the brutal attack. Amidst the wreckage of the overturned carriage, Gilbert crawls toward his mother. His eyes widen in sheer terror as he sees Princess Melissa lying still on the ground, a dark pool of blood spreading beneath her. The realization of the tragedy hits him, leaving him breathless and unable to process the nightmare unfolding before him. Gilbert stands amidst the library shelves, his expression hardened by painful memories. He reflects on how his life spiraled after the carriage crash, noting that the bandits who caused the accident took nothing and simply vanished. He vividly recalls the verbal abuse and taunts from his peers, who belittled his academic success and cruelly mocked him for his mother's status, ultimately forcing him to spend his time confined within the dusty archives. Forced into isolation, Gilbert spends his days buried in the library archives. Surrounded by endless shelves of books, he focuses entirely on his studies, driven by a singular burning purpose: to gain the knowledge and power he needs to eventually exact his revenge. While Gilbert is absorbed in his research, his brother enters the library, immediately mocking his reclusive habits. He informs Gilbert that the conflict between Nazar and Qual has escalated into war, and that their father has ordered Gilbert to serve as a commander-in-chief. With a sneer, he challenges Gilbert to finally prove his value on the battlefield. Mikula Bernhard mocks Gilbert, cruelly pointing out that their father is sending him to the front lines as a death sentence. As Mikil continues to belittle him and brings up the anniversary of his mother's death, Gilbert's composure finally shatters, leading to a heated and aggressive confrontation. The confrontation escalates into pure malice as Mikhaila Bernhard drops a bombshell on Gilbert, revealing that the Queen was responsible for the carriage accident that killed Gilbert's mother. As Gilbert stands in shock, Mikhail revels in his misery, taunting him to break down and weep like the gutter trash he calls him, while expressing his twisted regret that Gilbert ulted the incident instead of dying with his mother. Michaela Bernhard turns his back on Gilbert, mocking him one last time as he walks away. Gilbert, left alone in the library, struggles to process the devastating news about his mother's death. Despite the emotional turmoil, he forces himself to return to his books, determined to keep his composure as he picks up a volume with a heavy thud. With Michaela Bernhard gone, the silence of the library is heavy. Gilbert stands frozen, clutching his book tightly as his body trembles with an intense newfound rage, his expression darkened by the devastating truth he has just learned. The truth behind the tragedy is laid bare. Through gathered intelligence and the use of small monsters to eavesdrop on soldiers, the dark reality emerges. The former queen, consumed by fury over the rising status of Gilbert and his mother, conspired with her relatives to orchestrate their murder. Every detail, from the lack of guards to the sudden bandit attack, was a calculated move by the Queen to eliminate them. The group continues their discussion. With Dane and Rin expressing their disgust at the cruelty of the Nazar royalty, they deduce that the bandits were acting on behalf of Count Haughty to ensure no evidence remained. Rin declares that such people deserve no mercy. Finally, Snow turns to Gilbert, asking him to share everything he knows about the House of Haughty to help them move forward. From their vantage point on the hill, Jink and his companions survey the walled city below. They discuss the current ruler's tyrannical behavior, noting how he has seized property from the upper classes and banned peasants from entering the city. Despite the leader's hypochondria and the political nature of his rule, they recognize the threat posed by his significant military presence. As they weigh the situation, Jink considers the possibility that the leader is preparing to escape the country, prompting him to ask his allies how they should proceed with their mission. Focusing on the city's vulnerability, Jink and his allies study the map of Amog. They confirm that the city's location in a basin makes it prone to flooding. Jink proposes a coordinated strike, sealing the city's only southern gate with earth magic while simultaneously using enchanted water items to inundate the town, effectively trapping and overwhelming the opposition. Jink outlines the final details of their strategy, noting that the northern cold will amplify the impact of their planned flood on the city of Amag. Allowing Quoll's military to move in easily, he assures the group that he will handle the city's leader. Meanwhile, Gilbert stands firm, his resolve hardened as he declares that he must be the one to kill the leader and avenge his mother. The conflict at Amag intensifies, as the front gate becomes the site of a fierce skirmish. Zane, overseeing the defense, orders his soldiers to remain vigilant and keep their eyes on the mountains. Amidst the chaos of the fighting, he fixates on the possibility of Gilbert being present, vowing to finally put an end to him. Zane, clearly annoyed by the presence of his scouts, demands they bathe immediately, unable to tolerate the scent of war clinging to them. As he dismisses their efforts, he remains focused on the strategic situation near the forest southwest of Amag. The skirmish in the forest turned dire for the Nazar soldiers. Faced with the overwhelming power of the Eden II, the soldiers are quickly pushed back. Panic spreads through their ranks as they realize they are outmatched, with one soldier desperately shouting for reinforcements while others are struck down by the beast's ferocious assault. The situation in the forest turns critical as the Nazar soldiers struggle against the relentless E2. Just as the beast prepares to finish them off, Jink steps in, his presence commanding and firm, as he declares that he will not allow the creature to continue its attack. Jink steps into the fray, his presence immediately shifting the tide of the battle. With a decisive move, he strikes down the ferocious Eden II, silencing its roar and saving the terrified Nazar soldiers from certain death. The soldiers, caught in the middle of their chaotic struggle, can only watch in disbelief as the powerful beast is brought down. With a calm command, Jink activates his power to dispel the summoned Eden II. As the Eden II dissolves into nothingness, the Nazar soldiers are left in shock, unable to comprehend how their powerful summon was so easily neutralized. The battlefield shifts instantly as Jink and his allies strike with precision. The Nazar soldiers, reeling from the loss of their summoned beast, find themselves overwhelmed by the coordinated assault. As arrows fly and blades clash, the enemy ranks break, with one soldier desperately shouting for a retreat, upon realizing that Jink has brought backup. High above the forest floor, Rin keeps a watchful eye on the surroundings, catching her breath after the recent conflict. Below, Jin takes command of the situation, ordering his men to prioritize the wounded and seize the enemy's watchtowers to assess the remaining threat, signaling for further coordination once the area is confirmed to be clear. The group gathers to coordinate their final assault. Snow outlines the positioning of their water magic users and the plan to clear the forest. He instructs Jink to wait for the right moment to lead the earth magic users to the highway, where they will construct a wall to contain the water. Jink agrees, though he remains wary, noting that they will be highly vulnerable during the preparation phase and must act quickly before the enemy discovers their intentions. At the Amag estate, Duke Nonlin sits in his study, inquiring about the progress of the battle. His subordinate Zane reports that although there have been skirmishes in the woods, their forces remain in control of the gate. Duke Nonland, seated comfortably, contemplates the enemy's lackluster assault on his estate's gate. He and his subordinate Zane discuss the tactical implications, questioning whether the enemy is merely buying time or if there is a deeper, more dangerous strategy at play. The Duke remains unconvinced that the enemy's hesitation is a deliberate delay tactic. Duke Nonland dismisses the threat, confident that his men will easily slaughter the enemy should they attempt a breach. Zane advises caution, reminding him that they are well supplied for a siege. Meanwhile, near the Amag estate by the highway, Jink's allies finally finish setting up their defensive positions, unaware of the tension unfolding between the Duke and his subordinate. Jink commends his team for their strenuous effort in maintaining the golem, acknowledging that it was a difficult task. He instructs them to take a break and recover their magic power, while they wait for nightfall to execute the next phase of their plan. As the morning arrives, the Nazar soldiers stationed at the gate are caught off guard by a sudden, biting cold. From their vantage point on the watchtower, the Nazar soldiers look out over the landscape in disbelief, realizing that the Quoll forces have completely disappeared. Panic and confusion set in as they confirm the retreat, prompting them to urgently send word to their commander about the sudden shift in the battlefield. Jink stands before his gathered forces, his expression focused and determined. He shouts a command for his men to prepare, and in a synchronized display of power, the Nazar soldiers extend their hands to unleash a devastating torrent of water magic, marked by the sound of rushing water. Root signals the start of the assault as a massive torrent of water is released, flooding the landscape toward the enemy gate. The sound of the rushing water echoes across the terrain, reaching the ears of Daniel Fonker and his men. Puzzled by the strange noise and the sudden disappearance of the Quall forces, they struggle to comprehend the tactical shift unfolding before them. The camp is suddenly inundated by a massive flow of water, leaving Daniel Fonker and his men bewildered as they scramble to understand the source of the flood. Amidst the splashing water and the roaring sound of the current, a soldier urgently approaches Daniel Fonker to report that the situation has escalated into a full-blown emergency. The town is suddenly engulfed by a massive deluge, leaving the enemy forces completely surrounded by water. As the floodwaters crash against the gates, the trapped soldiers scramble in a state of panic, realizing they have no way out. Jink, watching the chaos unfold with Esther by his side, notes that he hasn't used such a powerful water technique in a long time. Satisfied as his trap effectively neutralizes the enemy's position, Jink observes the effectiveness of his plan, noting that the town's fortifications were designed to block physical attacks rather than water, allowing the flood to penetrate through the cracks. He commands his soldiers to keep the water flowing and to rotate out when their magic power is depleted. Meanwhile, Esther turns to Jink and calmly asks if he can use his golems to construct a raft for them. Inside the town, the Nazar soldiers are struggling against the rising freezing water. Panic spreads as they realize the flood is relentless. Daniel Fonker, visibly shaken and frustrated, demands to know how many magic users Quall possesses. Unable to comprehend the scale of the attack, suddenly a soldier rushes to him, reporting in terror that the sewers are overflowing, just as a massive surge of water erupts from the ground. The situation inside the town turns dire as the rising floodwaters cause the sewage system to back up, creating a chaotic and filthy environment. Overwhelmed by the disaster, Daniel Fonker screams in disbelief and panic. Disregarding the plight of his men, he selfishly abandons his command, shouting at the Nazar soldiers to handle the Quall forces themselves before fleeing toward the estate. Daniel Fonker is visibly repulsed, lamenting that a noble of his standing should never have to endure such filthy conditions. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to the ongoing conflict, revealing that Kanon and Chris, supported by Marimo, managed to fend off enemy reinforcements throughout the 3-day operation that left Amog completely submerged. The strategic flooding of Amog has reached its peak, leaving the town completely isolated and helpless. The Nazar soldiers are trapped, clinging to the rooftops and the tops of the walls to escape the rising waters, while the cold and hunger begin to take their toll on the stranded forces. Jink stands before the isolated and desperate Nazar soldiers, who are still reeling from the effects of the flood. Upon seeing him, the soldiers immediately recognize the Quall forces and, fueled by anger and desperation, raise their weapons to confront him, shouting in defiance. Facing the hostile Nazar soldiers, Jink remains calm and composed. As the enemy archers fire a volley of arrows, Benjamin quickly reacts by casting an air shield to protect the group. Jink then issues a stern warning to the soldiers, telling them they have one path to safety: put down their arms and swim away, promising they won't be chased. He makes it clear that anyone who chooses to remain will be killed. The Nazar soldiers, shivering and desperate in the freezing floodwaters, lash out at Jink and Esther, calling them monsters. Unfazed, Jink threatens to unleash another massive wave to wash them away, along with the town if they refuse to leave. As the soldiers scramble in the water, Esther calls out to Jink, asking him to deploy a raft to manage the situation. Inside the estate, the atmosphere is tense as the floodwaters have reached the building, ruining their food stores. Duke Nonland, clearly agitated and selfish, berates his son, Zane, for failing to prioritize his riches over the dire situation. Zane, struggling to maintain composure, informs his father that there is still no sign of their reinforcements, only to be met with a cold command for silence. From a window, Zane and the maid watch in alarm as a raft carrying Jink, Esther, and Gilbert glides across the flooded grounds. The sight of the group approaching the estate causes Duke Nonland to lose his composure, his face twisting in shock and disbelief as he recognizes Gilbert. As they approach the estate, Jink asks Esther to sense the presence of those inside. Esther identifies the occupants, noting only a few guards and servants remain, leading Jink to conclude that the noble must have abandoned his soldiers to their fate. Confident that the remaining guards pose no threat, Jink and Esther deliver a final, imposing demand for the noble and his assets to be surrendered, promising mercy to the rest if they comply. Duke Nonland is visibly shaken and outraged by the demand to surrender his assets, while Zane watches in alarm as the manor is breached. The guards, acting on the Duke's desperate orders, draw their weapons and charge forward to protect the House of Haughty from the intruders. Jink launches a relentless assault on the guards defending the manor. With precise movements and powerful water magic, he strikes down his opponents one by one, shouting out his techniques as he clears a path through the estate. Jink's water magic proves overwhelming as he blasts the armored guards with a massive surge of force. The impact is devastating, shattering the window and sending the guards crashing out of the room as Jink maintains his momentum. The heavy doors of the study creak open, revealing Jink as he steps into the room to confront Duke Nonlin directly. The Duke, caught in a moment of panic, looks up to see his estranged son standing before him, while Esther and the remaining guards watch the tense standoff unfold. Jink and Esther stand firmly within the study, having effectively neutralized the immediate threat. Despite the guards' attempts to bluff about reinforcements, Jink maintains the upper hand, ordering the servants to stay calm while keeping the Duke and his remaining defenders under strict watch. The confrontation intensifies as Duke Nonland, addressed as Sullivan Haughty, lashes out at Jink and Esther for the destruction of his town. He turns his anger toward his guard, Seth, accusing him of cowardice for failing to lead the defense. Meanwhile, Esther remains focused on the ultimatum, coldly forcing Sullivan Haughty to choose between suicide or death at their hands. The tension in the room reaches a breaking point. Duke Nonland lashes out at his son, blaming him for Gilbert's situation, calling him a coward with no spine. Meanwhile, Jink and Esther observe the exchange, realizing that the Duke was the mastermind behind the ambush. The Duke, blinded by rage, continues to insult his son, even bringing up his personal failures, while defiantly justifying his refusal to step down from his position. The confrontation reaches a brutal conclusion as Zane, acting with cold precision, drives his blade through Duke Nonland. The Duke is silenced instantly, his life ending in a violent spray of blood as the consequences of his schemes finally catch up to him. The room is filled with a chilling silence broken only by the delirious laughter of the Duke's son, who seems detached from the reality of his father's death. Zane stands nearby, his sword still drawn, as the servants look on in horror. Jink, calm and composed, prepares to deliver his final judgment to those remaining in the study, unmoved by their pleas for mercy. As the haughty household member desperately tries to bargain for his life, Jink remains unmoved. He coldly informs the man that while he might have spared the others, he never intended to show mercy to him. With a swift command, Jink summons his wolf-like creature, Eden 2, to finish the confrontation. Following Jink's command, the wolf-like creature Eden 2 lunges at the haughty household member. With a savage bite, it sinks its teeth into him, forcing the man to drop his weapon, which clatters to the floor as he cries out in pain. The tension in the mansion reaches a breaking point. As Jink and Esther move forward, with the imposing Eden 2 at their side, the remaining guards and household members are thrown into a state of panic. One guard desperately flees toward a door, shouting in frustration, while others are caught in the chaos, unable to stop the relentless advance of the protagonist and his companions. The tension in the hallway reaches a breaking point as a soldier in uniform is caught off guard. A blade pierces through him from behind with a sharp sound, causing him to gasp and collapse to the ground, his movements slowing as he falls. Jink and Esther close in on their enemies, who are desperately trying to escape. Upon reaching a blocked path, Jink unleashes his air cutter magic, shattering the door with a powerful blast. With the way cleared, the duo presses forward, with Esther noting that their targets have headed upstairs. Jink and Esther relentlessly pursue the target through the building's stairwell. The royal family member, visibly winded and panicked, struggles to climb the stairs while hurling curses at Gilbert, unaware that Jink is closing in on him with his summoned beast. The chase leads to a confrontation with Seth Haughty. As Seth gasps for air, he attempts to save himself by insisting that the queen only ordered them to inflict pain, not to kill. Jink, unmoved by the desperate excuse, stares him down and accuses him of planning his mother's death, leaving Seth terrified. Seth Haughty desperately tries to justify his past crimes, claiming his actions were only meant to scare Jink's mother into fleeing the palace. Esther questions if there is any truth to his words, but Jink remains cold and resolute. Riding atop Eden 2, Jink declares that the details of the intent do not matter, as Seth is ultimately responsible for her death. Jink stands firm, his gaze cold, as he tells Seth Haughty that instead of making excuses, he should be praying to his mother for forgiveness. Beside him, Esther and the wolf-like creature Eden 2 watch the scene unfold. Seth Haughty, visibly wounded and bleeding, screams in a fit of desperate fury, accusing Jink of being a traitor and cursing his very existence, unable to accept the weight of his own actions. The confrontation reaches a brutal turning point as Jink and Esther stand by, watching the summoned Eden 2 descend upon Seth Haughty. With a sickening crunch, the creature clamps its jaws onto him. Seth Haughty, caught completely off guard, can only stammer in disbelief and pain as he is overwhelmed by the sudden savage assault. With the lethal strike delivered, Jink calmly orders his summoned beast, Eden 2, to stand down. Seth Haughty, mortally wounded and broken, falls into the water, his body sinking as he succumbs to his fate. Jink stands lost in thought, his mind drifting to memories of his mother. The scene shifts to a more peaceful moment where Jink, Esther, and Princess Melissa are gathered together. As they speak, Jink acknowledges that the burden he has been carrying feels lighter, suggesting a sense of closure or progress in his journey. Jink expresses his gratitude to Esther for staying by his side until the very end. Meanwhile, the story shifts focus to the broader conflict, revealing that Qual has successfully seized control of both Comage and Amog, and their forces are now marching toward the capital. The narrative shifts to the mountains surrounding the Nizar capital, where a massive army is seen marching in formation, signaling that the war has reached its final stage. Meanwhile, Urza is shown in a lighter moment, happily presenting a dish of ogre meat pastrami for a meal. In a moment of respite, Jink and his companions gather around a table to share a meal prepared by Nina. As they eat, the conversation shifts to the tactical movements of the Qual army. Jink observes that the enemy intends to divide their forces to surround the capital before slowly closing in. He notes that such a maneuver will require significant supplies to sustain their momentum, highlighting the strategic reality of the ongoing war. Jink and Esther continue their analysis of the war effort, discussing how the Qual forces are managing their occupation of Nazar. They observe that the king has issued orders to pay for supplies from the locals to maintain order and favor. Jink reflects on how the recent stampede has further eroded any remaining loyalty the people had toward the crown, effectively sealing the fate of the conflict in favor of Qual. The atmosphere grows tense as the group prepares for the inevitable counterattack from Axel Bernhard. They acknowledge that Axel will strike with his full force, and they must remain vigilant, especially given the presence of the formidable fallen angel under his command. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the team decides that Marimo will be vital to neutralize the angel's special skills. They place their trust in Marina, who confidently assures them that she and her allies are ready to handle the children. The narrative shifts to the interior of the Nazar palace, where the atmosphere is thick with tension. The king of Nazar, overwhelmed by the news that his forces have lost control of both Comage and Amog, erupts in a fit of uncontrollable rage. He screams at his gathered officials and soldiers, calling them incompetent fools and demanding to know if anyone is capable of resolving the dire situation his kingdom now faces. The king of Nazar remains furious, blaming his subordinates for the military failures. Amidst the chaos, the court discusses the threat of the Qual army surrounding the capital. Attempts to sideline Axel Bernhard by sending him to the front, a move Axel recognizes as a calculated effort to remove him due to his support for his brother. Meanwhile, Mikaela Bernhard defends his family's reputation, while asserting his confidence in the Bernhard's strength, while urging caution in their strategic decisions. Tensions in the royal court reach a breaking point as the king of Nazar openly challenges Axel Bernhard. Dismissing the internal bickering, the king demands that Axel step up and fight, reminding him that the Bernhard family's status was built on military prowess, and suggesting this is his opportunity to restore the honor lost by Mikaela Bernhard. The royal court remains tense as the king of Nazar and his officials discuss the threat posed by the Qual forces, specifically highlighting the importance of the Enchanter supporting them. Axel Bernhard, unmoved by the pressure, asserts his dominance and reveals that he has been preparing for a direct confrontation. He dismisses the enemy's capabilities and declares that he will personally track down and kill the Qual party, framing his actions as a necessary duty to uphold the honor of the Bernhard family. Princess Melissa, filled with malice, declares her anticipation for Jink's painful demise, comparing him to a persistent cockroach and insisting that Axel Bernhard is the right person to crush him. Duke Nonlin calmly agrees to her wishes. In the lower panel, Axel Bernhard scoffs at the idea of wasting time with search parties, arguing that a direct offensive will inevitably force the Enchanter to react and expose his position. The king of Nazar sternly commands Axel Bernhard to head out and test the capabilities of the enemy Enchanter. Axel, clearly annoyed by the court's proceedings, begrudgingly accepts the order. Later, back at his own mansion in the capital, Axel seethes with anger, vowing to speed up his schemes to eliminate his opposition. The atmosphere grows heavy and ominous as a mysterious figure, encased in intimidating, skeletal-themed armor, stands motionless. With a chilling presence, the figure declares that the time has finally come, signaling the start of a new dangerous phase in the conflict. The Nazar soldiers traverse the rugged mountain paths surrounding the capital. Amidst the clatter of their equipment and the rumbling of the sky, the men share their hopes and fears, longing for the war to conclude so they can finally return home to their loved ones. The peaceful march of the Nazar soldiers is violently interrupted as a massive explosion tears through their supply carriage. Fire engulfs the area, throwing the troops into a state of panic and agony. Amidst the smoke and flames, the soldiers scramble in terror, realizing they are under a surprise attack from an unseen enemy. The atmosphere grows heavy with dread as a powerful armored entity, known as Rumi II, advances through the woods. Accompanied by a retinue of Nazar soldiers, this living armor marches forward, signaling the start of a new ominous phase in the conflict. Rumi too dives into the midst of the Nazar soldiers, causing the ground to tremble. The Nazar soldiers, stunned by his solitary assault, question his sanity while scrambling to defend their supplies. Despite the chaos, Rumi too maintains a calculated demeanor, commanding his forces to refrain from killing everyone and instead allow some of the Nazar soldiers to flee. The battle intensifies as Rumi too moves with lethal speed, his armored form tearing through the ranks of the Nazar soldiers. With precise and brutal strikes, he incapacitates his opponents, leaving the Nazar soldiers in a state of panic and carnage as they struggle to defend themselves against his relentless assault. Rumi too continues his relentless onslaught, moving with a speed that defies the weight of his armor. As he strikes down more of the Nazar soldiers, the remaining troops are paralyzed by fear and confusion, struggling to understand the nature of their opponent and how he can maneuver so fluidly while fully armored. The battle rages on as Rumi too parries a powerful strike from a Nazar soldier. The impact rings out with a loud clang, but Rumi too remains unfazed. The soldier, shocked by the resilience of his opponent's gear, wonders in disbelief if the armor is crafted from mithril, while Rumi too prepares for his next move. The Nazar soldiers are left in complete disbelief as they witness Rumi too's armor and flesh knitting themselves back together instantly after being struck. The realization that their attacks are futile against such unnatural regeneration shatters their morale. Without missing a beat, Rumi too continues his ruthless onslaught, swiftly dispatching another soldier who dared to stand in his way. The battlefield is engulfed in chaos. The fallen angel lunges into the fray, its powerful strike creating a massive impact that sends Nazar soldiers flying. Blood splatters across the scene as the entity dominates the skirmish. Recognizing the threat, the Nazar soldiers panic, with one commander shouting orders for the archers to focus their fire on the mages, hoping to turn the tide of the brutal encounter. The battlefield is filled with carnage as the fallen angel tears through the ranks of the Nazar soldiers. Amidst the chaos and the Nazar soldiers' desperate cries of terror, the fallen angel stands tall, looking down at its enemies with a sinister grin. It dismisses the Nazar soldiers' fear with cold arrogance, remarking that its long imprisonment has left its body feeling sluggish, while simultaneously engaging in a brief mocking exchange with a zombie soldier nearby. As the battle rages, Ivan directs the fallen angel to dispose of the Nazar soldiers, dismissing them as mere common foot Nazar soldiers. When the fallen angel questions why he isn't using his trump card, Ivan reveals that he is holding it back specifically for the moment Jink the Enchanter arrives to attack the capital. The battlefield is a scene of pure chaos as the fallen angel tears through the ranks of the Nazar soldiers. With a maniacal laugh, it strikes down the common foot Nazar soldiers with ease, its eyes swiveling as it hungrily demands that the remaining souls be fed to it. The fallen angel continues its bloodthirsty rampage, delighting in the fear and despair of the Nazar soldiers as it tears through their ranks. As blood sprays across the battlefield, the surviving Nazar soldiers panic and scramble to retreat. Overwhelmed by the creature's lethal efficiency, they desperately wonder if they are facing a necromancer, shocked that a magic user could be so formidable in close-quarters combat. The battlefield is silent, save for the lingering dread left by the fallen angel. Standing amidst the corpses of the Nazar soldiers, the fallen angel muses on the nature of fear as a persistent and contagious emotion nearby. Avon and Mikhaila Bernhard watch the aftermath, calmly observing that the soldiers who managed to escape the massacre will serve as messengers to report the situation back to Jink. The battlefield reveals a terrifying new threat, a living armor zombie. This entity, born from armor saturated with the murderous intent of war, has gained a sense of self and transformed into a formidable undead combatant. It is described as incredibly tough, capable of self-restoration, and able to fight with semi-autonomous precision, regardless of the skill of whoever might be wearing it. Axel Bernhard takes a drink from a bottle, noting that his powerful ability is reserved for the most talented and consumes a massive amount of mana. The fallen angel, still craving more carnage and souls, complains that the current slaughter is not enough. Axel dismisses the creature's complaints, ordering it to be silent and return to a dormant state until the time is right. On the rain-soaked battlefield, the Nazar soldiers look toward Axel Bernhard with newfound confidence, praising his tactical prowess and the overwhelming strength of his summoned entities. They pledge their allegiance to his command, shouting for the glory of Nazar. As the scene transitions, the identity of the mysterious force behind the recent slaughter is finally confirmed to be Axel Bernhard and his fallen angel. Inside a command room, Axel Bernhard and his team study a map, piecing together the pattern of recent attacks. They discuss how the enemy, clad in eerie plate armor, has been systematically targeting their supply lines like a phantom. Mikhail, a Bernhard, points to the map, noting that the repeated ambushes are causing widespread fear among their soldiers, and Axel deduces that the attacker must be utilizing secret routes that remain undiscovered. Jink, Rin, and Dane gather around a map to deliberate on their next move. Rin suggests that the situation could be their opportunity to eliminate Axel Bernhard before he can launch a full-scale siege on the capital. However, Jink remains cautious, noting that they are currently in Axel's back garden and must move carefully to avoid being ambushed. The group expresses confusion and concern over Axel's combat style, specifically questioning why a necromancer would be utilizing plate armor and advanced swordsmanship. Jink listens intently as Gilbert explains his theory regarding the mysterious armor. Gilbert reveals that the Bernhard family once possessed the dark magic required to animate inorganic monsters as zombies. He concludes that the armor Axel Bernhard wears is actually one of these creatures, which explains why he can fight with the skill and agility of a high-ranking warrior. Jink challenges Boggard's belief that Axel Bernhard is invincible, arguing that maintaining control over two powerful entities like the living armor and the fallen angel requires a massive amount of mana. Snow and Rin listen intently as Jink concludes that Axel Bernhard's reliance on such high-level summons will inevitably lead to his exhaustion in a prolonged battle. Jink determines that Axel Bernhard's constant ambushes are deliberate provocations meant to draw out a reaction, and he decides to play along by confronting him directly. Bogard and will pledge their support, agreeing to accompany Jink to the nearest bases to intercept the enemy. A few days later, the narrative moves to a town near the capital, where local merchants are seen conducting business. In a town near the capital, an elderly man speaks with a Nizar soldier about the harsh taxes and the people's failed uprisings against the invaders. The soldier coldly acknowledges their status as an occupying force while trading. Suddenly, the conversation is cut short by a terrifying scream, causing the civilians and the soldier to turn in alarm toward a mysterious threat. The peaceful atmosphere of the town is shattered as Ivan, clad in imposing plate armor, rides in on horseback with a contingent of soldiers. He looms over the terrified civilians, accusing them of being traitors for daring to associate with the kingdom of Qual. Ivan, looking down upon the town with disdain, orders his soldiers to show no mercy and kill everyone, including the Nazas soldiers who were present. Following his brutal command, he unleashes his powerful secret weapon, calling forth the fallen angel to feast upon the souls of the dying. Jink and his companions arrive at the outskirts of the town, immediately noticing the ominous smoke rising into the sky. Realizing something terrible is happening, they urge their horses forward. As they reach the scene, they are confronted by the horrifying sight of the fallen angel tearing through the Nizar soldiers and civilians, leaving the group in shock at the carnage unfolding before them. Jink rides his horse into the heart of the town, his back to the viewer as he surveys the devastation. The air is thick with smoke and the ominous sound of the fallen angel's power, signaling that he has arrived just in time to face the unfolding tragedy. The town is consumed by flames as Jink arrives to witness the carnage. Standing before him is the monstrous fallen angel, its presence overwhelming. Recognizing the cruelty of the attack, Jink realizes this must be the work of Axel Bernhard, and he prepares to face the threat head-on. As Jink and his allies arrive, Evan realizes the situation has turned against him. With his mana depleted and reinforcements from Qual appearing, he commands his soldiers to pull back immediately. Jink observes the retreating enemy but decides against giving chase, warning his companions that the risk of an ambush in the chaotic burning town is far too high. With the immediate threat gone, Jink and his companions waste no time in addressing the devastation. Jink steps forward, determined to assist, while Dane coordinates the group, ordering them to search for survivors and use water magic to suppress the spreading flames. The atmosphere at the Qual populist camp is heavy with despair as reports confirm that the recent assault left no survivors. Inside the command tent, the leaders analyze the situation, noting that Axel Bernhard has been aggressively targeting their supply routes and caravans. Root, unable to contain his fury at the news that even children were slaughtered, slams his fist onto the map, cursing the perpetrators as monsters. Meanwhile, the others remain focused on their primary objective, determined to continue with the plan to surround the capital. Inside the Qual populist camp, the atmosphere is heavy with the weight of their strategic dilemma. The leaders discuss how the lack of supplies threatens to create gaps in their encirclement and damage the morale of their troops, concluding if it means pushing their men to the limit. Root slams his hands onto the table, declaring his readiness to crush their enemies without hesitation. As the meeting concludes, Jink is prompted to confirm their agreement, signaling the start of their next phase of action. Root, standing before his allies and the camp leadership, Jink asks if everyone has understood the gravity of their situation. With the plan set, he declares with fierce intensity that they will take down Axel Bernhard and the royal family once and for all, framing the upcoming engagement as their final battle. His companions and the soldiers present respond with a resounding affirmation, fully committed to the mission. The conflict rages on as the Quall forces push forward, cautious of Axel Bernhard's signature guerrilla tactics. Despite the brutal fighting, Axel remains mysteriously absent from the front lines. The situation has become dire as news arrives that another location has fallen to the Quall army. Mikaela Bernhard, visibly shaken and desperate, tries to maintain his composure while insisting that they must continue to place their faith in Axel, viewing him as the kingdom's final hope for survival. Inside the Nazar Palace, tension reaches a breaking point as subordinates report that Quall flags have been spotted on the horizon. Despite the growing panic and the news that the enemy is at their door, Axel Bernhard remains eerily calm. He dismisses the concerns of his followers, revealing that the enemy's advance is exactly what he expected. With his preparations complete, Axel declares his intention to lure Jink and the rest of the Quall forces into a trap to destroy them once and for all. Inside the Nazar Palace, Mikaela Bernhard urges Axel Bernhard to don his armor to inspire the soldiers as the enemy approaches. Axel remains calm and dismissive, telling Mikael that he and his family will be safe within the palace walls. He confidently declares that he will personally strike down the Enchanter, Jink, while they watch from the safety of the palace. Alone in the room, Axel Bernhard scoffs at the naivety of those counting on him. With a sinister grin, he declares that Nazar's fate is sealed, and that he intends to use his fallen angel to eliminate both the Quall forces and the royal family. His cold, calculated plan is to let the chaos unfold, kill the Enchanter, and then teleport away to safety, leaving nothing but destruction in his wake. The tension reaches its peak as the Quall army completes its encirclement of the royal capital. With the city gates barred and defenses raised, the stage is set for the final confrontation. Jink and Count Brand share a brief, determined exchange, acknowledging the gravity of the moment before the battle begins. The final battle erupts with intense coordination. The Blossom Squad leads the charge against the gate, while specialized units rush to operate the catapults. As the assault intensifies, mages cast wind barriers to protect the advancing troops, and archers provide heavy covering fire, raining down a barrage of flaming arrows upon the enemy defenses. Jink commands his team, instructing Esther and Ian to combine their magical and physical efforts to launch a powerful fire attack. His goal is to inflict maximum damage on the capital's defenses, hoping to provoke Axel Bernhard into revealing himself. Simultaneously, within the walls of the Nazar Palace, the king and his loyal subjects rally their spirits, determined to showcase the kingdom's might against the invading forces. The battlefield erupts in flames as the Quall army's fire arrows rain down upon the Nazar soldiers, causing panic and chaos among the ranks. Amidst the turmoil, Jink and Esther coordinate their magic. Jink unleashes a powerful fire attack, while Esther uses wind magic to control the trajectory, effectively breaching the enemy's defenses. Watching from a distance, Mikaela Bernhard alerts Axel Bernhard to the dire situation. As the palace walls begin to crumble under the relentless assault, Jink watches the battlefield, confident that his target will soon reveal himself. Amidst the confusion of the siege, Crown Princess Najenda orders her troops to switch to hand signals to maintain coordination. Realizing the scale of the destruction, she identifies the Enchanter as the source of the assault and desperately urges Axel Bernhard to strike back. The tension in the palace reaches a breaking point as Axel Bernhard unveils his trump card. A massive, ominous fallen angel manifests in the center of the room, its presence radiating dark energy. The royal family and those present watch in horror and disbelief as the creature emerges. Realizing the true scale of the threat, Axel has been hiding. The tide of the situation shifts abruptly inside the palace. Normal Quall suddenly clutches his throat and collapses, his crown falling to the floor as he begins to convulse and vomit. Mikaela Bernhard and Princess Melissa look on in absolute shock and terror, calling out to the king as he suffers from the sudden, inexplicable attack. The scene descends into chaos as the King of Quall and his companions fall to the ground, overwhelmed by a mysterious and debilitating sickness. Axel Bernhard stands in the center of the room, unmoved by their agony. He watches them struggle to breathe and maintain consciousness. His face twisted into a cruel, manic grin. With a loud, mocking laugh, he declares that this pathetic state is exactly what the royal trash deserves. Axel Bernhard stands over the incapacitated King of Quall, revealing that the fallen angel true ability is a cursed hymn that strips victims of their balance and leaves them immobilized. While the king struggles to comprehend the betrayal, Axel coldly asserts his immunity as the creature's master. With a sadistic grin, he dismisses the royal family's agony, telling them to writhe in their own filth because he views them and their entire country as completely worthless. The battlefield is engulfed in the eerie resonance of the fallen angel's song. Root, clutching his head in pain, realizes the debilitating effect of the cursed hymn, noting that it reaches even this far from the palace. Despite the growing sickness among his men, he desperately commands those still standing to keep attacking. Meanwhile, Kanan remains focused, confirming she is ready to carry out the mission as the chaos deepens. Axel Bernhard stands ready in his armored form, his presence imposing as his status window appears, detailing his formidable level and abilities as a noble of the Kingdom of Nazar. The battle continues to unfold around him as he prepares for the next stage of his assault. Jink and his companions stand firm against the enemy, their ears protected from the cursed hymn. The fallen angel, surprised by their resilience, laughs as it realizes they have blocked out the sound. Meanwhile, the group reflects on how Michaela Bernhard must have betrayed the secret of the song's mechanics, leading to Jink's frustration over the lingering complications caused by his actions. Axel Bernhard, standing his ground, shouts orders to the fallen angel to maintain its cursed hymn and fend off the approaching enemies. The fallen angel complies, while Jink, undeterred by the chaos, rushes directly toward Axel Bernhard with a determined expression. Jink lunges forward with intense determination, his blade meeting Axel Bernhard's in a flurry of strikes. The sound of steel ringing out fills the air as the two combatants trade blows, neither willing to yield in this desperate confrontation. The duel intensifies as Jink unleashes a devastating attack, coating his sword in wind magic. The sheer force of the strike catches Axel Bernhard off guard, causing his resilient orichalcum armor to fracture and throb with damage. Realizing the danger, Axel Bernhard is forced to acknowledge the true power behind Jink's enchanted weapon. As the battle continues, arrows pierce the fallen angel, causing it to react in confusion. Jink watches with a smirk, having successfully turned the tide of the confrontation while Axel Bernhard looks on, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The battlefield shifts as a giant mother slime suddenly manifests, acting as a defensive barrier for the troops. The Even, watches in disbelief at the tactical use of the creature, while Noah and her companions arrive on the scene, calling out to Jink that they are there to provide assistance. The battlefield erupts as Karen leads a precise volley of arrows from above, forcing the enemy to scramble. Jink, sensing the arrival of his ally, shouts for his companions to clear the area. The fallen angel is struck by the sudden onslaught, while Axel Bernhard is forced to react to the overwhelming rain of arrows. Jink watches the ongoing skirmish, realizing that while Karen's arrows cannot pierce Axel Bernhard's armor, they are successfully forcing him to deplete his resources. Ignoring the pleas of his own forces, a ruthless Axel Bernhard orders the fallen angel to unleash its cursed hymn. The devastating power of the hymn immediately wreaks havoc, causing soldiers on the battlefield to scream in agony as they are struck by the magical onslaught. Karen confidently directs Marimo to close the gap in their protective barrier, keeping her archers safe from harm. Meanwhile, Axel Bernhard watches from a distance, frustrated that his fallen angel cannot bypass the slime's defenses. He realizes that a direct assault would only lead to his own demise, forcing him to reconsider his tactics as he looks for a new way to break through. Abandoning his previous strategy, Axel Bernhard lunges toward Jink with a lethal intent, shouting that he will kill him first. The battlefield echoes with the sound of clashing blades as Jink skillfully deflects Axel Bernhard's heavy strikes, refusing to yield ground despite the intensity of the assault. The clash of steel rings out as Jink and Axel Bernhard engage in a high-speed exchange. Axel Bernhard lunges with relentless force, but Jink stands his ground, parrying each strike with precision. The tension on the battlefield is palpable as the two combatants continue their fierce struggle, neither willing to yield. The battlefield erupts in a clash of elemental magic. Axel Bernhard, struggling to gain the upper hand, unleashes fireballs, but Jink remains composed, countering with a precise volley of water arrows. The fallen angel recoils from the exchange as Jink forces them onto the defensive. The battle rages on as Jink maneuvers against the fallen angel. Observing the fight, Luke realizes that the Shrank monster attacks are surprisingly straightforward. He tells Esther that Jink is intentionally wearing down Axel Bernhard's mana reserves. Confident in his own abilities, Luke tells Esther to head out and provide direct support to Jink, while he remains behind to hold the line. The battle reaches a fever pitch as Jink clashes with the fallen angel. Jink is taken aback by the monster's raw power, noting that it is swinging its spear with the brute force of a club. Despite the intensity of the exchange and the jarring impact of the weapons, Jink remains focused, parrying each strike while looking for an opening in the creature's defenses. The battlefield is a scene of pure chaos. The fallen angel strikes with terrifying force, its movements brutal and relentless. As the creature lunges toward Esther with a chilling demand to surrender his soul, Jink reacts instantly, shouting out in alarm as he rushes to intervene and protect his companion from the lethal assault. Reacting to the fallen angel's aggression, Jink maneuvers with incredible speed. He delivers a powerful, calculated strike that pierces the creature, leaving the fallen angel stunned and reeling from the sudden counterattack. Jink swiftly counters the fallen angel's assault with a powerful air cyclone spell, forcing the creature back. Seeing Esther collapsed and coughing up blood from the previous impact, Jink rushes to his side, shouting that he will cast Seal to stabilize him. Axel Bernhard stands his ground, his face covered in blood, as he declares that he won't be defeated so easily, boasting about his brutal daily sparring sessions. Nearby, the fallen angel watches the combat with a manic laugh, baffled by the sheer audacity and lack of fear shown by Jink and his companions against such a powerful S-rank monster. Maintaining the pressure, Jink casts Water Bomb, slamming a massive sphere of water into the fallen angel. The impact sends the creature reeling, and before it can recover, it is struck by a relentless barrage of arrows. The fallen angel cries out in agony, cursing as it is forced onto the defensive, coughing from the sheer force of the assault. The fallen angel desperately calls for protection, while Jink maintains a defensive stance, forcing the enemy to slow its assault. Observing the tide of battle, Jink determines that he no longer requires the immediate support of his companions. Consequently, Rin and Nina decide to depart from the area to reinforce the siege forces, trusting that Jink is capable of handling the remaining threat on his own. The battlefield erupts with the roar of soldiers charging toward the fortress under a magical barrier. Amidst the chaos, the fallen angel remains relentless, taunting Axel Bernhard for his faltering command while pressing its attack against Jink. Jink stands his ground, locked in a fierce exchange with the monstrous entity as the tide of the larger battle shifts. Jink focuses his energy, channeling both fire and water magic into a large pot. With a determined shout, he unleashes a hot water mist that engulfs the area, forcing the fallen angel to recoil from the intense, scalding vapor. The battlefield is suddenly obscured by a massive, scalding cloud of steam. The fallen angel recoils, hissing in agony as the intense heat burns its form. Disoriented and blinded by the thick mist, the creature desperately scans its surroundings, shouting out in frustration as it tries to pinpoint Jink's location. Jink keeps the pressure on, splashing the fallen angel as it tries to recover from the heat. Axel Bernhard, watching the struggle, demands to know what the creature is doing. Suddenly, the fallen angel is beset by a swarm of insects, causing it to panic as it realizes it is being targeted by Jink's unexpected new tactic. The fallen angel is overwhelmed as the enchanted insects swarm its armors, crawling deep into the joints and stinging the creature relentlessly. Jink watches calmly, explaining that he coated the target in a scent the insects cannot resist. He declares that if he cannot break the armor through brute force, he will simply force the fallen angel to take it off, confident that no one could endure the pain of being stung by such a massive swarm. Unable to endure the relentless stinging of the enchanted insects within its armor, the fallen angel screams in agony and commands its armor to withdraw. The creature is left vulnerable as it desperately sheds its protective shell to stop the torment. The fallen angel, now vulnerable and exposed, wails in distress as it laments the state of its skin. Axel Bernhard observes the creature's pathetic display with cold contempt, muttering that it is almost time suddenly. The fallen angel spots Jink and his group nearby, stumbling back in a panic and shouting at them to stay away. Clearly shaken by the turn of events, the fallen angel, now stripped of its armor and drained of energy, hits the ground with a heavy thud, gasping that it cannot move and that its potion was insufficient. Jink and his allies watch the creature's defeat, ready to finish the confrontation as the fallen angel lies vulnerable before them. Towering above the battlefield, the fallen angel looks down at the defeated Axel Bernhard, who lies on the ground in his human form. The entity taunts Axel for being worn down by his enemies, while Axel, sweating and desperate, demands that the creature stop hesitating and finally eliminate Jink and his party. Jink and his allies stand on high alert, sensing that something is terribly wrong as the fallen angel looms over the fallen Axel Bernhard. The creature speaks in a haunting, poetic manner about the suffering it brings and the lives it reaps, leaving Axel confused and defensive. Despite his weakened, zombified state, Axel demands it to know what the creature is talking about, unaware of the true nature of the threat now standing before him. The fallen angel floats above the battlefield, recounting how it was cast down by an evil god and forced to serve the clan to regain its strength. It reveals that it has been harvesting souls from helpless victims to restore its original form. As the creature boasts that it has finally collected the last life needed to complete its transformation, Jink and his companions look on in shock, realizing the true, sinister nature of the entity's plan. The fallen angel reveals its true intent, lunging toward Axel Bernhard and declaring that his life will serve as the final sacrifice to restore its body. As the creature begins to drain his essence, Axel screams in agony and desperation, begging for his life as he is consumed by the ritual. The ritual reaches a critical and terrifying peak. A blinding, intense light explodes from the center of the scene, accompanied by a sharp, resonant sound. Jink, Esther, and Leon are caught off guard by the sudden, overwhelming discharge of power, with Jink desperately shouting for his companions to retreat before they are consumed by the blast. The battlefield is engulfed in a blinding surge of power. Jink, Esther, and Leon are forced to shield their eyes and retreat as the shockwave ripples outward. Amidst the chaos, the fallen angel remains focused on its grim task, callously absorbing the final remnants of Axel Bernhard's life force, while laughing at his pathetic end. The fallen angel lets out a manic laugh as it finishes draining the life from Axel Bernhard, whose body falls lifelessly to the ground. The creature now stands in its true monstrous form, boasting about its restored body. Jink, Esther, and Leon look on in disbelief, realizing the magnitude of the threat they now face as the chapter title, Conquering the Capital, appears. The terrifying fallen angel hovers above, its monstrous form radiating malice as it eyes Jink, Esther, and Leon. It dismissively calls them a mere warm-up its return, undeterred by the creature's immense power. Jink grips his sword firmly, while Esther and Leon prepare for battle, standing united by his side to confront the threat. The sudden, blinding light, signaling the fallen angel's rebirth, leaves the surrounding area in chaos. Rin and Nina, sensing the immense power radiating from the source, are gripped by fear and uncertainty. Meanwhile, the Nazar soldiers are left reeling from the shockwave, struggling to remain conscious or even stand as the overwhelming pressure leaves them dizzy and incapacitated. Following the intense energy surge, the Nazar soldiers regroup and focus their efforts on neutralizing the threat posed by Marimo. Their commander orders a concentrated fire attack, filling the air with flaming projectiles. Rin, observing the battle, cries out in distress as she witnesses the assault on Marimo. The battlefield situation turns critical as Axel Bernhard falls. Recognizing the overwhelming threat, Rin and Rhea coordinate a retreat, with Rin firmly taking the lead to protect the others and manage the dangerous situation ahead. Rin and Rhea look on in alarm as the enemy forces reveal their heavy artillery. The Nazar soldiers, spotting the threat, quickly mobilize their archers to target the incoming catapults, shouting orders to destroy them before they can be used. Will takes command of the battlefield, shouting for his men to fire their weapons, which results in a devastating impact on the enemy lines. As the chaos unfolds, he turns to Nina, thanking the summoned slime Marimo for its service before dismissing it. He advises Nina that it is time for her to retreat, but stops her with a mysterious instruction to use one last remaining option before she leaves. The fallen angel strikes with terrifying speed, forcing Jink, Esther, and Leon into a desperate defensive struggle. As they parry the creature's relentless blows, they realize they have been deceived the monsters earlier. Weaker performance was a ruse, and its true power, hidden behind its cursed hymn, is now fully unleashed. The fallen angel launches a devastating attack that shatters the stone wall just inches from Jink. As debris flies, the monster dismissively claims its hand slipped, citing a lack of familiarity with its new body. It then fixes its gaze on Jink, taunting him by noting that his companions rely entirely on his lead, identifying him as the Enchanter. The battle intensifies as the fallen angel zeroes in on Jink, blood spraying as it prepares a lethal strike and chillingly vows to take his soul first. Esther watches in horror, realizing the monster is ignoring everyone else to target Jink exclusively, desperate to protect his brother. Esther calls out to Ian, urging him to coordinate a distraction so they can draw the fallen angel's aggression toward them instead. The fallen angel mocks the group, effortlessly manifesting wind magic to strike them down. With a swift, powerful blow, the creature sends Jink and his allies crashing into the wall. Jink watches in horror as his companions are struck, realizing the dire situation they are in, as the monster proves to be far more versatile and dangerous than they initially believed. The battle intensifies as the fallen angel displays terrifying reflexes. With a swift shin, it intercepts a massive object launched at it, catching the projectile with ease. A sinister grin spreads across its face as it dismissively remarks that the attack was not bad, further highlighting the insurmountable gap in power between the creature and its opponents. The battle intensifies as the fallen angel easily swats away Jink's strike. Landing with a thud, Jink looks on in shock as the monster cackles, clearly enjoying the fight. The fallen angel mocks Jink, revealing that it has figured out his strategy of using earplugs to negate the effects of its cursed hymn. The fallen angel taunts Jink, mocking his attempt to block the cursed hymn with earplugs. It reveals its true ability to target a single person's mind directly. Jink is caught off guard as the voice of the hymn suddenly echoes inside his head, leaving him in visible distress. The mental assault from the fallen angel leaves Jink disoriented, causing him to spin uncontrollably through the air. Seeing his brother in distress, Esther cries out in alarm. Leon quickly assesses the situation, urging Esther to combine their magic wind and fire to launch a desperate, coordinated attack directly into the monster's blind spot. The battle intensifies as the fallen angel taunts Jink, calling him Enchanter before unleashing a massive, swirling fire cyclone. The sheer force of the magical attack creates a destructive blast, forcing Jink and his companions to brace themselves against the overwhelming onslaught. Amidst the chaos, Jink is left reeling, questioning if this is truly the end of their resistance. Jink lunges forward with his sword, putting all his strength into a desperate strike, but the fallen angel remains unfazed. With a mocking grin, the creature manifests a shimmering magical barrier that stops Jink's blade in its tracks, leaving the protagonist shocked by the sheer power and ease with which his attack is neutralized. Jink plunges his sword downward in a final powerful strike, but the impact is absorbed by the fallen angel's defenses. Looking up with a sinister grin, the fallen angel taunts Jink, noting that he has pushed himself to his limit, and that his efforts muntit when come unto. The battle takes a chilling turn as the fallen angel looms over a defeated Jink. Rather than finishing him off, the creature mocks Jink's efforts, noting that his soul possesses the rare qualities of a hero. With a sadistic grin, the fallen angel tells Jink to keep struggling and to polish his soul, as it intends to let him grow stronger only to devour him later. As the fallen angel ascends into the sky, it calls out a final taunting farewell to Jink. Below, Esther and the others scramble toward the spot where Jink lies motionless on the ground. Jink, his mana reserves completely depleted, struggles to maintain consciousness, his voice fading as he drifts into a deep, exhausted sleep. The battlefield erupts in chaos as massive golems smash through the east gate, creating an opening for the waiting army. Soldiers charge forward amidst the destruction, while Marina and Cannon coordinate their next move, celebrating the successful breach of the defenses. The sounds of destruction echo as the city walls fall to the invading forces. Inside the palace, Normal Qual and his family are forced to retreat, their faces etched with fatigue and panic. Michaela Bernhard keeps a watchful eye on them, urging them to move quickly towards safety, while the kingdom's defenses crumble under the pressure of the assault. The enemy soldiers ruthlessly crush any resistance in their path, searching for their target. At the palace, the king and his guards scramble to open the doors and find refuge. Inside, Axel Bernhard seethes with rage, declaring his intention to make a public example of the traitor by executing him in the plaza. The tension reaches a breaking point as Axel Bernhard stands before the royal party of Nazar, his soldiers having completely surrounded them. With a cold, mocking greeting, he declares their defeat. In the distance, Jink lies in a daze, his consciousness fading as he hears the desperate cries of his allies calling his name. With the fallen angel gone, Esther and the others crowd around a weary Jink, relieved to find him alive. As they look toward the horizon where the monster vanished, the tension of the ongoing battle remains. Jink, though physically drained, acknowledges the harsh reality that there will always be someone stronger, resolving that they must push themselves further to overcome such threats in the future. The battlefield erupts in cheers as the soldiers realize their victory is complete. Noah and Kanan stand among the ranks, witnessing the triumph as word reaches them that Dan's platoon has successfully apprehended the royal family, effectively ending the conflict. The news of the decisive victory reaches the palace. As the king of Qual sits upon his throne, he is informed that the royal and populist forces have successfully seized the capital of Nazar and taken the royal family into custody. Satisfied with the report, the king commands his subordinates to spread the news across the kingdom and begin preparations for an awards ceremony to honor those responsible for the conquest. After the chaos of the recent conflict, Will approaches Jink, noting that he looks much better and offering him a spare cloak. Jink accepts, expressing his relief that they all managed to survive the unexpected appearance of the fallen angel. As Jink prepares to listen, Will confirms that he does indeed have something important to discuss with him. Following their conversation, Jink and Will come up with an idea to celebrate the soldiers' victory with a grand fireworks display at the plaza. They plan to use fire magic to create the spectacle, with Will enthusiastically agreeing to assist. After coordinating with Duke Mibius and Count Brand to obtain permission, Jink rallies the mages, and they prepare to put on the show for the troops. As the night sky fills with brilliant fireworks, the Nazar soldiers gather in the plaza to witness the spectacle. The display serves as a well-deserved tribute to their efforts, marking a peaceful conclusion to the recent conflict as they look up in awe. The night sky is filled with the brilliant colors of the fireworks display. Jink, Will, Noah, and their allies stand together in the plaza, looking up at the spectacle. A sense of peace settles over them as they acknowledge that the long and grueling war with Nazar has finally come to an end. The following day, the atmosphere in the town square is grim as the captured Nazar royals are prepared for execution. Bound and chained, they scream in terror and rage, unable to accept their fate. Gilbert and his kin are visibly breaking down, muttering threats and pleas for their lives, while the crowd watches the end of the Nazar regime. Esther looks on with a cold, detached expression, bidding his brother a final farewell to hell. Nearby, the captured members of the Nazar royal family, including a desperate Gilbert, plead for their lives before the guards ignite the pyres, ending their lives in a blaze of fire. At the Qual Palace, the king and crown princess Najenda observe the grim spectacle of the Nazar royal's execution through a magical display. The king uses the moment to remind Najenda that a ruler's power rests upon their citizens. As they watch, Najenda thinks of Jink, acknowledging that his contributions were essential to ending the long war, and she looks forward to their next meeting. As the atmosphere in the town square settles, Jinkin will stand together, reflecting on the events that have transpired. Jink expresses his deep gratitude, leaving Will momentarily surprised by the sincerity of his words. Esther acknowledges that without Jink's intervention, he would have perished alongside the rest of the Nazar royal family. Jink dismisses the debt, noting that their combined efforts in strategy and combat were what truly turned the tide of the war. As they look toward the future, they recognize that the true challenge lies ahead. With the ruling class and Axel Bernhard's faction eliminated, the remaining civilians of Nazar are left without governance, and the burden of rebuilding now falls upon them. The atmosphere is busy as the hippogriff carriage is prepared for departure. Jink, accompanied by Esther and his allies, receives updates on the situation back at the palace, where the king and nobles are overwhelmed with work. When asked if they are heading home, Jink confirms but insists that he must attend to one more important matter first. Jink instructs his companions to have Dan and Chris head back to their destination first. As they agree to his request and wish him safe travels, Jink stands before the ancient dragon, determined to honor his word by ensuring the creature receives a proper burial. The hippogriff carriage pulls away from the capital, leaving the chaos of Nazar behind. Inside, Jink contemplates the unresolved threats, acknowledging that while Ziza Bernhard escaped and the fallen angel remains at large, they are no longer his concern. He feels a sense of closure, realizing that the final chains tying him to his past banishment have finally been broken. As the group travels through a dense forest, the sheer scale of the massive trees makes them feel as though they have shrunk in size. Jink marvels at the environment, while Ian focuses on the practical task of tying rope markers between the trees to prevent the group from getting lost in the vast woodland. As the group travels through the dense, uncharted woodland, Jink explains that they are in a no-man's land bordering Nazar and Qual. He warns his companions about the dangers of venturing too deep into the forest. Noting that while their hippogriffs have strong homing instincts, getting lost in such a vast area could be fatal. They carefully scout the surroundings, and Jink eventually identifies a suitable open spot to stop and regroup. After finding a suitable spot in the forest, Jink directs his companions to summon golems to help with the digging and camp preparations. The group spends the night resting in the wilderness. The next day, Jink stands before the remains of the ancient dragon, ready to finally perform the burial he had promised. Standing before the final resting place of the ancient dragon, Jink offers a solemn farewell, wishing the creature peace. He reflects on their journey, acknowledging that their success in defeating Mikhail would not have been possible without the dragon's immense power and sacrifice. Jink and his group arrive back at his mansion in Qual, where they are met by a welcoming crowd of servants led by Urza. As Jink and Esther are greeted, Urza expresses her relief at their safe return. Meanwhile, Ian is playfully teased by some of the maids who are happy to see him again. Back at the mansion, Jink formally introduces Gilbert to Urza and the rest of the staff, emphasizing that the boy has earned a title for his wartime contributions. As the staff reacts with surprise, Jink reveals that Gilbert is joining his clan. Regalia, he further explains that Gilbert intends to take the entrance exams for the same school Jink attends, and will be helping him prepare by sharing insights into the school's current trends and strategies, much to Urza's concern about Jink's lack of rest. Jink talks with Marina, noting that her dedication to helping friends is admirable. He confirms that the king has granted her a reward, which includes upgrading her status from a slave contract to a subordinate one, and providing her the opportunity to register as an adventurer. Marina expresses her excitement about the upcoming rank-up test. A few days later, at the Adventurers Guild, Neri cheers for Marina, wishing her good luck as she begins her new journey. Inside the bustling Adventurers Guild, Alec Thunder enthusiastically announces his party's departure for Gamel meanwhile. Jink discusses Marina's registration, hoping she can take the rank-up test right away. Mona, however, points out the difficulty of the situation because of Marina's impressive war efforts. The local adventurers are either too intimidated by her strength or too embarrassed to lose to her, and suggests that they might need to reach out to Luke from Elder Tree to help facilitate the test. At the Adventurers Guild, Jink and his companions encounter Bogard Will and Karen. Bogard steps forward, offering to act as the examiner for Marina's rank-up test, humorously warning her not to kill him during the match, as they discuss the requirements for reaching rank. It is revealed that while Khan was available, Will declined her help out of fear, preferring to stay alive. The group remains optimistic about the upcoming test, noting that Marina's success will boost their guild's overall standing. Mona leads Bogard and Marina to the arena to begin the rank-up test. Once inside, Marina immediately summons a giant version of Marimo, creating a massive presence that threatens to overwhelm Bogard and the onlookers. The test concludes with Marina passing with flying colors, though she is quick to apologize for the intensity of her summon. Shortly after, Jink is approached by his companions as they regroup following the successful exam.